Chapter 101, Battle for the Mountain, 1 translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. The Avenger moved very quickly, like a sharp knife piercing through the sea. Behind them, more than 20 large ships followed, looking majestic. During this period of time, there were several sea demons that tried to stop them, but they were directly obliterated by Zimin Linghan with a tap of a finger in the air. Even the large fish tide was completely crushed in an instant. During the battle, Han Fei, like many others, leaned on the bow of the ship and watched. He saw Zimin Linghan stirring the sea with one hand, and the whirlpool in the sea suddenly rose. In an instant, tens of thousands of living beings turned into blood mist. This was the first time Han Fei saw a venerable attack. So powerful, he could only see a strange power erupting from the sea. It seemed to have an indescribable charm. The whirlpool spun and everything collapsed. Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. Is this the strength of a venerable? Isn't it too powerful? Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes. Dao runes. Venerables have already comprehended Dao runes. We can't catch any trace of the great Dao, let alone understand it. Han Fei said, I didn't see any Dao runes when my father beat people. Luo Xiaobai tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Maybe uncle is acting cool. Han Fei was speechless. Diwu Weiguang said leisurely, You guys are so leisurely. You must know that once the war starts, our war will start at any time. Han Fei was puzzled. What time do you think it will be? They have to find an opportunity, right? Otherwise they might be killed easily. Diwu Weiguang, how would I know? I am not on their side. However, with my own experience, I will only have a chance to fight in the middle and late stages of this battle. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly turned around and saw Chu Qingyan walking over. Luo Xiaobai asked, What are you doing here? Chu Qingyan sneered and looked at Han Fei. It seems that your people are not all here, Han Fei sneered. You're talking as if all of your people are here? Are you sure you can eat us? Chu Qingyan said casually. Can't we eat you? Before Han Fei said anything, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly stretched out his head. Come, do you want to eat? I'm so handsome. Here, have a bite of my face. Chu Qingyan's face immediately darkened. Zhang Xuanyu, you don't seem to be very powerful. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head and pretended to be surprised. Am I not good enough? We're going to war anyway. Why don't we find a place where no one is around and show you how good I am? You're looking for? Chu Qingyan was horrified. She discovered that there was a gaze on her. She was instantly astonished. As an outsider, she shouldn't have been noticed. Why would Zimin Linghan turn her gaze here? Zhang Xuanyu said cheekily. What am I looking for? You? Diwu Weiguang patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder and said, You are too dirty with your words. Let me show you how we should talk to her. Long-legged, let's date him for half an hour while we still have enough time. What do you think? Shameless. Hey, don't go, I'm serious. Han Fei was lost for words. He wondered how many girls would be in trouble because of these two men. Luo Xiaobai had already developed the habit of automatically ignoring them. She usually ignored Zhang Xuanyu when he was bragging or flirting with girls. Now there was one more annoying man around, and she started to ignore Diwu Weiguang too. Chu Qingyan had come to provoke. If Han Fei and the others could panic, they would not be able to resist their attacks in the upcoming battle. That would be what she wanted to see. However, her provocation was easily resolved by the two ash holes. Han Fei looked up and saw Zimin Linghan looking at him. Han Fei was scared. No, why are you always looking at me? A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. If it wasn't Zimin Linghan, who was it? Zimin Linghan said, You look very much like someone I know. The more I look at you, the more similar you look. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Was the venerable flirting with him? Come on, I'm just an innocent little boy. Most importantly, is this venerable in front of me a human or a soul? I don't want to fall in love with a ghost. Han Fei swallowed. City Lord, I'm quite ordinary looking. Maybe I have a common face. Zimin Linghan looked at Han Fei again. I'm not talking about your face, but the feeling you give me. You look like an old friend of mine. Han Fei wanted to smile, but he didn't dare to. It was obvious that she was trying to trick him. She felt him familiar. That was impossible. Seeing Han Fei lower his head and his body stiffen, Luo Xiaobai asked, What are you thinking? Han Fei quickly replied, Oh, nothing. When Han Fei looked up again, he found that Zimin Linghan had turned her head away. Many people around him said, The City Lord was looking at me just now. Someone sneered, Nonsense, the City Lord was clearly looking at me just now. Someone said disdainfully, Why don't you take a look at yourselves? The City Lord is obviously looking at me. For a moment, many people were arguing fiercely. Han Fei thought, I don't care who she looks at, just don't look at me anymore. About 2 hours later, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. He pinched his fingers subconsciously and found that danger was coming. Buzz. Suddenly, Zimin Linghan's voice rang out, Those who stand in my way shall die. Han Fei and the others only saw the void tremble. Darkness suddenly covered the whole sky, and a huge hole was torn open in the void. What happened next made Han Fei's scalp tingle. Dozens of octopus tentacles that were almost 100 meters long pried open the crack, and a pair of red eyes lit up from the depths of the crack. Then, a pair of large hands tore the crack even wider. Through the crack, Han Fei saw a human head-shaped head with tentacles below the eyes. The head was sticking out of the crack like a mountain. Zimin Linghan directly appeared in front of the spatial rift. Although she was small, she was not afraid at all. She held 2 curved sabers in her hands, and the space in front of her rumbled. 2 scorching saber flashes cut through the darkness, revealing an X-shaped red mist saber flash. The creature that had yet to crawl out of the spatial rift let out a low roar, and its mouth spewed out cold air, intending to block it. Only that blade radiance was like a blazing sun, hacking through the darkness. With a deafening sound, it landed on that pair of large hands, directly hacking them back. Boom! With a flick of Zeman Linghan's hand, the void quickly closed. Zeman Linghan said coldly, "Scram." After saying this, Zeman Linghan didn't even turn her head and directly shouted in a low voice, "You guys continue forward." In front of everyone's eyes, Zeman Linghan's dual sabers were reversed and she slashed out a spatial rift. She stepped into it and disappeared. Seeing this scene, 6 people flew into the sky from the Avenger. They were all explorers. One of them shouted, "Forward." In less than an hour, the surface of the sea began to boil. On the surface of the sea in the distance, a huge crab emerged from the bottom of the sea. Its claws were like heavenly scissors, striking the surface of the sea and causing a tsunami. A giant octopus reached out with its claws, trying to block the Avenger. A flying python soared into the sky. It could also be called a wind snake. It opened its mouth and a foul wind blew over. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The 3 explorers attacked and shouted, "Continue forward." When the 5 giant beasts appeared, only 1 explorer was left. That person looked back and shouted, "All big ships, activate all the arrays." Buzz, buzz, buzz. For a moment, more than 20 colorful ships were sailing on the sea. Han Fei had sensed that a dark mountain had appeared 500 kilometers away. This dark mountain towered alone. Near that great mountain, the gravity was abnormal, creatures floating in the air. Similarly, when he found the mountain, Han Fei saw a big turtle covered in thick armor. Apart from the big turtle, there were also giant creatures, over 100 of them. The explorer at the front shouted, "Attention everyone, empty that mountain. We will move it even if we die." Law enforcers controlled the ships, and hidden fishers moved the mountain. With that said, the explorer also flew away. At this moment, the surface of the sea was filled with raging waves and tsunamis. There were venerables and explorers fighting who were holding back the strongest sea demons. Swish, swish, swish. A law enforcer landed on Han Fei's ship, or rather on every ship law enforcers descended. These people shouted in a low voice, "Everyone get ready. In 100 breaths' time, the revenge array will be activated. All of you move the mountain." As these law enforcers spoke, with the Avenger as the center, a circular ship formation was set up. There were large ships that were horizontally, and large ships that were connected at the head and tail. 100 seconds passed in a flash. Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, "I've perceived it, 50 miles ahead. Be careful of the attacks of the big clans." However, Diwu Waguang said, "Don't panic. It's not the time yet. If this mountain is so easy to move, why would the City of Justice be destroyed? What's next is a 1,000-man battle. Don't worry about them attacking us. Roar." Before Han Fei asked more questions, a peak-level law enforcer flew out of the Avenger. "All hidden fishers, charge with me." Swish, swish, swish. Countless people flew out of more than 20 ships and followed the law enforcer. Diwu Waguang said, "Let's go. Catch up with them." Chapter 1002, Battle for the Mountain 2 Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei and the others didn't know anything about the Age of Doom. They had never been to the Warsoul realm before, so they could only take things one step at a time. The law enforcer at the front pulled out a fishskin map with a swish. All of a sudden, a ray of scarlet light that was like a blazing sun shone on everyone. When the light shone on him, Han Fei felt his blood swelling and his body heating up, as if he were full of energy. The law enforcer roared, "Charge!" More than 3,000 people flew across the sky like a huge sharp knife. A strange scarlet flame soared into the sky. This is, Han Fei remembered the charge of the sea demons. When hundreds of merfolks used secret techniques to charge forward, they would condense an incomparably powerful force, like a manifestation of their will. At this moment, the humans were the same. Han Fei could clearly feel that his strength had increased by about 10%. Although it was only a 10% increase in strength, the increase in battle prowess of over 3,000 people was accompanied by a certain will. This overall strength was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. When all the hidden fishers flew through the sky, the colorful lights of the array formed an enormous array that covered more than 50 miles. This was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a huge array. Although it seemed to be made of countless small arrays, it was obvious that the Avenger was the eye of the array, which was reforged by small arrays. More than 20 law enforcers controlled the array. It was terrifying. In Han Fei's perception, wherever the array passed, half of the merpeople were directly minced by the invisible sword shadow, and some ice crystal balls were minced by the sword shadow. Almost instantly, more than half of the creatures in the array died. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in shock. Is this a formation that can trap and kill explorers? Although Han Fei found it hard to believe, he still nodded. He had thought of using arrays to trap explorers. However, Han Fei knew that it was almost impossible for an expert of that level to be trapped for a moment. However, this ship formation did it. Not only did it do it, but it was also extremely powerful. Could it trap and kill explorers? He didn't know, but law enforcers would definitely die if they entered. Into the sea. The law enforcers at the front shouted again and charged into the sea first. Thump, thump, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, like a sharp knife stabbing into the sea. Everyone entered the sea extremely quickly, heading straight for that dark mountain. Han Fei was moved. In his opinion, Zeman Linghan's attack this time was already extremely well prepared. The Venerable personally took action. 6 explorers attacked the sea demons and controlled the ship to kill them. Besides the law enforcers who controlled the ships, there were nearly 50 law enforcers overseeing the Avenger. Such a battle was even more majestic than the one on the ancient battlefield on the Scattered Stars Island. Diwu Waiguang turned serious as he sent a voice transmission. We can't count on Brother Luo and Cao Tian to arrive. They must be trapped on another battlefield and can't escape. Remember, I can only guarantee that the big clans won't make a move before the array is broken. Once the array is broken, don't hesitate and escape immediately. Cao Chu said indifferently, I know what to do. Zhang Xuanyu said, I just want to ask, how do we move mountains? Diwu Weiguang grinned. We're moving the mountain now. As they spoke, the 3,000 people directly hit against the Black Mountain with the law enforcer as a sharp knife. Ka. They were like a sword, cutting through the mountain. Han Fei and the others rushed into the mountain one after another. Back then, Chun Huangdian moved the 800-mile mountain range by himself. Now, 3,000 hidden fishers had to move the floating stone mountain ranging 100 miles. The difference was obvious. More than 3,000 people moved through the mountain like one just to cut the mountain. In the end, they moved it together. It was easy for others to move mountains, but in reality, how heavy was a real mountain? Han Fei once boasted about the origin of Mount Taising and Mount Wangwu. There were golden-armored giants who carried mountains on their backs and walked on the void. At this moment, the golden-armored giant was replaced with 3,000 hidden fishers. However, Han Fei thought to himself, to move such a mountain, it doesn't need 3,000 hidden fishers, does it? However, a few seconds after this idea appeared, Han Fei sensed that a large number of marine creatures were coming from all directions. Oh, the ship array has failed? No, what is that? As soon as the mountain was cut in half, Han Fei found that the island was surrounded from all directions. Behind them, a large number of marine creatures also charged into the mountain without fear of death. And in the ship formation, a merman expert appeared, riding on a fat worm that was as thick as a stupid bear. The merman expert was enveloped by a rapidly spinning water ball. There was nothing in the merman's hand, so he put on his armor. As the merman raised his hands, a huge whirlpool was formed at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei sensed that the seawater inside the mountain was flowing back and being sucked away. So powerful. Many people saw this scene and were moved. In this world, was there actually someone who could withstand the ship formation alone? The leading law enforcer shouted, ignore those battles, carry the mountain and leave. As if he had expected things to not be so easy, the 50 or so law enforcers who were supposed to be guarding the Avenger all went into the sea. Among them, 20 of them charged towards the merman expert. The rest were rushing towards the floating stone mountain. There were only 30 people, and it was obvious that they couldn't protect the entire area, because there were too many marine creatures, including hidden fisher level ones. Under the endless impact, these law enforcers unleashed all their secret techniques and domains. They even started to burn their bloodlines to protect Han Fei and the others. Ka, bang, 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 bang! While Han Fei and the others were charging, a crack in the sky was suddenly torn open and a large shell jumped out. Clang! The shell clanked, and the sound waves crashed into the floating stone mountain. Following that, a long tongue shot out from the shell like a whip and struck the floating stone mountain. Wherever the long tongue passed, flames would blaze. However, before the long tongue could fall, it was grabbed by a large bloody hand and dragged back into the void crack. Needless to say, that person was definitely Zeman Linghan. Han Fei was shocked. Zeman Linghan seemed to be seriously injured. How many people was she fighting alone? Of course, now was not the time to consider this. Although the shell was pulled back, the sound waves crashed into the mountain and shook it. Many people vomited a mouthful of blood and were injured. Han Fei and the others only felt a shock impact, but it couldn't shake them. Boom! The moment the mountain was completely broken, the law enforcer shouted again, let's go, the suicide squad will cover our retreat. The suicide squad, Han Fei thought, why didn't I know that there was a suicide squad? Then, Han Fei saw some older hidden fishers breaking away from the blade of fighting will. Someone laughed. If the human race is not destroyed, the city of justice will not be destroyed. Someone pressed down on the armor box and ignited his blood crazily, roaring furiously, I've lived long enough. Fish boys, let me show you what a human is. Someone laughed and thousands of vines burst out. I have no family but this city. Is there anything better than sacrificing my life to protect my city in this world? Thousands of hidden fishers left the team in the blink of an eye. The rest of them carried the mountain to walk forward. Hualala. There were still close to 2,000 people left who were carrying the mountain out to sea. Their speed was extremely fast. This was a battle for the mountain. Zeman Linghan was bold enough, and she was also willing to pay her price. Either live or die, leaving no way back. Han Fei and the others had successfully taken the mountain. However, Han Fei was not happy at all because he saw a huge fish tide. All he could see were endless sea creatures. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed on the surface of the sea. Seahorses galloped and whizzed over. Countless starfish, lobsters, and flagfish chased madly. At the bottom of the sea, the battle had already begun. More than 300 armorists opened their armor boxes, and their weapons sealed off the remaining area of the floating stone mountain. Vine and herbs suddenly grew everywhere, and huge vines intertwined as they struck in all directions. The leading law enforcer shouted angrily, "Leave quickly, they are heroes, we must bring this mountain back." Just as this person shouted, he saw a large number of creatures flying towards him from the sky. Someone shouted, "It's a meteor flying fish. Swish, swish, swish." Another 100 hidden fishers left the team and roared at the man carrying the mountain, "Go, go!" At that moment, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. They were all hidden fishers. It was not easy for human beings to nurture a hidden fisher. They had to go through countless battles to become hidden fishers. But today, in order to snatch a mountain, thousands of people had sacrificed their lives. For the sake of a city, for the sake of the people in the city, for the sake of humanity's survival. Han Fei's eyes turned red. He really didn't know why the humans and the Sea Clan were fighting. Humans lived on land, while the Sea Clan lived in the ocean, and the two sides were at peace. What the hell happened? Why were they fighting each other so desperately? Chapter 1003, I'll Go First Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. The price of war must be for peace. But from the looks of it, it was almost impossible for the marine race and humans to coexist peacefully. Meanwhile, the humans' purpose had become survival. On the surface of the sea, waves were crashing one after another. On the surface of the sea, mountains of corpses and seas of blood were already everywhere. Almost half of the law enforcers who covered Han Fei and the others had died in such a short time. Han Fei and the others carried the mountain. On the sea, many law enforcers shouted, "Ship formation, big turtle carrying stone." At this moment, with the Avenger at the helm, a huge turtle shell phantom floated in the air above the hull. Buzz, 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 blue turtle shells appeared. With the ship formation as the boundary, an incomparably huge turtle shell appeared. How could Han Fei and the others not know the purpose of this? They couldn't just run back to the City of Justice with a mountain on their shoulders. Of course, they still had to rely on big ships to carry them back. Rumble. The process was unexpectedly smooth. When the floating stone mountain was placed on the turtle shell, everything was carried out according to plan. He heard Diwu Weiguang say, "From now on, be careful. Keep sober and don't leave this timeline." Han Fei was stunned. "What timeline?" "Timeline?" Diwu Weiguang said. "In the ideal palace, everything we see is related to the timeline. Once you enter a special state, it's very likely that you'll leave this timeline. Now, don't enter other timelines. Although this place is different from the prehistoric Soul Realm and doesn't have a time span that's senseless, you still have to be careful." Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu knew what the timeline was. After all, they had experienced it in the prehistoric Soul Realm. However, Han Fei was different. He remembered that he had transformed into the supreme yin-yang wheel in the previous battle, but the battle was over when he woke up. Han Fei hurried to ask, "Do you think you'll accidentally enter other timelines if you leave the current timeline?" Diwu Weiguang nodded. "Of course. The entire ideal palace is like this." Han Fei asked while looking at Chu Qingyan and the others warily, "How come? According to you, shouldn't the first 3 soul realms be related to the timeline too? Why didn't we notice it?" Diwu Weiguang sneered. "That's because the timeline is fixed, or rather, it's a cycle. For example, the awakening of a spiritual plant in the demon plant soul realm. I suspect that it's not the power of the ideal palace that is restoring them, but time. Otherwise, there are people harvesting the soul fruits every day, people digging visualization stone every day, and people refining soul crystals every day. No matter how strong the power that supports the ideal palace is, can it inject the power of soul infinitely?" Hearing his words, Han Fei was shocked. An unbelievable idea flashed through his mind. His mother had once said, "The river of time can actually be stolen and intercepted." According to the words of Diwu Wangrong, could it be that the ideal palace was not simply a place of souls, but a section of time river? Hiss! Han Fei felt his scalp go numb. If the ideal palace was a river of time, then, suddenly, Han Fei thought of an impossible possibility. In fact, even though the ideal palace was made of souls, everything he saw and experienced was real. Most likely, problems would occur when the body entered the timeline. However, souls might not have this limitation. However, outsiders like him were in a different timeline compared to the things and people he had experienced in the ideal palace. They were fighting at a fixed time. Why did the people around him all have a death aura? It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago people had actually perished in the true long river of time. If one looked at them as outsiders, they would feel that they had an aura of death. This was because, in terms of time, they had died, but at a certain stage, they were still alive. He observed them, but felt them dead through an invisible time barrier. When they looked at him and the others, they were also separated by an invisible time barrier. Because they came from the future, they were naturally alive. However, Han Fei had another question. Didn't they also eat soul fruits through the timeline? Didn't they also kill each other? Did those people in the undying soul realm die in their timeline? However, Han Fei suddenly realized something. It seemed natural for the people of the future to take the things left behind by the past. But what if it was people from the past who took things from the future? Han Fei's mind was a bit messed up. Although he had some deductions, he couldn't prove anything. Even though what he was thinking now was only his guess, a guess without any evidence would always be a guess, although Han Fei felt that it was very close to the truth. When Han Fei and the others gathered and waited for the ship formation to accelerate and rush out of the sea, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, what's that?" In the distance, 100 miles away, a huge wave was rushing toward the ship formation at incredible speed. There was an enormous black shadow within the giant wave, which seemed to be a creature. Diwu Weiguang shouted, "Don't perceive it." However, when Diwu Weiguang shouted, Han Fei had already scanned it with his perception. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly cast a divine healing technique on himself. Don't perceive it. The moment Han Fei sensed it, his soul was injured. Before Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu sensed it, they saw Han Fei vomited blood out of thin air, and many people around vomited blood too, so they asked, Fei, what did you see?" Han Fei felt his scalp go numb. Instead of answering Zhang Xuanyu, he looked at Diwu Weiguang. "Are you running or not?" Diwu Weiguang shook his head. "Wait." Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu. An enormous monster. Han Fei could only describe it this way because the creature he saw had the head of a crab, the limbs of a mantis shrimp, the body of a worm, and the shell of a rock-holding turtle. Its body was shining with black light and covered in armor. Buzz! A spatial rift was torn open, and a streak of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth was nailed towards the black figure within the enormous wave. Whoosh! 50 kilometers away, a gigantic black shadow leaped out of the wave. 300-meter-long limbs slashed at the rainbow in the sky. Zzz. At that moment, it was as if it had been frozen in place. The long rainbow in the sky was blocked. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a curved saber, Zeman Linghan's curved saber. Ka. However, the monster's body was too huge. At this moment, it had leaped out of the sea, which was probably more than 500 meters long. Under the blade of Zeman Linghan's saber, it was broken inch by inch. Crack, rumble. A boundless explosion stirred up huge waves. In just 10 seconds, the waves reached Han Fei's side. At this moment, an explorer, the explorer who had talked to Han Fei before, guarded in front of the floating stone mountain, blocking the terrifying power alone. The airwaves swept past the two sides of the floating stone mountain, extending for hundreds of kilometers. Gulp. Countless people swallowed their saliva. What kind of creature is this, to be so terrifying? Han Fei looked back at the explorer. At this moment, this explorer's entire body was drenched in blood. Previously, he had fought a great battle with those powerful marine creatures and had suffered heavy injuries. He had lost an arm. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he held a shield in one hand without taking a single step back. He shouted, "Retreat immediately!" Rumble. Just as this person finished speaking, another terrifying explosion erupted at the bottom of the water. However, the Dao-seeking level merman trapped in the array seemed to have grabbed hold of the change in the ship formation as it retreated. He detonated his weapon and unleashed his strongest attack. A large black ship suddenly shattered, and the law enforcer on it was immediately severely injured. Han Fei and the others were blown dozens of meters away by the terrifying impact. More than 50 hidden fishers were killed by the attack. Revenge array, hold it down. The array glowed again. Through his perception, Han Fei found that the mermen below the water seemed to be seriously injured and were attacking the array crazily. Han Fei cast a divine healing technique on the explorer. The latter looked back at Han Fei and grinned. It's useless. This person was not anxious. Instead, he took a deep breath and looked up at the void. He muttered, "This is the limit of the power of the City of Justice." After saying this, the explorer walked on the air and covered 1,000 meters with each step. In the distance, the giant monster once again dove into the water and charged over. Clearly, it had blocked the powerful attack just now. The middle-aged explorer's energy and blood burned as he came to a stop halfway. He laughed in a low voice. "If we humans don't die, there will come a day when we will fight to the end of the sea and pierce through that eternal darkness. I'll take my leave first." Old Jia in the air, there was a delicate cry, as if calling out the middle-aged man's name. Only, at this moment, that middle-aged man's body had already exploded. A scarlet long blade cutting through the sea, stopping the waves of the sea. The blade was dyed scarlet red like the ocean was crying. Chapter 1004, Fighting Three Masters Alone. This scene was too grand. Just now, it was merely the might of a single slash, and the waves swept over a few hundred miles. Now, how could the self-explosion attack of an explorer be underestimated? But without the protection of a strong master, how could they move the mountain? Only, Diwu Weiguang did not say anything at this moment and appeared rather calm. Han Fei was slightly relieved. Did another human expert come to protect them? On the other side, Xu Qingyan said in a low voice, Nan Shi, help me stop Cao Chu later. Xing Yi, you only need to stall Diwu Weiguang for a moment. Remember, we only have one target to hunt, and that is Han Fei. Don't mind the rest. Once Han Fei dies, everything will be settled. Han Fei was paying attention to Xu Qingyan. With the strength of his soul, how could he not hear what Xu Qingyan said? He was just about to curse at this woman for being truly vicious, but on second thought, Xu Qingyan seemed to be saying that she was going to attack soon. Later? Han Fei transmitted his voice to Diwu Weiguang. What else will happen later? Diwu Weiguang glanced at Han Fei. Are you sure you want to know in advance? You may be disappointed. Han Fei said angrily, of course, I have to seize the opportunity. Tell me. Diwu Weiguang was stunned slightly. Seize the opportunity? Aren't we very passive now? However, as Han Fei insisted on it, he could only say, what else? Zemin Linghan will come out. Han Fei was surprised. Then? Diwu Weiguang said, then we can escape. Han Fei's heart immediately sank. There were only two possibilities for Zemin Linghan to come out. The first was that the battle between venerables had ended, and Zemin Linghan had won. The second was that the battle hadn't ended, but Zemin Linghan had to come out to save the situation. Since Diwu Weiguang said that it would be time for them to run away, then it was probably the latter. If that was the case, Xu Qingyan would most likely attack on the path of escape. But if she wanted to escape, there would be a lot of people running together. Thus, how could she possibly have the opportunity to attack? Bang! Like a thunderclap, Han Fei saw something even more terrifying than a mushroom cloud. The seawater flowed backward, and a huge vortex spanned more than 30 kilometers appeared. A ring of seawater rushed into the sky like a pillar. It was just that in an instant, a large number of marine creatures exploded. Even the ship formation, which had already charged 100 miles away, was almost sucked back. The churning seawater seemed to fall from the 9 heavens, turning into waves as it fell. It covered the entire sky at an incredible speed. However, before this, a figure suddenly appeared on the floating stone mountain. Who else could it be but Zemin Linghan? At this moment, Zemin Linghan looked no different from when she left. However, Han Fei saw that her lips were bright red, and the hand holding a scimitar trembled slightly. From this, it could be seen that Zemin Linghan's battle was definitely not easy. Zemin Linghan stretched out a hand, and endless seawater gathered, like a spiral water ball. The water ball was continuously compressed, and its speed was so fast that the vast expanse of seawater in Zemin Linghan's palm became a palm-sized glowing water ball. Han Fei took a deep breath. You can do that? Others might not know, but Han Fei saw endless spiritual energy being poured into the water ball. Even the vast amount of spiritual energy couldn't be compressed to such a size, let alone seawater. Han Fei could predict that once the water ball was compressed successfully, it would be even stronger than the explorer's self-detonation. After all, Han Fei knew the concept of pressure. The smaller size the endless power was being suppressed to, of course, the more concentrated the power was. Zemin Linghan's other hand was not idle either. Endless spiritual energy was poured into the machete. When the machete lit up, Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and the others were slightly stunned. This was because there were black and white lights enveloping the blade. In Luo Xiaobai's eyes, although they rarely saw Han Fei use the yin-yang wheel, they all knew that Han Fei had such a hidden skill. Han Fei was also surprised. Black and white lights were interweaving. What kind of battle technique was Zemin Linghan using? His first thought was, could Zemin Linghan be related to the Immortal Palace? After all, Han Fei had never seen anyone else with such skills. Little Black and Little White seemed to be extraordinary. Besides, the 9th Immortal Palace was called the Yin-Yang World. Was there really no special mark? As soon as Zemin Linghan appeared, a spatial rift opened. However, what appeared was no longer the giant octopus monster from before, but a strange person with the body of a shrimp. To be exact, it was more like a spider's body. However, it was not as fat as a spider. That person held 2 giant hammers in his hands and cackled loudly. Zemin Linghan, the former pirate king, has slaughtered countless living beings of my sea race. Have you ever thought that this day would come? On the other side, the void was torn apart again. The giant octopus monster appeared again. Its 2 hands tore open the void, but Han Fei keenly noticed that more than half of the creature's tentacles had been cut off. But at this moment, the tentacles were growing back rapidly. Zemin Linghan was unmoved, still compressing the water ball in her hand. However, with a stomp of her foot, the formation on the Avenger changed completely. Everyone felt the formation of the ship suddenly change into the shape of an arrow. It was slightly different from what they had seen before, but it was extremely fast. You want to escape? Have you asked me? The half-human, half-shrimp monster raised the sky-penetrating hammers in its hand. Under the hammer's strike, lightning fell and electric arcs filled the air. When they fell from the sky, it was accompanied by lightning and flames, as if Mars had crashed into Earth. Now the only hope of the people present was Zemin Linghan. Han Fei couldn't help but think how much pressure Zemin Linghan was under. There were 2 living beings of the venerable level in the sky and 1 in the sea. The one in the sea had already rushed out of the huge waves. A large part of its body was broken, and one of its limbs had already been severed. The explorer's life-risking strike only caused such a minor injury to it. Even Han Fei felt helpless. How could Zimin Linghan fight the three venerables at the same time? Zimin Linghan said coldly, "The city of justice is only the city of justice. I am not the strongest, and there will come a day when the human race will rise against the tide. I believe that in the future there will be a person who will pierce through this endless sea. Today I admit defeat since I have been plotted against by you, but if you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the power to do so. Shua." Shimin Linghan raised the curved saber in her hand, and a huge black and white wheel appeared. Hiss! Han Fei took a deep breath. Supreme yin-yang wheel. No. The attack looked like the yin-yang wheel, but the killing intent in it was too strong, causing the wind within 1,000 meters to be as sharp as a blade. It wasn't as pure as the supreme yin-yang wheel. Luo Xiaobai asked, "What is this?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's not the same as mine." Although Han Fei said so, he was sure that Zimin Linghan's yin-yang wheel had something to do with him. At this time, Han Fei remembered what Zimin Linghan had said. She said he looked a bit like someone she knew. Han Fei was shocked. Was she talking about Old Han? He could only think of Old Han. He didn't know which era Old Han was from. If he could even woo his mother from the opposite side of the river of time, was there anything he couldn't do? However, this shameless Old Han couldn't be two-timing, right? Could it be that there was some unknown story between Zimin Linghan and Old Han? The yin-yang wheel blocked the enormous hammer shadow. The compressed water ball in Zimin Linghan's hand was also pushed out by her. The moment the water ball left her hand, a path appeared above the sea. Spiritual energy followed it, and seawater surrounded it, causing the water ball to grow larger and larger, instantly becoming 100 meters in size. Then Zimin Linghan tapped at the air and drew a formation in the air. There were only 7 strokes, but Han Fei saw 7 layers of killing formations. 7 flood dragons rose into the air and rushed to bite the octopus monster. She was fighting against 3 venerables alone. It was the first time that Han Fei saw a woman so differently. If it were Old Han, Han Fei felt that he wouldn't have done that. He would have guessed it in advance. If it was Ren Tianfei, that old fellow would be fearless. He could fight Thousand Star City alone, and it was not surprising that he did it twice. And this Zimin Linghan was the 3rd ultimate powerhouse that Han Fei had seen. In fact, she was very likely somewhat related to him, which made him feel a little closer to her. Han Fei felt that he couldn't just ignore it. Han Fei immediately said, "Under any circumstances, don't give up your life so easily. Only by living can you have hope." Zimin Linghan's body trembled slightly, but she didn't turn around. She stood proudly on top of the floating stone mountain, and the wind swept up her clothes and long hair, making her look so valiant and sassy. It was not an exaggeration to call her a heroine. Roar! In the sea, there were angry roars. In the sky, there were howls. Although the speed of the ship formation was fast, where could it run to in just a few breaths of time? After 10 breaths of time, Zimin Ling took a step forward, and her cold voice echoed. "Someone once told me that people should embrace the light. Even if we are in the darkness, we must become our own light." No one knew who said these words to Zimin Linghan. In any case, after she finished speaking, she disappeared from the floating stone mountain in a single step. Han Fei felt uncomfortable. "Old Han, don't tell me you've abandoned her. More importantly, your son doesn't have the ability to participate in a battle of this level. I can't help you save her." Han Fei was silent, feeling uncomfortable. Before he could feel uncomfortable for long, he heard a law enforcer shout, "Everyone, surround the ship and prepare for war. The city lord has already done her best. We need to complete the rest ourselves. We need to kill our way back to the city of justice." Someone roared, "Kill our way back to the city of justice." Someone shouted, "As long as I don't die, I will kill my way back to the city of justice." The ship formation continued to surge for more than 3,000 kilometers. The giant fish tide erupted, and countless sea creatures charged into the ship formation. At this time, it was unavoidable. Since it was a trap set by the enemies, how could they not have any tricks up their sleeves? Han Fei and the others also joined the battle. However, the 5 of them did not separate. The reason for that was because Xuanhuan and the others might try to obstruct them at any moment. During this time, a large turtle tried to fly out of the void, only to be dragged back by a blood-stained explorer. After running for about 8,000 miles, there were less than 20 law enforcers left. The number of hidden fishers dropped from 2,000 to more than 1,300. The rest were all dead. Just as many people were getting excited, a large black ship suddenly collapsed. It turned out that the merman who had been trapped in the formation had broken the formation. The law enforcers shouted, "Keep running. Leave it to us." At the same time, Xuanhuan shouted, "Attack." Chapter 1005, Battle Begins. Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. Han Fei had been paying attention to Xuanhuan. In fact, he saw that more than 10 people from the big clans had died. However, Xuanhuan had never made a move. It turned out that Xuanhuan was waiting for this moment. However, Diwu Weiguang said in surprise, "Why now?" Swish, 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 swish. Luo Xiaobai immediately controlled the vines to hold Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, Diwu Weiguang, and Cao Chu. Xuanhuan had endured until now. This meant that she definitely had a way to deal with them. However, it was clearly unsuitable for her to do so here. Once they made a move, wouldn't they be afraid that these people would gang up on them? These prehistoric humans were not weak at all. Whether it was in terms of body tempering or battle techniques, they were all well trained. There were no weaklings on the battlefield. Luo Xiaobai did not understand what Chu Qingyan meant by attack. Chu Qingyan and the other 160 people suddenly took this chance to attack. Among them, Yang Nanxi blasted towards Cao Chu, while a woman in cyan charged towards Diwu Weiguang. However, in Han Fei's eyes, he was slightly puzzled. Why did Yang Nanxi become so slow? Not only that, but the moment Diwu Weiguang's shadowless arrow shot out, a dragon's roar suddenly rang in the void and pierced towards the cyan-clothed woman. Chu Qingyan's expression changed. There's a traitor. Han Fei's first reaction was that Yang Nanxi had betrayed them. Did he successfully convince this silly girl? Diwu Weiguang was also somewhat startled. Who was helping me? As he spoke, Chu Qingyan knew she couldn't wait any longer and immediately attacked. A white ripple suddenly spread out. Time freeze. Buzz. Han Fei was shocked. What kind of a fucking ability is this? Can this woman freeze time? Zhang Xuanyu thought to himself. Damn, how is that possible? Luo Xiaobai hurried to say, wait, if time is frozen, why can we still talk? Han Fei was also stunned. Yes, I can still move. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his scalp was numb. Damn, the Avenger is disappearing. Everyone was horrified. In their vision, the ship formation was still charging forward. However, after charging for a short distance, all the other ships, including the Avenger, were fading away. Diwu Weiguang shouted, not good. Long-legged forcefully changed the timeline. Our timeline is different from the Avengers. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. She could do that? Zhang Xuanyu cried out. If it's that simple, why didn't this woman make a move earlier? Cao Chu said indifferently, there were venerables here. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Yes, no matter how powerful Chu Qingyan was, she was only a hidden fisher now. If she did that in front of the venerables and explorers, it was very likely that she would be stopped. When they were moving the mountain, everyone was too fast, so she didn't have a chance. When they were carrying the mountain back to the ship formation, the venerables were also watching them. There was also a group of law enforcers beside them. The hidden fishers were busy carrying the mountain, so they didn't have a chance to attack. At this moment, all of the strong masters were gone. The law enforcers went to beat the merman. She was surrounded by hidden fishers, so no one could stop her. Han Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. This woman was really patient. At this moment, their timeline was only slightly off from the normal timeline, but because of this slight difference, only Chu Qingyan and they were left. However, it was not without good news. The good news was that Yang Nanxi had betrayed them. No, Yang Nanxi hadn't completely betrayed them, but she had slacked off. Han Fei knew this very well. She did not want to try her best, nor did she want to fight with them. She was probably planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. But this was an opportunity. Han Fei would not let it go. Han Fei immediately said via voice transmission, Yang Nanxi, I know it was you just now. It seems that you've thought about what I said before. Perhaps I'm your dangerous enemy, but the Chu sect is even more dangerous. It's fine if you don't want to join the battle. I have a way. How many people from your Yang family are here? Yang Nanxi replied quickly. 13. Han Fei immediately said, I'll tell Zhang Xuanyu to run away and your family people will go after him. Then you don't have to join the battle, okay? Yang Nanxi readily agreed. Sure. Han Fei immediately transmitted his voice to Zhang Xuanyu. Yang Nanxi has betrayed them. I've discussed it with her. Go provoke her and take the Yang family away from the battlefield. Keep a distance from them. If they intend to attack you, come back immediately. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. When did this happen? Yang Nanxi betrayed them, and she even told you her family people wanted to fake a fight? However, since Han Fei said so, Zhang Xuanyu immediately understood the importance of this matter. Currently, he was not good at group battles, and Yang Nanxi was really difficult to deal with. If he could take the Yang family people away from the battlefield, the pressure on Han Fei's side would be greatly reduced. After all, Yang Nanxi was a top powerhouse ranked 5th on the prodigy roll after all. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, she would occupy a person on their side. Chu Qingyan sneered. Han Fei, do you know that you have no way out? Han Fei sneered. Great, you even changed the timeline. I didn't expect the Chu sect to have such tricks. At the same time, Han Fei said to Yang Nanxi, provoke me. Yang Nanxi understood and immediately raised his sledgehammer and shouted, Han Fei, you won't be able to escape this time. Weren't you powerful just now? Weren't you very hard to fight? Let me see how you fight the 80 law enforcers here. Zhang Xuanyu took the opportunity to shout, hey, shorty, in the ideal palace, everyone is a hidden fisher. Believe it or not, I can poke a string with a spear. Yang Nanxi instantly despised him. You? I've never seen someone as good at bragging as you. Zhang Xuanyu burst into laughter. I'm bragging? You know what? I can not only poke a bunch of you guys with a spear, but I can also strip you and take you home as a slave. Yang Nanxi's face flushed red with anger. Say that again? Han Fei was lost for words. You. I only asked you to provoke her, but you went too far. Yang Nanxi is not very smart. Maybe she will really kill you because of your words. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in confusion. Why did Zhang Xuanyu suddenly start a fight with Yang Nanxi? Chu Qingyan did not panic. She knew what kind of person Yang Nanxi was. She would become more powerful if provoked, so just let Zhang Xuanyu continue to provoke her. Besides, she disliked Zhang Xuanyu and Diwu Weiguang very much. They were both very handsome, but so lascivious. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Yang Nanxi up and down. You look like a child. I'm not very interested in you. I, Uncle Yu, like long legs. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Yang Nanxi charged at Zhang Xuanyu with the hammers in hand. Zhang Xuanyu struggled free of the vines and sneered, You want to kill me? Come. Luo Xiaobai said to Han Fei, It's too fake. If Luo Xiaobai still couldn't figure it out at this time, it wouldn't match her intelligence. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Nanxi shouted, Young family people, follow me. I'm going to kill this guy. Chu Qingyan's expression changed drastically. Yang Nanxi, did your brain get hit by an iron-headed fish? Why did you suddenly want to chase Zhang Xuanyu? Also, if you just want to hit Zhang Xuanyu, why do you bring the young family people along? Buzz. Without waiting for Chu Qingyan to call Yang Nanxi back, Han Fei attacked first. The sacrificing punch burst out and attacked Chu Qingyan, not giving her a chance to speak. Luo Xiaobai seemed to understand something. Was Yang Nanxi doing this on purpose? Was she looking for a reason to leave? Luo Xiaobai immediately shouted and fell into the water. In the next moment, a huge amount of vines and seaweed extended from the sea. Luo Xiaobai had already used the hollow nether fish to hide her tracks. Diwu Weiguang chuckled as he held the unique longbow in his hand. He drew the bow faster than a normal person's punching speed. The shadowless sword flow shot out, making it difficult to find traces of it. Cao Cao frowned slightly. He waved his hands and clenched his fists. With a single step, a god of war materialized. On the other side, Chu Qingyan probably knew that Yang Nanxi had actually run away. However, she didn't think that Yang Nanxi would really betray her. With Yang Nanxi's intelligence, if she were to betray her, how could she be acting from the demon plant soul realm until now? If Yang Nanxi was such an actress, she would not be called Yang Nanxi. Chu Qingyan firmly believed that the traitor was definitely still among her group. However, that person had not jumped out yet. At this moment, it was the time for battle, and she had no time to dig the person out. Chu Qingyan shouted, Qingyi, I'll leave Diwu Weiguang to you. All hunters, kill Luo Xiaobai. Diwu Weiguang sneered, How can she stop me? Long-legged, are you dreaming? As Diwu Weiguang spoke, someone was pierced by the shadowless sword flow. It was not that the person did not notice, but the arrows of Diwu Weiguang were too fast. The moment he sensed danger, he tried to block, but he was too slow. Chu Qingyan added, Chu Hongjia, help Qingyi. Two people appeared in the crowd. One of them was a woman in green. She held a pair of daggers in her hands. In the blink of an eye, she struck dozens of times in the air and sent dozens of invisible arrows flying, but she remained expressionless. The other one was an armorist with red hair and an arrogant expression. As the corners of his mouth split open, a red armored centipede coiled around his body. Inside the box, 8 scarlet tokens floated in the air and surrounded his body. Diwu Wang narrowed his eyes. Chu Hongjia, who was once ranked 7 on the prodigy roll, isn't weak. With Li Qingyi, he's barely qualified to fight against me. And me. Another woman walked out with white threads in her hands and 7 swords floating behind her. If one looked closely, they would realize that the white threads controlling the swords were not controlled by spiritual energy. Diwu Weiguang glanced at Han Fei. So, Sword 7 of Jade Immortal Palace is from the Chu sect. Han Fei, you have to count on yourself. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You only took 3? Diwu Weiguang said with a black face. 3 on prodigy roll is enough. If another one comes, I will have to run. Han Fei, CA Chapter 1006, Soul Lock Translator, Hanye Translations Editor, Hanye Translations. Han Fei felt that he was too careless this time. When he learned that Chu Qingyan was going to attack them, Han Fei didn't expect that she would pull them onto an independent battlefield in this way. Otherwise, Han Fei would have separated from Luo Xiaobai and the others early. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was at the bottom of the ocean, and dozens of hunters were eyeing her. Diwu Weiguang was occupied by 3 former elites on the prodigy roll. Thankfully, Yang Nanxi was not smart and was tricked away by him. Otherwise, there would be another big problem right now. Now, Han Fei was most worried about Luo Xiaobai. If she had become a law enforcer, Han Fei would be less worried. After all, as time went on, the manipulator and spirit gatherer professions would become stronger. However, in the ideal palace, Luo Xiaobai could only be a hidden fisher. Han Fei was somewhat annoyed. Old Bai had said that it would be best for them to become law enforcers in the 3 Holy Lands. Did he mean that they should go to the Monument of Gods to become law enforcers? At this moment, Diwu Weiguang transmitted a message to Han Fei and the others. 300 breaths. I'll come back. Cao Chu lowered his head and looked at the sea. His voice was a little stiff as he said, You go, I go? Cao Chu meant to help Luo Xiaobai. Although his war god bloodline had awakened, Cao Chu should not have become completely indifferent. That was why he asked such a question. Han Fei smiled. You go. Cao Chu landed on the sea surface without a word. Han Fei faced more than 100 people alone. Who knew if there were hidden experts among them? For example, Yang Nanshi's previous interceptions. Number didn't matter to strong masters. The key was what kind of opponents they encountered. Chu Qingyan said lightly, "Do you know why I'm not in a hurry to attack?" Han Fei tilted his head and waited for Chu Qingyan to continue. She strode forward elegantly and said, "Because you're always the only target. We don't care about the others." Han Fei sneered. "Do you think you can kill me with these people?" Han Fei was not afraid of human wave tactics because he had enough confidence and strength. Chu Qingyan leisurely said, "I know that your physique is very strong, but powerhouses are usually very conceited. It's as if you really think I'm just chatting with you." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the hunters who were targeting Luo Xiaobai appeared in all directions. When the hunters appeared, a weapon that Han Fei was familiar with appeared, Spirit Restriction Net. The corners of Chu Qingyan's mouth curled up. Do you think that the ideal palace really doesn't need spiritual energy? No, it's all the same. It's just that as outsiders, we can freely control spiritual energy. Han Fei's face changed slightly. On the surface of the sea, Luo Xiaobai appeared. Vines grew crazily, and she used her great spirit summoning spell with the intention of tearing open the spirit restriction net. However, in the next moment, dozens of manipulators attacked at the same time. The surface of the sea suddenly turned into a sea of spiritual plants. Luo Xiaobai was powerful, but she couldn't win against a large number of manipulators of the same level at once. As for Cao Chu's side, it was even simpler. When the imposing dragon punch was unleashed, he was surrounded by more than 30 armorists. Layers of shield armor covered the sky. Among them, an armorist summoned a huge conch with a thick shell. Clearly, he was not an ordinary character. Even so, Chu Qingyan still had nearly 80 people with her. Facing Han Fei, she was confident. Han Fei waved his hand and the infinity water turned into 1,000 knives that swept the spirit restriction net and exploded. Bang, bang, bang. It exploded countless times, but what surprised Han Fei was that the spirit restriction net was invisible and couldn't be blown up. Chu Qingyan disdainfully smiled. "Why do you think that I've allowed you all to pass through the undying soul realm, the blue sea soul realm, and the prehistoric soul realm? Do you really think that we don't dare to step into those soul realms? This isn't the spirit restriction net. This is a soul lock, something that has basically never appeared in this era." Han Fei was touched. Wait, is this a soul lock? It was not the first time that he had heard this name. The divine seaweed octopus he had met in the grassland of the level 3 fishery knew how to use the soul lock. At that time, he was also locked with a soul lock. In the end, he forcefully absorbed the soul lock through the demon purification pot. Han Fei remained calm. The void line turned into hundreds of threads and locked the soul lock that looked like a spirit restriction web. Han Fei immediately felt something when the void line buckled it. Name soul lock. Introduction. It's a unique soul locking tool made with the power of the soul. Different from ordinary soul locks, soul lock can only be refined by the soul. Once locked by the soul lock, one will be enslaved at least, and in the worst scenario, one's soul will be severely injured and one will lose all combat strength and be at the mercy of others. A level rare soul power. 186. Points absorbable. Note ed. The effect on the law enforcers is halved. It is basically ineffective on the explorers. Absorb. Absorb. Han Fei secretly sighed. This Chu Qingyan was indeed foxy. At least he would never have thought of this. Roar. More than 10 armorists were sent flying, and a large turtle was torn apart by Cao Chu's hands. In the wind, there were bubbles spat out by the poisonous bubblefish. However, an armorist summoned a 3-headed giant python with shields in front of him. They didn't want to kill Cao Chu, they just needed to stop him. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white. A bergamot covered the sky, and the blue piranha plant was blooming. Within 1,000 meters of her, invisible nets covered the area. Wherever they passed, all spiritual plants collapsed. However, there were too many manipulators. The surface of the sea looked like a grassland. It was filled with flying flowers, grass, and ivy, blocking Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei was absorbing the power of the soul lock crazily. At the same time, on the void line, Han Fei split his soul and simulated the soul lock. Chu Qingyan chuckled. Han Fei, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Then Chu Qingyan looked at the soul warrior behind her. Battle bow technique, kill. Swish, 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 swish. A large group of soul warriors were shooting furiously with bows in their hands. They seemed to be using all their strength. Han Fei stomped on the ground and the coiled turtle array appeared. Holding the embroidery needle in his hand, Han Fei attacked in the hundreds of arrows. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another. In less than 5 seconds, the soul lock had entangled Han Fei. Han Fei seemed to have lost all his spiritual energy and could only fly in the air with the phantom glass wings. Due to his powerful physique, his strength was still extremely terrifying even though he was bound by the soul lock. However, his reaction speed was already not fast enough, and he was blasted flying in the sky. Cracks appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body, which was shocking. However, Han Fei shouted, "Ha ha ha, so this is all you've got." You can't even break my body. How can you kill me? Chu Qingyan sneered. Secret techniques activated. Buzz. Including Chu Qingyan herself, they had already activated all their secret techniques. She saw dozens of people holding spears, sabers, and swords. The sky was filled with light and shadows. Chu Qingyan pointed at Han Fei. Whither? However, when Chu Qingyan shouted so, the ring on Han Fei's hand began to light up. Han Fei sneered. Whither my ass? It's useless against me. Chu Qingyan stared at the ring on Han Fei's hand and used the thousand-faced Buddha hands to clasp at Han Fei. Deprive. Han Fei felt that his vitality was slowly draining away. It was not fast because his physique and blood were too strong. Just as Chu Qingyan was about to close in, Luo Xiaobai suddenly appeared on a blue flower in the air. The three armorists behind her were cut into pieces. Han Fei said, I'm fine. Luo Xiaobai didn't believe that Han Fei was really fine. She said coldly, deep blue, soul-devouring. Whoosh, huge blue flowers bloomed. On the surface of the sea, in midair at the same time, several dozen people's souls were stirred. In the void, there were blue roots that were like heaven and earth's spiritual veins, like strange ice threads, grabbing towards everyone who stopped her. However, Luo Xiaobai was still a step too late. She wasn't the only one manipulator here. There were dozens of manipulators here, and one of them had actually summoned a huge flower similar to heavenly red hibiscus and scattered pollen everywhere. Han Fei was about to be besieged, which only took a few seconds. However, when Chu Qingyan was only a few dozen meters away from Han Fei, she saw Han Fei smile and immediately had a bad hunch. Shit. Retreat. Buzz. Han Fei's momentum suddenly rose. He activated the devil change and the yin-yang divine eyes. The void line turned into hundreds of long threads and captured dozens of people in an instant. However, to Han Fei's surprise, half of the people here could resist the void line. However, it did not matter. Han Fei gave up on those people and disappeared in midair. This time, he forcefully caught all those who could be caught. Even if he had to harm himself, he had to kill a group first. Puffed, puffed, chila. The blade aura entered their bodies and in an instant, all 12 of them were killed by Han Fei. Unfortunately, Han Fei couldn't keep up. No matter how powerful the void line was, it couldn't control too many people at once. Previously, it was already very difficult to control 6 people at the same time. This time, killing 12 people in the blink of an eye was already risking the danger of his soul being hurt. How was that possible? Chu Qingyan was shocked. Han Fei escaped from the soul lock. Fight. The moment Han Fei appeared, the area within 1,000 meters of him was drowned by all kinds of attacks. Chapter 107, Blossom in Killing Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. On the surface of the sea, the battle was intense, and Luo Xiaobai was pressed down forcefully. Cao Chu was trapped. Although he had the war god bloodline, he was blocked by a group of armorists. Although Han Fei had the yin-yang divine eyes, there were too many enemies, and none of them were weak. His invincible will was full of cracks under the bombardment. The Law of Gravity. Lightning Blade. Sacrificial Punch. The Draw. Monkey King's 3,000 Sticks. Roar. In less than 100 breaths, Han Fei was covered in blood, although he had killed more than 20 people. However, Han Fei's defense was finally broken. Someone had pierced him with a strange bone weapon. A small hole was poked in Han Fei's chest. Some manipulators had the ability to parasitize and limited Han Fei's speed. Someone had a blood control technique that made Han Fei's blood run wild. Many people launched soul attacks and sent Han Fei flying. Bloody hell. Han Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. He saw that Chu Qingyan had been standing behind the crowd and watching quietly, as if she was looking for an opportunity. Han Fei felt that someone had pierced through his back. It was a translucent bone knife, and Han Fei couldn't control this person at all with his void line. The other party had a soul protection technique. However, Han Fei was not helpless except for the void line. Little Fatty's tentacle stretched out from the void and drew blood from the man's body, so the tentacle directly sucked his blood. Han Fei punched him in the chest and tore him into pieces. However, as soon as he killed the man, Han Fei's brain seemed to have been hit by a hammer. He was attacked with soul explosion and soul piercing. In the chaos, a hunter turned into purple sand and wrapped Han Fei up, while a double-edged sword stabbed at Han Fei's neck. On the other side, someone unleashed another soul explosion. However, that was not the point. Han Fei suddenly found that Chu Qingyan had disappeared. At that moment, Han Fei felt a sense of crisis that he had never felt before. Han Fei knew that Chu Qingyan had found an opportunity. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Even if he were to fall into a state of unconsciousness, he couldn't let Chu Qingyan succeed. Since this woman didn't make a move, there must be a reason why she didn't. She was looking for an opportunity. The moment Han Fei cast it, the purple sand was crushed, but at the same time, a red light pierced into the supreme yin-yang wheel. In the void, Diwu Weiguang shouted, "Save him! It's the god slaying all. It can kill the soul." Crack. The moment Diwu Weiguang finished shouting, Chu Qingyan's expression changed drastically. Dao runes, the god slaying all split open. That was Chu Qingyan's strongest trump card. She thought it would never be used. Before, she thought that the soul lock could bind Han Fei and there would be plenty of ways to penetrate his body. But the soul lock was broken, and Chu Qingyan knew that Han Fei's soul was powerful, so she waited for an opportunity to kill him. But she didn't expect Han Fei to be so fast. In an instant, he was gone and turned into a yin-yang diagram. At that moment, Chu Qingyan's expression was extremely ugly. She immediately thought of Zimin Linghan's yin-yang wheel. Could it be that Han Fei learned this technique from Zimin Linghan after seeing it once? Chu Qingyan didn't expect this at all. Whether it was Yang Nanji or that person from the Yi family, they had never told him about the yin-yang wheel. Han Fei was right. Even Yang Nanshi was shaken. If they wanted to weaken the power of the Chu sect, it was natural that the Yi family would have some tricks up their sleeves. The god-slaying awl was the only soul-slaying treasure dug out of the prehistoric soul realm. However, it shattered at this moment. However, the god-slaying awl was not completely useless. The moment the god-slaying awl shattered, the supreme yin-yang wheel suddenly weakened and a crack appeared on it. Puff, puff, puff. 100 miles away, Zhang Xuanyu and Yang Nanshi had just run around when they saw the scene from afar. Zhang Xuanyu was furious. Yang Nanshi, I don't have time to play with you. The big families are not united. Once the Thug Academy dies, you guys will fight to the death. I don't care where you go. I'm going back to fight. Zhang Xuanyu rushed back crazily. Yang Nanshi stood in midair and raised her hand. Wait, some of the young family members were confused, miss. If we leave the battlefield like this, I'm afraid that Chu Qingyan will definitely come after us. Yang Nanshi stood with one hand on her waist and the other holding the hammer. Who cares about her? After all, no one can remember what happened here after leaving the ideal palace. Han Fei and the others are really powerful. It hasn't been long, but more than 50 people have died there. Wait a while longer, another 30 will die. When they are about to decide the winner, we will attack. We will fight whoever is stronger. This is called the way of balance. Instantly, the group of people behind Yang Nanshi rolled their eyes. Do you know what the way of balance is? When the time comes, you have to kill one side. However, Yang Nanshi was the boss. At this moment, she was still very complacent and felt that she had made the smartest decision in her life. Roar. The moment Han Fei turned into the supreme yin-yang wheel, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and even Cao Chu knew that Han Fei was in danger. Especially Luo Xiaobai and Cao Chu, who were closest to him. They knew that something was wrong. Luo Xiaobai didn't know what the crack on the supreme yin-yang wheel meant, but Han Fei was definitely seriously injured. Cao Chu's pupils were constricted. He had personally witnessed the might of the supreme yin-yang wheel. The battle in the sea-quelling painting was still fresh in his memory. Back then, his body of the war god had been torn apart, but the supreme yin-yang wheel had not been damaged at all. However, at this moment, a crack had appeared on the supreme yin-yang wheel. What did this mean? It went without saying. Although anyone who blocked Han Fei's path would die, the brilliance of the supreme yin-yang wheel was not as intense as when it first appeared. In a similar timeline, Zimin Linghan, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly shuddered as she went berserk in the battle. Her gaze pierced through the void, and it was as if she saw an inconceivable scene in the shadow of time. It's him? As the supreme yin-yang wheel rapidly killed more than 10 people, it suddenly started jumping around uncontrollably. The strange Tao runes began to flicker non-stop. The trajectory of its flight became chaotic as if it was a headless fly. At that moment, Luo Xiaobai and the others all knew that something had happened to Han Fei. Ah ha ha, bang. Bang, bang. At that moment, thousands of deep blue piranha plants exploded with a loud bang. Endless multicolored light enveloped the world. All the spiritual plants on the surface of the sea started to riot. No matter who summoned them, at that moment, none of them were controlled. Luo Xiaobai floated in the air and a seed appeared between her eyebrows. In the next second, the seed began to grow crazily and enveloped Luo Xiaobai in the blink of an eye. Chu Qingyan's eyes flickered and she shouted, "Ignore her. Han Fei is seriously injured. Let's kill him together." However, just as Chu Qingyan shouted these words, the manipulators who were surrounding Luo Xiaobai were about to leave and give up on her. But in the next moment, they found that they could no longer fly. In the void, there were roots that wrapped around them. All the spiritual plants within a 5,000-meter radius began to wither and wither. And where Luo Xiaobai was, an enormous blue flower bud was growing. In just a few seconds, the flower had grown to 100 meters long and was still growing. Immediately, someone shouted, "Not good, this is the divine technique of the Luo family." At that moment, everyone, including Chu Qingyan, was shocked. Luo clan's divine technique, a strange power that had not appeared for 300 years. The divine technique of the Luo family was also known as the manipulator's forbidden technique. It was why the Luo family was called the divine manipulators family. No one mentioned this name because no one had reached this level. The divine technique of the Luo family could be considered an evolutionary technique. Once a descendant of the Luo family mastered this technique, as long as he did not die, he could control the divine manipulator's family for 1,000 years. No fellow professional was heard to be able to shake a divine technique user. It was said that the person who controlled this technique could control all living things and was the master of all killing spiritual plants. The blue piranha plant was growing too quickly. In an instant, it grew to over 300 meters in size. An armorist tried to save them. The flood of swords and sabers slashed at the blue piranha plant. However, it was as if plant roots had grown out of the void. They were densely packed, and in the blink of an eye, they controlled all the blades. A manipulator shouted, "Not good, my vitality is fading." Someone shouted, "Weapons self-destruct." When this person shouted these words, a large amount of seaweed spread through the void. The force of the explosion only forced the seaweed back a few hundred meters before it was replenished by other seaweed. In the eyes of Xuanhuan and the others, the skin of the manipulators who were being controlled was becoming wrinkled, their hair was withering, and their flesh was drying up. Xuanhuan used a time-secret technique. However, when the endless seagrass surged over, the time-secret technique was actually devoured. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth. "Kill Han Fei now." Swish, 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 the shadowless arrow suddenly exploded. Dewu Weiguang, who had been pulled away earlier, came rushing over from a distance, covered in dust, followed by two people. The woman named Qingyi did not follow, but the other two were not dead yet. Obviously, Dewu Weiguang knew that Han Fei couldn't wait for 300 breaths. He seemed to be drunk. Roar! Cao Chu punched through dozens of turtle shell shields and crushed an armorist. The giant behind him was like a god as he punched through the void towards Xuanhuan. The latter snorted. No one can save him today. Xuanhuan turned over her palm, and Cao Chu's fist gradually faded away, corroded by time. Buzz, on the surface of the sea, more than 20 manipulators had already turned into dried corpses. Their vitality had been completely drained, and they had already died. Splash! The enormous flower petals flourished with incomparable brilliance. Dense blue light illuminated the void. Luo Xiaobai closed her eyes and hugged her chest. She opened her eyes slowly. "Today, all of you must die." Chapter 1W8, Who Am I? No one expected Luo Xiaobai to rise so quickly. Xuanhuan also admitted that Luo Xiaobai was not weak. However, that was only because her overall strength was not weak. Her ability to escape was strong, but her attacking methods were relatively poor. Therefore, in Xuanhuan's impression, Luo Xiaobai was good at defending when she faced real experts. However, Luo Xiaobai was not very strong when it came to attack. However, at this moment, Luo Xiaobai's danger level increased exponentially with the help of the Luo family's divine technique. Her threat level was almost comparable to Han Fei's. After all, the entire divine manipulator's family relied on the Luo family's divine technique to become independent of the big clans in Thousand Star City. That was not all. Xuanhuan clearly noticed that the seed between Luo Xiaobai's eyebrows seemed to be extraordinary. If she was right, it might be an ancient seed. What level was it? She did not know, but it must be extraordinary to be able to activate Luo Xiaobai's divine power. As Luo Xiaobai raised her head, countless flowers blossomed and looked extremely beautiful. Taking a step forward, Luo Xiaobai had already appeared 1,000 meters away. She was standing on a dark blue flower with the plants following her. Roots extended in the void. Xuanhuan held her longsword as her figure flashed in the sky. This was the unique ability of her spiritual beast, the butterfly star insect. Its speed was no slower than anyone else's. Shadowless life, devouring sword. In fact, at this moment, Han Fei was being bombarded by countless people. There were punches, arrows, palm strikes, and many armorists, torrents of sabers and swords. Only, these attacks were all shattered by the supreme yin-yang diagram, not a single one able to harm his foundation. Puff, puff, puff. For the first time, Dewu Weiguang retracted his cynical attitude. He tapped the water with his foot and shot himself out with the wave as a bow. A large white fish flew through the air. It was his spiritual beast, the Holy Light Fish. Holy Light descends. In the sky, a beam of light shot at Han Fei. Because it was light, even the supreme yin-yang wheel could not dodge it. Furthermore, the supreme yin-yang wheel did not dodge. When the holy light shone, one could only see that the crack on the supreme yin-yang wheel had actually healed quite a bit. Armor Dao Divinity Rune. Not far from Dewu Weiguang, a large number of runes appeared, forming an armor. Dewu Weiguang let go, and the arrows shot out like a stream. In the blink of an eye, 13 arrows followed one after the other. With a single point, they shattered the strange armor. Unfortunately, Dewu Weiguang had just broken through the armor. 7 swords combined as one, bringing with it an unparalleled sword wave as it thrust forward. Dewu Weiguang turned around with a jerk. Sword 7, I'll remember you. You can't leave here today. Xuanhuan had arrived and shouted, "Fei, son of a bach, Chusek's little bache, do you really think I'm a freeloader?" Xuanhuan turned around and threw the spear out of his hand. He roared, "Heaven Gate knocking." This was the only spear technique Xuanhuan had learned in the prehistoric Soul Realm. Mortals could open the Heaven Gate too, even if he couldn't, so what if he knocked on it? Clang! Xuanhuan's life-devouring sword landed on the supreme yin-yang wheel. She twisted her other hand and time changed. One could only see the power of Zhang Xuanyu's spear twisting in the air and attacking the supreme yin-yang wheel. Shit! Zhang Xuanyu roared and quickly took it back. However, the rule of time had been changed and he couldn't take back the shot. At the same time, Xuanhuan directly spat out a mouthful of blood at the supreme yin-yang wheel. Time, annihilation. Everything happened in a flash. Xuanhuan intended to kill Han Fei by destroying time. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Luo Xiaobai was chasing after Xuanhuan. She was more than 3,000 meters away from Xuanhuan. It seemed very close, but she could not move any faster. Diwu Weiguang was blocked and could only treat Han Fei a bit with his holy light. Cao Chu threw a punch, but it was shattered by Xuanhuan. Zhang Xunyu's spear, which was far away, failed to hit Xuanhuan. Instead, she turned it at Han Fei with time, twisting technique. Moreover, at the same time, many people used soul attack techniques. For the current Han Fei, he was surrounded. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Her blood essence broke through the trace of Dao runes and fell on the yin-yang diagram. In 2 breaths, Han Fei will die. At this moment, Xuanhuan was also on the verge of going crazy. She was about to make an outstanding contribution, and this genius who was very likely to become a king was about to die in her hands. Space began to distort. Although the supreme yin-yang diagram was resisting, it began to gradually distort, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Yet, at this critical moment, a giant hand suddenly reached out from the void. As the hand stretched out, its flesh and blood were stripped away, leaving nothing but bones. Moreover, cracks were appearing on the white bones, as if they could collapse at any time. After all, Zeman Linghan was only at the peak level of the Venerable Realm. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to cross the River of Time. However, these 2 timelines were too close, so close that even Zeman Linghan could sense them. Xuanhuan was shocked. Impossible. Who can cross the time barrier? The giant hand grabbed the supreme yin-yang wheel and forcefully pulled it into the unknown. Then, it disappeared, in the normal timeline. Lu Renquang, Li Luoluo, Cao Tian, Cao Jiaran, and Luo Jutian were chasing into the deep sea at full speed. Halfway there, they passed by large fragments of the ship's wreckage. Lu Renquang roared, "Hurry up, go at full speed, they must be in great danger." Cao Jiaran shouted coldly. "Calm down, this is already our maximum speed." Cao Tian's eyes turned cold. "If anything happens to Chu, everyone will die." They saw that above the sky, a hand that covered the sky stretched out from the sky and entered the void. The speed was so fast that it took less than a breath of time. By the time the giant hand came out, it was already devoid of flesh and blood. All that was left were ghastly white bones covered in cracks that looked like they could shatter at any moment. Cao Jiaran's pupils constricted. A venerable? Who could have injured a venerable so quickly? Luo Jutian cried out in shock. Impossible. There is no such thing in the story of the City of Justice. Everyone turned to look at Luo Jutian. What the hell are you talking about? We've seen this scene, and you're saying that there's no such thing? Luo Jutian didn't know what was going on either, but his expression was extremely unsightly. Something's not right. By right, Zeman Linghan should have been attacked by the 3 venerables at this time and should be on the verge of death. At this time, it should be impossible for her to make a move. But if it wasn't Zeman Linghan, whose hand would it belong to? In the history of the City of Justice, this definitely didn't happen. Li Luolu said, "Could it be that you guys missed it? After all, ordinary people might not be able to watch venerables fight." Luo Jutian replied, "Impossible. This isn't a history that I know alone. This is a history that all the big clans know." Cao Jiaran concluded, "This means that something special happened over there." Lu Renquang said, "Stop it. Can someone drag me a bit? Hurry up." Han Fei didn't know where he was, but he felt a splitting headache. A series of fragmented images appeared in his mind, as if there was a crimson awl piercing his brain. The moment the red light pierced into his mind, the demon purification pot started spinning crazily. The green barrier was like a thick barrier that forcefully blocked the red light and gradually crushed it. However, the moment the red light entered his body, Han Fei's soul was thrown into chaos. All of a sudden, countless random things flashed. Han Fei struggled and slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Who am I? Han Fei covered his head, feeling that his brain was too chaotic. All kinds of images and fragments appeared, making his brain chaotic. It really is you. I knew you would return. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head and saw a valiant woman staring at him. Who else could it be but Zeman Linghan? Han Fei shivered and exclaimed, "Holy shit! Who are you? Where did you come from?" Zeman Linghan's eyes were filled with sorrow. "So that's how it is. So it was this time that your memories were scattered." Sigh, could this be fate? Han Fei quickly stood up. "Well, girl, what are you talking about?" Zeman Linghan said. "I'm a venerable. Although I'm still unable to discover the mysteries of this world, I keep feeling that something is wrong. This world is wrong." Han Fei smiled. "What's a venerable?" "I'm a king, damn." Han Fei looked down and found himself standing on the sea. He immediately raised his feet. Fuck, I'm standing on the sea? I don't even fall? Seeing Han Fei's surprised look, Zeman Linghan was a little speechless. "You didn't talk so much before." Lying on the sea, Han Fei looked around curiously and said casually, I used to be a fisherman, my boat? Where's my boat?" "Wait, who am I?" Zeman Linghan looked at Han Fei and pointed a finger at him. Han Fei was rendered speechless and his mouth was sealed. Zimen Linghan said, "It's better for you to be quiet. It's just that my memories are messed up so I can slowly put them back together. What I don't understand is what I should do now. What I don't understand is, why did you appear so late? What I don't understand is, are you really you?" Han Fei felt that he must be dreaming. He couldn't speak. Where did this woman come from? She was so mysterious. Yes, I must be dreaming. How can a person stand on the surface of the sea, eh? This woman seems to be very hot. Anyway, it's all a dream. Can I tease her a little? Thinking of this, Han Fei immediately walked up to the woman and looked into her eyes. Zimen Linghan, Ling, and, quote, pop, Han Fei suddenly kissed her, and Zimen Linghan's eyes widened. This guy, how dare he, quote, it's quite real. I'm really lucky. Let me lick her lips. Chapter 199, The Fool Under the Peach Tree Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Zimen Linghan kicked Han Fei and sent him flying. Han Fei rolled on the sea surface dozens of times before slowly stopping. Han Fei was lost for words. Damn, is this woman so violent? The beauty in my dream is even stronger than me? Wait, why do I feel a little pain? Can I still feel pain in my dreams? Zimen Linghan's expression changed slightly, and she asked, why have you become so shameless now? Why were you so cowardly in the past? Han Fei thought, before? I've never dreamed of you before. Otherwise, I would have fucked you long ago. Han Fei was about to go up and teach the woman in the dream a lesson when he found that he couldn't move anymore. Fuck, don't. Did I hurt my legs when I'm sleeping? Shit, at such a critical moment, a beauty is right in front of me but my legs are numb. This is outrageous. However, Han Fei thought that it made sense. He didn't seem to have succeeded in doing things in his dreams. Forget it. When he woke up, he would go to a tavern and have a drink with a girl. However, Han Fei found that he couldn't wake up. The girl was still there. Then he heard Zimen Linghan say, the moment my original body saved you, it had already shattered. Unfortunately, the city of justice is already hopeless. However, when I see you, the feeling in my heart becomes even stronger. This world might be fake. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Of course, a dream is fake. Zimen Linghan let out a long sigh. If not for that, I wouldn't have met you till today. I had thought that you were already dead. Han Fei really wanted to say, what are you talking about? I'm just having a dream. Zimen Linghan pointed at a stone tablet not far away and said, I discovered this place a long time ago. I've tried countless times wanting to go in and take a look, but I've never been able to enter. This time, when I see you again, I'm sure that this world is fake. So, I've always been trapped in the trap. Perhaps I'm already dead. Han Fei followed Zimen Linghan's gaze and looked over. He found that there was indeed a stone tablet standing not far away, quietly standing on the sea. More importantly, Han Fei saw a lot of names on the stele. The first one was Han Fei. Huh? Han Fei? I'll go. Isn't my name Han Fei? Han Fei was surprised. Yes, my name is Han Fei. I'm dreaming indeed. No wonder I couldn't remember my name just now. This stone tablet, why does it look familiar? Li Daxian? Tang Yan? Why did these names sound familiar? Han Fei saw the girl walking towards him, but he couldn't move or do anything. Zimen Linghan gently hugged Han Fei, looking very tired. Han Fei blushed. In my dream, I was actually seduced by the woman in my dream. Why do I feel a little excited? However, he heard Zimen Linghan say, the Beast King said that you won't come back. He said that you've crossed the river of time and returned to the place you should go. But even if you want to come back, why must you wait until I die before coming back? How can you be so cruel? As he spoke, Han Fei felt a cold liquid sliding down his neck. For some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt sad. He thought, although I don't know why such a beautiful girl appeared in my dream, there must be a story behind it, right? Could it be that I seduced her in my previous life? Bah! Han Fei put aside his wild thoughts. Since he was held, he could only look at the stele. For some reason, the more Han Fei looked at the stele, the more familiar he felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Han Fei wanted to recall where he had seen this kind of stone tablet before, but his head almost exploded at the thought of it. The woman was still hugging him as she spoke into his ear. Although you came back very late, it's enough. It's good that you came back. At least you made me realize whether this world is real or fake. I can finally rest for a while. Perhaps I will rest for a very long time, but you seem to still be alive. How hateful. If I die, why are you, a fool, still alive? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? What's real and fake? What do you mean you're dead and I'm alive? I'm just a virtual character, okay? I'm almost touched by this sad play. After a long, long time, Han Fei felt that the woman released him and looked at him seriously. I can't hold on much longer. You're like a traveler in time and space. You came here at this time. I don't know how to save you. I can only think of this place. Although there's another stone tablet at the end of this sea, it scares me. I can only bring you here. Maybe you can leave here. If not, it's good that we can die together. When the woman finished speaking, Han Fei suddenly found that he could move. Han Fei thought to himself, okay, you've been hugging me for so long, I have to hug back. However, before Han Fei could do anything, he appeared next to the stele. Fuck, I can teleport? Behind the steel was a vortex in the sea. Han Fei thought, I'm familiar with this, but why is there no suction force? There were still 2 lines of tears on Zemin Linghan's face. Seeing Han Fei's silly look, she burst into laughter. This is more like you, a fool. Han Fei was annoyed. You are a fool. Your whole family is fools. But Han Fei found that the woman stretched her head over, and he felt a chill on his lips. Demnen, I've been molested again? Sigh. This feels so good. If only I could have this dream every day. Han Fei was still feeling it when the woman finished kissing him. He hurried to ask, Hey, beauty, what's your name? I'll order you in my dreams next time. Zemin Linghan tittered and said in a low voice, Fool. Han Fei was furious. Hey, woman, can you stop calling me a fool? This is my dream, so can you please give me some face? What do you want me to do? Zemin Linghan suddenly took out a golden page and stuffed it into Han Fei's arms. I got this by accident. I haven't understood it yet. I'm going to die. This is for you. Zemin Linghan smiled gently and said, My name is Zemin Linglan. Remember, there was once a woman in this world who waited for you for a very, very long time. After she finished speaking, Zemin Linghan gave a gentle push and Han Fei's body flew into the vortex. Han Fei wanted to turn back, but he found that he couldn't. The woman behind him said, Don't look back. Dying people look ugly. I don't want you to see me ugly. At that moment, Han Fei was overwhelmed with grief, as if he had lost something important. However, before he could think further, he was sucked into the vortex. He was truly unable to turn around to take another look. Luo Xiaobai went crazy. The void root continued to pierce through one person after another until xuanhuan was fleeing. Nearly 60 people entered the timeline. Han Fei killed a batch, Cao Chu killed a batch, and now it was Luo Xiaobai's turn. Less than 50 people were still alive. Of course, not including Yang Nanshi's group. At this moment, Yang Nanshi looked at the battlefield in the distance with a dumbfounded expression. She was completely dumbfounded. Miss, is Han Fei dead? Yang Nanshi immediately said angrily. Are you blind? Is that death? He was clearly saved by someone. Ahem, miss, what should we do now? Yang Nanshi thought it was an opportunity. She was still proud of her decision, but Han Fei was saved? In fact, she wanted to save Han Fei just now, but she held back when she saw Luo Xiaobai go berserk. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was on a killing spree. Now that the divine technique of the Luo family was out, she did not dare to go up. After a long silence, Yang Nanshi suddenly said, No, I have to kill one of them. Han Fei has been rescued, so I'll kill xuanhuan. Huh? The Yang family's subordinates were dumbfounded. What kind of way is this? Yang Nanshi said, We have to destroy one, either the Thug Academy or the Chu sect. Han Fei has already run away. Who else can I kill but xuanhuan? She has the potential to become a king. In the future, she will definitely be my competitor. The group of subordinates looked at each other. Where did you see that xuanhuan had the bearing of a king? And where did you see that you had the bearing of a king? However, Yang Nanshi didn't care. She rushed out with her sledgehammers. However, before they could cover more than 1,000 meters, the 4 seas were shaking and the void was shaking. Everybody flew up involuntarily, including Luo Xiaobai and the rest, in the normal timeline. Renquang was still sprinting. However, he suddenly found that he couldn't run anymore. His body was involuntarily pulled into the air by a suction force. Rumble. It was as if there was muffled thunder in the sky, and the entire sky was shaking. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Something was wrong with this space, in the outside world. Outside the 5th soul realm, Han Fei's name appeared at the top of the list. Someone exclaimed, What the hell? He directly made it to the top. What did Han Fei do? Someone was stunned. How can this be possible? Someone sucked in a deep breath and exclaimed, Look! The 5th soul realm is closing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Figures flew out from the entrance. This was something that had never happened before. Swish, swish, swish. Endless vines spread out. Luo Xiaobai's cold voice echoed, All of you must die, on the other side. In the corner of a small village, in front of a dilapidated house, were 2 peach trees. At this moment, there was a 7 or 8-year-old child squatting under a peach blossom tree. His face was dirty and he was holding a small branch in his hand. He was poking an ant with an extremely serious and focused expression. From time to time, the child would wipe his snot with his sleeve. At this moment, a group of children whizzed past and stopped when they passed by the peach trees. Fool, fool, a noble lady from the Zeman family has been driven out. Let's go and peek at her bathing. The youth who was poking the ants tilted his head. I'm at war. A child rushed up and stomped the ant nest flat. Fool, if you succeed this time, I will teach you combat skills. When the child heard the battle technique, his eyes lit up. Okay. Chapter 11110, My name is Zemin Linglan. This city was called U City. Outside of U City, there was a village called Great Wilderness Village near the Reef Sea. Under normal circumstances, the villagers were not qualified to enter U City. The idiot was none other than Han Fei. Even Han Fei himself didn't know that he had entered a cycle. His current name was Wang Han, as common as Han Fei. He was born in an ordinary family. Han Fei's father was a powerful cultivator, at least in Han Fei's opinion, who had reached the level of a hanging fisher. Han Fei's mother died in a battle. Han Fei's mother died in a battle. Han Fei's father had been summoned to fight overseas. Usually, he would return home every few months. Every time he came back, he would bring some toys and shells for Han Fei. Knowing that Han Fei was not very smart, his father didn't teach him any combat skills since he was a child. He just gave him a random cultivation technique. In the eyes of Han Fei's father, his son was already stupid, and it was not easy for him to live in this era. It was actually good that he didn't cultivate, because he would easily die if he did. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he was still his son. It was good that he was still alive. Whether he could cultivate or not was secondary. Because Han Fei's father was often away from home, Han Fei often went to buy food with the money left by his father when he was hungry. However, because Han Fei was very stupid, his money was usually spent by other people. Therefore, Han Fei's father specially got 2 peach trees at the door of their house. In this world, spiritual plants grew rapidly, so peaches always grew. However, there were also many teenagers who were in the same situation as Han Fei. For example, 2 or 3 of them had similar family backgrounds as Han Fei, but they were not stupid. Because Han Fei was stupid, the peaches were often picked up by these poor kids. So, Han Fei, who was often hungry, would go to the reef to dig crabs and catch worms alone. Han Fei's favorite food was mantis shrimp. For some reason, he liked mantis shrimp very much. Also, Han Fei was always different from others when he ate. He was always picky, not liking the food he bought. He was always patient enough to get some salt, some seaweed, and some seagrass juice and cook it. The food he made tasted delicious. Apart from eating, Han Fei liked to do 2 things. One was to poke ants. In his world, Han Fei always felt that he was holding a giant pillar that could hold up the sky. Every time he attacked, it was earth-shattering. He never got tired of it. Every time he poked the ants, he poked accurately, and no ant could escape from his hands. The other thing was that Han Fei liked to draw. When he wasn't hungry, he would either poke ants or squat on the beach to draw. He drew all kinds of strange things, but many people thought that Han Fei drew very well because he drew things vividly. People often came to Han Fei with fish skins. They liked to ask Han Fei to draw their appearances on the fish skins, but Han Fei didn't like drawing people. He only liked drawing ocean creatures. Occasionally, he would have a flash of inspiration and draw complicated lines. Han Fei knew how to draw, but he refused to draw people, so he was often bullied. The more he was bullied, the more stubborn he became. I won't do anything that I don't like even if you beat me to death. Also, Han Fei was not smart, so everyone would bully him. Of course, children's bullying and teasing had a limit. They wouldn't really kill Han Fei. Occasionally, when Han Fei couldn't find food and was starving, someone would give him food. For other people, this was like giving alms to Han Fei, which would give them a sense of superiority. However, Han Fei was very picky about food. He would rather starve or go to the beach to find food than eat the food other people gave him. Of course, Han Fei was not completely stupid. He knew that he should learn how to fight. On the beach, fierce insects and gigantic crabs often appeared. If he did not know how to fight, sometimes it was difficult for him to find food on the beach. Because his father didn't teach him, when Han Fei grew up and saw other people teaching their children, he would always squat on the side and watch. Those people wouldn't mind, thinking, what can a fool understand? In fact, if he hadn't seen these, Han Fei wouldn't have been able to find food on the beach. He would have been eaten by large crabs and worms. Today, it was said that there was a noble lady from a large clan in Yu City who was driven to the Great Wilderness Village. Han Fei didn't know why those high and mighty people in Yu City came to the Great Wilderness Village, nor did he know the cause and effect. He only knew that the girl lived in a large house even though she was driven here. Even the fruit tree that Han Fei's father planted for him was enclosed in the house's yard. However, Han Fei was already used to being robbed, so he didn't care. He could find food himself. He agreed to these children because of the combat skills they said. Most of the combat skills that Han Fei learned were incomplete, and he couldn't understand the technique that his father gave him. Every time he practiced, he couldn't continue, but he liked battle techniques. At this moment, Han Fei responded to the children, threw down the towering pillar in his hand, and ran towards the big house. After all, this was a village. No matter how good a house was, there would always be loopholes. For example, Han Fei and the other wild children knew where the stones could be moved and where there were tunnels. At this moment, it was already nighttime. Han Fei followed a group of children into the tunnel. The 5 of them crept into the house. A child said, I heard that the noble lady of that large family was in a terrible state when she was chased out. It was her mother who sacrificed herself in exchange for her to come out. It said that she only had a servant and didn't have any cultivation base. However, this is all hearsay. We mustn't make a sound. Someone patted Han Fei. Idiot, do you hear it? Don't make a sound. Someone sighed and said, I heard that even crabs can't stand on the clothes worn by the big clans in Yu City. They will slip and fall directly. Someone chuckled. More than that, I heard from my father that the descendants of the Yu City's major clans grew up eating spiritual fruits. Unlike us, we eat peaches the most. Han Fei was a little suspicious. Peaches are also delicious. Are those spiritual fruits better than peaches? After chatting for a while, they sneaked into the house and climbed out of a hole in an abandoned rockery. Someone said in a low voice, Idiot, go scout ahead and find out which room that noble lady is in. Someone reminded him. Idiot, don't make a sound. Someone said, Yes, remember to get back and call us when you find her. Han Fei asked, What about combat skills? Someone nudged Han Fei. I'll teach you the combat skills when we get back. Go. Han Fei was relieved. Immediately, he crept into the house. In the dark, Han Fei treated the ground as the beach and walked lightly. From time to time, Han Fei pricked up his ears. Nobody knew that Han Fei's hearing was very good, which was why he had been able to find mantis shrimp on the reefs and beaches. Han Fei heard the sound of water. He curled his lips and thought to himself, it's so strange for the descendants of the big families in Yu City. Can't they just take a shower in the river? Soon, Han Fei reached one of the rooms in the house. Following the water sound, Han Fei tiptoed and moved closer. Han Fei listened carefully and felt that he shouldn't make any sound, so he approached. However, when he reached the window, he stuffed a blade of grass into the window and opened the window without any sound. However, he did not find anyone but a big bucket. Huh? No one? Did I hear wrongly? Just as Han Fei was about to listen again, he smelled a strange fragrance. It was very nice. Han Fei almost drooled. There's good food. For a foodie who hadn't had enough food all year round, the temptation of delicious food was far greater than watching a girl bathe. Although Han Fei didn't know what was so nice about watching a girl bathing, Han Fei tapped his toe and jumped into the house. Soon he found a small red fruit on a table in the corner. Gulp. No one had taught Han Fei if it was good or not to steal, but he was used to being robbed, so he felt that stealing was natural. The food is right there. Are you going to take it or not? How can you refuse not to take it? Han Fei not only took it, but also ate it on the spot. He grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Splash. Suddenly, the sound of water sounded behind Han Fei. Han Fei looked back quickly, and then, shameless thief, who are you? Slap. Han Fei was stunned. What was that white thing? In the blink of an eye, a person hurriedly wore a layer of clothes and slapped him. No, you haven't started to cultivate. You can't eat that. Han Fei lay on the ground and was knocked out by the slap. 5 red finger marks appeared on his face. When he woke up in a daze, he saw a young girl dressed neatly and staring at him coldly. Han Fei felt that he had never seen such a beautiful person before. There was no dust on her face. Who are you? The little girl drew a knife from her back and pointed at Han Fei. Han Fei sat up in a daze. Xuanhuan, the little girl asked again. Why did you come here to steal? Han Fei replied, I'm here to scout. You have to scout ahead to steal things? Han Fei said. I'm just hungry. I didn't steal anything. They want to sneak a peek at the noble ladies bathing. I'm here to scout ahead. The girl was stunned. Is this guy a fool? However, she was even angrier. Fortunately, she was smart enough to ask, who sent you here? Who are they? Han Fei pursed his lips. He couldn't tell her their names, or they might be beaten. Seeing that Han Fei was silent, the girl gnashed her teeth. Do you know who I am? Han Fei shook his head. The little girl huffed and said word by word, remember, my name is Ji, Men, Ling, Lan. I am a demoness who kills without batting an eyelid. Han Fei blinked. Okay, do you want to continue? I'll ask them to come and watch. Slap. Chapter 111, Are You Here for Breakfast Too? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, was knocked out again. Even his nose was bleeding. In his dream, Han Fei dreamed of a little girl who was about to stab him with a dagger. Han Fei didn't react at all and even stuck out his belly. He had been used to being stabbed in his dream since he was a child. Apart from this, the girl in the dream finished stabbing and even hummed, time to eat. Every time this happened, Han Fei was very happy. With a thought, he found himself sitting in a forest with a hot pot on the table. Han Fei could clearly feel the taste of the hot pot and even the taste of the food in his mouth. However, looking at this scene, Jimin Linglin curled her lips with disgust. That was because Han Fei was drooling. There were palm prints on both sides of his face. This book-starred was dreaming about eating. However, Jimin Linglin was also very curious. Han Fei was not cultivating, but why was he fine after eating the spiritual fruit? In fact, the effect of the spiritual fruit had completely disappeared without any trace. In Jimin Linglin's eyes, this was almost impossible. How could a guy who was not even a fisher withstand the spiritual energy and energy contained in a spiritual fruit? Jimin Linglin didn't throw Han Fei out. In her eyes, Han Fei was a fool who didn't react at all after seeing her naked. If she wasn't curious, she would have killed Han Fei. Of course, she also went out to find Zhodoxia and the others that Han Fei mentioned. However, there were no such people in the house. When she screamed, Zhodoxia and the others knew that they were exposed and hurriedly fled. In the end, Jimin Linglin only found one tunnel. She immediately blocked the tunnel, thinking to herself, when I cultivate in the future, I have to be extremely careful. I can't let these thieves sneak in again. The next morning, Han Fei's mind was filled with a few chaotic scenes. The fireworks in the sky were more beautiful than the stars. Tunga, Han Fei scratched his mouth and felt a little itchy and painful. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he was here to scout. Why was he asleep? Thinking back, Han Fei remembered that he seemed to have been knocked out by the little girl. He quickly got up. The room was empty. Han Fei was hungry. Unfortunately, he couldn't get enough food in his dreams. Han Fei quietly opened the door and prepared to sneak home. However, as soon as the door opened, he saw a little girl sitting cross-legged on a limestone. Spiritual light flickered around her body, and beside her were 2 fine iron rods and long sabers. Han Fei had always been able to see these light points of spiritual energy, but he didn't know how to use them. Although he was stupid, he knew that Jimin Linglin was cultivating. The moment Han Fei opened the door, the spiritual energy around Jimin Linglin immediately dispersed. Jimin Linglin said coldly, "Where do you want to go?" Han Fei scratched his head. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. Zemin Linglin bared her teeth. Do you think you can come and leave my home as you please? Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Zemin Linglin stupidly. Do you want me to stay for dinner? Zemin Linglin was speechless. Once again, she was sure that this person was a fool. That was right. If this person wasn't a fool, then she was definitely a fool. Although Zemin Linglin wanted to chop Han Fei up, she couldn't argue with a fool. So, she said with a black face, who is Tang Ge? Who is Sha Xiaochan? Who is Fatty? Who is you? Shaman Linglin felt that these people might not be good people. Han Fei always called these people's names when he was dreaming. If these people were the people from last night, she would catch them and teach them a lesson. However, Han Fei said foolishly, no. Shaman Linglin sneered in her heart. You want to lie to me again? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? However, Zemin Linglin didn't say anything. Instead, she glanced at Han Fei coldly and said, leave, don't come back again. Okay, Han Fei quickly ran to the gate. He was all too familiar with the great wilderness village, and the house used to be empty. Sometimes he would sneak in and roast prawns here. When Han Fei left, he saw an old man who was sunbathing. The old man had lost a hand and was limping. He didn't seem to see Han Fei at all and let him run past him. Zemin Linglin looked at this old man coldly and said, last night you knew they came, right? The old man opened his eyes and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. Miss, I really didn't notice it last night. I'm only a fishing master. I can't even defeat you. How could I find it? Zemin Linglin snorted. I'm going out for a while. The old man nodded slightly. Please yourself, miss. However, you must not cause trouble. Now, no one will support us. We are just two abandoned persons. Even if we're killed, the Zemin family will not care. Zemin Linglin pursed her lips. I know. From the day she came out of the Zemin family, Zemin Linglin had vowed that she must become a strong person, a feared demoness. However, she had just arrived at the great wilderness village, and this determination had been broken by a fool. How could she tolerate this? She was determined. Even if she didn't kill those bastards, she would teach them a lesson and let them know that she wasn't someone they could mess with. In her opinion, Han Fei must have gone home to inform those bastards, so she followed Han Fei. Han Fei went in the direction of the reef beach. Zemin Linglin thought that this was the place where those bastards would meet up, so she thought, this is perfect. I can find a place where there aren't many people and teach them a lesson. The reef beach was deserted. The main reason was that there were reefs everywhere here, and ships couldn't be anchored here, and there would always be some living beings hiding among the reefs when the tide rose and fell. Therefore, this place was very dangerous. Normally, no villagers would come here. For truly powerful fishing masters, they would either fish in places with no reefs or fish offshore. They would not bother to come here. Zemin Linglin had already chased him for half a day. She was annoyed. This brat, why did he run so fast? Isn't he tired? He seems to have some movement techniques. Moments later, they arrived at the reef beach one after another. Han Fei didn't even look back on the way to the reef beach. As he ran, Han Fei suddenly stopped, and Zemin Linglin hurriedly hid behind a reef. Did this guy find me? Zemin Linglin frowned. Han Fei hadn't even cultivated, so how could he meet up with those bastards here? When she looked over quietly, she saw that Han Fei had closed his eyes and his ears twitched. What is he listening to? While Zemin Linglin was stunned, she saw Han Fei suddenly rush towards a reef several hundred meters away. As Han Fei pulled, a 30-centimeter-long mantis shrimp was caught by Han Fei and slammed on the reef. Zemin Linglin was surprised. Was he here to catch seafood? Wait, he has no cultivation base at all. How dare he catch mantis shrimp? Zemin Linglin was a little speechless. Is this guy stupid? You can catch anything you want, but why do you catch mantis shrimp? Even an ordinary mantis shrimp can kill people with a sweep of its leg. He doesn't even have a cultivation base, so how dare he? However, in the next moment, Zemin Linglin saw Han Fei rush forward. Is he crazy? Zemin Linglin was about to rush over to save him, but before she could, she saw Han Fei lean forward before the mantis shrimp reached out its leg. In a flash, Han Fei grabbed the mantis shrimp's limbs and tore them off. Zemin Linglin was dumbfounded. Tearing mantis shrimp with his bare hands? Is this fool that powerful? Although the mantis shrimp might not even have a level, its speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't avoid it. Zemin Linglin immediately confirmed, this fool is not simple. I should take a look first. Han Fei threw the mantis shrimp to the ground and continued listening. Then he caught 5 mantis shrimp in a row in the same way. Zemin Linglin was speechless. So, this guy was only here to hunt seafood? She thought he was going to meet up with those bastards. Then she saw Han Fei dragging 5 mantis shrimps out of the reef forest alone. Zemin Linglin thought that she should go back now. However, just as she glanced at Han Fei one last time and was about to leave, she suddenly saw a tentacle extending out from the tall reef beside Han Fei. Not good, tentacle lobster. Han Fei was also stunned. He didn't hear Zemin Linglin shout, but heard the lobster. At that moment, Han Fei picked up 2 mantis shrimp's sharp limbs, stepped on the reef, jumped, and slashed. The 2 tentacles fell to the ground. Han Fei grabbed the reef with one hand, turned over, and chopped off half of the lobster's head. Zemin Linglin had already run out, but at this moment she was dumbfounded. He didn't cultivate but just casually killed a tentacle lobster. Besides, Han Fei was too strong. This little tentacle lobster should be a level 6-1, but he just chopped it up. At this moment, Han Fei was standing on the reef holding half of the lobster's head and slashing at the still moving tentacle lobster. When the tentacle lobster stopped moving, he looked at Zemin Linglin. Are you here for breakfast too? Chapter 112, A Fool or a Genius Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation. Zeman Linglan felt that she had been deceived. This fool, oh no, this was a liar. He was pretending to be silly, but he was actually very powerful. Last night, he even secretly ate her spirit fruit. But then she saw Han Fei eat the raw meat of the broken mantis shrimp's legs before he jumped off the reef with the half-a-meter-long tentacle lobster. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had eaten her fruit last night, so he decided to give her one, well, half a mantis shrimp in return. After all, it was quite dangerous here. Han Fei looked at Zeman Linglan foolishly. Do you want to eat shrimp? Seeing that Han Fei was so serious, Zeman Linglan didn't know how to teach him a lesson and could only snort coldly. She thought that since she didn't eat breakfast after cultivating in the morning, she might as well eat. Zeman Linglan didn't mind. After all, she didn't have a good life in the past. Sometimes she couldn't eat food like mantis shrimp and tentacle lobster. Zeman Linglan, I don't eat raw food. Han Fei dragged the 6 creatures. I don't eat raw food either. Zeman Linglan followed Han Fei to the rocks not far from the coast and found a black limestone platform covered in carbon dust. Han Fei lined up the mantis shrimps and took out some bottles and jars from a pit. Zeman Linglan was curious. What are these? Han Fei carefully took out a jar of fish oil. Han Fei used seaweed as a brush, dipped it in fish oil, and washed all the mantis shrimps. Then, he took out all the meat of the tentacle lobster. The tentacle lobster was too big. It was not easy to cook it just by roasting it. When the fish oil covered the limestone, Han Fei took out a salt jar, red pepper powder, and a bag of garlic. These were all common crops, so it was not difficult to get some of them. Anyway, Han Fei stole them. In Han Fei's dream, there were too many condiments like these. He felt that they were very important, so he stole a lot of them. Zeman Linglan asked, What's this red one? Han Fei said, Red pepper powder. Zeman Linglan frowned. Did you grind them into powder? Han Fei said seriously. It's easier to grind them into powder. Zeman Linglan had a blank look on her face. Do you have to be so careful about food? Even the Zeman family isn't as careful about food as you. You're just a village boy from Great Wilderness Village. Why are you so careful about food? Han Fei picked up a lot of dried seaweed and pointed his finger. A blue flame suddenly rose. Hiss! Zeman Linglan jumped back immediately. You are a spirit gatherer? Han Fei looked at her blankly. No. Zeman Linglan had a look of disbelief on her face. You can already light a fire, and you're even lighting a spiritual fire. You still want to lie to me? Han Fei scratched his head and asked in a daze, Isn't that how it's supposed to light a fire? Zeman Linglan's eyelids twitched. She immediately grabbed Han Fei's arm and felt it. She was surprised. You really haven't cultivated? Han Fei took her hand away. My father gave me a technique, but I can't practice it. The corners of Zeman Linglan's lips twitched. You still want to lie? If you can't cultivate, how can you use spiritual fire? However, Zeman Linglan immediately realized that something was wrong. Han Fei spoke so seriously and sincerely that he didn't seem to be lying. If Han Fei wasn't lying, how could he know the spirit concentration art? It should be very extravagant for a fisher to cook with spiritual fire, right? Fishers usually had at most 200 points of spiritual energy, right? But at this moment, the spiritual fire covered several meters. Could a fisher-level spirit gatherer do that? Zeman Linglan shut her mouth. This idiot seems to have a secret. Has no one ever discovered it? Zeman Linglan immediately asked, Xuanhuan, can you see many green specks of light floating in the air? Han Fei carefully brushed the fish oil on the mantis shrimp and nodded. Sure, it's blue-white. Zeman Linglan took a deep breath and said, Then can you control them to come back? I mean, let them listen to you. Han Fei looked at Zeman Linglan like she was an idiot. I'm not a spirit gatherer. I can't control them. Zeman Linglan pointed at the spiritual fire and asked, Then how did you get this spiritual fire? Han Fei scratched his head, then grabbed a small branch and drew a picture on the ground. Instantly, Zeman Linglan felt spiritual energy gathering in all directions, and the spiritual energy here became denser. Ahaha, spirit gathering formation? Zeman Linglan was dumbfounded. You said that you are not a spirit gatherer, but you can use a spirit gathering formation so easily. Are you kidding me? Han Fei said seriously. Just draw a circle and those light spots will come over. Light them again. Zeman Linglan bared her teeth and said, You're still saying that you're not a spirit gatherer? If you're not a spirit gatherer, why do you know the spirit gathering array? Han Fei was stunned. What spirit gathering array? Zeman Linglan looked at Han Fei deeply. However, Han Fei looked as serious as ever. Finally, Zeman Linglan confirmed that Han Fei really didn't know anything. However, wasn't this a bit too absurd? Zeman Linglan felt shocked. Someone could kill mantis shrimp and tentacle lobster without cultivating? Someone could become a spirit gatherer without cultivating? Suppressing her curiosity, Zeman Linglan turned around and was attracted by the unusually fragrant mantis shrimp. She saw Han Fei sprinkling garlic powder on them, occasionally sprinkling some red peppers, and brushing them a few times with a brush. The fish oil boiled on the limestone, the shells of the shrimps and lobster turned yellow, and the gravy slowly flowed out. Gulp! Zeman Linglan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Why does it smell so good? I really want to eat it. Seeing that Zeman Linglan was staring at the food, Han Fei said nervously, I'll give you half a mantis shrimp. Zeman Linglin was speechless. You ate one of my spiritual fruits last night. It's enough to buy 100 boats of this kind of small mantis shrimps, and you'll only give me half a mantis shrimp? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Thinking of the fruit from last night, he was slapped unconscious before he could experience it. Han Fei said in disbelief, impossible. Zeman Linglin bared her teeth. It's a spiritual fruit. Didn't your father tell you about spiritual fruits? Han Fei said seriously. My father said that I can't eat spiritual fruits because I'll die of overeating. So, what I'm eating is definitely not a spiritual fruit. Zeman Linglin felt that she couldn't communicate with Han Fei anymore. He was definitely a fool. Spirit concentration art could be an unknown opportunity he got, but it couldn't change the fact that he was a fool. Suddenly, Zeman Linglin had a thought. Last night, this fool must have been fooled by those boys into coming to scout. Zeman Linglin tried hard not to look at the mantis shrimps. Instead, she looked at Han Fei and asked, "Why did you come to my house with them yesterday?" Han Fei flipped the mantis shrimps one by one to spread the temperature evenly and replied, "Zhou Doxia said he would teach me combat skills." Zeman Linglin really wanted to slap Han Fei to death. Just for this? Suppressing her urge to slap Han Fei to death, she said with difficulty, "I'll teach you combat skills. These mantis shrimp are mine." Zeman Linglin thought to herself, if this idiot knew how to cultivate, wouldn't he be very powerful? This person was someone she picked up for free. Oh no, he delivered himself to her door and he even saw her naked. Bah, if she tricked him into following her, if he really could cultivate, wouldn't she have an extra bodyguard? When Han Fei heard that Zeman Linglin wanted to teach him combat skills, he immediately pushed all the mantis shrimps to Zeman Linglin. "You can have them all. I'll eat the big prawn." Zeman Linglin. At that moment, Zeman Linglin was speechless. "I just said I would teach you a battle technique and you gave all the shrimps to me? Aren't you afraid that I lied to you? You are really stupid." The corners of Zeman Linglin's lips curled up. What's wrong with being a fool? At least a fool is honest, unlike the Zeman family people. A moment later. "Ah-ha, this is too delicious. Xuanhuan, where did you learn this skill from?" At this moment, Han Fei was eating the tentacle lobster with both hands, fearing that Zeman Linglin would ask him for his share if she ate too fast. Han Fei said, "I learned it in my dream." Zeman Linglin sneered. "Xuanhuan, didn't your father tell you that one must be honest?" Han Fei said, "I really learned it in my dreams." Zeman Linglin still didn't believe him, but she didn't ask further. She found Han Fei rather interesting. She could not help but ask, "Is your father not home?" "Why did he come out alone to look for food?" Han Fei said without looking up. "My father went to war." Zeman Linglin's hand trembled. She looked at Han Fei, who was busy eating, and thought to herself, the current battlefield seems very dangerous. Zeman Linglin immediately changed the topic. "Where's your mother?" Han Fei said. "She died in a war." Zeman Linglin's body stiffened. When she looked at Han Fei again, her eyes became much gentler for some reason. She didn't ask any more and just ate. Although they were at the reefs in the wilderness, Zeman Linglin could confirm that this was the best meal she had ever had in her life. After the meal, Zeman Linglin asked, "Why do you want to learn combat skills?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't know." Zeman Linglin said in surprise, "You don't know?" "Then why do you want to learn?" Han Fei said. "I just want to learn." After thinking for a moment, Zeman Linglin said, "Learning combat skills also requires the support of a cultivation technique. Otherwise, it cannot be used perfectly. What cultivation technique did your father leave for you?" "Let me see." Han Fei said, "I'll go home and get it for you." Chapter 1113, Hit Me Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Zhou Doxia and the others had been wandering around Han Fei's house since early in the morning, mainly because they were frightened by the scream last night. A child said, "Doxia, do you think the fool was beaten to death? I heard that the big families in Yu City kill people like flies." A child said worriedly, "Although the fool is really silly, his father isn't silly. What if his father comes back and doesn't see him?" A child said in a panic, "Doxia, why don't we tell our family about it?" Zhou Doxia immediately shouted, "No, we can't. Only we know about this matter. Let's pretend nothing happened. Besides, the fool might not be beaten to death. Let's take a look around these 2 days. Perhaps he will come back himself." Just as they were talking, they saw a figure rushing over at lightning speed. They looked at him. Who else could it be but Han Fei? Immediately, Zhou Doxia yelled, "Fool, you son of a Bosch, where did you go?" Seeing them, Han Fei immediately stopped running. Zhou Doxia, what a coincidence. Zhou Doxia was furious and kicked Han Fei. Han Fei tilted his body and easily dodged. "Why did you kick me?" Zhou Doxia said angrily. "You damned idiot, what happened last night? You bastard, why did you come back from outside?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Last night, I went to eat a fruit and was discovered." Someone said, "Fuck, you were indeed discovered. Fool, you didn't tell her about us, right?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "I said that Zhou Doxia asked me to come." "Fuck your mother." Zhou Doxia was furious. He knew that this fool was unreliable. He had actually betrayed him. "It's over, it's over, it's over this time." Zhou Doxia was so angry that his face was red. He shouted, "Fool, I'm gonna kill you." Apart from Han Fei, these children had all cultivated before. In such an era, who wouldn't cultivate? Zhou Doxia was a level 5 fisher, or he wouldn't have been the leader of these kids. Now that Han Fei had betrayed him, how could he let it go? Zhou Doxia threw out a Crab King fist at Han Fei. When the others heard that Han Fei had betrayed Zhou Doxia, they thought then they weren't safe either. Immediately, they were also furious and began to beat Han Fei. However, Han Fei was as agile as a monkey. It seemed that the group of people was beating him up, but in fact, less than half of the attacks landed on Han Fei. Furthermore, Zhou Doxia and the others did not dare to use their full strength. Who didn't know that the fool could not cultivate? Although they watched others practice combat skills every day, they could only see some superficial moves. Without the support of cultivation techniques and spiritual energy, moves were completely useless. Han Fei didn't know why these people wanted to hit him, but they weren't mantis shrimp and he couldn't attack them. Zemin Linglin was completely speechless at Han Fei's stupidity. She only mentioned it but didn't say that she would teach him combat skills immediately. However, this guy just hurried away. Although she had also practiced footwork-type combat skills, she still couldn't catch up to him. At this moment, Zemin Linglin was watching this scene from a distance. Originally, she had wanted to help. However, when she saw Han Fei's footwork, she gaped in shock. This idiot's reaction speed is so fast. Many times, the boy's fists narrowly missed him. Was it a coincidence, or was it a technique? Zemin Linglin was about to watch for a while more, but she found the child actually used spiritual energy. How could this be? No matter how fast Han Fei's reaction was and how strong his body was, he had never cultivated before. Sure enough, when someone used spiritual energy, Han Fei was hit many times. Without the protection of spiritual energy, Han Fei was directly beaten to the ground. Zemin Linglin shouted, "Stop!" Zhou Doxia and the others were in a fit of anger. How could they stop? Bang! The shadow of the staff swept across the sky. Zhou Doxia and the others were all sent flying, rolling on the ground. Zhou Doxia shouted, "Who hit me?" However, in the next moment, Zhou Doxia saw that Zemin Linglin was staring at him coldly and holding a pair of double knives in her hands. There was an illusory red mist behind her. In the mist, there were two bloodthirsty and strange eyes. Hiss! Zhou Doxia and the others were not stupid. They looked at the clothes on Zemin Linglin's body and then at the terrifying shadow. This girl was definitely not an ordinary person. Zemin Linglin said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you." Zhou Doxia and the others were horrified. They hurriedly said, let's go. We won't beat the fool. We won't." Zemin Linglin shouted in a low voice, "I can forgive you for what happened yesterday, but if you dare to enter my house again, I will also kill you." Zhou Doxia and the others broke out in cold sweat. What was the meaning of this? Was this the noble lady from Yu City? Although they were puzzled, why did this noble lady of a great clan want to help the fool? However, the descendants of great clans were indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. They wanted to kill people at the drop of a hat. It was too terrifying. After Zhou Doxia and the others ran away, Zemin Linglin willed the red mist to disappear from between her eyebrows. With a flip of her hand, the two blades disappeared. Han Fei had already got up and was staring curiously at Zemin Linglin's forehead. Zemin Linglin said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Han Fei pointed at his forehead and asked enviously, "Is this a spiritual beast?" After all, he was born in such a world. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he knew that his father's spiritual beast was a turtle. Every time his father came back, he would ride the turtle. Instead of answering Han Fei's question, Zemin Linglin questioned, "You can actually fight back. Why don't you fight back?" Han Fei scratched his head and said, Zemin Linglin's expression hardened. "What? Tell me, why weren't you fighting back?" Han Fei mumbled, "I was afraid I would accidentally kill them." Zemin Linglin was lost for words. What the fuck is this? If you don't retaliate, you'll be beaten to death. However, a thought flashed through Zemin Linglin's mind, and she suddenly said, "You're saying that they actually can't beat you?" Han Fei grinned. "Yes." Zemin Linglin suddenly said, "Hit me." Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. How could anyone make such a request in this world? Was she stupid? Zemin Linglin said, "I promised to teach you combat skills, right? But if you don't show me your ability, how am I supposed to teach you? If I ask you to hit me, then hit me. I'm very powerful, more powerful than all of you." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Okay." Zemin Linglin's gaze was firm. Come. In Zemin Linglin's eyes, Han Fei was not a cultivator. How strong could he be? Did he really think he could kill her just because he could kill mantis shrimp? However, before Zemin Linglin was ready, Han Fei had already appeared in front of her, his fist almost reaching her face. Zemin Linglin's expression changed drastically. So fast. With a flash, Zemin Linglin raised her head and slapped Han Fei's chest at the same time. However, Han Fei was faster. He flipped his body and changed his fist into a chop. Pa! Zemin Linglin raised her hand and caught Han Fei's palm, thinking, "How can you stop me with this little strength?" However, after receiving Han Fei's attack, Zemin Linglin's eyelids twitched. Han Fei was probably as strong as a level 6 or 7 fisher. However, he was actually stronger than she thought. Zemin Linglin realized that her hand was stuck. Han Fei tipped his toes, leaned forward, and shook his shoulders. In that instant, Zemin Linglin felt an even stronger force slam into her chest. Without using any spiritual energy, she was actually sent flying. Han Fei quickly caught up with them and punched at her. The sound of his fists rubbing against the air could be heard clearly. Zemin Linglin had to use her spiritual energy protective cover to stop him. Unfortunately, her spiritual energy protective cover could only defend herself, but Zemin Linglin hadn't yet stabilized herself. In fact, before Zemin Linglin made her first move, she had already lost the initiative. Han Fei stuck to her like a plaster. No matter how she reacted, she would be hit by him the next step. Because Han Fei's fist was very strong, his spiritual energy protective cover was broken in 3 seconds. Zemin Linglin quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop fighting!" Han Fei immediately stood straight and scratched his head. Ha-he! Zemin Linglin's entire face darkened. Is he really a fool? He wants me to teach him combat skills? He should actually teach me. Zemin Linglin was shocked. She couldn't imagine why Han Fei hadn't been discovered yet. Zemin Linglin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Wang Han, when your father was at home, he never taught you any combat skills?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, my father said I was stupid and that I would be tricked into going to war if I learned combat skills." Zemin Linglin seemed to understand. She felt that it wasn't that Han Fei's father didn't want to teach him, but that he didn't dare to. But he was right, his son was a fool. If he really succeeded in cultivating, what would he end up with? Zemin Linglin asked. "What were you doing when your father was at home?" Han Fei grinned. "I ride the turtle." Zemin Linglin, Seaman Ling, Chapter 1114, Returning to the Path of Cultivation translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's house was very dilapidated. It had 2 rooms, the roof was mostly repaired. The 2 peach trees at the gate were specially brought back by Han Fei's father. There were only a few trees in the entire Great Wilderness Village, so no one dared to steal them. After all, Han Fei's father was not weak. In front of the house was a square stone vat. There was not even a single clam inside. On the side, there was a small courtyard. Zemin Linglin could see the red pepper sprouts, but in the entire courtyard, not a single plant had any fruits. Zemin Linglin pointed at the courtyard and said, "Have you eaten all the fruits?" Han Fei shook his head. "They were gone when I was away." Zemin Linglin covered her face. "What do you mean they were gone? Just say they were stolen." Zemin Linglin couldn't help but ask, "Then where did you get the condiments you just cooked food with?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I dug them from Zhou Daxia's house at night." Zemin Linglin, before entering Han Fei's house, Zemin Linglin thought that Han Fei's house must be very messy. After all, she couldn't expect a fool to take good care of himself. However, when she really came in, she was surprised to find that Han Fei's house was surprisingly neat and clean. Although it could be described as utterly destitute, the beds, tables, chairs, and the rods hanging on the walls were all very neat. Zemin Linglin couldn't help but ask, "Did you tidy up your house yourself?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." While speaking, Han Fei moved a cabinet aside and picked up a piece of seaweed pasted on the wall. Then, he carefully took out his technique from inside. "Zemin Linglin, did you hide it here?" Han Fei said. "No, my father." Zemin Linglin thought to herself, "I knew it. With your intelligence, it should be very difficult for you to hide it so well. Under the bed is probably the limit of your imagination." When Zemin Linglin took the book from Han Fei's hands, she was a little surprised. "Huh? Turtle origin breathing technique? This is an ultra-quality mortal-level technique." Zemin Linglin glanced at Han Fei. The cultivation technique that Han Fei's father prepared for him was no worse than hers. Zemin Linglin looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You can't understand it or you can't practice it." Han Fei looked at the technique seriously. "I can't practice it." Zemin Linglin frowned. "You can't practice an ultra-quality technique? Do you want a divine quality one?" However, Zemin Linglin had a way to get such a low-level cultivation technique. Although she had been expelled by the Zemin family, at least her identity was still there. It was not a problem to go to the library of Great Wilderness Village and borrow a few cultivation techniques. Zemin Linglin said, "Show me how you practice it." Han Fei obediently climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged. But what happened next stunned Zemin Linglin. She saw a large amount of spiritual energy gathering around Han Fei. However, the spiritual energy only came over but refused to enter Han Fei's body. It could only circle around Han Fei. Since the spiritual energy couldn't cleanse his body, Han Fei couldn't cultivate. However, what surprised Zemin Linglin was that if Han Fei really couldn't cultivate, why would spiritual energy rush over so quickly? Is this a cultivation technique problem? Or a physique problem? Zemin Linglin guessed that Han Fei's father must have thought of the same problem. Although he said that his son would be better not to cultivate, how could his son protect himself in this era if he couldn't cultivate? He can't work out any good solution. Zemin Linglin thought for a moment, then said, "Wang Han, wait for me at the reef beach tomorrow morning. I'll think of a way to solve your cultivation problem." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately stared at Zemin Linglin. "Combat skills," Zemin Linglin said in a huff. "Let's solve the problem of your cultivation technique first. Your combat skills are already very strong." Seeing that Han Fei was still staring at her, Zemin Linglin bared her teeth and said, "My house is next to your house. Are you afraid that I'll run away?" Han Fei agreed and grinned. Okay, the next morning. Han Fei arrived at the reef beach early in the morning. Along the way, he caught 7 or 8 mantis shrimp and caught all that he could. He felt that if he wanted to learn combat skills, he had to eat his fill first. Therefore, he caught all that he could catch in one go. Any deeper into the reefs would be a real threat. There would be crabs, lobsters, and snake belts hidden. Han Fei had tried to catch them before, but the snake belt bit off a piece of flesh on his butt, which took him several days to recover. When Zeman Linglin arrived, she saw shrimp shells all over the ground and a mantis shrimp that was being roasted. She was instantly annoyed. You ate so much yourself, and you only left one for me? Think how hard I tried to get you a cultivation technique. Zeman Linglin sniffed, and with a wave of her hand, threw down 16 cultivation techniques and said, "Practice these cultivation techniques one by one." These were all the techniques that Zeman Linglin could find in the Great Wilderness Village. However, none of them were as good as the turtle origin breathing technique that Han Fei's father had left for him. However, no matter how good a cultivation technique was, it was useless if one couldn't cultivate it. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a normal person to not be able to cultivate. If all these were all useless, then Zeman Linglin still had a backup plan. At worst, she would just let him try to cultivate her own technique. In any case, she was no longer a member of the Zeman family. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out when he saw so many cultivation techniques. He couldn't help but grin as if he had seen delicious food. Zeman Linglin said huffily, "What are you smiling like a fool for? Can you read them? If you can't, I'll explain them to you after I finish eating. I can read them." Hearing Han Fei's answer, Zeman Linglin felt that although Han Fei was not very smart, he could at least read. In that case, he was not very stupid. However, when she saw Han Fei sitting on the beach and flipping through a book extremely fast, she was speechless. "Are you reading a book?" Zeman Linglin felt that she had overestimated Han Fei. He was indeed a fool. It would be strange if he could read these cultivation techniques. She hadn't even peeled the shell of the prawn when Han Fei had finished reading a cultivation technique book. Zeman Linglin kicked a piece of sand, which landed on Han Fei. "Hey, what can you see if you read so fast?" Han Fei turned around in confusion. "Look at the pictures." Zeman Linglin was speechless. What's the point of looking at pictures if you can't even read words? However, she saw Han Fei sit down and the spiritual energy around him began to gather. This guy had started to practice. Seriously? Zeman Linglin had forgotten to peel the prawn. She immediately stood up in shock. Even without reading the words, you can still understand a cultivation technique? Han Fei once again overturned Zeman Linglin's understanding of cultivation. If he could cultivate like this, wouldn't she be able to become a fishing master within an extremely short period of time? It wouldn't even be difficult for her to become a great fishing master or a dangling fisher. In front of her eyes, the same thing happened again. Spiritual energy couldn't enter his body, and Han Fei still couldn't cultivate. Seeing this, Zeman Linglin was confused. Was it a problem with his constitution? Zeman Linglin had discovered yesterday that Han Fei was astonishingly strong. As an ordinary person, his reaction speed was comparable to that of a high-level fisher, and his strength was also comparable to that of a high-level fisher. Could it be that this constitution requires a higher cultivation technique? That's not right. Which powerhouse didn't cultivate from the basics? How could there be such a thing as reaching the heavens in a single bound? Zeman Linglin quickly ate a few mouthfuls of prawn meat and then lost her appetite. She was really too curious. This enigmatic idiot had overturned her understanding. Zeman Linglin took out the cultivation techniques and lined them up in a row. Among them, there were 1 ultra-quality cultivation technique, 6 high-quality ones, 7 mid-quality cultivation ones, and 2 low-quality ones. Zeman Linglin said, "Come, let's start with the best one on the left." However, Han Fei's eyes fell on a technique named True Spirit Fishing Art. Puzzled, Zeman Linglin followed Han Fei's gaze and said, "What are you looking at? Let's start from the best." Of course, Zeman Linglin knew about True Spirit Fishing Art. In this era, it could only be regarded as a low-quality cultivation technique. Most people wouldn't even look at it. Zeman Linglin only brought all the cultivation techniques she could get and didn't expect Han Fei to choose this one. However, Han Fei stared at True Spirit Fishing and said, "I want to practice this." Zeman Linglin bared her teeth. "This is the worst. No one will practice it." Han Fei said firmly, "I want to practice this." Zeman Linglin was about to say something when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had never seen True Spirit Fishing Art before, so why did he want to practice it? Han Fei's father would never choose True Spirit Fishing Art for him. After all, he had even taken out the turtle origin breathing technique. Why would he choose a low-quality cultivation technique for his son to cultivate? Zeman Linglin said, "Then give it a try." Zeman Linglin was curious. Was there something different about the True Spirit Fishing Art? Han Fei picked up the book and flipped through it. Zeman Linglin didn't even get a chance to see it clearly. She was about to say something when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The temperature around her suddenly rose. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings started to surge over. Spiritual energy poured into Han Fei like a pillar. Zeman Linglin's jaw dropped. This can't be true? How could a low-quality cultivation technique have such a terrifying cultivation effect? More importantly, Han Fei didn't seem to be cultivating. He was still holding the book. Buzz. Purple air came from the east, and Han Fei was instantly burnt. Apart from Han Fei being on fire, many creatures crawled out of the reefs. There were lobsters, crabs, starfish, sea scorpions, and giant insects. Zeman Linglin shouted, "Xuanhuan, stop! Stop!" However, Han Fei seemed to be frozen and didn't hear what Zeman Linglin said at all. His whole body was red, and his clothes were burnt to ashes. Chapter 1115, Breaking Through 10 Realms in a Day Crack. In an instant, Han Fei began to cultivate and made a breakthrough. Zimin Linglin reached out to grab, but a spiritual energy fluctuation immediately repelled her. Because Han Fei was too weak at the moment, the true spirit fishing art was only at the first level, so the flames that he could attract were not very strong. But this was the morning. Purple clouds came from the east, and the mystery of the world seemed to be unveiled. Zimin Linglin panicked. Was the true spirit fishing art so terrifying? However, at this moment, Zimin Linglin didn't have the time to think too much. It was because many creatures had surrounded them. In total, there were over 100 of them. Zimin Linglin could only sigh. Luckily, we're not at sea. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Ha! Zimin Linglin had already charged out with her 2 sabers in hand. Clang, clang, clang. Luckily, the creatures that stayed near the reef were not very strong. Otherwise, Zimin Linglin didn't know she could handle them. Crack. When Zimin Linglin heard the crisp sound behind her, she gaped in shock. Another breakthrough. Who in this world could break through so quickly? Crack, crack, crack. Zimin Linglin felt that she was about to collapse. Her greatest dream was to grow quickly and become a strong person. But now, she was devastated. Because this was already Han Fei's 10th breakthrough, and he had turned into a charred black man with black shell cracks all over his body. Suddenly, Zimin Linglin felt that something was wrong. That was because there was a purple-tailed scorpion and a lobster with a huge head. Big-headed prawn. This is bad. Why is there a big-headed prawn here? Zimin Linglin shouted. Xuanhuan, stop cultivating. It's dangerous. If it was just a big-headed prawn, Zimin Linglin felt that she could deal with it easily. But there was not only one big-headed prawn, but also dozens of purple-tailed scorpions and crayfish. How could she fight them? They were all creatures comparable to fishing masters. Unfortunately, Han Fei still couldn't hear her. For some reason, 2 fish shadows, one black and one white, appeared in Han Fei's mind. He couldn't see them clearly, but they seemed to be trying to say something to him. Han Fei felt them extremely familiar, but he couldn't hear what they were shouting. Apart from the 2 fish, Han Fei saw many messy pictures that were piecing together. In the pictures, there were boats flying in the sky, islands flying in the sky, various kinds of people, and a large garden full of fruits. Bang, swallow circling. Zimin Linglin controlled her sabers and swung them out. The 2 long sabers spun within 10 meters of her body. In midair, there were prawn claws and scorpion tails stabbing into the air. Clang, 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 ding, ding, ding. Xuanhuan, I can't hold on anymore. Stop. Zimin Linglin had already retreated only 7 or 8 meters away from Han Fei, because those creatures came too fast for her to do anything. A group of crustacean creatures had rushed over, the ground under Han Fei's feet loosened, and a purple-tailed scorpion emerged from the ground. Zimin Linglin shouted, "Be careful!" Smack! In a flash, spiritual energy exploded out, and a fiery man reached out to grab the scorpion tail. Poof! As Han Fei pulled, the purple-tailed scorpion was torn apart. Zimin Linglin only felt a black shadow pass by her side, its speed so fast that after images appeared. Boom, boom, boom. That black shadow threw a punch. Amidst the tail spikes and pincers, its body was like a spiritual fish swimming around. It would always brush past those attacks, making Zimin Linglin's heart tremble. However, every time Han Fei threw a punch, a tremendous force would explode. Wherever he went, his carapace would be blown away. No living creature could resist his punch. Zimin Linglin stood rooted to the ground in a daze, agape as she stared at the black figure rushing among the purple-tailed scorpions and large-headed prawns. That strange footwork, that unbelievably ferocious fist, that cold aura all made her shudder. Gulp. Zimin Linglin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of monster did she pick up? In half an hour, he had made 10 breakthroughs. Her strength was so terrifying that it made her scalp go numb. His speed, battle techniques, and battle awareness were all suffocatingly strong, and he was only a child of 8 or 9 years old. Zimin Linglin only felt that in these 13 years, she might have lived for nothing. When there were only broken shells left, Zimin Linglin found that Han Fei was suddenly standing there motionless. Then he squatted down, hubbed his head, and started screaming. "Ah! Roar!" Zimin Linglin didn't walk over. She knew that something was definitely wrong. Han Fei had a problem with his true spirit fishing art. Was he really stupid? Or was it because his brain was too advanced that he became mentally unstable? Han Fei roared and fell to the ground, unconscious. Zimin Linglin slowly approached Han Fei. After confirming that he was unconscious, she was relieved. Zimin Linglin looked at the black carbon man without clothes and couldn't help but spit, her face red. She grabbed Han Fei and quietly carried him home. As for the ruined bodies of the creatures here, she didn't care. At this moment, the smell of blood was so strong here. Soon, the tide would rise and the sea creatures would eat up all these corpses in an extremely short amount of time. However, in the next few days, there would definitely be a group of creatures waiting here for food. Therefore, in the next few days, this reef beach would definitely be very dangerous. Zimin Linglin wrapped Han Fei in the fish skin and sneaked back home. She was now full of questions. Was there anyone in Yu City who could break through 10 realms in a day? No, she had never heard of such a person. Even in history, she had never heard of anyone breaking through 10 realms in a day. More importantly, Han Fei had become a fishing master before he even had the spirit enlightenment. This was too much. How could a person be so monstrous? Plop. Zeman Linglin threw Han Fei into the bucket, climbed over the wall, and ran to Han Fei's house to find clothes. When she came back, she saw Han Fei peeling his black shell in the bucket. Aha! Zeman Linglin quickly covered her eyes and shouted, "Sit down." Han Fei scratched his head. Okay. After half an hour, when Han Fei was dressed, Zeman Linglin found that her room was very smelly. Zeman Linglin said, "Carry the bucket and pour out the water." Han Fei felt that he was very strong now. He lifted the bucket with one hand and ran out, towards his home. In the meantime, they passed by an old man who was sunbathing. The old man even covered his nose and said, "So smelly." Therefore, in the small yard of Han Fei's house, Han Fei poured the black water under the peach trees, making the whole yard stink. However, Han Fei had already run back to Zeman Linglin's house with the bucket. He didn't know what was going on outside. Someone shouted, "Who did this? How unethical. Damn it, why does it smell even worse than rotten fish?" "You!" Was the fool watered with the feces? "No, I can't take it anymore. Disperse, disperse. Go somewhere else and wait for the stench to disperse. Next door." Zeman Linglin frowned and looked at Han Fei. "Tell me, who are you?" Han Fei scratched his head. "Xuanhuan." Recalling Han Fei's battle scene, Zeman Linglin was shocked. However, she also confirmed that Han Fei's brain must have something wrong. Otherwise, why would he hold his head and scream? Zeman Linglin said, "Xuanhuan, have you forgotten something?" Han Fei knocked his head twice. "No, I can still remember how I poked ants when I was a few years old." However, Zeman Linglin's eyes lit up. "But what?" Han Fei tilted his head and said, "There are images in my head. There are people, delicious food, people flying in the sky, and boats flying in the sky." Zeman Linglin narrowed her eyes. What a joke. How could a ship fly in the sky? This must be something wrong with her brain. Sure enough, when the heavens gave a person talent, they would always deprive him of some things. Zeman Linglin took a deep breath and said, "Xuanhuan, how about this? I'll teach you combat skills, but you can't use your full strength. Oh no, you can't really hit me, you can only defend." "Huh? What? Watch my move." Zeman Linglin's dual sabers were like shadows as she used all her saber techniques and combat skills. However, Han Fei dodged habitually. After half an hour, Zeman Linglin didn't even touch Han Fei's shadow. However, the old man had unknowingly sat in the courtyard. The disabled old man said, "Miss, this kid seems to be more talented than you." "Huh? Didn't he not have any cultivation base? How come he's a fishing master now?" Zeman Linglin's face darkened. He was pretending. He's always been a fishing master. Zeman Linglin didn't want to tell him that Han Fei broke through 10 realms in one day. It was too shocking. It would be terrible if others knew. It was unknown whether the old man believed her or not, but he said leisurely, "Miss, we're all alone now. Why don't you take this brat in? I feel that he's not an ordinary person. You won't lose out." At that moment, Zeman Linglin's face turned red. "That's impossible. I wouldn't follow a fool, a child 3 or 4 years younger than me. No way." The old man smacked his lips and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. Why would cultivators care about age? In a few years, he will all grow up. Otherwise, if this kid is coaxed away by someone else, miss, you will cry." Zeman Linglin, Chapter 1116, Let's Go Wandering. To be honest, Zeman Linglin felt that she had made a killing. On the surface, she was teaching Han Fei combat skills, but in fact, she was learning from Han Fei. In terms of movement, combat style, and combat awareness, Zeman Linglin felt that she couldn't compare to Han Fei in any aspect. In just 3 days, Zeman Linglin felt that she had already entered the peak of the fishing master realm. It seemed that she could no longer make any progress. However, there was always an old man watching over her as she fought at home. All day long, he kept nagging her, trying to persuade her to marry that fool Xuanhuan. Today, she estimated that the reef beach should be safe. She was prepared to call Xuanhuan to the reef beach. However, as soon as Zeman Linglin arrived at Han Fei's door, she saw 2 middle-aged men talking to Han Fei. "Xuanhuan, I don't know how to tell you this, but I have to say it. Look, this is the toy your father entrusted me to bring you." The middle-aged man flipped his hand and a wooden turtle landed on the ground. Another middle-aged man took out a large pile of items. There were mid-quality pearls, spiritual fruits, and weapons. He said gently, "Xuanhuan, this is what your father left for you. Keep it well and hide it. Don't let anyone take them from you." Han Fei sniffed. "Where's my father?" The 2 middle-aged men froze for a moment before one of them said, "Speak. Thankfully, old Wang's son isn't that smart. He should be able to withstand it." Seeing this scene, Zeman Linglin had already guessed something. She could not help but feel her heart soften. Xuanhuan had become like her. The middle-aged man said, "Xuanhuan, your father sacrificed himself." The other middle-aged man rolled his eyes at the man when he saw Han Fei remain expressionless. He thought, "Are you stupid? This child is born stupid. Can he understand what sacrifice is?" Thus, this person said, "Han, your father died on the battlefield." Han Fei scratched his head. Oh, this time it was the 2 of them who were surprised. Did he understand or not? Why didn't his expression change? A middle-aged man said, "Xuanhuan, your father will never return. In the future, you must live alone." Han Fei said, "I know death is death. My father told me many times before that if he dies one day, I have to live. I know." "Sai, it's good that you understand. Let me tell you, in this world, there's no one who can't live without another. Being alive is already not easy, so you have to live well." The 2 of them wanted to say something more to comfort him, but Han Fei's empty expression made them speechless. In the end, they could only help Han Fei hide his things and leave. Zeman Linglin didn't know what to say. She didn't even know how to ask Han Fei to cultivate. Han Fei squatted under the peach trees, picked up a branch, and began to poke the ants. Zeman Linglin didn't know how to comfort Han Fei. She didn't even know how Han Fei expressed his feelings. So she came to Han Fei and squatted beside him, watching him poke the ants. Neither of them spoke. The branch in Han Fei's hand was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. Every time it fell, an ant would be pressed to the ground. However, what surprised Zeman Linglin was that Han Fei didn't kill the ants at all. He just pointed the tree branch at an ant. After his strength was reduced to the lowest point, he would tap the ant with great precision. Besides, he wouldn't touch any ant that he had touched a second time. No matter where the ant went, Han Fei could easily distinguish it. Zeman Linglin was dumbfounded. Everyone thought Han Fei was a fool, but they didn't understand his world. How could such a person be a fool? After a long time, Han Fei poked all the ants and felt that he had won. Then he turned to Zeman Linglin and asked, "Are you going to eat?" Zeman Linglin opened her mouth and nodded heavily. Yes, on the reef beach. Zeman Linglin accompanied Han Fei, but it was different from usual this time. In the past, Han Fei would never go deeper into the reef. However, this time, as Han Fei walked in, none of the creatures were Han Fei's match. They were all killed in one strike. Zeman Linglin knew that although Han Fei didn't know how to express himself, he was venting. He was seeking revenge on the marine race. After killing more than 200 creatures in a row, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin dragged them back, which were piled like a small hill. Han Fei patiently roasted the meat over and over again. He ate their meat when it was cooked. When he finished eating, he roasted again. This meal lasted for a whole day. They didn't stop until the tide rose and Han Fei's seasonings were all eaten. The moonlight shone on the water surface. Han Fei sat on the reef with Zeman Linglin beside him. Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Actually, I'm not stupid." Huh? Zeman Linglin tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. She held her breath. Is Han Fei just hiding himself? Han Fei continued, I just don't look smart enough. Zeman Linglin, Han Fei suddenly patted his head. There are a lot of things inside. It's very annoying. Seeing Han Fei like this, Zeman Linglin felt sorry for him, thinking that Han Fei was still venting. Poking the ants was venting, hunting marine creatures was venting, eating was venting, and now he began to beat himself to vent. Zeman Linglin grabbed Han Fei's hand and held him in her arms. It's okay. I'm just like you. Those people are right. It's not easy to be alive. We have to live no matter what. Only by living can we have a chance to take revenge. Not only must we live, but we must also become powerful. We must be so strong that everyone is afraid of us. The two of them sat on the reef for a long time. Later, Han Fei fell asleep and even snored. Zeman Linglin didn't fall asleep but looked at the sea quietly. She felt that she was much better than Han Fei. At least her brain was still clear and normal. However, Han Fei was carrying everything alone because he couldn't express anything clearly. In fact, he remembered everything in his head, but he didn't know how to say it. Suddenly, Zeman Linglin smelled a fragrance. A spiritual fruit appeared in Han Fei's hand and he stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed for a while before swallowing it. Then, he continued to sleep soundly. Huh? Where did this spiritual fruit come from? Could it be that he brought one out this morning when I wasn't paying attention? Although Zeman Linglin was confused, she didn't care too much about it. She only felt that she had neglected it. Perhaps this wasn't a good spiritual fruit. The next morning, Zeman Linglin found herself in a field of dried seaweed. She immediately thought to herself, oh no, that silly boy xuanhuan didn't do anything stupid, did he? When she got up, she found Han Fei lying on the ground in a weird posture. Zeman Linglin, xuanhuan, what are you doing? Han Fei said. I dreamed of a combat skill yesterday. Upon hearing it, Zeman Linglin sighed. How obsessed are you with combat skills? You can even dream about a combat skill, and you even created such a strange combat skill? It looks so ugly. However, what made Zeman Linglin feel that something was wrong was that when Han Fei changed his movements, there was spiritual energy and something else around him rushing into his body. Could it be energy? How can this be? He can even dream of a combat skill. Zeman Linglin hesitated for a moment and tried to imitate Han Fei. Plop. Zeman Linglin immediately fell to the ground, her face full of astonishment. So difficult. In just 6 hours, Han Fei had performed 108 moves in total, while Zeman Linglin had only done 38. This difference was so great that she wanted to die. Half a month later, Zeman Linglin could finally finish practicing the 108 stances. On the very first day, she was surprised to find that Han Fei's combat skill was too powerful. The day she started to practice it, it took effect. In this short half a month, Zeman Linglin felt that her physique was at least 30% stronger. The upper limit of her spiritual energy had also increased by more than 30%. She couldn't help but think maybe his head was fine. Maybe it was full of messy things indeed. Zeman Linglin had a terrible guess. Is Han Fei a reincarnated powerhouse? Such things only existed in legends. Even a legend of this kind was rarely heard. But if that was not the case, how could he explain Han Fei's astonishing actions? Moreover, Han Fei didn't even have the talent awakening, but he was already an intermediate fishing master and could break through to advanced fishing master at any time. The speed of his growth was too unbelievable. He was only relying on the true spirit fishing art. As for the true spirit fishing art, Zeman Linglin had also studied it for a long time, but the result was disappointing. In her hands, it was just a low-quality cultivation technique. Because Han Fei's strength was growing too fast, some people seemed to have noticed something. On this day, at Zeman Linglin's house, Zeman Linglin looked at the old man and said, "I'm preparing to leave." The old cripple let out a long sigh. "See, I'm right, aren't I? Even though I'm trash, I'm still trash of a great clan. I still have some foresight. This kid is too extraordinary. If he stays in Great Wilderness Village for too long, he'll be discovered sooner or later." Zeman Linglin was silent for a moment before saying, "Grandpa Shu, how can I get the spirit awakening fluid?" The old man sighed. "How can ordinary people get it? In fact, it doesn't matter if there's no spirit awakening fluid. That kid didn't awaken his talent when he became a fishing master. Do you think he can awaken his talent with the spirit awakening fluid?" Zeman Linglin said. "How long do we have to wait before he awakens his talent?" The old man said slowly. "No rush. Some people are strong even if they don't awaken their spiritual beasts. Can you beat him now?" Zeman Linglin shook her head. The old man continued. "Do you think you can defeat him by fusing with your spiritual beast?" Zeman Linglin thought for a moment, but still shook her head. The old man spread out his only hand. "Isn't that enough? You can't beat him regardless of whether he has a spiritual beast or not. Then what's the difference? Besides, it's not like you can only go to the sea. The land hasn't disappeared yet. There are still hundreds of thousands of mountains outside, crisscrossing each other. There are also forests in the distant wilderness with thousands of strange beasts. Why must you go to the sea?" Zeman Linglin's eyes lit up. "I understand." At Han Fei's house, Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei seriously. "Xuanhuan, let's go wander." Chapter 1117, Battle Awakening Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Zeman Linglin knew that since Han Fei had started cultivating, he would never stop. However, Han Fei's cultivation speed was amazing. If he was discovered, there would definitely be great clans from Yu City coming to take him. At that time, it would be useless whether Han Fei was willing or not. Besides, with his intelligence, he might be fooled and agreed to go if the other party said, "I could teach you combat skills." 5 years later, the remote desolate jungle was the largest ancient forest in the Yu Prefecture. It was filled with beasts and demonic plants. In the history of Yu Prefecture, countless strong masters had ventured into the depths of the remote desolate jungle to explore, and many of them had perished in it. Later on, the sea engulfed the land and fewer people explored the wildland. A large number of people were recruited to participate in the war between the humans and the sea race. In addition, the resources in the ocean were endless. Although countless people died every day, there were also countless people who gained a lot. Moreover, training soldiers in war was the fastest. Although the sea was devouring the living territories of humans, it was also feeding the humans, causing the number of human cultivators to increase. Zeman Linglin knew that the large clans were exploiting ordinary people too severely. Otherwise, the individual cultivators of Yu City would be even stronger. The remote desolate jungle that had been forgotten by humans was connected to the Grand Myriad Mountains. On the other side of the Grand Myriad Mountains was similarly a vast ocean. If one wanted to cross the sea and directly enter the Grand Myriad Mountains, practically no one had succeeded. This was because there was the storm straits between the sea area outside of Yu City and the Grand Myriad Mountains. It was said that that place was extremely terrifying, and even explorers didn't dare enter it. It was said that the mountain giants lived there, as well as countless strange beasts. It wasn't that the sea race hadn't thought of barging in from the Grand Myriad Mountains, but the outcome was obvious. No matter how many creatures the sea race commanded to attack the Grand Myriad Mountains, none of them succeeded. At this moment, in the middle of the remote desolate jungle, there was a man and a woman jumping on the branches while a dragon python followed them and tried to bite them. The woman's two blades were like the moon, drawing a strange arc in the air as she slashed the snake. The man turned around and avoided the dragon python's mouth. Then he stretched out his hands and opened the dragon python's mouth. Chila! The man broke the mouth in half with his bare hands. Crack, crack, he broke the two snake fangs. Xuanhuan, don't crush the snake's tooth. Use it to forge a saber for me. The man chuckled as he stepped on the lower jaw of the snake and punched through the skull of the dragon python. The scimitar in midair sliced horizontally and stabbed into the snake's body, killing it instantly. A moment later, Han Fei carried the body of the dragon python and followed Zeman Linglin to a stream. Zeman Linglin let out a long sigh. We haven't found a water source in a few days. Let's take a bath later and stew this snake. All right. Han Fei was still dull, but his eyes were brighter than before. After Zeman Linglin confirmed that the stream was safe, the two of them washed their faces. At this moment, Han Fei's face was still a bit childish, but his figure was comparable to that of a normal young man. After all, Han Fei was only 13 years old. No matter how fast he grew, there was a limit. Seeing Han Fei's face, Zeman Linglin curled her lips and said, 5 years have passed and you still haven't remembered anything? Han Fei scratched his head. Not yet. Zeman Linglin sighed and instantly complained. In your past life, you must have been especially obsessed with combat skills and delicacies. Yes, there must be only these two. Otherwise, how did you remember all these? You called her name again last night. I'm seriously suspicious that you're going to rekindle your feelings for your ex. Ah, Han Fei's head sank. For some reason, whenever he thought of Xiaoxiaoxian's name, he would always see a dagger, a vague figure, and a strange fishtail. Zeman Linglin hurriedly said, Hey, if you can't remember, then forget about it. I'm not blaming you. Han Fei shook his head. Eat. Zeman Linglin nodded. Every time she watched Han Fei cook, she found it pleasing to the eye. She used to think that Han Fei only knew how to cook mantis shrimps, but who knew that Han Fei could cook everything? Buzz. Han Fei stepped on the ground and formed a formation that could conceal his breath. Otherwise, it would be difficult to live in the remote, desolate jungle without attracting the attention of other creatures. Han Fei remembered his talent as a spirit gatherer when he came to the jungle with Zeman Linglin. Initially, he did not remember much. However, then he remembered a book called the Spirit Gathering Scripture. There were a lot of arrays on it. Han Fei tried and found that he could use the arrays subconsciously. When Zeman Linglin brought Han Fei to the remote, desolate jungle, both of them were too weak. Fortunately, Han Fei suddenly awakened as a spirit gatherer. In those 2 months, they survived by relying on array techniques, or they would have died long ago. Chila. In Han Fei's hand, he quickly cut the snakeskin with the bone knife, broke its tendons and bones, cut off its blood and flesh, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. As Han Fei waved his hand, pieces of snake meat were rolled up. At this time, Zeman Linglin had already taken out a large pot and was waiting. After filling up the pot, the two of them didn't seem to have enough, so Zeman Linglin took out another large pot. There were 2 large pots of snake meat. Each person took a pot, and the seasonings were prepared. They boiled the meat with spiritual fire and wild fruits, and the fragrance was overwhelming. Naturally, the two of them started to eat without hesitation. Zeman Linglin had already forgotten her table manners. The etiquette of the great clans in the past had long been forgotten. Eating in all seriousness or not eating, how could it be as satisfying as eating heartily? The noble lady of a big clan was now like a wild boy, all thanks to Han Fei. All these years, they had been wandering around the periphery of remote, desolate jungle. Rather than saying that Zeman Linglin was taking Han Fei along, it was more like Han Fei was taking Zeman Linglin along. Han Fei was growing too fast. Ever since Han Fei saw the first volume of True Spirit Fishing Art, he didn't need the second volume. When it was time, the second volume would appear in his mind. In just 5 years, Han Fei's strength soared crazily, surpassing Fishing Master, Great Fishing Master, and Dangling Fisher, and now he was in the early stage of a Hidden Fisher. On the other hand, even though Zeman Linglin had Han Fei's 108 desolate god body and often fought with Han Fei, she was only an intermediate Dangling Fisher now. But Zeman Linglin still felt that her cultivation speed was already very fast, but it naturally couldn't be compared to Han Fei's. Every time she thought about this, Zeman Linglin would be depressed. She was really cultivating hard, and Han Fei hadn't been cultivating at all for the past 5 years, but fighting all day long. But he had been growing naturally. Another thing was that she couldn't eat as much as Han Fei. This guy could eat anything. The higher the energy level, the more he could eat. It seemed that his stomach would never be full. At this moment, a pot of snake meat was already in Han Fei's stomach. Zeman Linglin sighed. Do you still want to eat? Han Fei grinned. Hee, what are you laughing for, idiot? Zeman Linglin had no choice but to take out the snake again and scrape another pot of snake meat for Han Fei. After dinner, Zeman Linglin shouted, Turn your back, don't look back. Having been with Han Fei for a long time, Zeman Linglin had long stopped treating him as a man. Anyway, he was silly and didn't know anything about dual cultivation between men and women, and he was very obedient. He used to bathe like this. Han Fei squatted by the stream, drawing a picture with a branch in his hand. The stream behind him was splashing. Ah! Suddenly, Han Fei heard a scream behind him. At that time, his heart tightened. Apart from that white thing, he saw thousands of red pistil threads appear in the water. As the threads grew rapidly, a red flower bud suddenly appeared, as if it were about to bloom. Zeman Linglin's legs were entangled, and her legs were covered in red silks with blood flowing out. Han Fei immediately thought of a word, parasite. Han Fei took a step forward. He was still in the air when he reached out his hand. The water in the stream boiled and thousands of knives poured down like a waterfall. The knife waves formed a storm and crushed the big red flower. Zeman Linglin looked at this scene in shock. She knew that something new had popped up in Han Fei's head. However, the thing that appeared this time made her even more shocked. Controlling knives was nothing, but the entire stream had transformed into knives. That incomparably sharp knife light made her heart flutter. At this moment, Han Fei had rushed to Zeman Linglin's side and completely ignored her current state. He quickly pulled away the red threads on her legs. Zeman Linglin's face was completely red, and she thought to herself, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from him for the rest of my life. This damned blockhead, why is he so stupid? I've been seen naked by him again. Zeman Linglin quickly pulled her clothes over and put them on. She didn't take what had just happened to heart. In any case, she was used to it. But the blades were still floating in the air. However, they hadn't formed a storm yet and were currently hanging in the air. Looking at this scene, Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei with a complicated look on her face, thinking, how many things does he have in his mind? Even if there were 10 of me, I would have been crushed by the knife storm in an instant. While Zeman Linglin was stunned, she saw Han Fei suddenly raise his head. Vines crisscrossed in all directions as large patches of red flowers bloomed. The void was filled with red stamens. Something was coming. Ximen Linglin hurriedly said, "Xuanhuan, run." Ximen Linglin took Han Fei's hand and was about to drag him away. However, Han Fei seemed to have become a different person at this moment. He grabbed her back. Han Fei said, "Heavenly Red Hibiscus, we can't run away." Chapter 1818, at this moment he is the King Ximen Linglin, looked at Han Fei in astonishment. "Why can't we run away? What is Heavenly Red Hibiscus?" But at this moment, Han Fei's muscles were tense and his face was solemn. He did not know why he recognized this plant that he had never seen before. However, when he saw the red pistils that filled the sky, it was as if the door of memory had been opened. It was a huge flower that occupied a whole mountain. Every petal of it had an astonishing defense. Every fruit of it was terrifyingly powerful. Its red pistil stole life force and soul. Within the area of its pollen, there was a strange bug called blood demon bug. All this information appeared in Han Fei's mind in an instant. Out of instinct, Han Fei forgot everything in the face of such a terrifying crisis. He only knew that a desperate battle was waiting for him. But deep in Han Fei's heart, there was still someone he needed to protect, Ximen Linglin. Buzz. Taking advantage of the fact that Heavenly Red Hibiscus was only in full bloom and hadn't launched an attack yet, Han Fei unconsciously stepped out a coiled turtle array. 1, 2, 3. Gradually, the large coiled turtle array appeared, the giant turtle laying horizontally. Ximen Linglin was dumbfounded. Was this still that Xuanhuan she knew? Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had awakened? Could it be that he had remembered everything in his mind? For some reason, Ximen Linglin felt her heart sink. To be honest, although she knew that Han Fei was extraordinary and might be the reincarnation of a super-strong cultivator, she didn't want Han Fei to remember his past. Because once Han Fei remembered it, the names that once appeared in Han Fei's life, such as Xia Xiaochan, Luo Xiaobai, Fatty, Zhang Xuanyu, Tunga, and so on, would all be remembered. Was Xuanhuan, who had regained his memory, still the fool she knew? However, this battle was not something Ximen Linglin could stop. She saw that Han Fei's eyes suddenly turned black and white, which she had never seen before. She saw two beautiful and pure glass wings grow on Han Fei's back. She saw Han Fei walking in the air, holding a kitchen knife. It was this kitchen knife that brought Ximen Linglin back to reality. Xuanhuan was still the same Xuanhuan. Even the weapon he used was a kitchen knife. Han Fei's momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Spiritual energy from all directions gathered crazily. The spiritual energy vortex rushed to his head and poured into his body. Swish, 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 swish. Within the red mist, red fruits could be seen flying over. Han Fei slightly tilted his neck. The myriad saber stream formed by the infinity water spiraled up and swept in all directions like an azure dragon, exploding continuously. Boom, 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 boom. Every time there was an explosion, Ximen Linglin felt her body tremble. She didn't even need to look. Every explosion in the void could tear her into pieces. The coiled turtle array was flickering. No matter how the violent impact washed over it, it could not get past it. Ximen Linglin murmured, "Is this the real ability of a spirit gatherer?" At this moment, Han Fei hadn't attacked yet. The red stamens hadn't attacked yet. Heavenly Red Hibiscus, who was hiding in the red mist, tried to blow Han Fei up. Han Fei naturally wouldn't die in such a probing attack. With a crack, Ximen Linglin knew that Han Fei had broken through again. Over the years, she had heard most the sound of making a breakthrough in addition to the names Han Fei called out. Heavenly Red Hibiscus was not in a hurry, nor was Han Fei. He just unconsciously felt that he might not be able to defeat the Heavenly Red Hibiscus now, so he chose to break through. Spiritual energy was still pouring in crazily, and Han Fei even ignited a trace of the essence of the sun. Fortunately, Han Fei couldn't absorb the essence of the sun directly in the remote desolate jungle, or Han Fei would be in a different state now. Boom, boom, boom. The Heavenly Red Hibiscus seemed to have realized that the exploding fruits could no longer hurt this person, so thousands of red pistils shot out from the void. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He was still breaking through and needed more time. He clenched his hand, and the million knife art instantly exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The extremely terrifying explosions instantly pulverized all of the plants within a radius of several dozen kilometers, leaving behind only scorched earth. The coiled turtle array that Han Fei laid down for Ximen Linglin collapsed layer by layer until the last layer of the array had many cracks. Ximen Linglin covered her ears and sat on the ground. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of a hidden fissure? Even a hidden fissure would be torn apart instantly. In the terrifying impact, Han Fei created several coiled turtle arrays for himself at the same time. In the blink of an eye, however, they were torn apart by the self-explosion of the infinity water. Han Fei fell heavily to the ground, leaving a long ravine. If he was still conscious, he would have realized that the world of reincarnation did not limit his strength. The infinity water burst into its strongest state, and its power far exceeded his imagination. Even the coiled turtle array protecting Ximen Linglin was almost torn apart, although it was quite far away. It could be imagined how great a shock Han Fei, who was in the center of the explosion, had taken. The heavenly red hibiscus didn't expect Han Fei's attack to be so powerful. Half of its strength was swept away, and the void red stamens, the explosion fruits, the blood demon bugs, and even the red mist were instantly destroyed. Wang Han, how are you? Zeman Linglin rushed out of the coiled turtle array and rushed at Han Fei. However, she was only halfway there when she saw white light beams descending. Under the light of the divine healing technique, Zeman Linglin was shocked to see that Han Fei's injuries were healing at a visible speed. Han Fei suddenly had a green battlesuit on him. The green light flowed and looked extraordinary. Han Fei suddenly stood up and glanced at Zeman Linglin. He stepped on the ground again, and one coiled turtle array after another appeared. This time, there was not only the coiled turtle array, but also a spirit gathering array, which was used to maintain the defense of the coiled turtle arrays. After that, Han Fei disappeared 100 meters away. Han Fei stood proudly in the air again and looked up. All of a sudden, the sun essence flames enveloped Han Fei and terrifying energy poured into his body crazily. The flesh on Han Fei's body was shed and then regenerated. The process was very fast. Zeman Linglin could only stare blankly. After about 10 seconds, Han Fei stopped this crazy behavior because he might not be able to hold on any longer. However, without the sun essence flames, the surging spiritual energy was still there. At that moment, the red pistols filled the sky once again. The void line stretched out and split into 100 strands. He was still not strong enough because he still had the petals of the heavenly red hibiscus in his consciousness as well as a stamen in the petals. In terms of how fast one could break through, it depended on how fast one's realm grew and how fast one could absorb spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't know that he was in the reincarnation cycle, but his realm was quite high and his soul was in the law enforcement stage. It was just that he was too weak back then. It was as though everything of his was sealed, and right now everything seemed to have been unsealed. Crack, crack. In the end, when the void line tangled with the red stamen, a huge red flower appeared in front of Zeman Linglin. Han Fei had just broken through to advanced hidden fissure. He knew that he had to fight. Han Fei dared to fight because this heavenly red hibiscus didn't seem as powerful as he had seen before. It was half the size of that one he had once seen, but it was terrifying regardless of its size. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, Han Fei left after images and appeared 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. The petals were like a cage, and they joined together on all sides. Han Fei waved his hand again, and the infinity water returned. Han Fei tapped his finger, and the million knife art changed. The million knife art combined into one and slashed at the heavenly red hibiscus. At this moment, he used 10,000 knives in one. The petal cage was torn apart, and Han Fei flashed forward again. However, the petals and the fruit of explosion failed his attack. Images appeared in Han Fei's mind. Buzz. A golden giant appeared, and Han Fei followed up with a punch. There was an array on his fist. The explosion of the sacrificing punch made heavenly red hibiscus feel a great sense of danger. At that time, more than 30 petals blocked the attack, and a large number of fruits scattered. The sky was as dazzling as fireworks. In Zeman Linglin's eyes, Han Fei was like a golden armored war god at this moment. Although she was born in a large clan, it was impossible for such a big battle to happen in the clan, so she had never seen such a scene. In the face of this power, Zeman Linglin felt that she was like an ant under the tree of Han Fei, not worth mentioning at all. He is a powerhouse. He has always been a powerhouse. He must have stepped onto the mountain peak before. Now he is only at a low ebb. I just need to awaken the memories in his mind. At this time, Zeman Linglin made a decision. She decided to bravely uncover Han Fei's memories and let him recognize himself. As for what would happen after he remembered everything, that kind of a powerhouse wouldn't belong to her anyway, right? The battle in the distance with Zeman Linglin's strength could no longer be seen clearly. In the void, there was a 100-meter-long saber mark slicing through the air and a heaven-shaking fist shadow shattering mountains and splitting rocks. However, the exploding petals let Zeman Linglin know that Han Fei was still fighting fiercely. That battle lasted for half an hour. Then, Zeman Linglin saw the sky full of black and white lights. All the knives turned black and white, spreading out like a wheel, as if they were going to cut through this desolate forest. Rumble, a terrifying explosion swept the surroundings once again. However, this was no longer a threat to Zeman Linglin. The battle was tens of kilometers away. Although there was still some aftershock, it was blocked by the coiled turtle array. At that moment, that little boy walked out of the aftershocks of the explosion towards her like the loneliest soul in the world. Zeman Linglin realized that there wouldn't be another person in her life who would give her such a feeling. At this moment, he was the king. Chapter 1119, War Giants Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. Zeman Linglin didn't know what she wanted to say. At this moment, she saw that Han Fei's eyes were still black and white. However, as Han Fei got closer and closer to her, the golden giant disappeared like golden powder in the wind. The glazed wings gradually faded and the black and white colors in his eyes returned to normal. Plop, Han Fei fell on his head. Fortunately, Zeman Linglin reacted fast enough and caught him, dragging him into the coiled turtle array. Wang Han, idiot. Zeman Linglin looked around nervously. If that kind of big red flower appeared again, this array might not be able to stop it. Although Han Fei was dripping with blood, Zimen Linglin let out a long sigh of relief after confirming that his breathing was stable and his heart veins were normal. After an entire day, the pressure finally came to an end. But Han Fei didn't wake up, and Zimen Linglin had already heard many noises around her. Zimen Linglin had never been so afraid before. She was not afraid of dying, but that something would break the formation and kill them. Han Fei had killed such a powerful red flower. He shouldn't have died here. While being scared, Zimen Linglin was lost for words. Han Fei suddenly took out a spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Because she hadn't slept since they came to remote desolate jungle, Zimen Linglin didn't know that Han Fei had spiritual fruits with him. Eh? Where did you get this spiritual fruit? Zimen Linglin snatched the spiritual fruit from Han Fei's hand. But Han Fei was stunned for a moment, and then a new spiritual fruit appeared out of nowhere and was stuffed into his mouth again. Zimen Linglin? On the second day, there were indeed living beings who dared to break into this area. Most of the living beings were initially heading in the direction of the heavenly red hibiscus. They were probably going to feast on its remains. It only lasted for 4 hours, yet there were already creatures who arrived in front of the coiled turtle array. At first, it was a giant python, then a black armored centipede, and then a group of porcupines, and then more and more. At first, these living beings did not fight with each other. Instead, they came over to cultivate and absorb the spiritual energy attracted by the spirit gathering array. However, once there were more living beings, there would naturally be insufficient spiritual energy. Then, a fight broke out outside the spirit gathering array. There were countless living beings in the forest. Blood flowed like rivers once the fight started. There were also quite a few living beings who were fighting to the point that they didn't know which direction they were in, and they were all colliding with the coiled turtle array. Bang, bang, bang. Zimen Linglin's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and hugged Han Fei tightly, curled up in the array. Wang Han, wake up. If you don't wake up, we're going to die. Crack. Cracks appeared on the outermost coiled turtle array, making Zimen Linglin even more anxious. Zimen Linglin immediately shouted, Wang Han, Xia Xiaoshan is in trouble. Xia Xiaoshan was taken away by bad people. Xia Xiaoshan, in Han Fei's dream, a lot of messy images were flashing rapidly. He saw the young Tunga shouting at him anxiously, Han Fei, wake up. He saw He Xiaoyu gulping down the spirit-swallowing soup. I can't drink anymore. He heard Xiaoshan shouting, Han Fei, help me wear it. I don't know how to do it. Han Fei, what do you want to eat today? Fei. Let me tell you, I saw an exceptionally beautiful girl today. Rascal, other than people, there were countless scenes of battles, warm scenes, and, got it. Chun Huangdian's arrogant face appeared in Han Fei's dream, and he looked at him condescendingly. I can barely be considered a prodigy. Is that all you've got? Little princess, take one last look at him. Let's go. Han Fei felt that there were thousands of people calling him in his head. It was so noisy that his brain almost exploded. However, only one person made Han Fei furious. Roar, Chun Huangdian, go to hell. While Zimen Linglin was shouting, she suddenly saw Han Fei shout and jump up. Bang! The two heads collided with each other. Zimen Linglin covered her head and felt that her head was about to crack. Han Fei's eyes were fierce, but when he looked around, he instantly returned to reality from the dream. He saw Zimen Linglin, who was covering her head, but for some reason, the image of another girl appeared in his mind. Xiaoshan? Zimen Linglin kicked Han Fei's feet angrily. You only know Xiaoshan. You got up only when I called Xiaoshan. I might as well change my name to Xiaoshan. Then you can call me Xiaoshan every day until you die. Women were easily jealous. Han Fei forgot everything after being yelled at by Zimen Linglin. He couldn't help but rub his head as he looked at the surrounding living beings that had crashed into the coiled turtle array. His face was filled with astonishment, but there wasn't much fear. Han Fei asked, where is this? Vague pictures suddenly appeared in Han Fei's mind, as if he had seen those scenes before. Wait, I seem to have become very powerful just now. How did I become stronger? Han Fei extended his hand and a drop of water appeared in his palm. When Zimen Linglin, who was still feeling jealous, saw this drop of water, she suddenly stopped talking and looked at Han Fei in fear, wondering if he had changed into a different person. However, when she saw Han Fei's dull eyes, she was relieved. He's still the same fool. His memory hasn't recovered yet. Han Fei looked at the infinity water in a daze, wondering where it came from. It seemed that this drop of water could change. Han Fei waved his hand and thousands of knives flew out. A pig-like creature outside the formation was instantly minced into pieces. Hiss! Han Fei quickly retracted his hand, and the million knives turned back into a drop of water. He was dumbfounded. Zimen Linglin also didn't dare to speak or ask, afraid that something bad would happen to this idiot. However, Zimen Linglin tugged at Han Fei's arm and reminded him, we should run now. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger here. It will definitely attract powerful creatures. I think I remember something. Zimen Linglin's body stiffened, and she said with an extremely unnatural tone, what did you remember? Han Fei looked up and said, fight. Huff. Zimen Linglin let out a long breath, and then immediately shouted, you only remembered that? Then hurry up and leave. Are you waiting to be eaten? Han Fei shrank his neck. Isn't it good to remember how to fight? Why are you so angry at me? However, Han Fei quickly got up, clenched his fist, and punched a path open. With a wave of Han Fei's hand, the law of gravity descended. Instantly, a group of creatures fell to the ground. Han Fei killed a pig with one hand and threw the pig over his shoulder. Then he and Zeman Linglin ran away. Zeman Linglin was speechless. "Why are you carrying a pig?" "Eat," Han Fei said subconsciously, but then he thought for a moment. "Why do I want to eat pigs?" Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Braised pork." "Huh?" Zeman Linglin didn't understand what he meant. She shouted, "Why are you being so silly now? Give me the pig and I'll keep it." Behind the two of them, many living beings chased after them. Han Fei waved his hand and the million knife art swept across, cutting out a path. After running for dozens of miles, the two of them noticed that the number of creatures in the forest had increased since God knew when. This was the middle part of the forest, not the depth yet. A group of large spiders appeared out of nowhere, filling the area in front of them with spider webs. Han Fei never knew the way. Zeman Linglin was the one who guided him in the forest. However, Zeman Linglin actually didn't have enough experience to explore this place. Seeing such a large area covered by spiders, how could she dare to walk? Immediately, Zeman Linglin pointed towards the depths of the forest and said, "In that direction." Along the way, after running for several hundred miles, when a pack of wolves appeared, Zeman Linglin knew that she might have taken the wrong path. However, the wolves were already charging towards them. It wasn't just the wolves. There was also a large swarm of bugs that had appeared out of nowhere and were crawling everywhere. Zeman Linglin gritted her teeth and looked at Han Fei. "Idiot, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out. Leave by yourself." Right after Zeman Linglin finished speaking, Han Fei spread his wings and flew into the sky with her in his arms. Zeman Linglin had never flown before. She saw Han Fei charging around in the forest, and there were lightning mink, centipedes, and pythons on the trees. Zeman Linglin tried her best to calm herself down. "Fly into the sky. Fly to the top of the forest." Han Fei obediently flashed away, scaring Zeman Linglin so much that she didn't even know where she was. Anyway, she only knew that they appeared 100 meters away with a whoosh and then lost her sense of direction. When the two of them flew into the sky, they saw a bunch of birds circling in the sky. Chirp! Zeman Linglin was dumbfounded. What should they do? For some reason, there were so many creatures in the forest, and there were so many huge birds in the sky. There was really no way out. Were they going to die this time? However, Zeman Linglin thought for a moment, "That's not right. It's been 5 years, and we've never encountered such a situation in the remote desolate jungle. Why did something suddenly go wrong today?" While they were panicking, a group of birds rushed over. The figures of the wind sky wings appeared in Han Fei's mind, and then he remembered a common method, to ride the birds. The void line stretched out and caught a bird. Han Fei felt that a lot of messy images appeared in his mind again. Suddenly, a group of special people appeared in the countless images. They were all very tall. Giants? At that moment, Han Fei couldn't help but look into the depths of the forest. He had a desire to know something. As for Zeman Linglin, she was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Before she could get used to the feeling of flying in the sky, she was already sitting on the back of a big bird and flying deeper into the forest. After they rode the bird for half a day, Zeman Linglin finally determined the direction of the flight through the position of the sun. Zeman Linglin said, "Idiot, the direction is wrong. We need to go back." However, when Zeman Linglin looked back, she realized that there were countless birds chasing after her. Zeman Linglin was desperate and leaned into Han Fei's arms. "Fine, fly wherever you want." Zeman Linglin felt that Han Fei was always able to overturn her understanding of the world. She didn't know that he was so capable before, but now Han Fei seemed to be able to even control other creatures. She was used to it. She wouldn't be surprised if anything happened to Han Fei. Right now, Zeman Linglin felt that these past few years had really been too exciting. Especially today, it had stimulated her so much that she wanted to give up on herself. There was no other reason. In the past, Zeman Linglin had always been enduring silently, always telling herself, "Actually, my talent isn't bad. It's just that this idiot's talent is too monstrous." However, when Han Fei left her far behind in strength, she realized how disappointed she was. She was just a slightly talented girl. Why did she have to compete with a peerless monster? However, as they flew, even Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Deep in the jungle, strange beasts were roaring. After more than 3,000 miles, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin saw a giant bear dozens of meters tall roaring and pounding the ground with both paws. For a time, grass and trees flew and the earth shook. Zeman Linglin cried out in alarm, "It's a bear, a dire beast from the distant wilderness. It's extremely powerful." Hearing Zeman Linglin's exclamation, Han Fei didn't know why, but the image of a bear the size of a human appeared in his mind. That bear was running and even raised its head to look at the sky. It let out a roar, and the sound waves rolled and shook the void. Han Fei hurried to pull the bird higher, but at this time, several black spots appeared in the sky and swooped down like green arrows. Zeman Linglin shouted again, "Not good, it's the conch-eating sky condors. Their claws and sharp beaks are incomparably powerful, capable of splitting gold and rocks. They can kill the blue sea great conch." The void line stretched out. When the conch-eating sky condors appeared 1,000 meters away, Han Fei hugged Zeman Linglin and disappeared on the back of the bird. Swish, swish, swish. Seaman Linglin realized that her position was changing rapidly. She was dizzy and couldn't differentiate north, south, east, and west. She heard the sound of a ding-dong rippling through the air. Soon, Seaman Linglin found that she was only 7 or 8 meters away from the conch-eating sky condors. However, Han Fei's flashing speed was too fast each time. Before she could react, she was either too far away or the conch-eating sky condors were too far away. By the time she reacted, she was once again riding on the back of the bird. However, this time, Seaman Linglin discovered that the mount she was riding had already become a conch-eating sky condor. Gulp. Seaman Linglin swallowed and looked at Han Fei behind her. Suddenly, she saw that Han Fei's shoulder was bleeding. Seaman Linglin hurriedly said, "You're injured? Hurry up and heal." A white light suddenly fell and Han Fei's wound was healing rapidly. Han Fei murmured, "Something happened." Seaman Linglin rolled her eyes. "Did you just realize that something had happened?" A creature like heavenly red hibiscus should never have appeared in the middle of the remote desolate jungle. And why wasn't that giant bear in the depths of the jungle? Nothing special happened in the last 5 years, but it happened today. This meant that something had happened in the depths of the remote desolate jungle or even the Grand Myriad Mountains. They traveled another 5,000 kilometers. At this time, Seaman Linglin discovered that there were already not many living beings running towards the outer perimeter of the remote desolate jungle. In fact, this place was surprisingly quiet. Even the sky was much quieter and the birds had disappeared. Seaman Linglin was slightly pleased. "Wang Han, are we going to enter the Grand Myriad Mountains? It's said that the Grand Myriad Mountains are extremely dangerous. The legendary mountain giants and giant race live there." Han Fei scratched his head. "I want to go." For some reason, Han Fei felt that a voice in his heart was calling him, telling him that he must not let go of this opportunity. If he missed this chance, he might never have another chance. That was Han Fei's long-cherished wish. He wanted to learn the secrets of this world and the secrets of that world-shaking war in the Age of Doom. In the later generations, there was no such thing as the Grand Myriad Mountains. There were many mountains in the sea, but these underwater mountain ranges were usually occupied by large numbers of marine creatures. When Han Fei controlled the conch-eating sky condors and flew into the Grand Myriad Mountains, everyone, including Seaman Linglin, was shocked. As they flew in the sky, they could see the mountains hidden in the clouds. There were peerless cliffs that were even higher than the sky they were on. After flying for a short while, the situation changed. They rushed into the mountains. There were mountains in front and behind them, some even reaching into the clouds. Han Fei sensed that all kinds of creatures were gathering but not fighting each other. Roar! There was a giant wolf standing on the mountaintop, howling towards the sky. There was far more than one such giant wolf. Han Fei suddenly said, "They are going to war." Huh! Seaman Linglin didn't know what was going on. She had been stunned by the beautiful paradise in front of her. After all, the creatures in the mountains couldn't fly into the sky, so she wasn't that afraid. In fact, Seaman Linglin felt that with Han Fei around, no place was scary. Han Fei always had a way to survive in these places. However, Han Fei said that there was going to be a war. Who was going to fight whom? A voice suddenly sounded in Han Fei's mind. "Human, why are you here?" Han Fei swept his perception and found a goat standing on a high cliff watching him. Han Fei murmured, "I want to come here." The goat said, "The humans have their own battlefront, and the Grand Myriad Mountains have their own battlefield. For so many years, the humans and the Grand Myriad Mountains have never gotten along, so all of you should withdraw." Of course, Han Fei refused to retreat, so he said, "I want to go to the giants." Seaman Linglin was surprised. "Idiot, who are you talking to?" Han Fei pointed at the distant cliff. "The goat." Seaman Linglin's eyes widened. However, she couldn't help but feel a little helpless when she thought about how strong people could sense things far away. Of course, Seaman Linglin knew that Han Fei wasn't good with words, so she immediately shouted to the air, "Senior Goat, we don't mean any harm. We were expelled by the human race and just came to the Grand Myriad Mountains to seek survival." The next moment, a voice rang out in Seaman Linglin's mind. "You can fly east. The war giants might accept you. Don't go to the battlefield of the beasts in the west." "Yes, Senior." Seaman Linglin was curious. Could there be a battlefield here too? Did the marine race start a war with the Grand Myriad Mountains? Seaman Linglin hurriedly said to Han Fei, "Idiot, go east. Let's go east." Seaman Linglin was no fool. The beasts had always been at odds with humans during peacetime. She had never heard of the war giants, but she had read about them in books. After flying for a whole day, they didn't know how many mountains and rivers they had passed. However, the deeper they went into the Grand Myriad Mountains, the more strange it felt. A flood serpent soared into the sky and stared at them. The flood serpent asked, "Humans, why have you come?" Seaman Linglin quickly replied, "Senior, the two of us have something important to do. We are heading to the war giants." Perhaps the flood serpent treated the two of them as messengers, so it did not stop them. Instead, it helped to roar, causing many restless creatures to calm down. After all, this flood serpent could tell that the two of them were only average in strength, and it did not wish to be disturbed frequently. Therefore, it simply roared for them. The two of them had even encountered a giant eagle that covered the sky. That mad eagle flew over and questioned, "Humans, you're controlling this conch-eating sky condors. Will you harm its life?" Seaman Linglin swallowed and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei seemed to know how powerful the giant eagle was, so he shook his head. No. Zeman Linglin immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Senior, once we reach the war giants, we will release this conch-eating sky condors. The giant eagle flapped its wings and flew into the sky as it warned, humans, remember your words. Or else, you will become the enemies of the Sky Clan. Such things happened almost every once in a while. Zeman Linglin was numb. She had never seen these creatures before. Some of them had never even appeared in books before. Perhaps they saw that the two of them were too weak, or perhaps they saw that they had been flying east all this time and thought they were really looking for the war giants, so they didn't do anything to them. Otherwise, Zeman Linglin felt that it was enough for the two of them to die 100 times. Hualala. The next morning, Zeman Linglin fell asleep in Han Fei's arms. Suddenly, she was woken up by a noise. When Zeman Linglin opened her eyes, she saw that above the 9 heavens, hundreds of thousands of skybirds were actually flying together with them. Hiss! Zeman Linglin gasped in shock and exclaimed, what is going on here? Above them, the sky blotted out the sun as if it were covered by black clouds. Countless birds traveled with them. Of course, the altitude was different. Soon, a golden eagle flew over. Zeman Linglin hurriedly said, Senior, we're only going to the war giants. The golden eagle's gaze was cold. Release the conch-eating sky condors when you arrive. Zeman Linglin quickly nodded. Yes, Senior. The figure of a Sky Survey golden hawk appeared in Han Fei's mind. This one seemed to be bigger than the one he had seen. The Sky Survey golden hawk flew away and said, The Sea Tribe is attacking the Grand Myriad Mountains. You two humans are too weak. When you reach the war giants, don't participate in the battle. It's best to inform the human powerhouses of this matter. It was a huge mountain range and grassland. There was a huge city that was comparable to a tall mountain. The vast mountain range in front of the city was filled with huge tents. Han Fei sensed that many braided giants in animal skins or fish skins were refining weapons. Clang, clang, clang. There weren't many giants that appeared on the mountain ridge grassland. Most of them were refining weapons. The relatively short giants might be the children of giants. Of course, even the children were much taller and stronger than Han Fei. When the flock of birds flew across the sky, they saw the giants roaring. Some of them were holding huge axes and howling wildly. There were giant children chasing after the flying birds that filled the sky, running crazily through the mountains and plains. Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei. Idiot, we're at the war giant tribe. In the sky, Zeman Linglin's worldview had been completely overturned by Han Fei, because she already knew where they were going to and had imagined countless times what giants looked like. When she really saw them, she was only curious and not surprised. Han Fei didn't know why he came here, but he wanted to land when he saw the giants. So, the conch-eating sky condors swooped down and Han Fei landed under the gazes of a group of giants. In the sky, the Sky Survey Golden Hawk was circling. Han Fei put away the void line. The conch-eating sky condors flapped its wings in panic and soared into the sky, fearing that it would be controlled by Han Fei again if it ran too slow. Gulp. Zeman Linglin grabbed Han Fei's clothes. She had never seen such a scene before. She didn't know how to face it. Bang, bang, bang. Uluru. They saw a group of giant children chasing towards them. Varuwaka, Han Fei, and Zeman Linglin, of course, couldn't understand their language. They stood on the ground in a daze. The giant children looked at them curiously, dancing and gesturing as if they were measuring their height. Han Fei looked up at these giant children and felt that they were huge. He and Zeman Linglin were both more than 1 meter tall, but the shortest one among these giant kids was probably more than 6 meters tall and looked very cute. The tallest child was more than 10 meters tall. Even if he squatted down, they still had to look up at him. Han Fei could even see the dust inside through the thick pores on the faces of the giant children. The giants had braids on their heads. Their lips were thick, their noses were big, and animal bones or fish teeth hanging from their necks and hands. They were barefoot and muscular. Han Fei and Zeman Linglin were surrounded by a group of giant children. One of the giant children seemed to want to tap Han Fei with his finger, but he seemed to think that his finger was too thick and was afraid that Han Fei would fall, so he froze in midair. Breathing heavily, Zeman Linglin grabbed Han Fei's arm tightly. She really couldn't communicate with the giants. Han Fei tilted his head and stretched out his hand. A large hand of spiritual energy appeared in midair and tapped the child's finger. Wakaloo. These children jumped up and down in joy, shaking the earth and mountains. Hoholoo. An angry roar rang. An adult giant seemed to be berating them. He held a huge mace and shouted a few times. Then, he used the mace to drive these children away. The adult giant said a few words. Han Fei scratched his head and murmured, I don't understand. Zeman Linglin was speechless. Then why did you want to come here? As an adult giant, that giant seemed to understand what Han Fei meant. He immediately roared at the vast mountain ridge. Hoholaka, they scanned Han Fei and Zeman Linglin with their perception, but they didn't care. Most importantly, this was their territory, and none of these giants were weak. Han Fei could clearly feel that even the giant child who just stretched out his finger was as strong as a junior fishing master. In fact, in terms of strength, he might be stronger than a junior fishing master. It meant that with Zeman Linglin's current strength, she probably couldn't even defeat a giant child here. Bang, bang, bang. A large group of adult giants surrounded them. The average height of the giants was 15 meters. They simply looked like hills. Moreover, there were always some taller ones in a tribe. The tallest one here was probably 20 meters tall, so tall that they couldn't even reach his knees even if they jumped up. In the crowd, a giant wearing a furry animal hide walked through the crowd. As he walked, he shouted at the giant beside him, Kakayawu. Then many giants dispersed and went back to refining weapons. There were only about 10 giants left. The man was obviously the giants' leader. He stood 20 meters away from Han Fei and said in the unfamiliar human language, humans, why are you here? Seeing that the giant could speak human language, Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei excitedly. She didn't know why he wanted to come here, but since Han Fei wanted it, they came. Han Fei looked at the giant and sensed the power of the man. He didn't seem to be his opponent now. Why did you come? Why? Han Fei frowned. Suddenly, he clutched his head and some messy images appeared in his mind. It was a giant mural. He seemed to have seen the death of the giants. Zeman Linglin's face changed. She knew that Han Fei was having a headache again. He must have remembered something. However, the giant opposite him was dumbfounded. I didn't even move, Zeman Linglin said. Wang Han, don't think about it. If you can't remember, don't be anxious. Zeman Linglin hurriedly said to the giant leader, Senior, we're from Yu City, and we came through the remote desolate jungle. My name is Zeman Linglin, and his name is Wang Han. Wang Han seems to be related to the giant race, but he lost some of his memories. Faruwa, Kakayuo, 7 or 8 giants immediately began to talk at the same time. The giant leader raised his hand, silencing everyone. The leader said, too weak. He's better. Wait. When the king returns, he will know what to do. I'll teach you guys some giant language first. Han Fei and Zeman Linglin were escorted to a huge tent. The giant leader said a few words to the people in the tent, and then a female giant walked out of the tent. She was holding a walking stick that looked like a pillar. The female giant was obviously a little old. She looked at Han Fei and Zeman Linglin and said, open your mind. I'll teach you our language. The giant pointed at Han Fei. Zeman Linglin was still a little nervous, but Han Fei knew that she meant no harm, so he stood still. When the thick finger gently rested on Han Fei's head, a series of strange and obscure words entered Han Fei's mind. It was like a spiritual imprint. Han Fei closed his eyes and let the giant characters flow in his mind. A moment later, when Han Fei opened his eyes again, he saw a group of giants looking at them. Zeman Linglin woke up soon after Han Fei. At this moment, the two of them heard someone say, humans, do you understand what we said now? Zeman Linglin was stunned for a moment, then said in shock, Wang Han, I understand. It's amazing. Zeman Linglin pondered for a moment before speaking in the giant language. Thank you, Senior. Ha ha ha. Her voice is so soft. It's not as loud as my daughter's voice. Humans are tiny. The group of giants were teasing her when they heard the female giant say, Girl, did you say there's something wrong with his memory? Zeman Linglin nodded. This was something that couldn't be helped. If she didn't say so, they wouldn't even know why the two of them came here. Then they might just kill them. The female giant nodded slightly. Judging from his dull expression, he is either a congenital idiot or his soul is injured. However, this boy's strength is not bad. Let's see if we can get any information from the way he fights. Xuanhuan, fight with this boy. The giant called Xuanhuan was stunned. He said with a stunned expression, Priest, I fight him? What if I kill him? The female giant harumphed. Whether or not you can beat him is a question. Let's see if you can beat him is a question. Let's see if you can beat him. Make the little boy show his true strength. As a priest, she was wiser than other giants. It was impossible for Zeman Linglin to pass through the remote desolate jungle and the grand myriad mountains to come here. Since it wasn't her, Han Fei must be extraordinary. Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei. Idiot, can you handle it? Shall we wait for the giant king to come back? Han Fei scratched his head. Fight, he heard Xuanhuan say with a buzz. Human, you are so tiny. Will you really not be killed by me? Hit me first and let me see your strength. Yes, Xuanhuan is right. Yes, he can't fight the boy directly. It's not easy for us to see two humans. We can't kill them. Xuanhuan, you have to control yourself. Don't make things too difficult for the human dolls. Han Fei scratched his head. Okay. Seeing that the priest and the leader didn't object, many giants, who had long been listening attentively, immediately ran over, including many giant children. The giant leader shouted, all of you, move aside. Clear a piece of land. Xuanhuan, don't beat the human boy too heavily. Chapter 1120, Arrival of the Oracle Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. Zeman Linglin felt that she must be crazy. Why did she come to this place with Han Fei? The giants that looked like mountains didn't look easy to deal with, and now Han Fei had to fight them? However, she knew that Han Fei was very powerful, especially Han Fei who fought with the big red flower that day. At that moment, Zeman Linglin felt that Han Fei was the real king. At this moment, a group of giants cleared the arena that was as big as a football field. One of the giants said to Zeman Linglin, Girl, come to my hand. Huh? After that, Zeman Linglan sat on the shoulder of the giant, occupying the best viewing spot. Han Fei looked at Shan Tu foolishly. Shan Tu scratched his head and said, "Come, hit me first so that I can judge your strength." Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded. With a flash of golden light, he threw a golden punch. The invincible fist seal was not weak to begin with, and it carried Han Fei's invincible will. The fist seal appeared in midair and became about 2 meters wide. This scene made Shan Tu's eyes light up and he immediately grinned. Shan Tu didn't even block it. Although he felt that Han Fei's punch wasn't weak, it shouldn't be very strong. Boom, boom, Shan Tu's 18-meter-tall body sat on the ground and he looked dumbfounded. Roar, 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 roar! Shan Tu, you are too embarrassing. Ha ha ha, this human's so powerful. Shan Tu, the opponent is not weak. You can exert more strength. Han Fei was a little surprised. A golden fist mark only knocked Shan Tu into the ground. The opponent's physique seemed to be quite powerful. Shan Tu laughed. Well fought, boy. I've come. Bang, bang, bang. Shan Tu suddenly got up, ran 2 steps, and suddenly leaped forward. His huge fist flew across the sky and smashed down. This speed should not be slow for a giant. However, in Han Fei's eyes, it seemed to be full of loopholes. Han Fei used a weird footwork technique and his figure flickered. He directly avoided Shan Tu's fist and moved horizontally to Shan Tu's chest. Boom, 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 Shan Tu flew tens of meters away and rolled on the ground. Roar, roar, roar. Shan Tu, you have underestimated your enemy. Shan Tu, you are too weak. Shan Tu, you must be slacking off. Zeman Linglan shouted. Wang Han, well done. Even the giant leader said, Shan Tu, don't use brute force. Use 50% of your strength. Hearing the leader's words, Shan Tu blushed. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so powerful. As soon as the giants heard that he was going to use 50% of his strength, they immediately dashed outwards, clearing an arena with a radius of 1,000 meters. Zeman Linglan secretly exclaimed, the giant was already very strong just now. Now he would only use 50% of his strength? Shan Tu shouted, human, get ready, buzz. As Shan Tu's body shook, Han Fei acutely sensed that the surrounding energy was being absorbed crazily. Han Fei immediately thought of something. With a buzz, the will of the god of war appeared. In an instant, a 20-meter-tall golden giant appeared. Tu Shan was dumbfounded and forgot what he was going to do next. Gasp! Humans can also become giants? Wow, it's higher than Shan Tu. It's golden and shiny. It looks amazing. The giant leader shouted, Shan Tu, don't underestimate your enemy. There was a trace of infatuation in Zeman Linglan's eyes. It was just like that day. Shan Tu's expression turned serious as he shouted, Battle King 8 flashes. Swish, swish, swish. In the void, 7 or 8 strange lights flashed. At the same time, a fist mark hit Han Fei. Han Fei raised his hand and blocked it with his palm. In an instant, he felt tremendous power and was punched more than 200 meters away. Zeman Linglan's expression changed drastically. Idiot, dodge. When the second fist mark appeared, the golden fist mark in Han Fei's hand appeared and the array was instantly condensed. Boom. Han Fei retreated another 20 meters and punched again. Han Fei blocked the same way. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was pushed back more than 100 meters. Someone shouted, Good job, Shan Tu. Someone laughed. Humans are still weak. However, the giant priest frowned slightly as if she felt something was wrong. This human's power seemed to be more than that. The giant priest shouted, Mountain painting, use 80% of your strength. Huh? Zeman Linglan shouted. Senior, 50% is enough. Shan Tu scratched his head. Lord Priest, isn't it too much? The giant priest looked at Zeman Linglan. He has power that hasn't been activated yet. We have to give him a little push. When he suddenly heard that, Shan Tu thought, this human is still hiding his strength? Immediately, he used the Battle King 8 flashes again. Han Fei's figure flashed and he punched continuously. Instantly, golden light burst out. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling continued and the earth trembled. Although he was no match for Shan Tu in terms of strength, Han Fei was very flexible, so Shan Tu's attack did not hit him. The female priest shouted in a low voice, Boy, don't dodge. When you have no choice but to face the power that you can't block, you have to think about what to do. Shan Tu, attack with all your strength. Don't hold back. When Shan Tu heard that, he shouted, War Fist Light! Zeman Linglan clenched her fists with a worried expression. Han Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed. What should I do if I don't dodge? I seem to have a secret technique. The fist light was like a beam of light that shot over in an instant. The giant priest was already prepared to save him. However, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and his aura suddenly soared. The golden giant formed by Han Fei and the will of the god of war suddenly raised its hand against the terrifying fist light. Boom! The giants raised a layer of light shields. Although the full power attack of Shan Tu couldn't hurt them, they could not let it destroy their homes. On the battlefield, Han Fei was still holding his hand. He didn't move or retreat. At that moment, the devil change was suddenly activated and Han Fei's strength soared. In an instant, his strength was raised to the intermediate law enforcer level. On both sides of Han Fei, 2 fist-shaped air currents appeared, creating huge ravines. Hiss, so powerful, he can even block this? This human actually has the power of a law enforcer? Use a secret technique, otherwise you will lose. Xuanhu, the boy is a human powerhouse. Zeman Linglin was dumbfounded. Law enforcer? He had already become a law enforcer? Zeman Linglin had never thought of becoming a law enforcer before. That was a law enforcer, the level above the hidden fisher realm. The power of law was not something anyone could easily comprehend. How old was Hanfei? He was only 13 this year. How could he become a law enforcer? Xuanhu immediately became abnormally excited. Haha boy, since you are a law enforcer, I will really go all out. The muscles on Xuanhu's body bulged even more as energy swirled around his body. An illusory red light appeared on his body. War god art. Shwa, Xuanhu's speed became much faster. In the blink of an eye, he punched out and his fist was like a roaring azure dragon. The void was pierced through and the sound barrier was instantly broken. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call that fist a small nuclear bomb. The giant leader shouted, "Shield formation." The onlookers pushed out a light shield together. Han Fei punched again, and the array followed. Rumble. The pillar of light soared into the sky. When the scene calmed down, Han Fei and Xuanhu had both retreated more than 100 meters away. Han Fei calculated a number in his mind. Tushan was at the peak of Hidden Fisher, but his strength surpassed 3 waves. After using the secret technique, Tushan's strength surpassed 10 waves. Han Fei didn't know how he calculated it, but he was a little shocked. An ordinary giant could have a strength of 10 waves when he was a peak Hidden Fisher? What did that mean? If he were a human, he would be a true prodigy. Zeman Linglin kept swallowing her saliva, so were the other giants around her. Quite a number of children were shouting, "Wow, humans are so powerful. Brother Xuanhu actually didn't win." A child shouted, "Brother Xuanhu, cheer up." A giant shouted, "Xuanhu, fight, roar." Xuanhu roared. He was so big, yet he could not even beat a small human. It was too embarrassing. In that instant, his skin flushed red. The giant leader shouted, "Mountain control array." Roar, roar, roar. The entire battlefield was enveloped by the light. Xuanhu seemed to have unleashed 120% of his power. Han Fei still looked stupid, but he didn't retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to erupt in the arena, and smoke and dust filled the air. Zeman Linglin could no longer see. She could see the huge figure of Xuanhu, but she couldn't see Han Fei because he was too fast. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. A loud shout sounded in the arena as the female priest said, "Remove the array. Xuanhu is about to break through." The giant leader said, "Humans, retreat from the battlefield." Han Fei flashed through the air like a phantom and appeared beside Zeman Linglin, standing on the shoulder of a giant. That giant immediately tilted his head and laughed. "Good job, human. You actually defeated Xuanhu. From now on, you are the best friend of Xuanhu." Han Fei scratched his head and looked at the dumbfounded Zeman Linglin. "I feel that my body is too weak." Zeman Linglin, Zeman Linglin. Zeman Linglin gritted her teeth in anger. "Weak? Have you considered my feelings? I was the one who taught you when we were young, but now you've become my teacher. I can tolerate this, but now you've even become a law enforcer. And you still say that your body is too weak? A giant's breakthrough was no different from a human's breakthrough. After all, the giant was essentially a branch of the human race. It was just that the giant was a little bigger, stronger, and might require more energy. Because it was a scene of someone becoming a law enforcer, everyone did not leave and instead observed it together. After all, while observing, the bystanders could actually sense a trace of the law essence. Zeman Linglin was too weak to sense it. She looked at Han Fei. "Idiot, when did you become a law enforcer? What law did you enforce?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I haven't become a law enforcer, huh? Then why did you suddenly become so strong?" A giant said, "Jurl, he hasn't become a law enforcer. He used a secret technique, a very powerful secret technique." Secret technique? Zeman Linglin held her breath and was depressed. Why was there such a powerful secret technique? The Hidden Fisher had become a law enforcer, and she could no longer keep up with this idiot's speed. She was so unhappy. Others said that Han Fei hadn't become a law enforcer, but Han Fei was puzzled. Have I? Han Fei knew that he hadn't become a law enforcer, but he felt that he could, or rather, he had. When Han Fei sensed the arrival of a law, the mysterious power was reflected in his mind. For some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt light and fell off the giant's shoulder with his head in his arms. Fortunately, the giant caught Han Fei in time. In Han Fei's dream, he saw an angry Vajra glaring at him. For some reason, Han Fei and he kept looking at each other. However, he found it strange that the golden glaring Vajra seemed to be looking at him. Wang Han, fool idiot, are you awake? I saw your eyelids trembling." A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Han Fei opened his eyes sleepily and saw a huge head hanging a few meters above his head. Fuck. Han Fei shivered and shouted subconsciously, "Xuanhu?" "Why am I asleep?" Xuanhu's thunderous voice said. "Brother, the priest said that you were too tired from fighting and fell asleep." Han Fei thought to himself, "When did I become your brother? My mother can't give birth to such a big guy like you." Zeman Linglin rolled her eyes. "Did you dream about something again?" Han Fei blinked. "I dreamed I was staring at a golden statue." Seeing Han Fei's stupid look, Zeman Linglin sighed and said, You've slept for the whole afternoon. Xuanhu laughed. Brother, you woke up at the right time. Tonight our clan will hold a bonfire sacrifice and we can have a good meal. Get up quickly and let's go. Ximenlinglan covered her nose. The smell coming out of Xuanhu's mouth was really unbearable. Han Fei didn't seem to want to see Xuanhu's big mouth either. He sat up and said, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Xuanhu followed Han Fei and Ximenlinglan. Every few steps forward he made, he would stop and wait for them, fearing that they couldn't catch up with them. Ximenlinglan said in a low voice, The giants are at war. The marine race has indeed attacked the Grand Myriad Mountains. It's said that there are venerables among the enemies. Therefore, this battle is unprecedentedly grand. The beast race, the sky race, the war giants, and the demonic plants have brought all the mountain giants from the Grand Myriad Mountains to the battlefield. The remaining ones are all reserve forces. If anything happens to the battle ahead, these people will have to leave the Grand Myriad Mountains and head towards the human world in the direction of the remote desolate jungle. Ximenlinglan explained the current situation of the Grand Myriad Mountains to Han Fei. Although she reckoned that Han Fei didn't understand what she said, she still had to tell Han Fei. Ximenlinglan knew and had seen one before, but she had never seen a venerable fight. However, after reaching that level, it meant that this battle was truly vast, making these clans start to prepare their own paths of retreat. This was why the heavenly red hibiscus had appeared in the middle of the remote desolate jungle. There were living beings migrating from the Grand Myriad Mountains, and the commotion was so great that all the plants that could move had begun to avoid them. As for the ordinary creatures, they didn't dare to fight the creatures in the Grand Myriad Mountains. They could only migrate to the center of the remote desolate jungle and waited for the creatures from the Grand Myriad Mountains to return to the Grand Myriad Mountains. The so-called bonfire sacrifice was an activity of half offering sacrifices and half eating. According to Xuanhu, such activities were often held. From time to time, giant children rushed to Han Fei and shouted, Human, are you awake? Human, why are you so small but so powerful? Human, did you faint from hunger today? Don't worry, there will be a lot of delicious food later. Human, is the human world fun? Han Fei didn't know how to answer their questions. Xuanhu said, Go play yourselves, prepare to eat. There was a special altar for the bonfire sacrifice. It was the closest place to the giant city, an enormous square half-pyramid platform. When Han Fei and the others arrived, many people greeted them and made way for them, telling them to sit at the front. Because the altar was too big and there were not many people left behind to guard the clan, there was only one giant sitting every 30 meters or so, and the giants surrounded a huge bonfire. Because everyone attributed the breakthrough of Xuanhu to Han Fei, including Xuanhu himself, everyone felt that Xuanhu was obligated to take Han Fei and Ximenlinglan to have a meal and act as their guide. At this moment, Xuanhu pointed at a bonfire in the front row and said, We are sitting here. Look, it's already being roasted. Ximenlinglan was flabbergasted. What were they roasting? A 30-meter-long squid, a row of 7 or 8-meter-long white shrimps, and a 10-meter-long inferno fish. Beside the fire pit, there was also a circle of spiritual energy clams. The corners of Ximenlinglan's mouth twitched. Although she could eat a lot now, but this war giant race could really eat. Ximenlinglan sniffed. We don't have enough garlic on us. However, then she saw Xuanhu take out a box filled with spiritual fruits from somewhere. There were all kinds of fruits, replenishing spiritual energy, mental power, or even soul power. Of course, besides that, there were also a lot of messy fruits. For example, Han Fei saw pineapple and fire peppers. Xuanhu chuckled and put the fruits in front of Han Fei. Brother, eat. Since he was asked to eat the fruits, Han Fei began to eat. Han Fei immediately grabbed a spiritual energy fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he grabbed a handful and stuffed it into Ximenlinglan's arms. Ximenlinglan winked at him. Hey, idiot, he's being polite. How can you just eat like this? Heh heh! Speechless, Ximenlinglan glanced at Xuanhu and realized that he was also a simpleton. Even though he was so big, he was still a simpleton. Ximenlinglan felt that Xuanhu could swallow this basket of spiritual fruits in a single mouthful. Silence. The giant priest on the sacrificial altar shouted, Everyone must pray and be pious. Then Xuanhu and all the giants who gathered around the campfire pressed a finger to their brow and leaned forward, their necks raised. Han Fei was still eating when he was tugged at by Ximenlinglan. Let's do it together. Han Fei swallowed the last spiritual energy fruit and made this strange gesture too. The great god of war. Grand Myriad Mountains, eyes of the earth. The sound of the ancient waves. In the distant gaze of Blackstone City beneath the holy city of giants. Pray for triumph in the war. Pray for the peace of my king. Pray for the safe return of soldiers. Pray for the eternal existence of the mountains. May you listen to the pious prayers of your people. May your light be eternal. Please give us your oracle. All the giants around the bonfire muttered, Please give us your oracle. Han Fei and Ximenlinglan raised their heads and shouted along with Xuanhu. In the next moment, when they thought the ritual was about to end, with a whoosh, several 100-meter-tall flames appeared on the altar, lighting up the sky with incomparable heat. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a wall of water protecting Ximenlinglan. Ximenlinglan grinned. Idiot, why are you being so proactive at a time like this? It's not like the fire is burning me. After waiting for a while, Xuanhu muttered, Sigh. Great War God didn't give us an oracle again. Han Fei shivered. War god? What a familiar name. Although the god of war and the war god had similar meanings, the feeling they gave was completely different. Therefore, when Xuanhuan mentioned the war god, a vague image of a fatty suddenly appeared in Han Fei's mind. Suddenly, a child shouted, "Words, there are words." Originally, even the giant female priest had no hope. This was because such sacrifices had been carried out countless times, but the god of war had never responded. When a child said yes, the priest suddenly turned around and saw a shadow within the flames. That shadow resembled the word human. It was dead silent. Everyone was staring blankly at the blazing fire. At the next moment, the scene exploded. Roar, roar, roar. God of war did not abandon us. Your pious people have always been here. The crowd went crazy. For example, Xuanhuan stood up and pounded his chest with his fists, his voice shaking the heavens. Han Fei removed the water barrier and he and Zeman Linglan looked at each other. Han Fei scratched his head. Han Fei, Zeman Linglan's eyes lit up. Xuanhuan had told her in the afternoon that the tradition of bonfire sacrifice had been going on for thousands of years, but they had never got any oracle. It was precisely because of this that the ceremony had become a regular feast. But why was there a revelation today? Zeman Linglan's face darkened slightly. Coincidence? Impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? Today, just as he and the dummy had arrived here, an oracle had appeared at night. Moreover, the oracle only had the word person. No matter how stupid Zeman Linglan was, she would connect it to the two of them. No, connect it to Han Fei. Zeman Linglan looked at Han Fei and found that this guy had already opened a spiritual energy clam and was pouring spiritual fruit juice on it. She was lost for words. In addition to Zeman Linglan, the giant leader and giant priest also looked at Han Fei. They automatically ignored Zeman Linglan, because the strength Han Fei displayed at noon had obtained their recognition. However, this didn't mean that they recognized Zeman Linglan. In their eyes, Zeman Linglan was too weak. As the giant priest looked at Han Fei, many giants looked at Han Fei too. Slurp, slurp, Zeman Linglan blushed and pulled Han Fei up. Han Fei looked at her dumbly. Seeing Zeman Linglan's strange expression, he looked around and found that everyone was looking at him strangely. Gulp, Han Fei scratched his head. Why are you looking at me? Roar, Xuanhuan roared. Brother, you will be my dearest brother in the future. Han Fei? Why? Wan, then, a large group of people surrounded him. Xuanhuan had already picked Han Fei up with his big hands and threw him into the sky. Han Fei, once, twice, 3 times. Xuanhuan and the others found that Han Fei was gone. Looking up, he found a pair of phantom glass wings stretching in the sky. Han Fei was lying in midair, flapping his wings to prevent himself from falling. Han Fei scratched his head. Zeman Linglan kept saying that he was stupid, but in fact, the big guys on the ground were the real fools. When Xuanhuan and the others saw that Han Fei disappeared, they began to throw Zeman Linglan into the sky. Zeman Linglan, idiot, catch me. I can't fly. Xuanhuan shouted into the air, brother, come down. Han Fei shook his head and refused to go down. Roar, get lost. The giant leader roared angrily. You bunch of idiots are scaring our esteemed guests. To be honest, the giant leader felt completely different when he saw the oracle. At this time, Han Fei was no longer a passerby in his eyes. After a series of punches and kicks, the giant leader kicked these giants until they all fell on the ground. Then, these people rolled back to their campfire. At this moment, the giant leader revealed a smile that he thought was perfect but was in fact horrified. He looked at Han Fei and Zeman Linglan. Wang Han, my dear friend, come down. Zeman Linglan reminded him, idiot, go down. Hearing Zeman Linglan's words, Han Fei finally landed. The leader pointed to Xuanhuan furiously. You, sit down, don't move. Bang, Xuanhuan sat on the ground without moving. Then the giant leader looked at the female priest, as if waiting for her to speak. The female priest said in a low and firm voice, from today onwards, our 2 human friends, Wang Han and Zeman Linglan, will be the guests of our war giants. No one is allowed to offend them. With that, the priest pointed at the giant leader. Tomorrow, bring some men to the battlefield and find a way to call the king back. Han Fei said, I want to go to the battlefield. Zeman Linglan frowned and pinched Han Fei's waist hard. What's wrong with you? Why are you going to the battlefield? Even venerables are fighting there. If you go, you'll be killed. Han Fei felt that he had seen battlefields many times. For some reason, he just wanted to go there. The giant priest was stunned. She thought, is the god implying that Wang Han can change the situation of the battlefield? Although this possibility seems small, what if it's really possible? This is the instruction of God. The giants were not very smart. If this happened to human beings, they wouldn't let Han Fei go even if they tied him up. If he went to the battlefield and got killed, where should they do then? The female priest said, tomorrow we will select 200 people to escort our honored guests to the battlefield. Han Fei scratched his head and looked at Zeman Linglan as if asking, why did you pinch me? Zeman Linglan let out a long sigh. There was nothing she could do about this idiot. Fine, I'll go too. The bonfire party had begun. Han Fei had already eaten a spiritual energy clam. At this moment, he was holding a giant squid tentacle, which was going to be eaten soon. He glanced at the greasy prawns and saw that Shantu placed the prawns in front of Han Fei. Shantu, hee. Han Fei, hee. Shimin Linglin. That night was destined to be a sleepless night. Han Fei and Shimin Linglin were arranged to stay in the largest tent. The tent was 50 meters high, and a huge straw mat was spread on the ground. The tent was filled with food provided by the giants. Han Fei hadn't stopped eating since the bonfire party. Shimin Linglin had long discovered that Han Fei had one special ability to keep eating. Crunch. Shimin Linglin couldn't eat so many high-energy creatures. Listening to Han Fei chewing, she couldn't take it anymore. Wang Han, shut up and stop eating. Shimin Linglin grabbed Han Fei and pushed him onto the huge bed. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Han Fei with the other. Sleep. Crunch. Han Fei swallowed the last mouthful of shrimp meat in his mouth, which made Shimin Linglin speechless. This guy was like a different person from the one who fought in the afternoon and 2 days ago. Shimin Linglin angrily sat down on the large meadow, counting on her fingers and saying, "Tomorrow, don't be rash, don't fight recklessly, don't run around. Don't, you have to protect me. If someone poked me with their finger, I would die." Han Fei hurriedly shook his head. "No, you won't." Shimin Linglin snorted. "Why won't I? I'm only an intermediate dangling fisher. I can't even defeat a giant child. If you don't protect me, I'll die." Han Fei scratched his head. "Then I'll protect you." Seeing that Han Fei promised, Shimin Linglin was relieved, as long as Han Fei agreed. Otherwise, she might not be able to control him now. After all, she was only an intermediate fishing master. Night fell. Han Fei was lying flat on his back, staring at the top of the tent. After so many years, Han Fei didn't have time to sleep, nor did he dare to. Once, he had a headache in the remote desolate jungle and fell asleep. When he woke up, he found that Shimin Linglin's entire body was dripping with blood. She was in the middle of a battle, and many parts of her body had been pierced. It was also at that time that the divine healing technique truly awakened and saved Shimin Linglin from death. Since then, Han Fei didn't dare to sleep or even have a headache. Shimin Linglin rolled 2 times and rolled to Han Fei's side. "Hey, why aren't you sleeping?" Han Fei scratched his head and chuckled. "I want to guard you." Shimin Linglin's heart ached. After all these years, they were used to living together. Not only did Han Fei not dare to sleep, but she also didn't dare to sleep. She was afraid that Han Fei would suddenly have a headache. Han Fei felt an arm around him, and then he was hugged. Shimin Linglin said in an extremely soft voice, "Idiot, I don't care who you are. In any case, let's find your memories first and then go to my family to take revenge. After I take my revenge, why don't we come back to the war giant tribe to settle down? I think Shantu and the others are very nice." Han Fei murmured, "Revenge first, then find my memory." Although Han Fei still spoke dumbly, his tone was very determined. For some reason, even Han Fei himself was a little afraid of what was in his head. "All right, I'll listen to you." Crunch! Suddenly, a biting sound was heard, but the sound quickly stopped. Then, the smacking sound became chewing sounds. Snorri. Listening to the sounds of chewing nearby and the distant snores, Shimin Linglin let out a long sigh. She couldn't sleep anymore. The next morning, Shimin Linglin and Han Fei didn't sleep for the whole night. Firstly, they couldn't sleep, and secondly, they were used to not sleeping and didn't dare to sleep. The two of them only hugged each other for the entire night, and neither of them spoke. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of an earthquake rang out. Shimin Linglin knew that the giants were all up. They had to go to the battlefield. Although she didn't want to, she still took a deep breath. "Idiot, wake up. Remember what I said last night. Don't fight. Protect me." Han Fei, okay. Chapter 121, Healing. The battlefield of the Grand Myriad Mountains wasn't very far away. It was only over 800 kilometers away. Or perhaps, the war giants didn't live in the mountains because they wanted to guard the border between the Grand Myriad Mountains and the vast sea. The giant leader was leading the 200-plus giants to hurry forward. Wherever he went, the ground would shake. Han Fei and Shimin Linglin were sitting on Shantu's shoulders. They walked as fast as lightning. Shantu hummed, "Brother, remember not to attack when we reach the battlefield. It's very chaotic there." Shimin Linglin asked, "Shantu, can you describe what the battlefield looks like?" Shimin Linglin had never seen a battlefield before. She only knew that there were strong people fighting in the sea in Yu City. It was said that sometimes they would kill until the sea collapsed, just like an Asura battlefield. Shantu said dumbly, "That's terrifying." There are many huge living beings, and the waves they create are comparable to the mountain giants. However, we war giants are not bad either. We have the protection of the god of war, so we can fight. Shimin Linglin sighed. It would be better for her to look at the battlefield herself. She found that most of the giants were as stupid as Han Fei. As for the mountain giants, since she had never seen them before, she reckoned that they should be very tall and big as several Shantus put together. Only then could they be called mountain giants. After running for 500 kilometers, Han Fei and the others saw a vast ocean of spiritual plants. Zhan Chu, didn't you stay behind to protect the war giant's settlement? Before they entered the restricted area, they saw a patch of vines rise up. A green lotus bloomed in the middle. The sound came from the green lotus. The giant leader said, "The oracle has descended. Under the orders of the Lord Priest, we are to head to the battlefield to find the giant king." "Oracle?" The green lotus swayed as though it was shocked. Then the spiritual herbs opened up a path. "Green lotus, I know." Go now. When Han Fei and the others stepped into the latter section of the ocean of spiritual plants, they found that there were many dead bodies of insects and shell creatures, including many minced colorful flowers and vines. It could be said that they had already arrived at the battlefield. A large number of living beings charged through the battlefield and entered the sea of spiritual plants. However, in this era where spiritual plants had intelligence and were also very powerful, none of these living beings that were lucky enough to enter the battlefield could break through the defense line of the spiritual plant sea. Along the way, Han Fei and Zimin Linglin saw many marine carapace creatures charging into the Grand Myriad Mountains. Roar, roar, roar. Unfortunately, under the feet of a group of giants, those living beings who had been lucky enough to break through the front lines were swept away by these giants carrying axes and maces. They were even trampled to death. When a large group of giants climbed up a mountain and looked at a towering cliff not far away, Han Fei and Zimin Linglin immediately sat up straight. The two of them looked at the scene in the distance in disbelief. Although it seemed to be far away, they could see an incomparably huge giant. Half of his body was submerged in the seawater. His huge hand pulled out a shark that was tens of meters long. With just a pinch, the shark was crushed. Bang! As that palm slapped the water surface, waves surged, rushing in all directions. Ripples undulated on the surface of the sea. It was unknown just how many creatures were killed by this slap. Is this a mountain giant? Zimin Linglin's eyes widened. How could she compare Xuanhuan to the mountain giant? There was no way to compare. That mountain giant was at least hundreds of meters tall. Apart from the shock that the mountain giant gave them, the sky was filled with huge birds. At almost every moment, they could see huge birds diving down, slashing with their sharp claws, piercing with their beaks, sweeping with their blade wings, or sweeping with wind blades. Since they were so far away, Han Fei and the others couldn't see the creatures in the ocean being killed. However, Han Fei could sense that almost every time the big bird attacked, the creatures in the ocean died. Of course, even though birds could fly, sea creatures weren't all weak chickens either. Even octopus creatures would hold down large birds before they died. Once a bird was caught and fell into the sea, it wouldn't be able to fly up anymore. It would be attacked by large numbers of sea creatures, pulled into the seabed. Roar, Xuanhuan shouted. The battlefield is here. The group of giants charged towards the cliff like a bunch of lunatics and jumped down. The giant leader shouted, "Protect our guests. We won't fight." Xuanhuan was also shouting and charging towards the cliff. The cliff seemed to have existed for thousands of years and was more than 2,000 meters tall, unusually steep. However, it was nothing to these giants. Huge figures descended from the sky one after another. Knock, knock, knock. Every time a giant landed on the ground, there would be a huge commotion. It was extremely exciting. In midair, Han Fei and Zimin Linglin finally saw the battlefield. There were actually camps here too. Battles were not carried out at all times. There were many giants eating seafood near the bottom of the cliff. There were also giants fighting by the sea and many giants attacking on the sea. Han Fei saw them using familiar combat skills, such as Battle King 8 flashes, War Fist Light, Mountain Control Array, and all kinds of powerful killer moves. Roar. The giants in battle could not be compared to the giants in daily life at all. They were a group of madmen who had ignited their bloodlines or gone berserk. They were the kind who fought with great vigor and killed in all directions. Of course, even though the giants possessed terrifying battle prowess, that didn't mean that they were invincible. In fact, giants were relatively slow, and although their battle tactics were powerful, once they were entangled and attacked by numerous living beings, it was common for them to be injured. Xuanhuan, why are you all here? Xuanhuan, have you gone mad? Why did you bring so many clansmen here? Shit, we no longer need the support of the clan here. We have enough people. Are these two little ones human? Many of the giants who were eating suddenly stood up and stared at the giant leader. They were talking at the same time and breathing heavily. This was what they had agreed when they came. Someone had to stay behind just in case. Wakalu, the giant leader Xuanhuan, let out a thunderous roar. The oracle has arrived. If our race is not destroyed, we will definitely win this battle. Roar, roar, roar. The 200 giants escorting Han Fei suddenly roared rhythmically, which made him and Zimin Linglin feel dizzy. It seemed that it was not good to be too loud. What? The oracle has arrived? Huh? Oracle? Is the god of war returning? Roar! Roar! For a time, all the giants on the battlefield heard it. Even the mountain giant in the deep sea turned around and let out an earth-shattering roar. As the mountain giant roared, it smashed its fists together. Terrifying energy gathered on its fists and exploded on the sea. Rumble! With a single hammer strike, the seawater erupted, and a 100-meter wave rippled outwards at an unbelievable speed. When the giant leader shouted, "The arrival of the oracle means victory for this battle," the entire battlefield exploded. The battlefield of the war giants stretched far and wide. Han Fei and the others could only see the battle within 100 miles, but Han Fei's perception was all the battlefield. Needless to say, beyond his perception, it must also be the battlefield. However, the words, "The arrival of the oracle means victory for this battle," were popping out from every giant's mouth. This news was like a fire on a winter night, instantly igniting the entire battlefield. At that moment, the giants who were still eating grabbed their maces, axes, and sabers and charged back into the battlefield. No one doubted what Xuanhu said. The minds of the giants were simple. When their clansmen said that the oracle had descended, it meant that it had descended. As for Xuanhu and the others, although they could not understand the oracle, the appearance of the oracle brought back the hope in their hearts. It could be said that the momentum of the army shook the heavens because of this information. The tsunami erupted, but it couldn't hit the giants at all. The waves drowned Hanfei and the others in an instant and hit the cliff, creating greater waves. Hanfei protected Zeman Linglan and scratched his head. Is this the battlefield? Xuanhu originally wanted to shout, I am here to find the king. However, before he could say anything, all of the giants were stimulated by his words, and all on a killing spree. When the waves dispersed, Xuanhu remembered his purpose. The 200 giants behind him breathed heavily. One had to know, emotions were contagious on the battlefield. When all the giants were fighting crazily, they couldn't help it either. However, they also knew that they weren't here to fight. They were here to protect Hanfei, so they couldn't fight casually. Zeman Linglan had never seen such a scene before. The mountain giant, half of whose body was several hundred meters tall, had created such a terrifying tsunami with just one attack. Even she, an intermediate fishing master, was excited by the roar of the giant that was slashing the sea with his axe. Gulp. Zeman Linglan swallowed and sighed with the same emotion as Hanfei. So, this is the battlefield. On the sea, Hanfei saw a giant's muscles bulging and tearing a huge crab in half. There was also a giant that opened its mouth and bit a flood dragon snake, tearing off a piece of flesh. There were even giants with fighting aura gushing out of their bodies. Their maces hammered down and large clams were smashed. Xuanhu was stunned for a long time before he finally recovered and shouted, My king, are you there? My king, deep sea. A giant white clam was floating on the surface of the sea. A beautiful woman was standing inside the clam. She was wearing a milky white dress. The skirt covered 100 meters and covered the entire clam. Near this large clam was a single-horned shark. On top of it stood a fish-headed man with sharp teeth. He held 2 revolving blades in his hands. There were also merfolk standing on the surface of the sea, holding a long spear as they looked into the distance. Behind them were a large group of backup shrimp soldiers, crab generals, black armored fish, and blade bat rays. The woman in the clam said indifferently, Oracle? Didn't the god perish 30,000 years ago? How could there be an oracle? The Murloc said coldly. It must be a scam of the war giants. It's just to boost their morale. The merman shook his head lightly. The war giants will not play such petty tricks. They can be encouraged once, but what about twice? With their brains, the price of suffering a loss is much greater than the price of a moment of excitement. The woman in the clam was silent for a moment before she suddenly looked into the void. Giant King, you're here, right? Ha ha ha. Chila-ah. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Little clam demon, your intuition is quite accurate. When I heard the news, I immediately went to inform the Beast King and the others. Did you all hear that? The oracle has descended. You still want to enter the Grand Myriad Mountains? Why don't you all take a look at yourselves? The clam lady sneered disdainfully. 30,000 years ago, the gods all perished and all the living beings knew it. Now, your war race wants to trick the sea race into retreating with merely a false oracle? Buzz. A 40-meter-tall muscular giant jumped out of the void. Bang! The giant king held 2 squarish warhammers in his hands and stood proudly in the seawater. The war race never lies. If they say that an oracle has descended, then an oracle must have descended. Little girl, do you 3 intermediate venerables still want to attack? Before the clam lazy could say anything, the fish-headed man pointed his saber at the giant king and said, The vast seas will eventually be conquered by the sea race. When the deep-sea giant demon attacks, you will be nothing but clowns. Roar, the giant king roared. Where did this fish-headed brat come from? If you have the ability, call the deep-sea giant demon over first. Let's see if our Grand Myriad Mountains are afraid of him. The Murloc bared its teeth. I look forward to the day when the Grand Myriad Mountains collapse. At this moment, the merman said indifferently, There are actually humans mixed in with your war giants. It seems that you've already started to interact with humans. However, this also means that you're starting to be afraid. The giant king scoffed. What can the 2 children represent? When has the Grand Myriad Mountains ever needed the help of the human race? Anyway, are you going to fight or not? The merman looked at the clam lady. How can we retreat without a fight? With a cold gaze, the clam lady slowly raised her hand and said firmly, Attack. Under the clam's command, the hundreds of serpents roared and rolled on the surface of the sea. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals all entered the water. The giant king shouted, You're courting death. Lightning flashed on the 2 warhammers in the giant king's hands as he smashed down. Astral realm, blood explosion, Kanglin strike. The 3 venerables attacked at the same time, and a jade space immediately separated the space. In an instant, the giant king fought the 3 of them alone. Roar. Just as the green jade space was about to be sealed, the giant king roared, Mountain God technique, War God's horn, activate an all-out attack. The giant king's voice reverberated through the void. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a huge ape that was as tall as a mountain smashed into the sea and roared. All beasts attacked together. Kill into the sea. In the sea, a huge fish stretched out for thousands of feet, leaping out of the water. The moment it emerged from the water, its fins turned into wings, its long scales turned into feathers, and it flew into the sky, turning into a bird covering the sun. Sky Clan, devour heaven and earth, launch an all-out attack. On another region's battlefield, vine grass covered the sea surface and endless white flowers were blossoming. There were heavenly vines pulling roots into the sea, 9-headed snake grass moving mountains, devil root fragrance fluttering for 1,000 miles, and endless flower butterflies surrounding the sea region. A crisp voice echoed, demonic plant clan, attack. On this side, Xuanhuan roared several times on the spot, but no one responded. So he said to Han Fei and Jimin Linglin, my king is either fighting or fighting with the beast king. He will definitely respond. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, a thunderous voice rumbled in the sky. Mountain god technique, war god's horn, launch an all-out attack. Xuanhuan was stunned. An all-out attack? Almost all the war giants on the battlefield roared, attack, kill, roar. In Han Fei's perception, another mountain giant appeared. It was 1,000 meters tall, holding a large curved horn and blowing it at the sky. Woo-oo, woo-oo. Wherever the sound wave passed, the aura of all the giants that were enveloped by it suddenly rose. Not only the war giants, but even Han Fei and Zimin Linglin felt warm and their strength was increasing. Han Fei felt that he was much stronger than before and seemed to have the combat ability of a peak hidden fisher. Zimin Linglin's improvement was even greater, and she was directly pulled into the hidden fisher realm. Xuanhuan beneath them roared, muscles bulging and explosive power spilling from his body. The mountain giant in the sea began to stride towards the sea. After traversing dozens of miles, it suddenly sank into the sea. Following that, the seawater rose and a huge mountain emerged from the water. Terrifying energy tore through the seawater. The gargantuan mountain giant had already leaped into the air carrying the mountain. Gulp. Both Han Fei and Zimin Linglin swallowed their saliva. The mountain giant was so big, but it could still jump. At this moment, it leaped hundreds of thousands of meters and carried the mountain on its back. It raised the mountain and smashed into the deep sea. In short, the entire battlefield went crazy the moment the war horn sounded. In the distance, there was a nuclear explosion. Nearby, vines spread down the cliff. In the sky, thousands of birds swooped down like launching a suicide attack. Xuanhuan's eyes turned red as he forcefully suppressed the battle intent in his heart. None of you are allowed to move. Protect the honored guest. Bang, 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 boom, boom, rip, bang, bang, bang. Han Fei saw a huge octopus clinging to a war giant, a centipede wrapping around his body, a big fish biting at his waist, and a pair of claws clamping at his feet. Rip. The giant's hands tore apart the octopus, and his spiked mace flickered with a strange light as he smashed the giant fish with a single strike. He opened his mouth wide and bit through the centipede's body. Crack. However, the giant wasn't able to withstand the 2 claws, and the flesh of its leg was torn open. Roar. The mace hammered 3 times in a row, shattering the huge crab. But after doing all this, the giant also knelt in the sea. Then, there were pythons coiling around it, and huge bugs biting at it. No matter how the giant struggled, no matter how many lives it tore apart, it still couldn't stand up. Han Fei was shocked. He was very anxious, and so were Xuanhuan and the others. Han Fei clenched his fists and scratched his head from time to time, looking at Zimin Linglin from time to time. Zimin Linglin clenched her teeth and looked gloomy. She knew that Han Fei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As soon as she agreed, Han Fei would definitely rush to the battlefield. However, she didn't want to say anything. Even though she had never seen a battlefield before, this kind of battlefield in front of her wasn't something that 1 or 2 people could control. However, she couldn't refuse Han Fei who looked so eager. Zimin Linglin was also anxious and didn't know what to do. No, the idiot Wang Han doesn't know anything. After taking several deep breaths, Zimin Linglin suddenly said to Xuanhuan, Wang Han can join the battle, but Senior Xuanhuan must make sure he'll be safe. Xuanhuan's eyes had long been turned red since the war god's bugle horn rang. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed his fighting desire, he would have long slaughtered his way out. When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately roared, I will personally protect him. Sigh. Zimin Linglin looked deeply at Han Fei and showed a sad and beautiful smile. Go, but remember, you are only allowed to save people and not to fight. You are not allowed to die. If you die, I will die too. Han Fei nodded. He jumped to the ground and stomped with 1 foot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 1 coiled turtle array after another appeared. A large spirit gathering array protected Zimin Linglin, and killing arrays surrounded her too. Before he left, he didn't forget to protect Zimin Linglin. Xuanhuan held his large axe and pointed at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, guard this place for me. If a single hair of that girl falls, I will chop you alive. Non. Xuanhuan was already preparing to run away, but when Xuanhuan pointed at him, his breathing became unstable. The 18-meter-tall giant actually wailed. Because of Zimin Linglin's decision, a strange scene instantly appeared on the battlefield. A small human stretched out his phantom glass wings and flew wildly on the surface of the sea, and behind him more than 100 giant men charged forward, crushing everything in their path. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere, and no living being could stop them. Xiaolu was a peak-level hidden fisher with remarkable achievements. In just a few days of battles, he had killed more than 100 living creatures and torn apart a lobster of the junior law enforcer level. The giant axe in his hand had almost been broken. Just now, he had torn apart 3 large octopuses, 2 sea scorpions, and a large centipede. His legs had been bitten to a pulp. He knew that he might fall into the sea in 100 breaths' time and never come out again. However, he did not panic at all. He could still kill a group of marine creatures, and his little cubs at home could still live and have meat to eat every day, which would be great. Just as he was about to fight with all his might, he saw the waves surging. A palm-sized human led hundreds of giants over. What happened? Xiaolu was dumbfounded. Are they here to help me? I don't need so many people here. Shua, shua! The person in front suddenly stopped, and 2 white pillars of light descended. Xiaolu could feel his strength returning. His wounds were healing at a visible rate. Sacrifice holy light? In the eyes of giants, injuries could be healed very quickly. However, only the giant priest could heal injuries so quickly. Before Xiaolu could react, he saw more than 100 people sweeping across and killing all the marine creatures within 100 meters. Before Xiaolu could ask, Han Fei had flown away. Behind Han Fei, Zhan Chu shouted, "Follow me to the next place." With a few swooshing sounds, only Xiaolu was left in this area with a dumbstruck expression. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I don't need to die now. After thinking this, Xiaolu roared in rage and charged toward the new living being that had appeared not too far away. Han Fei remembered what Jimin Linglin said. A person was useless in such a large battlefield, but he could save people. Han Fei had never thought about where his spiritual energy came from. He felt that he couldn't use up all his spiritual energy, and for some reason, he felt that he was absorbing the spiritual energy on the battlefield. In Jimin Linglin's eyes, Han Fei had already disappeared. Thus, Jimin Linglin kept asking about Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan changed from a law enforcer level giant to an artificial map. They have killed their way to 80 miles east. Good job. Xuanhuan is really powerful. Not good, there is a law enforcer level lobsters. The lobster has been killed. Not good, there is a law enforcer level centipede. The centipede has been killed. Jimin Linglin was speechless, hearing Xuanhuan nagging beside her. Every time Xuanhuan said there was a law enforcer level creature, her heart would tighten. However, Xuanhuan's next sentence was always that the law enforcer level creature was killed. This relieved Jimin Linglin. This at least meant that Zhan Chu and the others had been protecting Han Fei, and even law enforcers couldn't hurt Han Fei. Rumble. The mountain giant was surrounded by 3 Dao-seeking realm powerhouses who equaled explorers. However, the mountain giant was much stronger than they had imagined. It was as if he had an indestructible physique. His loud roar was thunderous, like an N-rank shockwave. Even the explorers could not do anything to him. The mountain giants would be hungry too, but they did not panic. When they were fighting, they could grab a random creature and stuff it into their mouths to replenish their energy. After 5 minutes, Han Fei and the others ran out of the perception range of Xuanhuan. For some reason, Han Fei felt that he was very used to this kind of battlefield. As he charged forward, there would inevitably be creatures attacking him, so Han Fei used saber arrays to open up a path and crush all the hidden fisher creatures along the way. Once he encountered law enforcers, Zhan Chu immediately took action. Axe light hacked out, opening a path. Han Fei couldn't remember how many giants he had saved. Whenever he saw an injured one, he would cast the divine healing technique on him. Even Zhan Chu was surprised. Can humans have unlimited spiritual energy? An hour later, when a large number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals came from the sea, Han Fei suddenly stopped. Shrimp soldiers? Crab generals? Han Fei suddenly clutched his head. He remembered seeing such creatures more than once. Zhan Chu thought Han Fei was exhausted. Immediately, Zhan Chu shouted, "Turn back, turn back." Having crossed more than 2,000 miles, Zhan Chu carried Han Fei on his shoulder and started to run back with the giants. A giant shouted, "He must be hungry. He looks like he's going to faint from hunger. I'll go kill a big prawn and nourish him." One of the giants took out a big piece of jerky and stuffed it in front of Han Fei. "Brother, meat, meat." Han Fei shook his head and lost his appetite when he saw the hard fish. Han Fei said, "I'm not hungry." "Huh?" Zhan Chu hurriedly said. "Boy, you've expended too much energy. You need to rest. Even a giant won't be able to withstand such an expending of spiritual energy. Listen to me. Let's go back first." Whether Han Fei was willing or not, Zhan Chu carried Han Fei and ran crazily. Meanwhile, a mountain giant shouted explosively from afar, and it was actually fighting a strange 3-headed dragon python. The 3-headed dragon python wasn't small either, but it wasn't a venerable yet, and it was roughly on par with the mountain giant. Roar! A dragon's head bit the mountain giant's arm, causing it to bleed. The mountain giant punched one of the heads while roaring at the other. A giant and a giant beast rolled in the sea. None of the nearby living beings dared to approach them because they would be crushed to death if they weren't careful. Han Fei was carried on Zhan Chu's shoulder. He looked over and saw the dragon breathing a scorching breath, and the mountain giant held a dragon's neck in each hand and roared at the dragon's head in the middle. Then the two started to bite each other. The mountain giant had almost crushed the two dragons' necks, but his chests and necks were almost torn apart. Roar, God's roar. In Han Fei's widened eyes he saw that the mountain giant suddenly glowed with golden light and opened its arms. Puff puff, two dragon heads were torn off by the mountain giant. If Han Fei had seen this in the past, he would definitely be cursing. The power was too terrifying. The mountain giant grabbed the last head of the three-headed dragon python with both hands and slammed it wildly on the surface of the sea, making loud bangs on the surface of the sea. Every bang was accompanied by a tsunami. As Xuanhuan ran, he shouted, "The mountain giants are extremely powerful, not even venerables daring to say that they can kill a mountain giant in one go. It is difficult for creatures in the same cultivation realm to kill them." However, as soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, Han Fei suddenly disappeared and landed on the sea. All he saw was the coiled turtle array rising crazily. Han Fei looked at the three-headed dragon python in the distance. "Self-destruct," Xuanhuan shouted. "Quick, protect Wang Han, mountain control array. Roar, roar, rumble." Just when Han Fei had just drawn a large coiled turtle array and Xuanhuan and the other giants launched a mountain control array, there was a violent explosion that released dazzling white light. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, huge waves and storms crushed everything within a 50-kilometer radius. All living beings in this sea region, regardless of whether they were shrimp soldiers or crab generals or lone war giants, were melted by this terrifying explosion. Han Fei and the others were more than 50 kilometers away from the range of the explosion, but they could still feel the terrifying power at this moment. They saw Xuanhuan and the other 100 giants retreating. The mountain control array was full of cracks and the storm was not over. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The mountain control array lasted for 8 breaths of time before shattering. But at this moment, the great coiled turtle array rose. With a series of cracking sounds, 6 sub-arrays were broken. Just as the 7th was about to break, Han Fei suddenly discovered that a group of war giants were standing against the storm and protecting him in the middle. Ka. In less than 3 breaths of time, the great coiled turtle array was destroyed. Many giants vomited blood as their flesh and blood became charred. They tried to activate the mountain control array again, but it was scattered the moment it appeared. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on Xuanhuan and the others as he was drawing a new array. Swish, swish, swish. He didn't know how many divine healing techniques he had cast. In any case, he had withstood more than 30 breaths of time. Although the aftershock was powerful, it was no longer fatal. Other than Xuanhuan, the other giants were sprawled in the sea, exhausted. Xuanhuan supported his body and shook his head. When he saw Han Fei, he grinned. "It's good that you're fine." Han Fei looked into the distance. "He's seriously injured." Han Fei was referring to the mountain giant. After all, to be able to cause such a violent explosion, he had to be at least a peak explorer, or even more. With such a powerful impact even 50 kilometers away, how could the mountain giant not be injured? Xuanhuan was about to stop Han Fei when he saw Han Fei disappear with a swish. The agility of wind burst out, and Han Fei rushed to the center of the explosion at an unbelievable speed. Xuanhuan and the others weren't seriously injured, but they were exhausted. After all, Han Fei had given them a lot of divine healing techniques. Roar. Xuanhuan pounded the ground with both hands. He suddenly stood up and gave chase. Han Fei stood on the chest of the mountain giant. He was pushed only 20 miles away from the sea by the terrifying explosion. With Han Fei's speed, it would only take him a few seconds to get there. Han Fei looked at the big guy at such a close distance. His skin was as hard as the surface of a mountain rock. Even though he was seriously injured, his aura was terrifying. The mountain giant's face was badly mutilated. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on him crazily. Han Fei's figure flickered in the void. Every place that was seriously injured was always accompanied by the light of divine healing technique. However, the effect was not as good as on ordinary giants. Perhaps because the mountain giant was too strong, one of its big eyes moved slowly. He seemed to try to look at Han Fei, but he couldn't move because of his heavy injuries. Han Fei had never encountered such a situation before. The divine healing technique was effective, but it was equivalent to using the power of a law enforcer to save a giant creature with a body comparable to a venerable level. Almost instinctively, Han Fei chose to give up on this treatment. He jumped on the sea and reached out his hand. An oval water ball gradually enveloped the mountain giant. When Xuanhuan arrived, he held his giant axe and looked around warily, protecting Han Fei and the mountain giant. Controlling the water for 1,000 meters was very simple for Han Fei. On the water ball, waves rippled and divine healing light descended. He threw hundreds of divine healing techniques into the water ball, which was filled with dense vitality. Xuanhuan roared, "Brother, are you done?" A creature is pouncing over. The fall of a mountain giant meant a lot. Han Fei had only treated him for less than half an hour. After all, he was not a real law enforcer yet. In the sky, a dark flock of birds began to swoop down. On the shore, the 100 giants were stuffing jerky into their mouths as they rushed towards Han Fei. Roar, roar, roar. More than 100 giants stood in a row and formed a human wall, blocking Han Fei and the mountain giant. A vine emerged from the water, dragging the ball of water, trying to pull the mountain giant toward the shore. Han Fei continued to cast the divine healing technique, occasionally looking at the giants, the birds in the sky, and the vines. Suddenly, he felt that the living beings in the Grand Myriad Mountains were quite nice. Chapter 122, Giant King. At the moment, with the mountain giant as the center, the sky race ahead had torn apart half the sea. However, Han Fei had no time to look at it. He had already cast a lot of divine healing techniques into the water and soaked the mountain giant. Han Fei's treatment caused the wounds on his body to heal rapidly. Many giants were stunned. Han Fei was so small, but he was so powerful that he could even cure the mountain giant. However, Han Fei used to treat human beings, so the healing of the mountain giant was not so fast. What others saw was only a superficial phenomenon. Therefore, if he wanted to heal the mountain giant quickly, he had to continue casting the divine healing technique. Although the mountain giant's external injuries were recovering rapidly, it took half an hour before he could feel them. After all, the recovery of his flesh wasn't decisive. At this time, Zhan Qiu and the others had already started fighting. The mountain giant was already able to raise an arm, and he even twisted his head twice. Zhan Qiu roared, "We can't continue like this. Are there any powerhouses to assist us?" In the sky, birds chirping could be heard. Reinforcement has arrived. We have already stopped 2 explorers. Demonic plant race, pull quickly. At this moment, the mountain giant had already been dragged to about 10 miles away from the sea. A fierce battle had already broken out in the sky and in the sea. A green lotus bloomed and 7 lotus seeds transformed into swords of light as they surrounded and killed a lobster. In the sky, there were eagles pouncing on snakes, and their feathers were like swords. In the domain, giant pythons were spewing flames, and the battle was intense. The mountain giant was already starting to move slightly and recover faster and faster. It seemed that the marine race powerhouses were getting anxious as well. They saw a large number of flying fish emerge from the waves and flicker in the void. Although many of them were stopped by the giant birds, more than half of them were still flying over. In addition to the starfish, many insects crawled out from the bottom of the sea and surged out of the nearby sea. It seemed that all living beings were gathering here. The death of a mountain giant was definitely a huge victory. After all, in a sense, the mountain giant could be considered a half-venerable. How many venerables were there in the Grand Myriad Mountains? There were less than 100 mountain giants in total. It would be significant even if one of them died. One of the flying fishes crossed dozens of kilometers and arrived near the sea. It opened its mouth and a big clam flew out. Not good, it's an explorer. Some explorers intended to use this method to break through the layers of seals, and it succeeded. When the clamshell opened, the vortex that looked like a black hole was aimed at Han Fei, because only Han Fei knew the healing spell. Without Han Fei, the mountain giant probably wouldn't have survived. Puff, puff, puff. Pearls flew out of the clams, accompanied by demonic sounds. Zhan Qiu, protect xuanhuan. A war giant jumped out and blocked Han Fei. In that instant, thousands of pearls exploded and pierced through the giant like burning arrows. In an instant, his body was riddled with holes. "No!" Han Fei shouted and was about to flash over, but he was blown back by a blast of air and then entangled by vines. Humph, a mere clam demon. A giant hammer suddenly appeared out of nowhere and shattered the explorer-level clam demon. The poor clam demon should still have a lot of abilities to display. In the end, it took so much effort to charge over but only kill a war giant before being hammered to death. When the hammer descended, it sealed the surrounding void to prevent the attack from harming the surrounding people. The giant king's phantom reflected in the air and laughed. "Do you really think the 3 of you can stop me? Fishhead, watch me crush you." Many people looked up and saw that half of the sky had turned into a huge hammer. An empty space split open. First, 2 huge wheels were shattered. Then, a huge shark's head was split open by the hammer and exploded. At that moment, a vortex formed in the void crack. Han Fei seemed to see the scene of blood rebirth, but it was soon suppressed by the giant king. Rumble, blood and heat filled the sky. The death of a venerable level powerhouse had dyed the clouds red with blood. The sky suddenly changed and strong winds howled, as if the heavens were crying, "Our king is mighty. Roar! Kill!" The giant king laughed. "The 3 of you dare not provoke the beast king. Do you think I am easy to deal with? Since you are here, don't leave." There was a jade-colored barrier sealing the void, but it was shattered by the giant king's fist. The hammer rose again and thunder rumbled. Crack, retreat. As a cold voice echoed in the air, the sea tribes began to retreat. Retreated, they retreated. "Shantu, is xuanhuan back?" Shimin Linglin had already asked hundreds of times. Shantu smashed a crab that was attempting to escape before answering. "We haven't discovered it yet. However, my race won. The oracle is right. Let's go find him." Zemin Linglin pulled out her 2 blades from the body of a large scorpion and jumped onto Shantu's shoulder. "Okay." The giant king killed a venerable, and everyone cheered. A voice echoed in the air. "Old Goo, why did you only kill 1? The giant king roared into the void. "Try it. I also injured 1. As he spoke, he struck the sea area with his giant hammers and cursed angrily. "Venerables can run, but those below shall stay behind." Wave after wave of tsunamis crashed down, and the mountain giant did the same. The explorers could still tear through the void to escape, but how could the law enforcers have that ability? They were all killed by the giant hammers. Xuanhuan, Shantu was running wildly, and Zeman Linglan stood on Shantu's shoulder and rushed towards Han Fei. Han Fei turned around, scratched his head, and smiled. "Brother, I'm here." With a straight face, Zeman Linglan jumped off Shantu and kicked Han Fei's calf. "Where did you go?" Han Fei chuckled and pointed at the mountain giant. By now, the big guy could barely push himself up. Because the war here had ended, Han Fei didn't continue to heal. Now he knew that the divine healing technique wasn't a spell that could cure the injured in an instant. The mountain giant needed time to recover. After all, the battle was over. What was there to be afraid of? Just now, Han Fei had been casting the divine healing technique because of the intense battle. Dong, dong, dong! Elsewhere, a mountain giant crossed over. Seeing that this mountain giant was fine, he sat down in the sea and picked up a handful of the remains of an ocean creature before stuffing it into its mouth. Zeman Linglan held Han Fei's hand and looked him up and down. "Are you all right?" "Han Fei, I'm fine." Zeman Linglan heaved a sigh of relief. "Why did you run so far? Look at how badly injured the mountain giant is. Do you think you're very strong?" Bang! While Zeman Linglan was yelling at Han Fei, the ground shook again and a 40-meter-tall giant smashed the ground with 2 warhammers. "My king, king," she shouted. "King, the oracle has appeared." The giant king was sizing Han Fei up when he heard Zhan Chu's loud voice. He glared at him. "Keep your voice down. What did the oracle say?" Zhan Chu immediately lowered his voice by an octave. "Human, giant king. Human what? Zhan Chu, just one character?" The giant king looked at Han Fei up and down again, slightly puzzled. However, he still nodded in satisfaction and said, "Human boy, you're not bad. You actually saved old two. There aren't many humans who are more capable than you. Haha. Later, this king will get you a few flood dragons to nourish your body." Han Fei chuckled. "Okay." The giant king was stunned. He couldn't help but nod. "Oh, you're not pretentious at all. Not bad. Yes, let's talk when we get back to the tribe. Everyone should be hungry by now." The giant king roared, "Boys, we have won this battle. Everyone is hungry. Let's grab something to eat. We will go home after eating." A voice echoed in the void. "Old B starred, come and help." The giant king said in surprise, "Old monkey, you haven't finished?" As he spoke, the giant king tore through the void and vanished with a single step. Zeman Linglan held Han Fei's hand and secretly exclaimed, "Too strong." Although the giant king didn't notice her, when he stepped forward, Zeman Linglan's back was covered in cold sweat. Han Fei, on the other hand, felt nothing. Splash. At this moment, a big hand grabbed a broken clam from the sea and put it in front of Han Fei. This hand naturally belonged to the mountain giant. At this moment, he could sit up and recover quickly. He was hungry, but he still grabbed food for Han Fei and said dumbly, "Eat." Then the mountain giant grabbed a 100-meter-long flood dragon from the sea and bit it. He tore off a piece of meat and swallowed it. Zeman Linglan looked at the huge clam that was 70 to 80 meters long in front of her. "It's so big, how can we eat it?" Han Fei scratched his head and extended his hand, burning it with spiritual fire. Then he randomly grabbed some seaweed, wrung out the juice, and started to barbecue it. An explorer-level clam. This kind of creature didn't need any seasoning at all. It was delicious. However, with Han Fei's current physique, he couldn't eat much. Zeman Linglan could only eat one bite at most. Shantu looked at the clam meat and drooled. Even Zhan Chu was drooling. Who else could endure this? Han Fei looked up and grinned. "Let's eat together later." Whether to eat cooked things or raw things was a matter of attitude. In truth, the giants liked to eat cooked food as well. However, sometimes, when they were too hungry, they would choose to eat it raw. They didn't want to wait. After all, they had expended a great deal of energy during the war. If they had to wait for the food to be cooked, they might be killed by the enemy. Therefore, the giants were used to eating raw food. At this moment, Shantu and the others were eagerly watching the huge clam being roasted. However, how could such a creature be cooked so easily? Han Fei frowned and suddenly had an idea: refining. The flames instantly evaporated and a large amount of spiritual energy was absorbed into it. A short moment later, a strange fragrance was emitted. Zeman Linglan looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You didn't start a fire like this before," Han Fei chuckled. "I just thought of it." After the big clam was cooked, Han Fei looked at the others. "Eat." Then Han Fei waved his hand and cut a piece for Zeman Linglan. "Eat it in small bites. Don't eat too much." Of course, Zeman Linglan knew that she couldn't eat too much. If she ate too much of this kind of meat, would she die from overeating? Zeman Linglan carefully took a bite. As a result, as soon as the meat entered her stomach, her body began to emit steam. Zeman Linglan ate a palm-sized piece of meat for a full half an hour. At the same time, Han Fei had already eaten a pot. Even Zhan Chu and the others were shocked. Shantu looked at Han Fei as if he were drunk. "Brother, can you still eat?" Zhan Chu. "Brother, don't you feel bloated?" Han Fei tilted his head and felt it. Then he chuckled. 80% full. Many people had already started cultivating. For example, Ch1101 had already entered a cultivation state, as if she would break through at any time. The power of the war god Horn had already begun to fade, and Ch1101 was still an intermediate dangling fisher. Crack! Ch1101 had broken through, but her body was still full of energy. In this battlefield there was no lack of spiritual energy. As long as someone wanted to break through, they could do so. When Ch1101 opened her eyes, she saw that Han Fei was in a strange posture again. His whole body was red, and 8 vortexes appeared on his body. The redness on his face was fading quickly. Of course, Ch1101 knew that Han Fei was cultivating the 108 Desolate God body. Although she didn't know the name of this body tempering technique, she had learned it. Ch1101 thought to herself, that's right, I'm already very familiar with this body refining technique. I can use this opportunity to properly cultivate it. About 4 hours later, many giants stood up one after another. Having eaten and drunk their fill, they felt energetic again. Many people were watching Han Fei and Ch1101 and talking among themselves. So this is what humans are like. That human saved me just now. He's very powerful. Humans are just too small. Their posture is so strange. When Ch1101 woke up again, she found that Han Fei was still eating. Ch1101, you can still eat? Han Fei grinned. I feel I can break through. Ch1101's heart skipped a beat. Is he talking about the breakthrough of the Desolate God body? Han Fei's Desolate God body seems to have broken through many times over the years. Besides, Ch1101 knew that Han Fei had another body tempering technique besides this strange posture. However, that one was more difficult and required a huge amount of energy. Han Fei tried it once but didn't try again. That time, Han Fei was weakened for 3 days. Afraid that Han Fei wouldn't have enough food, the mountain giant found a snake head from one of the 3-headed dragon pythons he killed and placed it in front of Han Fei. Many giants exclaimed, wow, humans can eat so much too? What do you know? He's having a breakthrough. Zhan Qiu glared at these people. All of you, shut up. Don't disturb the esteemed guest's breakthrough. When Han Fei had his fill again and began to cultivate the Desolate God body, Ch1101 felt the 8 vortexes gradually converging towards 1 vortex. The major acupoints are about to merge. Ch1101 had cultivated the Desolate God body too, so she knew what Han Fei was doing now. The acupoints were merging, which meant that this body refining technique was about to reach major completion. After another hour or so, the Giant King tore through the void and returned. When he saw this scene, he immediately exclaimed, interesting. He's got a very good spiritual heritage. It forcefully absorbs the surrounding energy and refines all the major acupoints in the body into one. This technique is quite exquisite, but it's still not enough. If he continues to practice it for another 100 years, perhaps there will be a new world. With that said, the Giant King reached out and grabbed a lot of energy from the void and stuffed it into Han Fei's body. At that moment, Han Fei's whole body shook. The 8 vortices quickly gathered. In just 100 breaths, his acupoints were combined and his physique rose to a new height. However, Han Fei did not wake up either. He seemed to know that a terrifying energy was coming down. He turned over and sat cross-legged, allowing the tremendous energy to attack him. The skin on his body was chapping and devouring the energy crazily while nurturing life. The Giant King was surprised for a moment. Not bad, not bad. This kid actually has another body tempering technique. This technique is quite domineering. Ha ha ha, if you want to practice it now, there is enough energy for you here. Han Fei cultivated the indestructible body. In the past, he hadn't had the resources to cultivate the first level. He'd only cultivated half of the first level. Therefore, he devoted all his energy to cultivating the Desolate God body, allowing it to advance at lightning speed. Now that he had a chance, Han Fei naturally wanted to practice the indestructible body. However, the surrounding war giants were visibly moved. Even the Giant King narrowed his eyes. As for Ch1101, she covered her mouth in disbelief. This was the last thing she wanted to see. At this moment, Han Fei's skin, flesh, and blood were melting rapidly and healing rapidly. The pain was so excruciating that only those involved could understand it. 2 hours later, the Giant King mumbled, "This kid needs a lot of energy." 6 hours later, the Giant King was speechless. He looked at Ch1101 and asked, "How long does he have to cultivate for?" Ch1101 shook her head. "Senior, I don't know either." After another 300 breaths, when the Giant King saw a glimmer in Han Fei's flesh, he couldn't help but say, "This kid is going to break through again." Buzz, the energy wave suddenly dissipated, and Han Fei opened his eyes. There was a trace of fire in his eyes, and a foul breath spurted out of his mouth. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he had become much stronger. Although he felt that it was not enough, he was much stronger than before. The Giant King said, "Human brat, what sort of body tempering technique is this? It's extremely domineering. I can't believe you can withstand it." Han Fei looked up, only to see the ferocious face of the Giant King. Han Fei slowly got up and scratched his head. "I don't know," Ch1101 added. "Senior, there are some problems with Wang Han's memory. He did many things with his instincts. Senior, please think of a way to help him awaken his memory." "Memory?" The Giant King gripped his hammer. "I'm not too familiar with it, but I can give it a try. All right, the war has ended. The Grand Myriad Mountains have won this battle, so the marine race won't dare to make a move for the time being. Let's return to the tribe first before we discuss anything else. Xuanhuan quickly came to Han Fei and Zeman Linglan. He patted his shoulder and chuckled, indicating that they should sit on his shoulder. However, before they could do anything, the sky turned dark and a palm fell from the sky. The giant king laughed. Alright, let's go back to the tribe. The large palm gently moved its fingers and pushed Xuanhuan away. Then, the hand was put on the ground and the mountain giant looked at Han Fei. Come, come, Zeman Linglan blinked her eyes. This was an invitation from the strong. She pulled Han Fei and said to Xuanhuan, we'll sit on you when we go back to the tribe. Xuanhuan chuckled. Alright, see you in the tribe. The mountain giant was simply too tall. This also caused their movements to be relatively slow. However, no matter how slow they were, it was relatively slow. Crushing people and living beings at the law enforcer level was still a piece of cake. When Han Fei and Zeman Linglan stood on the shoulder of the mountain giant, their field of vision was extremely wide. Some clouds even passed by them. The mountain giant said slowly, "Thank you for saving me." Han Fei grinned. Hee. Zeman Linglan looked at Han Fei. "Idiot, can you stop practicing the body tempering technique just now?" Han Fei mumbled. "I want to practice it." Zeman Linglan stomped her feet and said, "Others might not know, but how can I not know? In the past, you've tried and almost lost half your life. This time, if it weren't for Senior Giant King, you wouldn't have been able to practice it at all. Besides, this is only the first level, right?" Han Fei seemed to be stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a fire appeared in his mind. Then, lightning fell, as if it were all for the practicing of this body tempering technique. Han Fei was silent for a moment. Okay, not for now. Bang! The mountain giant leaped slightly and grabbed the cliff with its large hands. It quickly climbed up the cliff. This time, the two of them saw that the forest was like a grassland, with clouds and mist in the distance. Indeed, to the mountain giant, these forests were nothing but weeds. Chirp chirper flock. A flock of birds flew past Han Fei and the others. Many birds even surrounded them and looked at them. The mountain giant would travel very far with every step. As far as the eye could see, tens of thousands of war giants were running wildly. Zeman Linglan was a little absent-minded. She thought to herself, if the giant king really recovered Han Fei's memory, would he still be him? Chapter 123, The Four Venerables Shock Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The triumphant singing had long been ringing in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Han Fei and the others enjoyed the scenery along the way. When they were about to reach the Beast King's city, the mountain giant suddenly stopped in an empty valley where several mountain giants were already standing. Then, they saw the mountain giant suddenly sit down. Some of the mountain giants lay down, while others leaned against the mountain. When the mountain giant did not move, a large number of spiritual plants immediately crawled onto their bodies. In just a moment, these mountain giants seemed to have become a part of the mountain range. The giant king suddenly appeared beside Han Fei and explained, the larger the body, the more energy it needs. In addition to eating, spiritual plants can also absorb energy from the earth and send it to the mountain giants. So, this is their way of survival. If the earth collapses, the mountain giant can only survive in the sea, but at that time, the Sea Clan will not allow them to live. Han Fei didn't feel anything. He didn't care about that now. But Zeman Linglan felt that it was very novel. As expected, in the boundless universe, different creatures had different ways of survival. The giant king looked at Han Fei. I'll take you to the capital. Han Fei looked at the mountain giant. Goodbye. Zeman Linglan shouted into the mountain giant's ear, thank you for bringing us back. The mountain giant wanted to laugh. However, that grin only lasted for a moment before he shut up. See you again. Before Han Fei and Zeman Linglan could react, their vision blurred. In a flash, the two of them appeared on the altar of the war giant tribe from the shoulder of the mountain giant. By now, some of the war giants had returned and were running around happily, telling everyone that they had won. A giant was carrying a small giant and bragging. Your father, I, killed at least 100 lobsters this time and brought back meat. The little giant kicked at the giant's chest, producing thumping sounds. Someone shouted loudly, this time I almost fell into the sea. It's all thanks to that human priest. What's his name again? Xuanhuan? A child reminded him. That giant said with a buzz, yes, it's him. What a strange name. This human priest is really powerful. Not only did he save me, he also saved a mountain giant. Wah, how? A child followed the person and asked. That person laughed loudly. That scene is really exciting. At that moment, the mountain giant is fighting with the three-headed dragon python. The entire war giant's territory was noisy. Some were bragging about their achievements, some were telling stories, some were talking about their bravery, some were eating meat, and there was even the frolicking sound of children. When the giant king suddenly appeared on the altar, someone exclaimed, the king is back! King! I heard that you killed a powerful sea demon. King, I heard that you alone pierced through the entire sea. King, I want to sleep with you tonight. Han Fei could clearly feel the giant king's face trembling. He scratched his head. Isn't it normal to sleep together? Why is the giant king shaking? Roar, the giant king shouted. The Grand Myriad Mountains have won this battle. Children, let's celebrate. Bring out all the good food and drinks. All the leaders organize some people and go into the sea to take back the marine creatures' bodies as food. Those were all killed by our people. It would be a pity if we don't eat them. Roar. Our king is mighty. My king is invincible. Will you stay tonight, king? The giant king hurriedly said. All right, priest, come here for a while. Today, this king has something to say to the human boy and girl. Eat by yourselves and have fun. With that, the giant king waved his hand and brought Han Fei and Zeman Linglin to the huge palace. The capital city of the giants was built along cliffs. It was rather grand. In the city, there was a large platform square that protruded out of the mountain. Standing at the end of the square, one could see the altar. Zeman Linglin pondered. With the giant king's strength, as long as he stood at the end of this platform, he would be able to speak to the entire clan. With tens of thousands of people kneeling, how grand it would be. At this moment, the giant king called out, Humans, the people of the war giant tribe are simple and unadorned. We will not have so many twists and turns like you humans. This king asks you first, are you representing humans? Zeman Linglin hurriedly replied, No, senior. We don't represent anyone. It's just that xuanhuan wanted to come, so we came. The giant king laughed loudly. That's good. There's nothing much to say about the relationship between the Grand Myriad Mountains and the humans. xuanhuan, you seem to be a little silly. Come with me, I'll examine you. The giant king did not put on any airs. Perhaps the giants had always been like this. At least, they were different from the powerhouses Han Fei and Zeman Linglin had met. The giant king's palace, doesn't look like a palace. There weren't that many fancy things here. Instead, there were quite a few remains of living beings here, as if they were kept as food. Occasionally, there were decorations, but they were all made from various large bones. In the center of the circular palace was a large circular cushion. On the surrounding stone walls, there were many murals. On the murals, the giant king led his clansmen to win one battle after another. The giant king sat on his cushion and said to Han Fei and Zeman Linglin, Come, sit down. Zeman Linglin hurriedly pulled Han Fei and ran to the cushion. She was very nervous, full of expectation and worry. The giant king casually stretched out his hand, and a boulder the size of a small mountain appeared. The giant king said, xuanhuan, try infusing some spiritual energy into it. The giant king was puzzled. Han Fei's body was absorbing spiritual energy and energy all the time. Not only was he fast, but he was also very young and talented, which was really rare. Zeman Linglin was surprised. This is the pulse testing stone? This was the first time Zeman Linglin had seen a pulse testing stone bigger than a person. It must be because the giants were taller. She couldn't help but look at Han Fei. After so many years, she didn't know what level Han Fei's spiritual heritage was, so she was quite curious. Han Fei foolishly put his hand on the pulse testing stone and pressed it. Buzz. On the pulse testing stone, a thick purple light exploded, causing Zeman Linglin's eyes to widen. He had a high-quality spiritual heritage. Moreover, the light was so dense, it seemed that his spiritual heritage was even better than hers. The giant king narrowed his eyes and said, A level 9 spiritual heritage. No wonder your cultivation speed is so fast. Level 9? Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei in disbelief. How could it be so high? Such an ultra-quality spiritual heritage was hard to find even in 1,000 years. Han Fei was still unconscious, or he would have been shocked. Where did I get a level 9 spiritual heritage? The giant king was not bothered by the issue of the spiritual heritage. Instead, he said, xuanhuan, try releasing your soul. Let me see what's wrong with your memory. Zeman Linglin hurriedly said, Idiot, did you hear that? Senior is helping you. Relax your guard. Han Fei scratched his head and nodded. When Han Fei raised his head again, he suddenly found that he couldn't move, including Zeman Linglin. She couldn't move and could only watch quietly. A finger touched Han Fei's head. Originally, the giant king did not think much of it. After all, he was just a little guy at the level of a hidden fisher. It must be because of his soul that his memory was chaotic. Everything would return to normal after he sorted out his soul. However, when the giant king tried to sort out Han Fei's soul, countless pictures rushed at him in an instant, followed by a green light. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a trace of the giant king's soul was crushed, and Han Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The restriction vanished, and the giant king's body trembled as he involuntarily let out a muffled groan. A soul treasure? The river of time? The giant king suddenly looked very serious. He stood up and looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. Zeman Linglin rushed to Han Fei. Idiot, are you awake? xuanhuan, how are you? Senior, what happened to him? The giant king had a complicated expression as he said slowly, He's fine, he'll wake up soon. Hearing that Han Fei was fine, Zeman Linglin was relieved and thought to herself, Is this the consequence of treatment? Just spit out some blood? After 10 seconds, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he wasn't the one who vomited the blood just now. He even scratched his head, looking dumbstruck. The giant king took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Little girl, do you know where xuanhuan came from? Zeman Linglin was stunned. Obviously, Han Fei's memory hadn't recovered yet. However, why did the giant king give such a look? Zeman Linglin hurriedly said, Senior, xuanhuan was born in a human village. He lost his mother when he was young, and he has been foolish since he was born. His talent was extremely high, but no one noticed it. Later his father died on the battlefield, so he came to the remote desolate jungle to cultivate with me. Oh, right, he can only cultivate a very ordinary cultivation technique called true spirit fishing art. The giant king pondered. Are you sure that he had been living in a small human village since he was born? Zeman Linglin nodded. I'm sure. She knew Han Fei well. Besides, many people in the great wilderness village knew him. How could it be fake? The giant king paced back and forth in the palace as if thinking about something very complicated. After a long time, he said solemnly, Do you think an ordinary person can give birth to a genius with a level 9 spiritual heritage? At that moment, they heard the voice of the female giant priest from outside the palace. King, I'm here. Come in. As soon as the giant priest entered, the giant king asked, There's only the word human on the oracle. The giant priest replied, Yes, it's absolutely true. There's only one word. All of the clansmen who stayed behind saw it. The giant king frowned and muttered to himself. The god of war isn't dead. Where is he? He's giant king. Who do you think it is referring to? The giant priest pointed at Han Fei. Everything is too coincidental. I think the oracle is human, not human beings. This is a very important difference. The giant king pondered for a moment. All right, I understand. Go back. With that said, the giant king's figure flashed and vanished. Then they heard the giant king's voice from outside the palace. Beast King, Tianqing, Water Immortal, we have important matters to discuss. Come quickly. There were a total of 4 powerhouses in the Grand Myriad Mountains. They were the Beast King in charge of the wild beasts, Tianqing of the Sky Race, Water Immortal of the Demonic Plant Race, and the Giant King of the War Giant Tribe. Among them, the strength of the 4 powerhouses was relatively balanced. However, the Beast King was the strongest, and it was the only peak-level venerable amongst the 4 of them that had the highest chance of becoming a king. As the giant king howled, the first to arrive was a pool of spring water. In the water, a white flower bloomed, and then a young, graceful woman dressed in white appeared. The woman looked into the palace and said calmly, Big guy, did the oracle really appear? Buzz. Before the giant king could reply, a shadow emerged from the void. After it landed, it turned into a stern-looking man dressed in black feathers. The man said, I already know about this matter. The 2 humans crossed over from the remote desolate jungle. They are quite bold. Roar! In the sky, a figure was jumping about, leaping through the air several times, ultimately smashing into the platform outside. It was a large ape with a ferocious look. It held a thick rod in its hand and was currently carrying it on its shoulder. The ape took a big step forward and shook its body. What? What is the important matter? Why do you need to gather all 4 of us? Han Fei was pulled up from the cushion by Zeman Linglin. Zeman Linglin's body tensed up. 4 venerable level powerhouses. This strength was comparable to the entire U City. In addition to the mountain giants and the other powerhouses from various races, it could be said that if the Grand Myriad Mountains were to start a war with humans, humans might not be able to win. The giant king extended his hand and blocked Han Fei and Zeman Linglin's hearing. He then said unhurriedly, That human boy has a level 9 spiritual heritage, just a little less than a king-level spiritual heritage. Also, there seems to be something wrong with him. You need to take a good look at him. I'm not quite sure. As he spoke, a wisp of soul seeped out from the giant king's fingertip for the 3 to observe. Water Immortal was surprised. Level 9 spiritual heritage? The ape sneered. So what if he has a level 9 spiritual heritage? Not a king yet. Does he have, the River of Time? The ape's expression changed drastically, including Tianqing and the Water Immortal. The ape stepped in front of Han Fei. This gave Zeman Linglin a fright, and she hurriedly pulled Han Fei back. However, the ape didn't deliberately retract its pressure, so at this moment, Zeman Linglin felt that she was suffocating and could fall to the ground at any time. However, Han Fei was completely fine. He looked up at the ape and blinked his eyes. Suddenly, the figure of a giant ape appeared in his mind. Be good to the beast race. Confused, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and felt a slight headache. The big ape stared at Han Fei and said, Human boy, let me look at you. With that, a wisp of its soul touched Han Fei's forehead. Bang! Han Fei vomited another mouthful of blood and sat on the ground, while the wisp of the ape's soul directly shattered. Zeman Linglin gritted her teeth. Senior Beast King, Senior Giant King has already checked his soul. Speaking to a venerable required courage. Zeman Linglin thought, if everyone came to take a look, wouldn't Han Fei still have to vomit blood? The ape suddenly turned around and looked at the 3 people walking over from outside. It said in astonishment, This boy, what a powerful soul treasure. It can actually crush my soul. The giant king blocked Han Fei and Zeman Linglin's perception. How is it, monkey? What did you see? The ape's gaze was cold. You're right, this brat does indeed involve the River of Time. Not only that, he's quite strange. It seems like he has something to do with the beast race. The Water Immortal appeared beside Han Fei and looked at Zeman Linglin. Don't panic. Spitting a few mouthfuls of blood won't hurt him. We have to check him one by one. Puff, puff, puff. Moments later, Water Immortal and Sky God's expressions became complicated. The Giant King was right. This child was definitely extraordinary. Then, the ape asked the same question as the Giant King. He looked at Zeman Linglin and said, Girl, do you know where this kid came from? Zeman Lingwen's face was a bit pale, but she still said firmly, outside U City, in Great Wilderness Village, his parents are ordinary cultivators. Nonsense. Who can give birth to such a little monster? Zeman Lingwen gritted her teeth. Why did it sound so strange? Could it be that xuanhuan wasn't born in Great Wilderness Village? The water immortal waved her hand, and Han Fei and the others were enveloped by a water ball and isolated. After that, the water immortal said, I can feel the entanglement between him and the spiritual plant race from this child. Interesting. I can confirm that he is not from this era. Tianqing nodded slightly. That's right. He doesn't have anything to do with my sky race. However, from his fragmented memories, this child is an extraordinary genius. He is an enemy of the sea races. The ape said with a buzz, Is that what you should be concerned about now? I can vaguely see the endless sea in the future. Humans actually live in the sky? What does this mean? The four of them fell silent. This implied meaning was very terrifying. It meant that the land was eventually drowned by the sea and the grand myriad mountains were gone. Tianqing looked back at Han Fei and said coldly, Can his soul treasure be broken? The water immortal shook her head. No, he's in a terrible state to begin with. His passage through the river of time might have affected him in an unpredictable way. It's all because of that soul treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just become a fool right now. Not to mention that we won't be able to break that soul treasure. Even if we do, it's very likely that his soul will be destroyed. The giant king buzzed. Fairy, you have the most soul-nurturing techniques. Can't you treat him? Water Immortal pondered for a moment. I can only give it a try. If I want to restore all of his memories, I will have to sort them out first. The best way is for him to slowly recall everything himself and let his soul recover. Tianqing's voice was cold. The question is, how did he come here? What is his purpose? This question sent a chill down the other three's spines. The giant king looked at the beast king. Can you send people across the river of time? Pfft. The ape was dumbfounded. He looked at the giant king like he was an idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? If I had the ability to send people across the river of time, I would have sent people back to the Age of Immortals to seek help. How can I fight against the sea races like a fool? Water Immortal Beast King, what ability do you need to send someone across the river of time? The Beast King shook his head. I don't know. Logically speaking, even a king-level powerhouse won't be able to do that. However, it's hard to say if it's a king who controls the great Tao of time. No matter what, the river of time is an extremely mysterious forbidden zone. Ordinary people would not dare to touch it. If one is not careful enough, he would lose himself in time. Even a king-level powerhouse will perish easily. The giant king pointed at Han Fei. Then how did he get here? The four of them fell silent. They were venerables, not kings, and not gods. They could see the shadow of the river of time on Han Fei's body from the vague memory fragments in Han Fei's mind. The water immortal said, Let's not care about how he got here first. In short, he must have come here for a purpose. He just forgot about it. We can keep these two here and see if we can repair his memories. Otherwise, it's useless for us to think so much. The other thing is, what if the Grand Myriad Mountains are gone? Does this mean that the land here, or even Black Rock City on another island, will be submerged? The giant king said slowly, Definitely. If this boy's memory is correct, we should be screwed. No. The water immortal's eyes flickered. But at least it proves that the humans of the later generations are still seeking survival, and the races are still continuing. Also, the war has not stopped. In other words, we actually have a way out. The Beast King roared, What way out? We don't know, Tianqing said. Our way out must be in our current era. We must have found some way to survive. Otherwise, how could there be future generations? The Water Immortal said, That's right. Don't forget that the Oracle of the War God has appeared. Does the appearance of the Oracle mean that the War God hasn't perished? And this person might become the key to the continuation of our respective races? The Giant King shook his head. No, there's something wrong with this. The God of War is very long-winded, and there has never been an oracle with a single word. The only thing I can think of is that even if the God of War hasn't perished, his condition is extremely bad, and he might even be on the brink of death. Otherwise, he can use the oracle to chat with me. Do you believe me? Everyone? The Beast King was speechless. Then what do you mean? Is this person useful or not? The Giant King roared. Nonsense, of course useful. At the very least, he allowed me to peek into the future. Just this alone will allow us to make many preparations. The Water Immortal nodded as well. That's right, his appearance alone is enough to explain many things. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, be it the War Giants or the Beast Race, his memory fragments about them are pitifully few. Roar. The ape stuck the rod into the ground. It's over. This means that the outcome of our races isn't good. Tianqing coldly said, Rather than arguing here, why don't we ask him why he's here? The Beast King said huffily, his brain is a mess. How can he think of this? Tianqing, what if he can? Chapter 124, Question and Answer Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, was like an onlooker, watching the four super powerhouses of different sizes chattering non-stop. Zeman Lingwen was on tenterhooks. She looked at Han Fei and then at the four venerables. She was very nervous. Did Han Fei really have such a big secret? Did he need four venerables to discuss it for so long? Then the water barrier had suddenly been removed. Zeman Lingwen's heart tightened and she grabbed Han Fei. The four venerables all looked at Han Fei. Because the water immortal looked like a human woman, she was the most amiable. The water immortal looked at Han Fei with a smile. Wang Han, you don't know why you came to the Grand Myriad Mountains. Do you have any questions? Wang Han scratched his head and shook his head. The water immortal's expression did not change. Or rather, do you have anything you want to know the most? Ximeng Linglin immediately said. He wants to get back his memories the most. However, the water immortal didn't listen to Ximeng Linglin, but watched Han Fei scratching his head from time to time. Finally, Han Fei asked, why do we fight with the Sea Clan? That was Han Fei's real thought. He said it directly. Immediately, water immortal turned around and looked at the other three. Tianqing said in a deep voice, he actually remembers? He came back to find an answer, right? The Giant King said angrily, could it be that the person who sent him here doesn't even know this? The Beast King roared, who knows? We don't even know whether he was sent here or not. The Giant King scoffed. Do you mean he could come here himself? The water immortal said, as expected. After spending so much effort to come here, it's impossible for him to not have any motives. They looked at each other and nodded. The water immortal then said, Ximeng Linglin, we have something to talk to him about privately. After saying that, the water barrier isolated Ximeng Linglin, regardless of whether she was willing or not. Han Fei immediately frowned and looked at Ximeng Linglin, trying to remove the water barrier. However, he found that he couldn't move this water barrier at all. He immediately glared at the water immortal. However, the water immortal was not angry. Instead, she looked at Han Fei quietly. You must know that you are different from her. It's better not to let her know about some things, or she will be very sad. Han Fei didn't know if it was because of the water immortal's words, but he gradually calmed down. However, he heard the water immortal say, Wang Han, we don't care if your name is Wang Han or not. However, some words we speak to you now will be imprinted into your mind. In the future, it will depend on your growth whether you can remember them or not. Perhaps, as you become stronger, your soul will gradually recover. Perhaps, under some stimulation, it may also recover. In short, the temporary disorder of your soul is not a big problem. The Giant King buzzed. Wang Han, listen to the answer you want to know. The water immortal said calmly, the era you're in now is called the Age of Doom. It's not about the withering of all Taos, but about the withering of the Great Tao. Why did the Great Tao wither? Because 30,000 years ago, that era was called the Age of Gods. What is a god? He wields the great Tao and looks down on life. With his strength alone, he can establish the foundation of a clan. Han Fei listened attentively. However, he did not understand why this person would tell him this. However, he would just remember it. The water immortal slowly explained, we don't know the exact reason either. However, during the Age of Doom, the gods fought on the other side of the sea because of one thing. Where was that? Where was that place? We didn't know. That battle swept through the heavens and the earth for 3 consecutive years. The heavens wept ceaselessly, and the Great Tao collapsed. Moreover, every time the Great Tao collapsed, it usually represented the death of a god. Remember, almost all the gods participated in the battle. After that, the myriad races had no Tao, and all Taos returned to the void. You must remember that becoming a king doesn't represent returning to the Great Tao. Becoming a king is only the beginning. But even this step is extremely difficult. The Beast King said with a buzz, Kid, you must remember this. According to your memory, in your era, becoming a king will only be harder than the Age of Doom. This question you asked involves a lot. One cannot touch it before becoming a king. Han Fei scratched his head and thought, I don't understand. The water immortal smiled. Did you hear that? You can't touch this question unless you're a king. Even if you become a king, you'd better not touch it. The reason why the sea races fought against the myriad races was because after the gods died, there was a sacred spirit who delivered the oracle of the gods. We don't know the contents of the oracle, but the general meaning is that the sea races must slaughter the myriad races and reopen the primal chaos, allowing the Great Tao to reappear. At that time, a large number of new gods that inherit the Great Tao will appear from the sea races and become the sole ruler of this world. The Giant King said with a buzz, Fuck, if it weren't for the fact that there are so many marine race beings, the myriad races would have long destroyed them. The water immortal didn't care whether Han Fei understood or not, as long as Han Fei remembered what she said today. She continued, We've already told you all the answers you want to know. As for whether you can remember them, and when you can remember them, it depends on you. In short, once the sea races truly suppress all the other races, and other races will no longer have a chance to stand out, it's very likely that the latter will be wiped out. With our strength, that's all we know. As for whether there's a greater secret behind this, why did the gods want to fight? These are not things we can know. Suddenly, Tianqing added, Oh right, there's one more thing. The battle of the gods has created many forbidden grounds. If you run into one, don't go in recklessly. It's usually a perilous place. The Beast King looked at Tianqing. You mean that place? Tianqing nodded. Human boy, the forbidden areas left by the war of the gods are often accompanied by eternal darkness. In this world that we know of, there is an extremely mysterious and unknown region. The place where it appears is unknown, but if you encounter it in the future, do not enter. The Giant King said with a buzz, Kid Wang Han, you have to remember this. Although I don't know if you will have the chance to cross the river of time and return to the afterlife after your memories recover. If you die here, you will really die. The answer you have now will be meaningless. For some reason, Han Fei felt that he had to remember what he was told today. It seemed to be very important, although he didn't understand a single word. The Beast King suddenly said, "This kid can be considered an anomaly, right? If he wasn't a peerless genius, he wouldn't have been sent here." The Giant King nodded solemnly. Of course, a hidden fisher can save the mountain giant. Do you think he is an ordinary person? The Beast King suddenly said, "Old Goo, what if we all die later?" The Giant King scratched his head. "I can't give in willingly anyway." The Beast King paused for a moment. "You giants really don't have enough brains. I mean, since this kid is a peerless genius and seems to be related to us, why not?" The Water Immortal suddenly smiled. "I share the same thoughts as the Beast King." Tianqing narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying that we should let him have deeper ties with our races? Or even force karma into him?" The Beast King immediately patted his chest. "That's right. If this brat doesn't die and still has a chance to return to the future, and we won't be able to come into contact with him in the future, why don't we let him get involved more deeply with our clans? In the future, if something happens to our clans, can this brat just sit by and do nothing?" Roar. The Giant King slapped his thigh. "That's true. It wasn't easy for such a character to appear. We can't just watch him run away." The Water Immortal smiled. "That makes sense." Tianqing nodded slightly. "I have no objections. In any case, he's someone from the future. No matter what happens to him, it won't involve us." The Beast King stomped his rod and looked at the Giant King. "This kid seems to have a strong physique. Which one of us will do it?" The Giant King mumbled. "His physique is not strong, but super strong. Aren't you good at fighting? I think you should teach him how to fight." The ape sneered. "Sure, when he has reached the pinnacle on the path of body tempering, he will be almost invincible." "Let's all teach him and see how much this kid can learn," the Giant King said. "Me first." This time, no one had any objections. In terms of comprehensive teaching, the Giant King certainly had the advantage, and the Water Immortal had the least advantage. After all, Han Fei was not a manipulator. Although she could teach him by force, his path was already set. She could only see what was there to teach. While Han Fei was still confused, they had decided Han Fei's path with a few words. The Giant King said, "Let's each teach him a year first. I think his soul is so messed up that he probably won't be able to recover in a few years." The Beast King nodded. "It's a little short, but it doesn't matter. In short, it's all up to him. How much he learns depends on him." Tianqing, I have no objections. The Water Immortal glanced at Zeman Linglin and thought, I can't teach him much, but teaching Zeman Linglin seems to be able to please Han Fei. So, she made a decision. Splash! Zeman Linglin's seal was lifted, and the Giant King said unhurriedly, "Wang Han, we four have decided to take you in as our disciple. Hurry up and bow to us." Huh? Zeman Linglin was shocked. What's going on? All four venerables want to take Wang Han as their disciple? This idiot, is his talent so terrifying? Han Fei was stunned. "Teach me combat skills?" Zeman Linglin was speechless and tugged at Han Fei. "Of course." Han Fei grinned. "Okay, the Giant King and the rest." The Beast King scratched his butt. "Didn't they say that humans have to kneel to their masters?" "That's it," Tianqing coldly replied. "His brain isn't normal, so what can he remember?" Zeman Linglin blushed and pulled Han Fei to kneel down. However, this time she couldn't pull him down. Han Fei didn't want to kneel. The Giant King said with a buzz, "Look, even if his soul is in chaos, the pride of a genius is still there." Zeman Linglin was embarrassed. Forget it, let him be. In any case, the venerables didn't seem angry. The Water Immortal looked at them. "We've taken him as our disciple. Why don't we take this girl as our disciple too? If I'm not wrong, this girl also has an extremely good spiritual heritage. However, hers was forcefully replaced with someone else's. Otherwise, she would at least be a heavenly talent." Zeman Linglin's body trembled. What did she mean? She could benefit too? She could also become their disciple? Only, towards the Water Immortal's suggestion, the others all kept quiet. The Giant King said, "That's right, but she's too weak now. She doesn't have any foundation. Even if this king teaches her, she probably won't be able to keep up." Zeman Linglin was slightly disappointed. As expected, he had seen through her. Her foundation was too weak. Perhaps in this lifetime she would never be able to surpass that idiot Wang Han. However, the Water Immortal smiled faintly and said, "If her foundation is not enough, the spiritual fruit can replenish it. My demonic plant race has never lacked this. Let this girl follow me. A year later, I will send back a different here." Before anyone could say anything, Han Fei grabbed Zeman Linglin's wrist as if he didn't trust the Water Immortal. Zeman Linglin tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. It was not that he didn't want her to grow up, but he was afraid that if she died, he would be the only one left in this world. The Giant King said with a buzz, "Wang Han brat, this is the girl's opportunity. Only by becoming stronger can she keep up with your pace. Otherwise, are you willing to see yourself become very strong, but she is still very weak?" Water Immortal, even if you are willing, is she willing? Han Fei scratched his head and looked at Zeman Linglin. "Are you going?" Zeman Linglin's eyes were firm. This was an opportunity. Whether it was for revenge or to catch up with Han Fei, she had to go. Just as the Giant King had said, the four venerables were going to take Han Fei as their disciple. Then Han Fei would definitely welcome explosive growth. If she didn't work hard, she might not be able to catch up with Han Fei. Han Fei, okay. The Giant King and the others naturally knew why the Water Immortal was doing this, so they went with the flow. Only, the Giant King said, Fairy, don't send her back in a year. Send her back in half a year. Then I can also teach her at that time. Otherwise, you want me to spend another year? The Water Immortal nodded. All right, Tianqing lightly said. Send her to me in the 3rd year. I'm leaving first. Shua. Tianqing disappeared on the spot. Since everything had been decided, there was no need for him to stay. The Beast King stomped his rod. Send her to me next year. I gotta go. The Water Immortal extended her hand towards Zeman Linglin and said, Come, follow me. After Zeman Linglin disappeared, Han Fei frowned and looked at the sky. The Giant King laughed. Okay, stop looking. She'll be back in half a year. Follow me. With a whoosh, Han Fei appeared on the altar of the war giants. At this moment, many giants were burning bonfires and stuffing food into their mouths. Seeing the Giant King appear, they had no intention of getting up. Someone raised a giant squid and shouted at the Giant King, King, eat. The Giant King's voice rippled out. This king announces something today. This king wants to take xuanhuan as a disciple. Huh? Many giants were stunned. The king wanted to take in a disciple? However, this surprise only lasted for a short while. Then, Han Fei heard roars. After all, Han Fei had saved many people on the battlefield. At least, these people had no objections. Since most people had no objections, the rest of the war giants had no objections. To them, it didn't matter if their king had a disciple or not. This was because the Giant King often came out to teach them. They were already used to it. Where is Ho-Tu? King, I'm here. A 20-meter-tall giant carrying a giant hammer jumped over from afar and crashed onto the ground. The Giant King nodded and said, From today onwards, according to xuanhuan's refining speed, we will arrange for him to refine weapons. The daily quantity must reach his limit. Ho-Tu was stunned for a moment. He looked at the hammer in his hand. King, is it suitable? The Giant King scoffed. You think he's weak? As he said that, the Giant King waved his hand and a huge and thick weapon refinement platform flew over. The Giant King looked at Han Fei. xuanhuan, I'll teach you the 100 War Divine Hammer today. This technique has 81 hammer techniques. With unlimited combinations, it'll produce infinite hammer techniques. At the same time, this is also a battle hammer technique. When fighting, you must press forward with all your strength. In accordance with the spirit of the God of War, you shall never flinch when you use it in battle. Do you hear me? Han Fei nodded. Got it. Howl. The king is going to refine weapons. Stay away. Quick, move the food away. King, can you refine it in the sky? The Giant King was speechless. How dare you, little brat, say that to me? Everyone else wants me to teach them. The Giant King snorted and looked at Han Fei. Come up. Then the Giant King stepped into the air and stood in the sky. Whoosh! Han Fei spread his wings and stood in mid-air. The Giant King glanced at Han Fei's phantom glass wings and couldn't help but be surprised. These wings are not bad, but they're not very useful. It won't be very useful when you become an explorer. Hey! The Giant King's face twisted. Come, bones. Thousands of large bones flew over from all directions. They were all sea demon bones. There were also some strange stones that were of unusually good quality. The Giant King glanced at Han Fei. Stay 100 meters away from me. Watch carefully. Don't be blown away by me. On the ground, in the sky, many giants were watching from afar. Even though they despised the Giant King for refining weapons on the ground, they were still watching. Ow, 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 dang, the Giant King held the warhammer in his hand. It was as if he was about to topple a mountain. Several illusory figures appeared in several directions. The warhammer broke through the air and struck down with fire. Clang, 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 clang. The Giant King shouted, For the first 36 strikes, don't shake your hands and don't use force to rebound. The 36 strikes will remove the impurities and refine the essence. It will be done in one fell swoop. The void rippled. Han Fei felt that every time the hammer fell, his eyes were dazzled. However, with perception, he could still see clearly. However, the sound almost pierced through his eardrums. Our king is mighty. Many giants were shouting. However, Han Fei was memorizing the hammer technique. The 36 strikes were as steady as Mount Tai. When the process of removing impurities came to an end, the countless large bones and strange stones turned into flatbread, shrinking by more than half. The Giant King shouted again. Not only can the hammer technique increase the toughness of the weapon, but it can also be used against enemies. It can attack or retreat. Look, clang, clang, clang. For a time, hundreds of hammer shadows came from all directions, and one could see that a giant axe was already in its embryonic form. After a series of crazy attacks, the Giant King did not retreat a single step. Instead, he hammered the refining platform several hundred meters forward. Dong, the final blow. The axe was completed, and spiritual energy surged over. The Giant King roared, If one round doesn't work, let's have another round. However, don't make the first 36 strikes. In the void, ripples spread out like waves in the void, emitting dazzling halos. Han Fei was excited and thought to himself, impressive. When the axe was completed, the Giant King held the hammer of war and asked, How much did you remember? Han Fei scratched his head. All, huh? The Giant King was just about to say, "Do you need me to do it again?" But then he realized that Han Fei said he had remembered the hammer technique all. Upon hearing this, the Giant King was unhappy. "Come, make 2 warhammers yourself." Han Fei scratched his head and heard the Giant King shout, "How to? Give him your hammer. He can't use my warhammer." He too shouted, "Wang Han, take this." Looking at the 2 hammers flying at him like meteors, Han Fei stretched out his hands and held the handles of the hammers. The tremendous force almost sent him flying, but he easily stabilized his body with a flap of his wings. Quite a few giants hooted. "Oh, he caught them. Ho Tu, you're embarrassing yourself." Someone laughed. "Ho Tu, looks like your strength is still not enough." Ho Tu immediately blushed. "I didn't use any strength. Isn't it normal for him to catch the hammers?" The Giant King casually grabbed some materials and said casually, "Hammer as hard as you can." Our Grand Myriad Mountains don't lack materials. Try your best. Chapter 125, Warbody Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Giant King displayed unparalleled strength in weapon refining. Although Han Fei caught the warhammers, his hands were too small to hold them. At this time, he couldn't even hold them. How could he learn the refining skills? Buzz. A golden giant appeared on Han Fei's body and grabbed the warhammers with both hands. The Giant King narrowed his eyes. Huh? Will materialization? Hiss, invincible will? The Giant King's eyes almost popped out. Damn it, I picked up a disciple taking the invincible path? Although the Giant King knew that Han Fei was definitely talented since he was sent through the River of Time, he was still a little panicked that he had taken the invincible path. In this world there were cultivators who took the path of invincibility. However, very few could walk down this path. The Giant King could not help but feel puzzled. The person behind Han Fei must have put in a lot of effort to send such a genius over. Holding the sledgehammers, Han Fei took a deep breath and activated the devil change. Clang, 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 clang. Ripples rippled through the air as well, but they were negligible compared to the Giant King's ripples. However, the aura of the energy waves that surged through the air attracted the attention of many giants. A child shouted, "Wow, Wang Han is so powerful, I don't think I can beat him." A giant patted a little child's head. "Little cub, what do you know? This is called strength. As long as a person's realm is high enough and his strength is great enough, you won't be able to beat him." Because it was his first time using the 100-war divine hammer, although Han Fei was very proficient in refining, he had forgotten his memory, so it was his first time using it. The Giant King shouted in a low voice, "Forget forms. You don't have to knock it exactly the same as I did. Do it as you please." Clang, 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 clang. Han Fei tried his best every time, but after 36 strikes, he felt tired. After the 36 strikes, Han Fei almost failed to hold the hammers under the tremendous rebounding force. In Han Fei's eyes, the hammer seemed to have become an enemy. No matter what, he couldn't retreat. Clang. A moment later, after a round of hammering, Han Fei found a crack on his upper arm. However, at this moment, the surrounding war giants all swallowed their saliva. This Wang Han used the 100-war divine hammer for the first time, but actually managed to play around. One had to know that even within the war giant tribe, there were less than 100 people who could complete the whole set of the 100-war divine hammer in a single round. As for those who could play 2 rounds for the first time, there were only 3. Not a single person could finish 3 rounds at once. Ho Tu was the guy who could finish 2 rounds of 100-war divine hammer on his first try. Therefore, Ho Tu's status was very high. As expected, the Giant King shouted, "It's not enough. How can such a hammer be used for weapon refinement, let alone battle? Give me another round." With the Giant King's roar, Han Fei knocked again without saying a word. Half an hour later, Han Fei's arms were full of cracks. The second round was finished. Hiss. Success. Wang Han has completed the second round. This human is so strong. Will there be a third round? The Giant King's eyes flickered. Don't heal yourself. Continue hammering. It's still not enough. Clang, clang, clang. After the third round, Han Fei felt that his arms were in great pain. His muscles were torn and blood oozed out. Giant King, it's not enough. Another round. Clang, 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 clang. Again, under the attention of thousands of war giants and the roars of the Giant King, Han Fei performed 9 rounds of 100-war divine hammer. His arms were covered in blood and his finger bones were visible. The Giant King was speechless. Fuck, is this still a human? This is a real war giant, right? Thinking back to his first time, he seemed to have played a 5th round before fainting. But this guy had played 9 rounds at once, and he still wanted to continue? Clang, crack. This time, Han Fei's arm was broken. He almost lost his balance and fell down from the sky. The Giant King knew that this was Han Fei's limit. If he kept hammering, his foundation would be damaged. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to be so tough. Giant King, treat yourself. Han Fei immediately cast a divine healing technique on himself. It hurt too much. Although he still had strength, his body couldn't take it anymore. Ho Tu flew over and caught his double hammers. Then he took Han Fei's double hammers and said, "The training starts tomorrow. Finish 100 rounds on the first day to see the effect." Not to mention children, even many adult war giants were stunned, finishing 100 rounds a day. Was he trying to kill Han Fei? However, the Giant King did not retort. Practice first. Han Fei ate and slept with the war giants. When he woke up the next day, he felt that his bones were slightly numb and his strength had increased. However, he did not pay much attention. As soon as he went out, he saw Xuanhuan run over. "Brother, it's time to eat. Lord Ho2 said that once you've eaten and drunk your fill, you can continue practicing. However, brother, you're really impressive. You're the first person to reach the 9th round on the first day you learned the 100 War Divine Hammer." Han Fei scratched his head. As he ate, he realized that there was more food. He saw that there was a circle of marine creatures hanging on each tent. There were all kinds of them. Xuanhuan said, "Over the past few days, almost half of the clansmen have gone to the sea to fish for food. When the tents are full, they can only be piled up. Therefore, we have to eat more. Eat them up." Han Fei scratched his head and looked at the creatures that were much bigger than him, thinking that these foods could be eaten for a long time. After dinner, Xuanhuan led Han Fei to the refining field where Ho2 was. There were only a few dozen people here, but many of them were here for Han Fei. After all, Han Fei's performance yesterday was too amazing. Ho2 shouted, "There's nothing to see." Since Han Fei has a good foundation, it's not difficult for him to reach 100 rounds. When he can reach 1,000 rounds, you can come and watch. Someone was stunned. 1,000 rounds? Why don't you say 10,000 rounds? A child cried out, "He'll be crippled." Ho2 said impatiently, "Go away, spread out. Don't affect Han Fei's cultivation." A moment later, after everyone was gone, Ho2 said, "Han Fei, my request is that every weapon you hit must be of a higher quality than the double hammers in your hands." Han Fei scratched his head. "Okay." A moment later, the golden giant appeared once again. Clang, clang, clang. In the capital, the Giant King was biting a roasted crab and looking at Han Fei. Yesterday, he only wanted to establish connections with Han Fei, but now he really wanted to take him in as his disciple. In front of the Giant King, a small transparent jar was placed on the stone platform. Inside was a golden liquid. Shall I give him the blood essence of War God or not? 3 months later. Flang, flang, clang, 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 clang. A pair of sledgehammers shattered, which was the 21st pair of warhammers that Han Fei had broken. A tall and sturdy young man who was like a golden armored giant scratched his head, then picked up a new pair of warhammers from the ground and continued to strike. Ho2 smiled and said, "Xuanhuan, your strength has increased too much recently." A large group of children were watching, and a female giant had a melancholic expression. "Why do humans have to be so small? He hasn't even reached my knee. Otherwise, I could snatch him back to be my husband." A male giant laughed. "Dream on, you should find a giant." Someone laughed and said, "If Xuanhuan really has the body of a giant, with his terrifying physique of 500 rounds a day, there will be a large number of female giants who will throw themselves at him. Humph, why don't you kids go cultivating? What are they looking at here for?" The Giant King appeared out of nowhere and drove away a group of children. Then he said casually, "Xuanhuan, you don't have to forge anymore. You've broken through to a peak hidden fisher. You need to stimulate your potential further. Follow me." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately threw down the hammer in his hand and was brought to the peak of a mountain by the Giant King. The Giant King buzzed and said, "I know that your special body tempering technique is very strong. However, your body tempering technique is very difficult and requires a lot of energy. I'll teach you the war body now. It's also a body tempering technique. This technique was bestowed by the god of war back then, so it's not weaker than your strange body tempering technique." The Giant King stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. Black boulders flew over. These boulders were as big as a small hill. The Giant King casually pinched them, and all the boulders turned into powder that surrounded Han Fei. The Giant King pointed at Han Fei's forehead and a golden light flashed. The war body, a technique passed down from the god of war, follows the infinite fighting style. It needs to be practiced together with the devour art to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and the energy of heaven and earth. Suppress your realm down and come out when you become a law enforcer. The powder quickly gathered and formed a huge rock that landed on the mountain peak. Han Fei absorbed the Giant King's teachings for 2 hours before he slowly opened his eyes. However, he realized that he was surrounded by darkness. Was he trapped in a rock? However, Han Fei remembered what the Giant King said. He couldn't come out until he became a law enforcer. It seemed that it was not the time yet. He would just cultivate. Phew, from the outside, the stone that wrapped Han Fei emitted a faint vibration sound, which occurred every 10 breaths. Han Fei didn't know that when he was absorbing, a pillar of fire descended from the sky and directly reflected on the giant rock. So, after absorbing for about 100 breaths, Han Fei found that it was getting hotter and hotter, and his body started to turn slightly red. After half an hour, the huge rock on the mountain peak had turned completely red. All the spiritual plants in the surrounding 10 miles retreated and no one dared to approach. 2 hours later, the boulder actually caught fire like a burning coal ball. As for Han Fei, he didn't dare to slack off at all. His body was red and energy was seeping into his limbs. Although the stone was extremely hot, Han Fei felt that he could bear it. It seemed that the pain was still bearable in the depths of his soul. The night was cold as water. A faint white and slightly blue light enveloped the huge rock. The entire rock had already turned into ice, and everything within a radius of 1,000 meters had completely solidified. Everything within 5 kilometers was covered in ice. Han Fei felt extremely cold. He couldn't feel his body anymore. A bone-piercing chill was crawling into his body. At this moment, Han Fei's breathing time changed from 10 breaths to 100 breaths. Every breath was accompanied by cracking sounds as if ice was breaking. A month later, Han Fei felt that he had reached the peak of a hidden fissure. 3 months later, the Beast King and Giant King stood in the air, watching this scene quietly. The Beast King frowned and said, "You gave the war body to him? Can he bear it?" The Giant King harumphed. "Of course. Considering the crazy body tempering technique he cultivates, he can completely withstand the war body. However, it's already been 3 months. He shouldn't be able to suppress his realm anymore." The Beast King frowned slightly and shook his head. "Old Goo, aren't you teaching him too much? We just want to establish connections with him. We are not trying to make him a monster." Buzz. A white flower bloomed in the air, and the water immortal appeared, together with Simon Linglin. However, at this moment, Simon Linglin's strength had already reached the peak of intermediate hidden fissure. The water immortal said, "Half a year has passed, and I've already sent her back. I've heard about what happened here. Big guy, war body, even for you, war giants, requires extremely high talent and physique. Are you sure it's okay to give it to him?" The Giant King grinned. "I know. This kid's physique and growth speed are too fast. In terms of physique, I'm afraid there aren't many in my race who can compare to him." Simon Linglin was at a loss. Seeing that everyone was staring at a rock and talking, she seemed to have thought of something. Feeling the scorching heat from the rock, Simon Linglin was instantly frightened. "Senior, xuanhuan is..." The Giant King glanced at Simon Linglin. "His progress isn't slow, but he is too weak, so he'll still have to stay inside for half a year." Then the Giant King waved his hand and Simon Linglin disappeared. The Giant King said to the void, "Ho Tu, train her for a month before imparting her 100 War Divine Hammer." As if they had done something insignificant, the 3 of them didn't take it to heart. They were waiting to see how long Han Fei could keep it down. All of a sudden, the 3 of them saw the scorching sun essence surging over from the sky and enveloping the huge rock. The Beast King raised his brows. "Old Goo, is this a way to practice the war body?" The water immortal raised an eyebrow. "This is more than twice as violent as before. Bullshit. This is not the cultivation method of the war body." "I know. This kid is cultivating his own strange body tempering technique again." The Beast King, "Is it that crazy body tempering technique you mentioned?" The Giant King nodded with an unsightly expression. "That's right. That's the one. That technique is extremely overbearing. If he's not careful, he may ruin himself. I wonder where this kid got it from, and he's mastered it." The water immortal smiled. "This is his own opportunity. I believe he already has the foundation to cultivate. Now, he's just recultivating. This is good. This way, his chances of successfully returning to the future world will be higher." The Beast King waved his hand and said, "Boring. I thought he was going to break through today. Looks like we still have to wait. Let's go, let's go." The water immortal chuckled. "I'm leaving too." After practicing the war body, Han Fei found that the first level of the body refining technique had been broken. He couldn't suppress his realm with it alone. He had wanted to break through directly. However, he subconsciously activated void fishing. At that moment, Han Fei felt utter pain again. This feeling was extremely familiar to him. He actually felt a sense of familiarity from this pain. Terrifying energy returned frantically. The Giant King stood alone in the void and watched Han Fei's flesh and blood melting and growing inside the stone. "What a reckless brat. You caused me to have to watch over you to prevent you from killing yourself." Another month passed. The Giant King scratched his head. "This is a sign of insufficient energy, right? Until now, he still hasn't broken through the second level of that lousy cultivation technique." Crack. Bang. The Giant King was speechless when he saw the rock explode. It wasn't that Han Fei couldn't fix it, but that the rock he casually created couldn't resist Han Fei's power anymore. At that moment, the Giant King saw Han Fei standing proudly on the mountain, naked. His almost perfectly streamlined and muscular body looked much better than his. However, Han Fei hadn't woken up yet. The Great Spirit Gathering Array appeared under his feet and a large amount of spiritual energy was surging. The Giant King immediately threw a large pile of spiritual spring over, which was immediately absorbed by Han Fei. After half an hour, a rumbling sound erupted in the heavens, thunder rumbling. An angry Vajra appeared on Han Fei. The Giant King, was dumbfounded. What is this? He became a law enforcer so quickly? Also, what kind of law was this? Why did it feel so powerful? As expected, those who can be sent across the river of time are definitely not ordinary people. What a powerful law. Damn it, I have to study it. However, Han Fei hadn't finished his cultivation yet, because a lot of spiritual energy was disappearing rapidly and Han Fei was still making breakthroughs. 2 hours passed. When the spiritual energy given by the Giant King had been sucked dry, the spiritual energy from the 4 directions was still pouring in. The Giant King was speechless. "You want more?" The Giant King felt like he was about to go crazy. Who the fuck sent this freak over? Wasn't he just a freak? How could anyone break the law, stabilize his cultivation, and continue to make breakthroughs? 6 hours later, when everything returned to normal, the Giant King slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's over. It's finally over. If it still doesn't end, I'm going to doubt my eyes. At that moment, when Han Fei opened his eyes, a lot of memory fragments were piecing together in his mind, and his chaotic soul began to become normal. Unfortunately, when Han Fei opened his eyes, although he had recovered quite a bit, he hadn't fully recovered. However, his eyes were full of vigor. Han Fei looked into the sky. Who am I? Why, have you remembered who you are? Han Fei came back to himself. When he saw the Giant King, he was briefly stunned before he smiled and replied, "Greetings, Senior." It looks like you've become much smarter. It seems that this breakthrough can indeed repair your soul. It looks like if you break through a few more times, you might be able to completely recover your memories. Han Fei smiled, and many images appeared in his mind. Xia Xiaoshan, Zhang Xuanyu, Ren Kuang, Luo Xiaobai, Teng Ge, and Old Bai were clearly visible. He felt that they were very familiar. Images of the Heavenly Water Village, Team Training, and the Thug Academy also appeared. Thug Academy? Han Fei smiled casually. I'll remember your great kindness, Senior. Bang! Han Fei was slapped away. Damn it, I've taught you for so long, and you called me Senior? I'm your master, okay? Han Fei shook his head, stood in the air, and smiled awkwardly. Thank you, master. Only then did the Giant King reluctantly accept it. He grunted and said, It looks like you have indeed recovered a little. Your words have become clearer. Do you remember where you came from? Han Fei pondered for a long time and said slowly, The Thug Academy. The Giant King thought for a moment. Never heard of it. Forget it. You've only gotten rid of your stupidity and regained your consciousness. It's still early for you to regain your memories. Let's go. Since your consciousness has returned, do you still remember that little girl coming with you? Han Fei nodded with a smile. Yes. Ximen Linglin. This woman was the most clear person in his memory. Everything was vivid in his mind from the first time he met her, to the remote desolate jungle, to the grand myriad mountains. How could he forget? However, when Han Fei thought of this name, he was slightly stunned. Did he miss something? However, he wasn't worried. In the past, he was silly. This girl was always on tenterhooks. Although he still had many things that he couldn't remember, he would eventually remember them. Guessing what Han Fei was thinking, the Giant King suddenly said, Silly boy, do you like that girl? Han Fei smiled. Yes, I like her. The Giant King paused for a moment before saying, Then I'll give you a suggestion. If you like her, don't break through until you can't suppress it anymore. Chapter 126, Beast King Valley Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Han Fei was puzzled by the Giant King's words. He seemed to have suddenly woken up. Shouldn't he try harder to make breakthroughs and regain his memory earlier? Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed slightly. Teacher, are you saying that my memory will change the relationship between me and Linglin? The Giant King said with a buzz, Nonsense. Since your spiritual consciousness has been awakened, you should realize how extraordinary you are. You might not be from this era. No, you're definitely not from this era. You've crossed the long river of time and returned here. When your memories are completely awakened, you'll know why you came here. You'll know where you should go. At that time, would you be able to bring that little girl away? Han Fei was confused. Although he had already activated his spiritual sense, he had forgotten too much. What river of time? He couldn't understand it at all. In short, the Giant King meant that he would one day leave this world. But wasn't there only one world? Could it be that he could return to the past or the future? Han Fei's heart sank. I see, Master. The Giant King let out a long sigh. Kid, you're in a dilemma right now. Perhaps there's only one little girl waiting for you in this world, but in another era, there might be thousands or even tens of thousands of humans waiting for you. You don't have a choice. You'll leave eventually. The Giant King continued. Actually, I think you should continue to seal your spiritual consciousness. This way, your cultivation will be purer. Otherwise, if you open your spiritual consciousness a little, you will only be troubled by the various memories in your head. Han Fei's face turned pale. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and asked, Teacher, is there a way to seal my spiritual consciousness? The Giant King took a deep breath. Even if I have a way, your spiritual sense has already been activated. As long as you break through or your soul is restored, your spiritual sense will also be opened. This process is irreversible unless someone helps you seal your spiritual sense every time you restore your spiritual sense. But obviously, this is not possible, because once you are completely awake, you will resist the seal. You might not even be able to seal it. Please seal my spiritual sense first, Master. Ximen Linglin was currently cultivating 100 War Divine Hammer, hard. Unfortunately, even if she used all her strength, she could only make one round every time. After one round, she would be exhausted. Ximen Linglin heard that Han Fei finished 9 rounds the first time he practiced it and broke the record of the war giants. Ho Tu even secretly told Ximen Linglin that even the Giant King only finished 5 rounds back then. This time, the pressure on Ximen Linglin was huge. Didn't this mean that Han Fei's potential was even greater than the Giant King's? After one round, Zimenlinglan took 7 to 8 deep breaths. Her gaze was firm as she swung her hammer again. Ho-Tu said, "Little girl, the chances of success are very low if you want to try the second round. That means your physique is already comparable to a powerful adult giant." Zimenlinglan shouted, "I can." Clang, clang, clang. Aha! After she swung the hammer more than 50 times, there was a crack sound. Zimenlinglan finally couldn't hold on anymore and her arm broke. With a whoosh, a figure appeared and the divine healing technique descended. Han Fei grabbed Zimenlinglan's arm and pressed it lightly. With a click, her arm was reconnected. Before Zimenlinglan saw him, she said in surprise, "Idiot, you're back." Puff! It had been half a year since they last met, and Zimenlinglan had been missing him every day, so she reached out and hugged Han Fei. Next time, don't force yourself." Han Fei scratched his head and cast a divine healing technique on Zimenlinglan. Although Zimenlinglan was in his arms, he didn't seem to feel anything at all. Zimenlinglan didn't notice anything. She raised her head and smiled. "Idiot, see? My strength is growing fast." Han Fei chuckled. "Good. Cough." The Giant King appeared and said casually, "Since you can finish a round, your physique can almost be comparable to an ordinary giant's. Looks like you've also obtained the essence of Xuanhuan's great acupoints merging technique. How well have you mastered it?" Zimenlinglan quickly let go of Han Fei and said respectfully, "Senior, I've reached 16 acupoints." The Giant King nodded slightly. "Okay, no wonder you can continue to hammer for more than 50 times. When you reach 8 acupoints, you should be able to finish 2 rounds. When all the acupoints are merged, you should be able to finish 3 rounds. After that, you might have a chance to finish more rounds when you become a peak hidden fisher, but it's very difficult." Hearing this, Zimenlinglan's eyes instantly lit up. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The Giant King nodded. Xuanhuan brat, there are still a few months before you go to the Beast King's side. Help refine weapons. You don't need to cultivate during this time." "All right." The Giant King shook his head slightly. "Then what are you standing there for? Aren't you hungry after not eating for half a year? Hurry up and eat. This girl's cultivation has just begun. Don't disturb her." Although Zimenlinglan really wanted to see Han Fei, she still pushed him and said, "Go and eat. I'm still cultivating." 5 months later. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were scarce. There were snores all around. At some point of time, Han Fei and Zimenlinglan had gotten used to this snoring sound. They could now sleep against the thunderous snoring. However, Zimenlinglan was still awake. She had just finished a meal and was cultivating the 108 desolate god body. When she was done, she took a deep breath and said, "Idiot, merging the major acupoints into one is so difficult." Han Fei sat on the cushion and watched Zimenlinglan cultivate. Hearing Zimenlinglan's complaint, Han Fei scratched his head. "It'll be soon." Zimenlinglan sighed. "Idiot, why didn't Senior Giant King teach you how to cultivate these few months?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe I'm too stupid." "Bah, if you're stupid, what am I?" Zimenlinglan practiced again. It was not until late at night that she laid down on the cushion, exhausted. She did not want to move at all. "Sigh, idiot. You know what? I will definitely achieve a small success in 3 months at most. When that time comes, I will be able to finish 2 rounds of the 100 War Divine Hammer. Then I will go to Senior Beast King and look for you." Han Fei smiled foolishly. "Okay." The next morning, the Giant King took Han Fei to the Beast King Valley. When he saw Han Fei again, the Beast King looked Han Fei up and down holding his big rod and asked, "Why is this guy still so silly?" The Giant King told him about Han Fei's request to seal his spiritual consciousness. The Beast King expressed his sympathy. "Just like when my wife died of old age, this king was heartbroken. This boy is quite sentimental, but that's fine too. Anyway, this king only has 1 Beast King art, and the rest are all combat skills. When the time comes, if he opens his spiritual awareness again, this king will help him seal it again." The Giant King said, "Although his spiritual consciousness has been sealed, this brat's heart of a powerhouse is still alive. You have to suppress his breakthrough. Otherwise, it's very likely that he will break through on his own." The big ape waved his hand and said, "Understood, understood. Leave. This king wants to teach my disciple." The Giant King scoffed. "I've already taught him what he needs to learn. This kid is already ridiculously strong. What else can you teach? The Beast King art will just be icing on the cake." After the Giant King left, the ape curled its lips and said, "Old Goo is smart. Does he think this king can't teach him anything? I don't care if he breaks through or not. Once he breaks through, I'll just seal for him." Having figured it out, the ape threw a rod that had been prepared to Han Fei. "Disciple, this rod will be your weapon in the future. I made it for you personally. Don't throw it away." Han Fei scratched his head and smiled. "Yes." The ape patted its butt and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to identify the old beasts. They're all top-notch powerhouses." Let's identify all the beasts first." The Beast King's idea was simple. If the future generations of the beast race were in a bad situation, Han Fei had to recognize the beast race first before he could take care of them. After all, many of the beasts weren't very friendly. Otherwise, the remote desolate jungle wouldn't have become a hunting ground for humans in the past, and the beasts wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack humans. Roar. All law enforcer level beasts and above, come here. The Beast King let out a howl, and all sorts of howls could be heard in the forest. Swish, swish, swish. The first creatures to arrive were naturally the explorers. Han Fei scratched his head. He seemed to have seen them before. These explorer-level beasts included tigers, apes of the same species as the Beast King, single-horned rhinoceros, giant wild bear, lightning leopard, six-tailed white fox, beautiful white goats, elephants in black armor, and ordinary-looking water buffaloes. Han Fei was also stunned. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, there were more than 50 explorers. What a terrifying number. This was just one beast race, not counting the sky race, the spiritual plant race, and the giant race. As for those above law enforcer level, there were even more. In a short while, the Beast King Valley was filled to the brim. Among these creatures, some of them looked familiar to Han Fei, but most of them looked strange to him. The first to speak was not the brightly colored tiger or the giant wild bear, but the odd-horned white goat that was glowing faintly. At this time, the tall and proud white goat sized up Han Fei. Is this human the oracle that the war giant said? The giant wild bear let out 2 loud roars. I can feel that this kid's aura is special. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. The brightly colored tiger glared. Why is this kid looking at me? I can't help it. Among you people, my fur is always so outstanding. He must be shocked. All the beasts, all exploratory beasts could speak. In fact, most law enforcer level creatures could speak as well. However, they had no right to speak in this situation. For example, when the tiger was narcissistic, most of the law enforcers were indifferent. Only the powerhouses of the same level, such as the odd-horned white goat, had a look of disdain in their eyes. The six-tailed white fox even rolled her eyes and sneered. Of course, the tiger might be used to it, so he didn't mind at all, but narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Fei. This was a sign of hunting. However, Han Fei was still a fool and had walked the invincible path, so he didn't react at all. Ha ha ha! A large ape mocked. Hi! This tiger has lost face again. Roar! The brightly colored tiger turned around and glared angrily. Stupid monkey, shut up. The Beast King hammered the rod in his hand and said, all right, all of you shut up first. Today, the main thing is to get to know each other. At this moment, this king has already accepted Xuanhuan as my disciple. Other than this king having great arts to impart to him, all of you can also be half a teacher to him. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar is also a wondrous technique, and you must teach it to him. Huh? At once, the beast group became restless. The giant wild bear said, why? What does this human kid do to deserve the 100-beast soul-subduing roar? The six-tailed white fox asked. King, what's his background? The water buffalo's heavy voice said. This child does not represent the human race, right? The white goat said calmly. We can teach him, but we need to know why. The Beast King roared. This has nothing to do with the human race. This child crossed the river of time and came to the Grand Myriad Mountains. In the future, the beast race might undergo a great change. Do you all understand? Old Goo even taught him war body. What's wrong with teaching the 100-beast soul-subduing roar to him? Buzz? The beast hordes flared up again. Most importantly, the name of the River of Time was too shocking. A group of giant beasts looked at Han Fei in disbelief and thought, can this guy cross the River of Time? There were also some law enforcers who did not even know what the River of Time was. Even the explorers only knew a little about it. It was a secret that they could never touch. The Beast King glanced at the other beasts and said, after this king imparts the art to him, I'll let him go to your territory to learn. Teach him well. This matter will benefit our descendants for a long time to come. Do not neglect it. The old water buffalo nodded. Okay, since someone had agreed and it involved a huge secret, no one objected. After the Beast King introduced the beasts one by one, the Beast King did not summon any hidden fisher-level creatures, mainly because those creatures would come too slowly. Moreover, the law of survival of beasts was that the strong preyed on the weak. The strong didn't have much sympathy for the weak. If the strong were in a good mood, they might not eat the weak, but if they were in a bad mood, then they would kill the weak in one go. After dispersing the beasts, the Beast King looked at Han Fei, who was still in a daze, and said, Disciple, let me teach you now. The Beast King was even more direct than the Giant King. He pointed his finger at Han Fei's forehead. Before he started to teach, he first inserted the Million Beast album into Han Fei's soul. As long as he didn't pry into Han Fei's soul, the demon purification pot wouldn't act up. Han Fei felt as if thousands of beasts were galloping in his mind. Various creatures of the beast race appeared and then quickly melted. The Beast King did it because he wanted Han Fei to recognize every kind of beast. As for whether Han Fei would treat the beasts well in the future, although it was hard to say, the Beast King felt that he could implant the concept of beast friendliness into Han Fei's soul first. So, the beasts in Han Fei's mind became cute, and the friendly image of the beasts was imprinted in Han Fei's mind. Actually, even without this step, the Beast King was not very worried. It was because if he didn't see wrongly before, the situation of later generations wasn't much better than the Age of Doom. If the sea race had been the dominant force at that time, even if the human race had wanted to rise to prominence, they wouldn't have attacked the beast race. The tens of thousands of races would have banded together to fight against the sea race. This would be the trend. At that time, regardless of whether Han Fei was really friendly to the beasts or not, as long as he was not from the sea race, he had to ally with the beasts. At this moment, a magical technique entered Han Fei's brain. He tensed up and the technique appeared in his mind. The Beast King roared, "Don't resist. This is the secret technique of the Beast King Valley, the Beast King art. It can help you transform into a beast and is beneficial to you." Han Fei calmed down and woke up 2 hours later. Seeing Han Fei's stunned expression, the Beast King was surprised. Why did Han Fei give such a look? However, that expression quickly disappeared. In fact, the fish transformation technique appeared in Han Fei's mind just now, but the Beast King art was similar to the fish transformation technique. But in reality, these two techniques were fundamentally different. To be precise, this Beast King art was more like a transformation technique. However, there were limitations to this transformation technique. Han Fei couldn't directly transform into a living creature. If he wanted to transform into a beast, he couldn't just transform into their appearance. He had to understand their fighting style. Other than transformation, the Beast King art had an even more powerful ability, which was to stimulate one's remaining combat power in advance and make one's body bigger and stronger. This was why those powerhouses would transform into 300-meter-tall giants at the drop of a hat. It was like a machine with a normal power output of 20%. However, using this method, it could directly become 100%. The consequences could be imagined. It was equivalent to a small universe exploding. When Han Fei remembered everything, the Beast King nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Disciple, I've taught you a lot. Remember to be friendly with the beasts." Han Fei scratched his head. "Okay," the Beast King laughed. "Go. In the next year, when you leave my Beast King Valley, you can go to the territory of those old beasts and learn the Beast King art and 100-beast soul-subduing roar." The Beast King waved his hand and Han Fei disappeared. When Han Fei appeared again, he found many apes and monkeys looking at him. Some monkeys were sitting on a tree eating bananas. Some were hanging upside down on trees looking at him curiously. Most of the apes were holding giant rods, their chests heaving as if they were going to fight Han Fei. However, Han Fei suddenly frowned. Why is this place so familiar? He turned around and saw a huge stone seat not far behind him. Subconsciously, Han Fei looked at the mountain not far away and found a cliff. On the cliff was an extremely familiar rod technique. "Monkey King's 3,000 staffs?" Han Fei murmured to himself. He didn't know why he said that word. He just said it subconsciously. Roar. One of the apes roared and pointed at a small ape at the level of a hidden fisher. "He's here. Go try him. Let the human feel the 3,000 demon rods of our ape race." Then, the big ape looked at Han Fei. "Human boy, although you are my king's disciple, it's not easy to walk out of the Beast King Valley. It's even harder to walk out of those old beasts' territories. You have to fight. Roar, 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 roar." Fight on the trees in all directions. Little monkeys and large apes were shouting. They were eating bananas and watching the show excitedly. The ape was already a law enforcer. He glanced at Han Fei and said, human, let me try. Can you handle it?" Roar. The ape jumped up with a rod and smashed the rod at Han Fei. Holding the rod given by the Beast King, Han Fei subconsciously attacked back. Clang, 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 clang. There were many staff techniques. That ape didn't use any big moves right from the start. Instead, it was used to using all sorts of techniques, such as attacking, unveiling, cleaving, covering, pressing, sweeping, piercing, holding, lifting, pulling. Han Fei's footwork changed, and his body twisted irregularly. He switched between the rod techniques casually, as if he was very proficient in rod techniques. One of the apes was surprised. "This human is quite good. Has he learned rod techniques before? He looks very skilled." An old ape said, "He must have learned it before. Look at his staff technique. From exerting force to twisting his body, he was fighting with ease. This child's staff technique is probably quite strong." At this moment, the Beast King was also looking over. However, these techniques were nothing to him. In the eyes of a powerhouse, techniques were nothing. It was just some fancy stuff. As long as one was strong enough, they could only rely on their physique and reaction speed to fight. When that ape used the Monkey King's 3,000 staffs, waves surged like tides, one wave after another. In a few seconds, Han Fei was blown back. Just as the Beast King and the apes were gloating, Han Fei's rod flashed across the sky and hundreds of rods were stacked up. Hiss! How can that be? How does he know the 3,000 demon rods? The Beast King's eyes widened and then were slowly narrowed. As a peak-level venerable, he could tell that Han Fei was quite familiar with the 3,000 demon rods. Although he didn't seem to be very proficient in it, it was definitely not the first time he used it. This kid has some connections with my race. It looks like he's already come into contact with the 3,000 demon rods in the era he is from. No wonder, no wonder. I feel like he's related to the beast race. The Beast King grinned. "That's good. It was great since Han Fei had already had some connection with the beast race. However, the Beast King frowned. Maybe it was because of luck that Han Fei could learn the 3,000 demon rods. However, this technique usually wouldn't be taught to outsiders. What kind of opportunity was it that he could learn the 3,000 demon rods? Chapter 127, The Most Humiliating Moments of Han Fei's Life. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Bang. In terms of strength, the current Han Fei was no longer someone ordinary junior law enforcers could resist. Therefore, after only 100 blows, the ape was sent flying by Han Fei. Roar. The king must have taught this guy the 3,000 demon rods in advance. The king is too tricky. He wants to teach us a lesson through this human boy. This kid is too strong. He's stronger than a junior law enforcer. Get out of the way. Let me fight him. No, let's gang up on him. Seeing Han Fei win so easily, the monkeys who were watching the fun just now couldn't hold themselves back. As the Beast King was smiling, he saw a group of law enforcer-level monkeys pouncing at Han Fei. The shadows of rods were everywhere. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately activated Devil Change and the rod in his hand danced like a phantom. Clang, clang, clang. God knew how many attacks Han Fei blocked at that moment. Han Fei had already fully carried out his footwork, but in an instant he was hit countless times. An ape shouted, "This human's physique is so strong. Use more strength." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately swallowed hard. As energy from all directions gathered, the war body was activated and a layer of red light appeared on his body. It was said that a large area would be swept by a stick. However, under such circumstances, it was impossible. If it were an ordinary person, he might have been knocked out after only 1 second. Han Fei didn't have the time to sweep the stick at all, but could only make his attack speed faster and faster. When it was almost at the end, Han Fei just instinctively blocked the attacks. After several minutes, Han Fei's war body was broken. His head was full of bumps and his body was aching all over. At this moment, the group of monkeys finally stopped. A big ape shouted, "Human, do you see it? This is the power of the 3,000 demon rods of the Beast King Valley." Han Fei cast 2 divine healing techniques on himself and didn't get up until several minutes later. He was a little angry. "You have more people." A little monkey laughed in the tree and fell from the tree. A big ape roared, "This is how the fights in the Beast King Valley are. Who told you to fight alone? Anyway, you lost." A monkey shouted, "You've lost, you've lost. For these apes in the Beast King Valley, there was no such thing as a one-on-one fight. If they fought one-on-one every day, there were countless beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains who could beat them. The Monkey King's 3,000 rods was powerful, but it was only a technique. If there were creatures like the thunder leopards and the 6-tailed white fox, they might not even be able to hit them with their rods before being attacked." Han Fei was silly, so he was more frustrated than angry. Therefore, when he recovered a little, he picked up his rod. "Come again." 100 seconds later, Han Fei lay down again. It repeated. The Beast King didn't care. He didn't expect these monkeys to fight Han Fei one-on-one. The reason why they fought him one-on-one the first time was that they were afraid that Han Fei would be killed. But then he realized that Han Fei's physique was strong, his strength was fierce, and his attacks were ruthless. What was there to be afraid of? The Beast King couldn't help shaking his head. "You are really stupid. I asked you to leave the Beast King Valley, not to fight the monkeys." 7 days passed. Han Fei could finally hold out for 200 seconds under the attacks of the monkeys. However, his silly head was enlightened too. He seemed to find that even if he fully carried out his strength, he couldn't hold out in the hands of so many apes. Even some explorer-level apes would sneak up and attack him. These monkeys were not fighting at all but simply playing. As it happened, Han Fei was too stubborn to run away. If the monkeys didn't play with him, who would they play with? It was also on this day that Han Fei began to run. However, the reason he ran was that he had to learn the 100-beast soul-subduing roar first before coming back to fight these monkeys. Therefore, a strange scene often happened in the Beast King Valley. Whether it was the big monkey or the little monkey, thousands of them were chasing Han Fei. Not 1 or 2 at all, but the damn entire army. Every day, the big apes were happiest when they dragged Han Fei back. In order to compete for the right to drag Han Fei, these bastard apes would fight internally. At this moment, an old ape dragged Han Fei, whose face was swollen and black. And the ape looked very happy. While dragging, he shouted, "Female monkeys, don't you think I'm awesome? With me here, he can't escape." Many female apes roared. Some threw fruits at the old ape, and he accepted them all, thinking, "Tonight I can pick a female monkey to sleep with me." The apes who failed to grab the right to drag Han Fei bared their teeth in jealousy, determined to drag Han Fei back tomorrow. As the person in question, Han Fei had become the standard for apes to pursue their spouses. It had almost become their habit. Han Fei, who was being dragged, scratched his head occasionally, thinking that it must be because he was not fast enough that he failed to run away. Tomorrow, he would definitely be able to run away. It was the 52nd day after he came to the Beast King Valley. On this night, under the moonlight, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes that were obviously brighter. This was the 18th time he had run away in the night, and the effect was obvious. On the first day, he almost ran out of the Beast King Valley. This time, Han Fei cleverly judged the best escape route based on the sleeping positions of the apes. The quick-witted Han Fei stayed where he was and left an afterimage with the phantom glass wings. Then he put on a stealth array, a soundproof array, and a breath-concealing array. After everything was done, Han Fei left quietly. Han Fei thought nobody had noticed it. Little did he know that a few explorer-level old apes had already discovered him. However, these old apes didn't make a sound and continued to sleep lazily. After all, they were already explorers. The little monkeys had had enough fun. They knew that it was time for Han Fei to explore the territory of other ferocious beasts. Therefore, they didn't make a sound. It wasn't until Han Fei ran more than 500 kilometers that a law enforcer-level ape discovered that Han Fei was gone. Roar, roar, the human boy ran away. Not good, that fool has become smart. When did he run away? Chase him. Hoo-hoo, 2,000 kilometers away. Han Fei looked around warily, thinking, I finally run out. It was quiet around him. Han Fei scratched his head. He didn't realize that this was the closest place to the Beast King Valley, so this could only be the territory of the strong. For some reason, Han Fei had a feeling that he was being watched by something. However, when he scanned around with his perception, he found nothing. Even Han Fei, an idiot, found that something was wrong. It was a premonition of danger. Sure enough, the void trembled and a huge palm slapped over. Han Fei quickly flashed out. However, the claw mark behind him slapped at him again. Sensing that the claw mark was not strong, Han Fei turned around and counterattacked, and in the blink of an eye, his rod danced like waves. After breaking a claw mark, Han Fei found that this was only the power of a junior peak-level law enforcer. But at the next moment, the claw mark in the air equaled the power of an intermediate peak-level law enforcer and was shattered by Han Fei again. Then, Han Fei couldn't resist it anymore. He already knew who it was. After being patted 7 or 8 times in a row, a huge, brightly colored tiger walked out of the darkness. The Tiger King roared, Human, your realm is not high, but your physique and strength are not bad. It took you 2 months to run out of the Beast King Valley. It seems that you are not as simple-minded as the Beast King said. Since you've come here, follow me. More than an hour later, the Tiger King took Han Fei to an unfamiliar territory. Protected by the Tiger King with the breath-concealing technique, Han Fei heard the Tiger King say, I'm a half-venerable. Today, I'll teach you how to hunt. Night and breath-concealing technique are the best disguises in the world. Learn the breath-concealing technique from me later. Han Fei scratched his head only to see the Tiger King glared at him. Don't scratch your head. Don't do anything unnecessary during the hunt. Therefore, the man and the tiger quietly sneaked into a corner of the mountain, only to see a giant bear leaning against a big tree, sleeping soundly. The Tiger King said telepathically, remember not to talk to other people during the hunt. The strong masters can perceive that. A moment later, roar, roar. At that moment, the mountains and forests trembled. The Tiger King was running wildly, shouting, Fool, run. If it were the old Han Fei, he would have cursed. Why don't you fucking take me with you? You've already held me in your hands. Where can I run to? The giant wild bear opened its mouth and roared at Han Fei. Boy, not only is that stupid tiger stupid, but I also didn't expect you to be so stupid as to launch a sneak attack on me. Why don't you sleep at midnight? Are you out of your mind? Swish. Han Fei drew a shooting star in the sky, looking stunned. He couldn't even open the phantom glass wings and seemed to be imprisoned until he hit the ground with a bang. Han Fei, who was dizzy from the fall, opened his eyes and saw an enormous tiger head staring at him. The Tiger King said leisurely, Maybe the target this time is a bit too strong for you, but it doesn't matter. I'll take you to hunt white sheeps. This time, we'll be safe. Han Fei nodded. Okay. After a while, Han Fei was chased by the phantoms of 100 giant sheep. He was hung on the horns and his lungs were almost pushed out. As for the brightly colored tiger, he was long gone. The next morning, the tiger appeared and looked at Han Fei. I just want you to see the different characteristics of different creatures first. Okay, let's start formal training today. Han Fei scratched his head. Okay. Don't scratch your head. That's what cats do. You have too many unnecessary movements. Remember, we are tigers. Now lie down, Han Fei, right? On all fours. Han Fei did the same, but he was a little puzzled. Do I have to learn it like this? Come on, roar with me, roar rai, roar a, bang. Han Fei was slapped to the ground. The Tiger King yelled, Haven't you eaten? What's that sound? Gather energy and spiritual energy in your chest and lungs. Breathe as hard as you can. Come again. Han Fei lay down again solemnly. Roar seat, the 100-beast soul. Subduing roar was all about roaring. Different creatures had different roars. However, when 10,000 beasts charged out at the same time, their roars shook the sky and could condense a soul-killing technique. Once this technique was mastered, no matter what method Han Fei used, he could just kill the enemy's soul with a single roar. During the day, everyone saw the two idiots roaring over there. From time to time, the Tiger King would slap Han Fei into flying and shout, Aura, mainly aura. Although you're not a king, you should have the aura of a king. Idiot, your eyes must be sharp. Otherwise, why would others be afraid of you? Although Han Fei didn't know what the sharp gaze had to do with the roar, he would just learn whatever the Tiger King taught him. At night, the Tiger King took Han Fei to launch a sneak attack. Gosh, the surrounding explorer-level creatures were all disturbed by the sneak attack of this man and the tiger. However, every time, Han Fei was the only one who suffered. The most miserable time, Han Fei was pushed into flying by a rhyhorn. The scene was extremely bloody. However, the effect was remarkable. At least, Han Fei looked ferocious at this moment. He roared like a tiger in the forest, and the trees rustled. Many times, Han Fei felt that he was a ferocious tiger. He already knew the habits of a tiger, its daily routine, its way of feeding, and so on. And the first simulation of the Beast King technique, which could also be called transformation, began. When Han Fei transformed, the beasts watched him. The giant wild bear said, "This kid learns fast, but why does he feel so much like the stupid tiger?" The white sheep snorted. "How can two idiots not look alike?" The six-tailed white fox narrowed its eyes. "Can he transform into a male fox? All the beasts? All the beasts?" Han Fei's body suddenly expanded. His limbs turned into tiger claws, his body turned into a tiger body, and his head turned into a tiger head. Although his body had changed, in fact, it was not the nature of his body that had changed. Han Fei was still the same Han Fei, except that he had put on a tiger skin. Roar. Han Fei roared like a real tiger. The Tiger King roared, "Haha, did you see that? That's what I taught him. Bah, roar." The Tiger King didn't care. Instead, he roared at Han Fei. "Come on, you know the Beast King technique, right? I know it too. Let me suppress my level and have a fight with you." Han Fei hummed. "Okay." As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw a big claw slapping at him. Bang. Han Fei was slapped flying, and the Tiger King said, "Don't use secret methods. You can use the Beast King technique." Han Fei had long been accustomed to the posture of a tiger. He pounced forward and kept slapping with his claws. To put it more plainly, he was just digging and digging. Roar. The Tiger King didn't retreat at all. He kept attacking with his claws. However, at the same time, the Tiger King opened his mouth and roared. Han Fei clearly felt that his soul paused for a moment. Then, with a bang, he was slapped away again. The Tiger King roared, "Do you think the tiger roar I taught you is for show?" Han Fei didn't flinch and pounced at him again. The two tigers fought, and the beasts watched with relish who would flinch first. Unfortunately, neither of them was a coward. The Tiger King suppressed his realm, and Han Fei took the invincible path. Soon, the two tigers were locked in a fight. Roar! Suddenly, Han Fei activated the Beast King technique, which made all the beasts' eyes light up. Even the Beast King looked at him. At that moment, Han Fei's body suddenly expanded to more than 50 meters long. The Tiger King was disdainful and also activated the Beast King technique. The old bull said, "Now it depends on who lasts longer." Han Fei, who had expanded to his limit, felt that his body was full of power. The power of his claw was probably 5 times stronger than before. After 100 seconds, a large part of the forest fell. Branches and leaves flew across, and the two tigers slapped each other countless times. The Tiger King roared, "Did this brat use other means? Why does he endure so long?" At this moment, no one laughed at the Tiger King. Instead, all the beasts were a little surprised. The surrounding energy and spiritual energy were crazily entering Han Fei's body. In the end, the white sheep confirmed he has a swallowing technique. More than that, his spiritual heritage is super strong, and his body can naturally restore energy and spiritual energy. The Beast King's voice sounded, "This kid has learnt the war giant swallowing technique. It's not surprising." The Tiger King was furious. "No wonder. I'd like to see how long he can last." For the Tiger King, he could keep fighting while maintaining this level of transformation because he was an explorer and could absorb spiritual energy and energy. Han Fei opened his mouth and a light wave blasted out. The Tiger King shattered the light wave with 3 consecutive claws. The Tiger King sneered, "I taught you that. Do you think you can beat me?" 200 seconds later, the Tiger King finally knocked Han Fei away, turning him from a giant tiger into a tiger cub. The Thunder Leopard said coldly, "Stupid tiger, you've lost." When you were in his realm, you only lasted 150 seconds, but he lasted 200 seconds. Roar. The Tiger King's body became smaller, and he roared at the Thunder Leopard, "I was defeated? Are you kidding me? I didn't use my full strength back then." The giant wild bear said, "Let's disperse. I'm next." The white sheep had already turned its head away, and the elephant had already turned around, swinging its nose. The Tiger King roared, "Hey, why the look? I gave in to you back then." The Tiger King glared at Han Fei, who had turned into a human. "Do you believe me?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I do." The Tiger King glanced at Han Fei speechlessly. "What an idiot. His intelligence is much worse than mine." In the following year, Han Fei learned to be a mad bear with the giant wild bear, a cold, arrogant sheep with the white sheep, and a ghost in the night with the thunder panther. Then he almost learned the iron head technique with the rhyhorn. What was horrible was that Han Fei really turned into a male fox. Therefore, he was whipped by the 6-tailed white fox every day because Han Fei was a human, not a real fox. Among them, Han Fei felt that the role he was most adapted to was the elephant. It only took him less than 5 days to learn the elephant form. Of course, this was the case when he learned from the explorer-level strong masters, when learning from the law enforcers. Han Fei's speed was much faster. Usually, it only took him about 3 days. Because of the limited time, Han Fei didn't really learn all the beast forms, and there were definitely more than 100 beasts in the Beast King Valley. However, Han Fei had learned the forms of all the strongest creatures. During this period, Han Fei had been thinking, why isn't Zeman Linglin here yet? 1 year later. Roar! Han Fei roared in his human form, and like a thunderbolt, the sound waves were like surging ripples between the sky and the earth. Within a kilometer, the rocks were all fine, but the trees withered in the blink of an eye. The phantoms of 100 beasts stomped in the air, and their ferocious roars were truly terrifying. The Beast King's voice echoed. You've learned the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Come back! The Beast King was very satisfied with Han Fei's performance. However, what he was satisfied with was not the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. In fact, Han Fei's roar was still lacking a lot of sound. The real 100-beast soul-subduing roar was like a huge explosion. Hundreds of beasts were roaring and walking in the air, which should be the 100-beast soul-subduing roar be really like. What the Beast King was satisfied with was that in the past year or so, Han Fei had been staying with the 100 beasts and even regarded himself as a member of the beast race countless times. In such a case, deep bonds had developed between Han Fei and the beasts. He was certain that Han Fei and the beast race had already built a solid friendship. If the beast race was in trouble in the future, Han Fei wouldn't sit by and do nothing. After all, that would hurt his cultivation heart. When Han Fei returned to the Beast King Valley, the first thing he saw was that Zeman Linglin was trying to run away. Obviously, Zeman Linglin had never succeeded. Just like Han Fei in the past, she was being dragged by a big ape on the ground and became the big ape's way of showing off. Zeman Linglin was about to collapse. The Beast King told her that as long as she walked out of the Beast King Valley, she could go to find Han Fei. However, she had been trying to flee for 9 months, but had never escaped 500 kilometers from the Beast King Valley. Zeman Linglin said angrily, "You cheated. I'm outnumbered by you." The big ape was smug and disdainful. xuanhuan tried to run away like this back then. It took him 52 days. Zeman Linglin was speechless. Every time the monkey said this, she was speechless. But how could she compare to that idiot? That idiot was an unparalleled genius. Roar! Zeman Linglin heard a loud roar. In the next moment, Zeman Linglin saw the big ape dragging her flying. At some point, Han Fei had already picked her up. At this moment, Han Fei was staring at the big ape ferociously. Idiot. Zeman Linglin quickly turned Han Fei's head over and said, it's okay, I'm fine, I'm just cultivating, I don't blame them. However, the big ape screamed, not good, xuanhuan is back. Instantly there was a commotion in the depths of the forest. With a roar, a large group of big apes rushed over with their rods, ready to fight Han Fei. Zeman Linglin was about to say that they should leave quickly, when the Beast King suddenly said, Okay, boys, come back. This kid has mastered the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. If you fight him again, you will be injured. 100-beast soul-subduing roar? Zeman Linglin was stunned. What kind of a technique is that? So Han Fei was not around because he was busy learning that technique. The Beast King's big hand appeared and grabbed the two of them over. The Beast King was sitting casually on its stone throne with his legs crossed. He thought to himself, this brat hasn't recovered his consciousness recently? It seems that my worry is unnecessary. The Beast King said, Little girl, not everyone can walk out of my Beast King Valley. Walking out of here is an ability, and not everyone is qualified to practice the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. It's his chance to learn it, but you can't learn it. Zeman Linglin pursed her lips and cupped her hands. Senior Beast King, Linglin is already content to learn the 3,000 demon rods. The Beast King nodded slightly, then looked at Han Fei and said solemnly, xuanhuan, there's something you need to know. Remember it. Han Fei immediately stood still and looked at the Beast King. The Beast King looked to the east and said, The Beast Emperor went to the east to search for the traces of the gods, but I'm afraid he has already died. There may be a place of great horror in the east. In the future, you must be careful of the east. Zeman Linglin didn't understand. Beast Emperor? What is that? As for Han Fei, his soul trembled. Beast Emperor, why do I seem to have heard this name before? The Beast King waved his hand and looked at Han Fei. Okay, we've done here. Go find Tianqing. When the Beast King said that he could leave, the shock Han Fei felt just now was immediately gone. He was excited. He didn't want to stay in this place anymore at all, although he didn't know why. Chapter 128, Heavenly Void Divine Movement and Star Teleportation Technique. All birds belong to the sky race and like to live on the cliff. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, all the cliffs were basically occupied by them. So it was hard to find where Tianqing was. It was not until the Beast King shouted his name that Tianqing captured Han Fei and Zeman Linglin away. For Zeman Linglin, she was unable to completely acquire what several venerable level powerhouses taught her in the short term. It was just because she worked very hard that she managed to learn a few % of it, which was already a huge benefit. At this moment, the two of them were standing on a towering peak. Tianqing looked at the two of them solemnly. Tianqing said, The Sky Clan has inherited 2 ultimate skills. One of them is the Heavenly Void Divine Movement, and the other is the Star Teleportation Technique. xuanhuan, you can learn both. Zeman Linglin, you can only learn the Heavenly Void Divine Technique and can't teach it to others. Otherwise, I will come to you. She had long known that the Venerables had taught her because of xuanhuan, but she wasn't jealous at all. Anyway, in her opinion, teaching Han Fei was no different from teaching her. Besides, even if they were willing to teach him, she probably wouldn't be able to learn all of them in a short year. Just like how she got the 100 War Divine Hammer from the War Giants, but he could only finish 2 rounds now and had already benefited a lot from it. And just like the 3,000 Demon Rods of the Beast race, so far she could only create a 100-layered wave and couldn't even leave the Beast King Valley. Han Fei didn't notice it, but when he heard star teleportation, his eyes glittered. Tianqing looked at Han Fei. Did Han Fei also have connections with the Sky Clan? Out of curiosity, Tianqing pointed at the shadow of a mountain in the distant clouds and said, Han Fei, fly to there and fly back as fast as you can. Han Fei scratched his head. Okay, shua. The phantom glass wings spread. He activated double change and agility of wind. Swish, bang. Han Fei instantly broke the sound barrier and disappeared from Zeman Linglan's eyes. The latter opened gaped in shock. So fast. Tianqing's expression didn't change at all, and he shook his head slightly. Although Han Fei wasn't slow, he didn't see any shadow of the Sky Clan's technique on Han Fei. Huh? Suddenly, Tianqing found that Han Fei was still accelerating in midair and put an acceleration array on himself. He also noticed that Han Fei's flying technique had changed. Although it was only suitable for straight-line acceleration, it had a trace of Heavenly Void Divine movement. Immediately, Tianqing was sure that Han Fei was indeed not related to the Sky Clan. However, someone had once observed the Heavenly Void Divine technique, captured a trace of its essence, and created the accelerating technique Han Fei was using. Tianqing didn't take it seriously at all. Even if Han Fei's accelerating technique couldn't compare to the Heavenly Void Divine movement, once he learned the Heavenly Void Divine movement, he might be able to unleash a terrifying speed. Even Tianqing was a little curious. If Han Fei learned the Heavenly Void Divine movement, coupled with his secret techniques and arrays, his speed would probably be comparable to a half-explorer's. The reason why it was a half-explorer was that once he became an explorer, he couldn't be measured by speed alone. At that time, the speed of shattering the void wasn't something a law enforcer could understand. Swish! Like a flash of light, when Han Fei stood on the top of the mountain again, Zeman Linglan had just breathed for 3 seconds. This made her feel terrible. The distance between the two mountains was more than 100 kilometers, right? Only 3 seconds? Tianqing said indifferently. There's nothing to be surprised at. After you learn the Heavenly Void Divine movement, 1 second will be enough. And as you become stronger, you will only be faster. Zeman Linglan felt a chill down her spine and clicked her tongue. Only Tianqing could say that. Tianqing said, remove the soul resistance. I'll teach you the technique. 2 feather-shaped fingers touched the center of Han Fei and Zeman Linglan's eyebrows respectively. At that moment, Han Fei felt the light and shadow in his mind flashing. The so-called Heavenly Void Divine movement was actually related to space. When rushing, the user made himself fly between illusions and reality. The so-called air resistance disappeared at that moment. That was not all. Such a technique contained strange energy that could push one forward. Under the dual effects, the user could push his speed to the extreme. An hour later, Han Fei and Zeman Linglan opened their eyes. Tianqing said indifferently, in fact, this world is not as real as what we see with our naked eyes. Under the reality, there is also the chaotic void. There is even no concept of time there. What you need to do is to find the feeling of nothingness. The space in front of you is not pure reality. When you reach a certain speed, you will realize the boundary between reality and illusion, which is the void of the sky. If you want to enter this state, you first need to reach the selfless state. Tianqing's voice was cold and emotionless. However, his every word was imprinted in the minds of Han Fei and Zeman Linglan. Zeman Linglan didn't feel anything because she couldn't comprehend this mysterious thing with her own imagination. But Han Fei was different. In his mind, the void realm appeared. For example, the starry sky of the sea-quelling painting and the soul restriction sky of the sky meditation garden. Those places had changed the rules of time. However, his memories were incomplete, so this scene only appeared, but he didn't remember anything. However, there was still a difference between having experience and not having experience. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he seemed to understand a little bit, but only a little bit, so he couldn't wait to try it out. Tianqing waved his hand and said indifferently, Yutian, Yanwei, come. Tuizi, Han Fei, and Zeman Linglan saw 2 flashes of light, one behind the other, like 2 flashes of light cutting through the sky. Especially the light in front, it cut through the air. Han Fei suddenly covered his head and said, Sky Swimming Falcon. Tianqing instantly looked at Han Fei. However, he immediately calmed down and thought to himself, it seems that this boy also had interactions with the Sky Clan in the future. In this case, the Sky Clan has survived in the future. Zeman Linglan, on the other hand, quickly supported Han Fei with a complicated look. Han Fei couldn't have possibly heard of creatures that she hadn't even heard of. This could only mean one thing. In Han Fei's memory, there was something about sky-swimming falcons. Chirp. At this moment, another big white-headed and black-bodied bird also landed. In comparison, this bird, Yanwei's speed was much slower. Tianqing said, the sky-swimming falcon is one of the fastest ferocious birds of the sky race. A sky-swimming falcon with a complete inheritance and below the explorer level is comparable to a legendary creature. Once he becomes an explorer and awakens his bloodline, his speed is comparable to an ancient exotic species. Legend has it that in the Age of Gods, the strongest sky-swimming falcon is comparable to a divine beast. Xuanhuan, your task is to simulate the sky-swimming falcon's flying posture and try to catch up with it. After speaking to Han Fei, Tianqing pointed at Yanwei and said to Ximenlinglan, swallow-tailed glede are known for their grace and agility. Their highest speed during hunting is comparable to that of a sky survey golden hawk, which is almost legendary. It's impossible for you to catch up to a sky-swimming falcon below in the same realm as you. Therefore, the swallow-tailed glede is your target, but this is also very difficult. Chase him first and practice flying skills. After Tianqing finished speaking, he said to the swallow-tailed glede, take her to practice first. Ximenlinglan glanced at Han Fei. She knew that Tianqing was going to teach Han Fei the star teleportation technique alone, and she didn't want to disturb him, so she jumped down and chased after the swallow-tailed glede. After Ximenlinglan left, Tianqing said lightly, you should have seen the sky-swimming falcon, but I don't know if you have fought with one. If you have, you will find that the sky-swimming falcon can use the star teleportation technique in a small range. This technique can ignore the rules of space and help you escape from the cage and death. However, the star teleportation technique of Yutian is not complete. To really use the star teleportation technique, you still need to spend a certain amount of time. You don't need to understand it now, you just need to remember it. Come back in 3 months, and I will teach you the star teleportation technique. The sky-swimming falcon tilted its head and glanced at Han Fei. If you catch up with me, I'll treat you to fish. Han Fei was annoyed by the provocative look of the sky-swimming falcon. For some reason, a scene of him and the sky-swimming falcon fighting appeared in his mind. Shua. Han Fei quickly grabbed at the sky-swimming falcon, but the latter flashed and appeared 100 meters away. Tianqing said lightly, Wang Han, except for speed, don't fight with unconventional methods. Tianqing could see it clearly. He certainly knew that the sky-swimming falcon was no match for Han Fei in the same realm. However, in terms of speed, Han Fei had little chance of winning. Swish! Swish! One bird and one person flew out one after another, suddenly disappearing into the vast clouds. For some reason, Han Fei felt that when he saw the sky-swimming falcon, he was a little angry and wanted to catch it. However, when he ran at full speed, he found that he was still not as fast as this bird. However, the sky-swimming falcon's voice rang in Han Fei's mind. Idiot, if you want to catch up with me with this speed, you'll have no chance in this life. Roar, Han Fei roared. For a time, a strange scene appeared in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Humans and birds chased each other, and every time they passed a mountain, a large number of birds flew away. In the sky, golden hawks hovered and giant vultures chased. On the cliff, tens of thousands of birds flapped their wings and shouted, Fly, fly. That human is so fast. No matter how fast he is, he can't compare to Yutian. But after chasing for half an hour, Han Fei was no longer angry. His eyes became glassy again, but his flying posture was more and more similar to that of the sky-swimming falcon. The sky-swimming falcon snorted, Learn from me? Humph, it's useless to learn from me. You still can't catch up with me. No matter what technique it was, as long as there was a way to learn it, progress was inevitable. On the path of cultivation, as long as one cultivated with all his heart, he would accomplish something in the end. But there were also very few techniques, such as the indestructible body, which were extremely difficult to cultivate. And the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance was also extremely difficult to grasp. The difficulty of practicing the heavenly void divine movement was not mainly flying. In terms of flying skills, it only took Han Fei half a month to reach the same level as the sky-swimming falcon. Therefore, in the following period of time, this man and the bird flew across almost half of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and even passed by the territories of the War Giants, the Beast King Valley, and the Demon Plant Forest many times. And Han Fei also had some understanding of the so-called real and fake. This was like a strong master stepping through the void. When his speed was extremely fast, Han Fei often ignored the time. At this moment, the picture Han Fei saw was different. It was as if space was distorted, or some special line form appeared in space. After 2 months of chasing, Han Fei had entered the selfless state several times. At that moment, he had forgotten that he was chasing the sky-swimming falcon. Instead, he kept flying in a certain direction, turning into the sky-swimming falcon chasing him or looking at him. On this day, Han Fei entered the selfless state again. He seemed to see flashing lights in the illusion. Even Han Fei himself didn't notice that his speed was almost several times faster. The sky-swimming falcon had been following him. Anyway, his task was to teach him how to fly. Whether he could grasp it or not depended on Han Fei himself. But as they flew, the sky-swimming falcon's face suddenly changed drastically. Not good, stupid Wang Han. Stop. You're flying to the wrong place. Stop. However, Han Fei had already entered the selfless state. In the same realm, his speed was no slower than that of the sky-swimming falcon. Therefore, the sky-swimming falcon couldn't stop him. In the distance, beyond the 3 mountains, there was also a towering mountain. It was the first peak of the Grand Myriad Mountains. It was extremely steep, reaching the sky. At this moment, within a radius of more than 30 kilometers, wind and rain were raging and thunder was rumbling. Shua! To his surprise, Han Fei was originally changing between illusion and reality, but a dark void suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Han Fei plunged into it. When Han Fei plunged into the void, he instantly woke up. Did he tear the void? But he had no experience. Whether it was the former Han Fei or the current Han Fei, neither had stepped into the void realm. Now that he had entered it, he didn't know how to get out. In this void, the only difference was that a light spot appeared in front of him. Out of instinct, Han Fei went straight for the light spot. Shua. When Han Fei reappeared, he found himself on the top of a mountain. Around the top of the mountain, there was wind and rain, and occasionally lightning flashed across the sky. In front of him, there was a big red tree which was more than 10 meters tall. Its leaves were like red ribbons, like algae in the ocean, fluttering with the wind. And under the tree stood a weird person with a human body, a sheep head, and a fox tail. This person had 2 horns. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were very long, but he looked extremely young. On his shoulders, there were bone spurs protruding from his flesh like 2 small wings in front of him. A pair of gray wings were folded behind his back, and his long tail was casually dragged on the ground. At this moment, the man was smiling and looking at Han Fei. Han Fei scratched his head and didn't know what to say, so he just stared at the man. After a moment, the man said in a warm voice, "As I expected, your soul was messed up and your mind was sealed. Boy, if you don't mind, can I see your soul?" Han Fei took a step back. He had never seen this man before, so he subconsciously repelled him. Buzz. Tianqing's figure suddenly appeared. Han Fei was relieved to see him. Tianqing looked at the strange man with a complicated expression. You can't pry into his soul. He was protected by a powerful soul treasure. If you forcibly peep at his soul will be crushed. Quote, however, the strange man said, I'm the same as you. I just need to peep at a wisp of his soul. He'll just vomit blood at most. Tianqing nodded slightly and said to Han Fei, my disciple, don't worry, he won't hurt you. Han Fei was slightly relaxed after hearing that. When the man pointed a finger at him, Han Fei felt an extremely gentle force tap his forehead. This time, he didn't vomit blood. Before Han Fei realized what was going on, the weirdo had retracted his hand. The weirdo took a few steps, stood on the top of the mountain, and looked up, letting the heavy rain fall on him. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. This person was very lonely. After a long time, Tianqing asked, what do you think? The strange man shook his head slightly. As you said, his soul is indeed powerful. Judging from a piece of his scattered memory fragments, the human race still exists in the future. However, the great Tao is damaged, and it will be even harder to become a king. What about the other races? The weirdo said casually. Although this guy is a heavenly talent, he's very young and hasn't been in contact with many other races. However, I sensed something weird from him. What? The strange man said leisurely, opportunity and ominousness. Before Tianqing asked, the weirdo continued, to be precise, he hasn't been qualified to touch the ominous yet. However, through this ominousness, we can guess that there are strong masters above the king level in the future. Tianqing sighed slightly. So, there are still no leads on the gods? The strange person nodded slightly. Yes, alright, you can take him away. However, once this person becomes a peak-level law enforcer, he won't be able to be protected by that soul treasure anymore. With his level 9 spiritual heritage, even if he doesn't cultivate, his growth speed won't be slow. Even if you try to suppress his realm, it won't be able to be suppressed in at most 50 years. Tianqing nodded slightly. Got it. Han Fei didn't understand a word they said. They seemed to be talking about him, but why? He didn't know. After the sky god took Han Fei away, the sky-swimming falcon rushed over. King, are you okay? Tianqing shook his head. I'm fine. Wait for me to teach him the star teleportation technique. Continue. This time, you can fight. The sky-swimming falcon was relieved to hear that. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, the only mountain that couldn't be approached was the highest peak. This time, he didn't notice it in advance, almost causing serious trouble. Han Fei suddenly asked, who is he? Tianqing glanced at Han Fei. You're really curious. Even sealing your consciousness can't suppress your curiosity. He is an ominous son of God, the strongest in the Grand Myriad Mountains. He can fight 4 venerables alone. Han Fei was slightly surprised. One person could fight 4 venerables? How strong was he? But Tianqing said lightly, however his path is broken, therefore he has no hope of becoming a king in his life. In the future, when the Beast King makes a breakthrough and becomes a king, he will no longer be the strongest. Han Fei asked, road, broken? Tianqing said regretfully, Wang Han, there are gods in this world. The sons of God are just the continuation of the bloodline of the gods. When the gods die and the great Tao collapses, their path is broken. In such a case, unless he recultivates and reopens a path, otherwise, it's impossible for him to break through and become a king. However, the situation is turbulent, and there's no time for him. Han Fei didn't understand. However, he didn't ask anymore, as it seemed to be very far away from him. Han Fei didn't really master the Heavenly Void Divine Movement technique, but he had already learned it. What was left was only practice. When the star teleportation technique was activated, Tianqing said lightly, don't use secret techniques. When you can rely on your speed to touch Yutian, your job is finished. Compared to Han Fei, Zeman Linglin's comprehension speed was much slower. When it was the 8th month, Zeman Linglin finally grasped the selfless state and learned the rudiments of the Heavenly Void Divine Movement. After that, the swallow-tailed Glede no longer cared about Zeman Linglin. Therefore, on a high cliff somewhere in the Grand Myriad Mountains, Ximon Linglin was cultivating alone. In these 3 years, she had indeed learned a lot of things. At this moment, she looked at the man and the bird in the void who were twisting space infinitely. She would be lying if she said she wasn't envious. However, Ximon Linglin knew that this was too difficult. Not everyone could do it. Even Han Fei had been fighting this high-frequency space chase for half a year, but he hadn't touched Yutian yet. The 10th month. The sky-swimming falcon shouted, "I warn you, don't use other means. I'm watching you. If you use other means, I'll tell the king." The void around Han Fei twisted. With a swish, his body appeared in front of the sky-swimming falcon, and the space around the latter changed almost at the same time. But this time, as soon as the sky-swimming falcon appeared, it saw Han Fei appear almost at the same time as him, grabbing its feathers with his fingers. "How is that possible?" the sky-swimming falcon screamed. When it took a closer look, it found that the figure that chased him a moment ago was actually a clone. "Tweet," the sky-swimming falcon shrieked, "you cheated. Didn't we agree not to use other means?" At the top of the mountain, Ximon Linglin laughed. "This is no other means. This is his flash ability, which is also a kind of speed." The sky-swimming falcon snorted and shouted, "King xuanhuan played dirty. He won because he played dirty." Tianxing grunted and said casually, "Okay, fine, as long as he learns the star teleportation technique." Tianxing stepped on the top of the mountain. "Go to the demon plant forest. Remember, don't eat spiritual fruits, don't eat anything." Han Fei scratched his head. Okay, Chapter 129, Battle of Venerables. The territory of demonic plants covered the entire Grand Myriad Mountains. However, in terms of demon plant territory, it almost occupied the 3,000 peaks south of the Grand Myriad Mountains. In terms of the size of territory, among the 4 venerables, demonic plants were ranked first, the Sky Clan second, the Beast Clan third, and the War Giants the last. Tianxing didn't send Han Fei and Ximon Linglin away, but when the 2 of them came to the demon plant forest, they felt a chill down their spines. Especially Ximon Linglin, she had never let go of Han Fei's hand. Last time, she was taken directly into the depths of the demon plant forest by the water immortal, so she hadn't encountered so many creatures. This time, she saw a large number of demonic plants and insects that she had never seen before. The 2 of them first passed a vine land full of thorns. Then, a large number of mushrooms, man-eating flowers, and explosive fruits appeared. The creatures that appeared were mostly centipedes, spiders, ants, moths, etc. In terms of species, there were too many of them. There were also human-faced ladybugs and 2-headed dragons, etc. Of course, these insects were actually nothing. When Han Fei and the others passed by the spiritual fruit garden, many strange-looking fruits opened their mouths, revealing their sharp teeth. Some fruits, like bugs, looked extremely creepy. For some reason, a fatty appeared in Han Fei's heart. It was the fatty who often appeared in his dreams. The fatty was talking to him. "Fei, I'm being chased by fruits." Han Fei scratched his head, but he didn't remember anything. Fortunately, none of the demonic plants or insects attacked them. Along the way, the 2 passed by the spider territory, the butterfly valley, and the worm cave. In the end, they walked into the normal demon plant forest. The first they saw was a heavenly red hibiscus. This heavenly red hibiscus was much larger than the one Han Fei killed in the remote desolate jungle. It seemed that it had already received instructions, so the heavenly red hibiscus didn't even release pollen and just let Han Fei and Ximon Linglin pass by without moving. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw hydra grass, huge sunflowers, sky-piercing purple bamboo, sky vine, and other kinds of gigantic demonic plants. In the end, they seemed to have reached a place where Ximon Linglin was familiar with, and Han Fei was pulled by Ximon Linglin to run towards a river. "Senior, we're here." After about 10 seconds, the calm lake bulged, and a huge white lotus emerged and bloomed from the water. The water immortal walked towards the shore barefooted. Ximon Linglin envied the water fairy's grace. Once upon a time, when she was young, she had learned it. However, since she left the great wilderness village with Han Fei, the former heavenly talent of the big clan had become a woman of the mountains, competing with wild beasts for food, and was no longer like before. The water immortal glanced at Han Fei, smiled, and opened his mouth slightly. "In another year, you should be able to become a peak-level junior law enforcer." Ximon Linglin sighed inwardly. She didn't slack off either. Now, she was only a peak-level hidden fisher. And with the nurturing of the 4 venerables, her speed was already extremely fast. However, she admitted that she was still far inferior to Han Fei. The water immortal didn't continue the topic but said with a smile, "Along the way, you should have seen countless creatures. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, or even the entire world, demonic plants have the strongest vitality. Even if the Grand Myriad Mountains are overturned by the sea, my demon plant clan won't be wiped out." Han Fei was listening attentively, but Ximon Linglin was puzzled. In this case, why did the demon plants also fight against the sea demons? Walking on the grass full of young leaves, the water immortal continued. "However, the land demon plants and the sea demon plants are different after all. Everyone chose a different path. Since we've already chosen it, we have to go down." As she said this, the water immortal stopped sighing and said bluntly, "Xuanhuan, I don't have anything to teach you. However, I can teach you some truth and recognize some demonic plants." Class? Han Fei said subconsciously. Isn't this just a class? It seems that no matter where you are, you have to go to class. The water immortal smiled. That's right. In this first lesson, you have to know that demonic plants are one of the most vibrant creatures in this world. If an ordinary human venerable can live for 5,000 years, then the demonic plants may age 10 times longer. Even different demonic plants age at different speeds. In the Age of Gods, there was a demonic plant that survived the primeval age and survived millions of years. This is what a demonic plant is like. A million years? Zeman Linglin secretly swallowed, thinking to herself, isn't it boring to live so long? Han Fei, on the other hand, was much calmer and hummed a response. The water immortal condensed a white lotus at her fingertips, fresh and pure. She handed the white lotus to Han Fei, who took it in confusion. The next moment, the white lotus suddenly dispersed. Han Fei frowned. In an instant, his hands were covered with blood marks, and in some places bone could be seen. Zeman Linglin hurriedly said, healing technique. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself and looked at the water immortal in confusion. The latter was looking at him quietly. Don't underestimate the power of demon plants. In a sense, it's very difficult to kill a powerful demon plant. However, they can easily kill you. Han Fei nodded slowly. Got it. 1 year later. Giant King City. When the water immortal led Han Fei and Zeman Linglin to this city again, the other 3 venerables were all there. The reason why they were gathered here every time was that neither the Beast King, Tianqing, nor the Water Immortal had any place to entertain guests. Only humans would build houses. Although the war giants were giants, they were also human. The Giant King clapped his hands and laughed. Wang Han, you've made great progress in the past few years. Have you learned everything you should? The Beast King raised his chin and said, anyway, the Beast King Valley has taught him well. The Giant King hummed. Are you saying that I didn't teach them well? Tianqing interjected. Not bad. The water immortal pointed with one hand, sealing Han Fei and Zeman Linglin in the water dungeon, and then smiled. Let him make a breakthrough. The Giant King frowned. Didn't we agree we should suppress his realm? Tianqing said indifferently. It won't last long, no more than 50 years at most. Not only can his spiritual senses be suppressed, but his soul will also be repaired. The water immortal nodded. In the past few years, you have given him too many things. Even if he doesn't want to improve, his spiritual heritage is too strong, so he will temper his body and cultivate on his own, so his strength will increase. Now, he is already a peak-level junior law enforcer. If you don't mind him breaking through to become an intermediate law enforcer, you can continue to hold him back. Tianqing said, that's not appropriate. If he makes a breakthrough, he will definitely leave. Who will seal his spiritual senses then? The Beast King mumbled. Actually, it's fine if we don't seal it. Why do we have to keep him in this era? He can't find the answer he wants anymore, can he? The water immortal smiled and said, not necessarily. In fact, even if we don't seal his spiritual senses, his soul was damaged, so he would only alternate in dreams and reality. At this moment, he's close to the next breakthrough. Why don't we help him break through and become an intermediate law enforcer? At that time, it will be up to him to awaken his spiritual senses or not. Besides, if we help him break through now, his ability to protect himself will be stronger. The water immortal paused for a moment. Besides, finding out why there is a war between humans and sea demons might not be his purpose in coming here, otherwise he would have had the opportunity to go back long ago. He comes from the human race but hasn't come into contact with the human race. Instead, he has stayed in our Grand Myriad Mountains for so long. Don't you feel puzzled? Tianqing nodded. That's true. Compared to the Grand Myriad Mountains, the human race seems to have it worse. The Giant King said with a buzz. Then let him make a breakthrough. I have no objection. Anyway, he'll leave sooner or later. The 4 of them reached an agreement. Removing the water dungeon, the water immortal handed over a spiritual fruit. The water immortal said, Zeman Linglin, get out. Wang Han, eat it. Zeman Linglin had long been used to it and ran out of the palace. Han Fei glanced at her and then took the spiritual fruit. About an hour later, the spiritual energy tide in Han Fei's body returned to peace and he opened his eyes. At that moment, a large number of pictures were intertwined. When the pictures subsided, Han Fei's spiritual senses returned. Han Fei smiled bitterly, got up, and cupped his hands. I am Han Fei. Nice to meet you, seniors. The Giant King hummed and said with joy. Oh, you've remembered everything? The Beast King asked excitedly. What do you remember? Han Fei smiled helplessly. I don't remember much. Besides my name, I've also remembered my background. Tianqing asked, who sent you here? Seeing the 4 venerables looking at him, Han Fei smiled bitterly. Well, I seem to only remember the first half of my memory. Everyone sighed. They knew that his memory hadn't recovered completely. The water immortal asked, tell us about the future. Han Fei scratched his head habitually. In later generations, there are large floating islands hanging in the sky. Ordinary people go to sea on flying boats, living on catching fish. Strong human cultivators draw trial grounds in the sea, called the fisheries. It followed the current level system. When one becomes a hanging fisher, he'll have to go to a place called the unknown place to fight. I forgot about this place. Tianqing asked in surprise. Live in the sky? An entire island floating in the sky? How can it be? Han Fei shook his head. I feel I can remember, but I can't. The water immortal said, "It's already good enough that he can talk to us normally. This matter must have involved secrets. The rules of the Great Tao probably won't let him say it at all, otherwise it will directly affect future generations." The Giant King said with a buzz, "I don't care about that. Let me ask you, are the war giants still around?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No," the Beast King roared. "What about the beast race?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "I feel like I've met them somewhere before." The Beast King breathed a sigh of relief. "You can still meet them. That's great," Han Fei said. "I remember the Sky Clan, but they are very few in number. But my memory is not complete. As for the demon plant race, most of them are sea demon plants. However, I keep feeling that I'm missing something. Oh, by the way, Venerable Masters, the world I'm in should be very small, occupying only a corner of the Blue Sea wasteland. I haven't been further away." Tianqing asked, "Are there many kings in the future?" Han Fei said firmly. "No one in my domain can become a king." Han Fei remembered this because it was imprinted in the depths of his mind. "So serious?" The four venerables looked at each other. Although it was difficult to become a king, it was too much that none of the billions of human beings in a domain could become a king. The Beast King mumbled, "No wonder. Got it. This kid is probably here to find a chance to become a king, right?" Everyone was silent, as if thinking about what chance there was to become a king in this age of doom. In fact, Han Fei remembered a lot of things. In his dizziness, he even remembered that he was stabbed by something, which caused his soul to be messed up. He was almost certain that as long as his strength broke through another level, his soul could recover to at least 80%. Han Fei always felt puzzled why he couldn't remember the information about floating stones. Its name seemed to be right at the tip of his tongue, but whenever he wanted to say it out loud, he would forget it. Suddenly, Han Fei was refreshed, and he hurriedly said, "Masters, is this the real world?" The four of them, Han Fei had a guess. Was he in some kind of illusion? The Beast King smashed his rod on the ground. "Fuck, I've taught you for so long, but you're asking if this is a real world? If it's not the real world, is it fake? Do you think we are illusions?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. It did make sense. At least, everything that happened in this world in his memory was extremely vivid. Every scene was vivid in his mind. But if this was a real world, could it be that some kind of power was limiting him to change this world? Han Fei wasn't sure. He looked at the door with a complicated expression and sighed. It seemed that he could only wait for the next breakthrough to see how much he could remember. The Giant King said with a buzz, "Boy, do you still want to seal your spiritual senses?" Han Fei hesitated. Different from last time, when he restored his spiritual senses last time, he remembered very few things. But it was different now. He had remembered a lot of things this time. While Han Fei was hesitating, he heard the Water Immortal say, "From what you said, you should be a very autonomous person. If you carry your memories, it may become you leading Zeman Linglan to travel outside in the future. If you continue to seal your spiritual senses, then only Zeman Linglan can lead you. Do you know what your next step will be?" Han Fei shook his head slightly, paused, and looked at the door. "I think it's to avenge her." Suddenly, a voice sounded in the hall. "I'll continue to seal his spiritual senses. This guy is just a passerby here. He's connected to the Grand Myriad Mountains by fate, so he's here. That human woman is also connected to him by fate. He can only respond and promote this piece of history, but he can't interfere on his own. Otherwise, the Great Tao will investigate, and this guy will definitely have a life and death disaster." "Divine Son?" Han Fei was stunned. "Really?" The Giant King hummed and said, "It seems to make sense. He knows too much about the future. If he messes up, the consequence will be unpredictable." The Beast King roared, "That's fine, you can slack off. Cultivating in a state of ignorance will actually make you more focused." The Water Immortal said lightly, "Actually, the information Han Fei revealed is already very useful. The floating island may be our breakthrough." Tianqing nodded slightly. "Yes, but how to float? This is a problem. Leave this to me. I'll go to the human race and the Blackstone City." Han Fei was dumbfounded. He wondered if his appearance had changed many things. The Giant King hummed, "Boy, I'll seal your spiritual senses for you." After a while, Han Fei's eyes became glassy again. The Beast King frowned and said, "I'm going to find the Divine Son." The Water Immortal said, "I'm going to the human world. In any case, I'm afraid we'll still have a battle with the Sea Clan. If we don't get the secret of floating, we can only fight in the sea." Swish, swish, swish. Tianqing, the Beast King, and the Water Immortal all disappeared. The Giant King who was left behind shouted, "Alas, what should we do with these two kids?" The Water Immortal's voice echoed in the palace, "Wait for us to come back." The Giant King mumbled, then blinked, suddenly pointed his finger, and Han Fei fainted. Seeing that nobody was around, the Giant King secretly took out a small bottle and mumbled, "How can it be so easy to find those secrets in this world? No matter what, I have to maintain the bloodline of the God of War." The Giant King separated a wisp of his soul, wrapped the little bottle, and merged directly into Han Fei's body. The Giant King's voice sounded in Han Fei's ears, "If you become a venerable, you will find it. At that time, if there are still people of my race, you must help me pass on the bloodline of the God of War." The Giant King chuckled. In the end, among the four of them, he was the smartest. He proudly felt that as a human, his intelligence was definitely not lower than a monkey, a bird, and a flower. Han Fei smacked his lips. He probably didn't hear anything and still was sleeping soundly. Half a month later. Ximon Linglan took Han Fei's hand and hunted by the sea on the previous battlefield. Because there were no sea demons attacking, there were only the war giants and the Sky Clan left nearby. Ximon Linglan dragged a big squid up from the sea. Idiot, let's eat this at noon. Han Fei scratched his head and chuckled. Okay, at noon, Han Fei was working on the squid attentively. Ximon Linglan suddenly said, Idiot, when do you think I'll become a law enforcer? Han Fei looked up at Ximon Linglan and smiled foolishly. Soon. Ximon Linglan sighed. Stupid. Actually, I have always known my own path. I knew it since the day I was kicked out of the Ximon family. Han Fei raised his head and looked at Ximon Linglan, as if he felt that he should listen at this time. Ximon Linglan said, I didn't tell you before because you didn't understand. Although you don't understand it now, I have a feeling that such a comfortable life is too peaceful. Since we entered the remote desolate jungle, we haven't had such a peaceful life. I always feel that it's unreal, and I'm afraid it will be destroyed at any time. Seeing Han Fei looking at her, Ximon Linglan smiled. Well, let me tell you a secret. My spiritual heritage is actually very high, a level 8 high-quality spiritual heritage. Isn't it very high? Han Fei nodded hard. A trace of hatred flashed in Ximon Linglan's eyes. They just snatched it away. My mother stripped her own spiritual heritage and gave it to me. Otherwise, I would have died. As a result, I am not dead, but she is dead. Sensing Ximon Linglan's sadness, Han Fei reached out and touched her head. Ximon Linglan smiled through her tears, grabbed a squid tentacle, and stuffed it into Han Fei's mouth. She said, Forget it, I don't want to talk about this with you. If it's like this every day, it's not bad. I don't want revenge anymore. In the evening, in the starry sky, the stars flickered. Han Fei and Ximon Linglan were staring at the starry sky with widened eyes. They remembered that the last time they closed their eyes to sleep, they were still in the war giant tribe. Once they were outside, the two of them couldn't sleep. They used to hunt in the day and look up at the starry sky at night. This kind of life was not bad. However, buzz. All of a sudden, Han Fei's body tightened. He perceived that a huge tide had burst out on the sea. Roar. In the distance, a war giant roared. What's going on? Someone picked up a spiked club. Are we going to war again? Come on, inform our people. Chirp, chirp, chirp from the sky. Hundreds of birds flew into the mountains. A powerhouse of the war giants guarding on the coast shouted, Everyone, prepare for battle. However, when the tsunami was 500 kilometers away, both Han Fei and the powerhouse were surprised to find that no sea demons attacked the island. The powerhouse's expression changed slightly as he cursed secretly, Not good, it's a battle of venerables. The tsunami was most likely caused by crustal movements and powerful kinetic energy. When a tsunami came, the second tsunami followed. Immediately afterward, the sky was covered by dark clouds and thunder rumbled in the sky. The scene lasted from midnight to noon the next day. At this moment, on the coastline, the war giants stood tall, the sky clans hovered, and the demon plants set up a sea of demon plants again. Boom. In the sky, red light was spreading and the heavy rain was pouring down. An explorer said with a trembling voice, A venerable has died. Boom, boom. 3 streaks of red light cracked the sky in a row, and the rainwater turned from red to deep red as if blood was dripping. Everyone was shocked. In just a few seconds, 3 venerables had died. It could be seen how fierce the battle in the deep sea was. Han Fei's body was tense. He liked the giant king and the others, so he was very worried at the moment. Ximon Linglan knew what Han Fei was thinking. She grabbed his hand and comforted him. Don't worry, the teachers are so strong, they will definitely be fine. This kind of battle was not something ordinary people could watch at all. In the evening of the second day, the rain fell even harder. There were as many as 8 red cracks appearing in the sky, which meant that 8 venerables had already died. Suddenly, an infinite roar came from the sky. Son of God, you will pay for your actions. Slash. A cold and ruthless voice echoed in the void. In the next moment, another venerable died. In just one day, 9 venerables had died. This was something that had never happened in thousands of years. Ximon Linglan looked at Han Fei. For some reason, she felt that this matter was not ordinary and seemed to have something to do with Han Fei. Subconsciously, she grabbed Han Fei's hand more tightly. Boom! In the distance, a pair of wings that blotted out the sky flew across the sky, ramming straight at the Grand Myriad Mountains. Chirp, chirp! At that moment, thousands of birds soared into the sky, turning into streams of light. King! It was none other than Tianqing, who was carrying a person on his back. It was none other than the giant king. However, the two of them looked miserable at this moment. Half of Tianqing's wings were severed, and the big feathers on his body fell, leaving only about half. The giant king was even more miserable. He had lost an arm and a leg. At this moment, he was carried by the 10,000 birds of the Sky Clan and slowly landed. King! 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 Countless people were roaring and rushing there. Han Fei and Ximon Linglan had already rushed over. Before they arrived, Han Fei began to throw the divine healing technique on these two people frantically. Fuck, it's useless. The giant king fell to the ground, blood still spurting out of his mouth, and his voice was buzzing. Tianqing also transformed into his human form, his face still cold, but he looked like he was about to faint at any time. Han Fei had anxiously cast dozens of divine healing techniques on them, but the wounds on these two didn't heal at all. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It was the Divine Sun who Han Fei had once met. At this moment, the Divine Sun's body glowed golden. He grabbed with one hand, and infinite energy poured into the bodies of the Giant King and Tianqing. He glanced at Han Fei indifferently. Put away your healing technique. Venerables can be reborn from a drop of blood. This kind of injury has rules of the Great Tao. You can't treat it. Chapter 130, Avengers on the Sea Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As if feeling that it was too noisy around, the Divine Sun held one in each hand and carried the two of them, disappearing into the void. The War Giants and the Sky Clan ran all the way to their territories. Han Fei looked at his hands blankly, and then ran all the way to Giant King City with Ximen Linglin. Giant King City. Because the nearest was the Giant King City, which was also the place where the four venerables usually gathered, Han Fei's first thought was to come here. Sure enough, when Han Fei arrived, there were giants standing all over the mountains and plains. The female priest of the giants was offering sacrifices and praying. In the sky, there was a black mass of the Sky Clan. Spiritual plants surrounded the entire mountain. Damn it, spread out, don't make a fuss here. When Han Fei arrived, he saw that the Beast King was burning all over, standing fiercely on the platform of the King City, shouting. Han Fei was relieved to see the Beast King. Fortunately, the Beast King was fine. Seeing Han Fei rushing at him, the Beast King didn't stop him but simply glared at him. Shut up. In the palace, the Divine Sons were trying to save the injured. The Giant King and Tianqing could still be seen, while the Water Immortal was gone. At this moment, only a white lotus could be seen, and a ball of white light could be seen on the lotus seat. Han Fei hurriedly ran to the Beast King. Although he didn't know what to say, he just looked at the Beast King. Seeing the anxiety in Han Fei's eyes, the Beast King snorted. None of them is dead. This was a sneak attack. The Grand Myriad Mountains teamed up with the human venerables and the strong masters of the Blackstone City to flatten the sea area and search for secrets. This battle was a great victory, but the sacrifice was not small. The Blackstone City and human beings each had a venerable die. The Water Immortal lost 2 clones and her original body was destroyed, but she could still regather. This is the unique ability of the demon plant family. Old Gu and Tianqing were heavily injured by the Great Tao, but they can recover in 100 years. 100 years? Ximen Linglin subconsciously called out. The Beast King tilted his head and glanced at them. What do you two know? This battle will determine the overall situation for at least 500 years. We've bought at least 500 years of time. Han Fei scratched his head, not understanding. The guy called Divine Sun looked back. You two go to sea. Now the sea is full of opportunities. If I've guessed right, the human race has already begun to take action. In times of chaos, it's the best opportunity to rise. Breathing heavily, the Beast King looked at Han Fei. My dear disciple, from today on, you need to suppress your realm. Don't make a breakthrough unless it's necessary. Ximen Linglin was surprised. Huh? Why? The Beast King snorted. There's no reason. It's only good for you. Besides, the sea is turbulent, and you humans are the most prone to internal strife. Be careful. Go. The Grand Myriad Mountains don't have time to teach you anything for the time being. The Beast King waved his hand, and Han Fei and Ximen Linglin appeared in a wild forest. In the palace of the Giant King City, the Divine Sun said indifferently, have you found the method of floating? The Beast King snorted. No. Tianqing and I searched everywhere, but we didn't find anything. The Divine Sun grunted. What I'm thinking is that in fact, it's not that he can't remember it, but that it's a limitation of the rules of the Great Tao. Logically speaking, even if he is above the king level, it's impossible for his true body to cross the river of time, not to mention that he told us this secret. What do you mean? The Divine Sun said leisurely. He might have come over as a wisp of soul. This is easy to guess. However, he can actually reveal the secrets of the later generations. This very likely means that our era, the village he is from, or even he himself has some problem that he doesn't know. Ximen Linglin's face was a little pale. She didn't expect that this day would come so early and so suddenly. She had thought that it would be great if they could live in the Grand Myriad Mountains forever. After all, the Sea Clan and the fate of the world were not something they could change. But everything was happening too fast. A great war broke out. In just 4 years, 2 battles had occurred, and some venerables had died. Ximen Linglin knew that a true chaotic world had come. So many venerables had died. Even the Sea Clan should be in a mess now. Besides, with so many venerables dead, it was impossible for no ordinary creatures to die. It could be said that a massive number of opportunities had been lost in the sea at this moment. Han Fei was still looking back in the direction of the Giant King City, and Ximen Linglin took a deep breath. Idiot, let's go. We don't belong to the Grand Myriad Mountains after all. It's time to leave. Han Fei scratched his head. Will we come back? Ximen Linglin said firmly. Yes, when we become strong, we'll come back. Chirp chirp. As the two talked, a large number of birds in the sky streaked across the sky and rushed into the sea. Ximen Linglin murmured, even the Grand Myriad Mountains have to compete for opportunities. We can't be slow. When the two of them came to the sea, they found that some spiritual plants were trying to spread into the sea. It must be noted that most spiritual plants couldn't enter the sea. After all, the sea and the land were 2 different states of living. But at this moment, they were testing. Moo! Woo! Some scattered beasts were also going to sea. The easiest one was the old bull, leading his children to rush into the sea. At that moment, the spectacular scene of countless creatures entering the sea excited Ximenlinglan. This was a chaotic world. Although she was not a heavenly talent like Han Fei, she was still a daredevil. Han Fei clearly felt that Ximenlinglan was a little strange. The surrounding spiritual energy was gathering. Han Fei looked up and found that there was a dense light mist. You're going to become a law enforcer? Even if Han Fei hadn't awakened his spiritual senses, he could still make a clear judgment. Immediately, Han Fei stepped on the spirit-gathering array, trying to absorb the spiritual energy from all directions. Ximenlinglan was standing on the edge of the cliff, and many images popped up in her mind. The moment her spiritual heritage was extracted, the moment her mother died, the moment she was kicked out of the Ximen family, and the moment she was determined to take Han Fei to the remote desolate jungle. Countless life and death moments. Why? As the spiritual energy vortex condensed, Ximenlinglan's body floated in the midair, and her aura was constantly rising. At that moment, Han Fei felt grudge, resentment, and strong killing intent. After a full hour, 2 scimitars appeared beside Ximenlinglan's hands, illusory, strange, and murderous. Ximenlinglan's voice was cold. Enforce the law, blade of vengeance. Han Fei felt that at this moment Ximenlinglan had changed. Before, Ximenlinglan didn't have a chance. Therefore, Ximenlinglan was always that weak yet stubborn Ximenlinglan. But at this moment, after the 5 years in the remote desolate jungle and the 4 years in the Grand Myriad Mountains, following her bumpy road to growth, she was finally qualified to take revenge. Ximenlinglan looked at Han Fei and grinned. After I finish this road, let's return to the Grand Myriad Mountains and never leave again. 1 month passed. U City. Everybody, including the people in the great wilderness village, went to sea to hunt for treasures. This was because countless people discovered that the ordinary creatures in the sea were getting stronger. It was time for them to fight. Outside of U City, there were many deep-sea ports with ceaseless boats. Every day, boats of all sizes went to sea more than 100,000 times. The resource competition had already begun. On the outer sea, there was a mid-sized ship whose hull was only 100 meters long. On the ship, there were more than 30 hidden fishers and 3 law enforcers. At this moment, a law enforcer shouted, "Have you found it? The remnant bodies of the sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm must be around here. Everyone, pay attention." With 5 in a team, investigate the surrounding 500 kilometers. Remember to check if there are any traces of arrays. These powerhouses have died. If they hadn't died directly, they would have set some traps to protect themselves. Don't be careless. Suddenly, a law enforcer said, "Wait a moment, I sense 2 people, 2 law enforcers." A young man's lips curled. "Besiege them. Since they haven't found us, it means that their strength hasn't exceeded that of an intermediate law enforcer." The 2 of them dare to come to find a sea demon in the Tao-seeking realm? How bold. "Brothers, surround them. Perhaps they have already found some treasures." The other licked the corner of his mouth. "The 3 of us will hold these 2 people back first. As for the others, when the battle begins, surround them immediately." Ximenlinglan looked at Han Fei. "Idiot, are they here?" Han Fei scratched his head. "Yes. Shall we fight them all?" Ximenlinglan said. "Yes. This is the Ximen family's ship. We've been searching for a month and finally found this ship. I can't let it go." When Ximenlinglan left, she was still a child. At this moment, nearly 10 years had passed, and she had become a tall and fierce girl. The other party came extremely fast and arrived in a flash. The young man in luxurious clothes said proudly, "Hey, you 2, what are you looking for? Tell us, and we'll help you." Another person put down his armor box. "Haha, there are only 2 of you. How dare you go to sea? How about this? Hand over all your resources and we can let you go. After all, we are all human beings. We are very kind." Their eyes fell directly on Ximenlinglan. Because Han Fei was too ordinary and his eyes were still glassy, they felt that this guy must have been frightened. Suddenly, the figure of the young man who looked extremely ordinary to them shook slightly, and a person appeared in his hand out of thin air. The man's arms had been broken, his neck was strangled by Han Fei, and he was suspended in midair, half disabled. The young man in luxurious clothes and the armorist's expressions changed drastically. How was it possible? How could an intermediate law enforcer level hunter be instantly killed by this young man? Crack, crack. At this moment, the sound of bones breaking came from afar. What? How was that possible? Both of them were horrified. When did the battle stop? Why were there no traces at all? They didn't hear the sound of bones breaking until their companions were disabled. Seriously? Ximenlinglan's eyes were cold, and 2 scimitars appeared in her hand. "Ximen Yu, Ximen Lianfeng, you don't seem to have a good memory." The young man's expression changed drastically. "Who are you? How dare you attack someone from the Ximen family of U City? Do you know that if anyone escapes from my boat, you won't be able to escape?" Giggle. "Ha ha ha." Ximenlinglan's voice was slightly low, like that of a big sister, wicked and intimidating. Her voice was cold and murderous. "My 2 brothers, can't you recognize me? I am Ximenlinglan." Ximen Yu and Ximen Yu and Ximen Lianfeng looked at each other in shock. Zimin Yu's pupils were constricted. You're still alive? Zimin Linglin said leisurely. My two good brothers, do you really want me to die so badly? Oh, when my spiritual heritage was still in my body, you complimented me a lot and even bought me a lot of delicious food. However, after that, some of you forced my mother to give me her spiritual heritage and make her die, right? Shocked? Zimin Yu retreated and roared, Run! However, as soon as Zimin Yu retreated less than half a meter, he felt a chill down his spine as if a terrifying attack was coming. Then, as if he had been hit by a mountain, his spine was broken. Roar! Zimin Lianfeng was going to run with Zimin Yu. He had planned to stall the two of them with the torrents of knives and swords to buy him a chance. However, before he opened the armor box, he was stopped by a hand. Then, he felt that half of his body was paralyzed, and his bones seemed to be broken. He lay on the sea feebly. Han Fei moved too fast. Zimin Linglin glanced at Han Fei. In fact, she wanted to solve them herself, although it might take a long time. However, she didn't tell Han Fei in advance. As for Han Fei, he just felt that the other party was a threat, so he took them down easily. At this moment, all three of them lay on the ground. It didn't even take Han Fei a second. But Han Fei didn't kill him because Zimin Linglin didn't say he could kill them. At this moment, he grabbed the legs of these two people and dragged them towards Zimin Linglin like the big ape dragged him. Zimin Yu and Zimin Lianfeng were stunned. What happened just now? They didn't know. In the blink of an eye, they already lay down. They didn't even have the time to summon their spiritual beasts. Was this guy an explorer? Zimin Linglin smiled bitterly and pouted. Idiot, leave one for me. Han Fei left the two of them, chuckled, and scratched his head with his hand. Zimin Linglin smiled at Han Fei helplessly, then lowered her head and squatted down. You should have gotten rid of me too. Zimin Yu's eyes were filled with horror. Linglin, you know that this has nothing to do with us. It was Zimin Lai. He ordered everything. I am your brother. Why would I want to kill you? Zimin Lianfeng also came back to his senses and was also frightened. Linglin, let us go. If you want revenge, we can help you. Poof! The scimitar slashed out, swallowing his soul. A frightened phantom disappeared into Zimin Linglin's scimitar. This was the blade of vengeance. On the path of revenge, slaughter those who deserve to be killed, even including their souls. It was extremely cruel. Seeing this scene, Zimin Yu shouted in horror, Zimin Linglin, you can't kill me. I can give you whatever you want, anything. I'll grab it. Now it's a chaotic world. I'll grab it all for you. However, Zimin Linglin's scimitar had already stabbed into Zimin Yu's body. She said calmly, there shouldn't be any big clans in this world. Cultivation is just cultivation. Why does the world need you dirty big clans? I know you too well. If I let you go, you will go back and tell the old men in your clan, right? Besides, you are too weak. The remaining hunter was terrified. I'm not from the X-Men family. I'm just... Zimin Linglin didn't even listen to him and killed him. Then she said, I have to let people know that from now on, anyone who dares to be with the Ximen family will die. In the distance, the hidden fishers who had just rushed over were stunned. How long had it been? 3 law enforcers were killed? Many people fled in panic. However, Zimin Linglin didn't chase them. These people would spread the news. After doing all this, Zimin Linglin's hands trembled. She turned around, looked at Han Fei, and buried her head in Han Fei's arms. Idiot, do I look like a bad person at this moment? Han Fei could feel that Zimin Linglin, whose body was trembling slightly, seemed to be very sad. He reached out and rubbed Zimin Linglin's head. Then he heard sobbing sounds echoing on the silent sea. On the Ximen family ship, more than 20 hidden fishers were steering the ship to escape. Because there were arrays on the ship, they had activated all the arrays to prevent Han Fei and Zimin Linglin from attacking them. There were still more than 10 people who were not from the Ximen family, fleeing separately. They rolled their eyes. If such strong masters jumped over the boat arrays, let alone running away, all of them would die. Only when they were 2,000 kilometers away did those people on the ship heave a sigh of relief. It was terrifying. 3 law enforcers were killed without even fighting. Someone shouted, let's go back quickly. We're not looking for treasures anymore. They even dared to touch the people of the Ximen family. The outer sea is no longer safe. As soon as he said so, he suddenly looked up and saw a man and a woman standing on the mast. Fuck, the man screamed. Run. In the blink of an eye, the hidden fishers abandoned their boats and jumped off. After they ran far away, someone finally looked back in fright. Seeing that nobody was chasing them, he shouted, fuck, how did they pass the arrays of boats? I can't feel anything. How strong are those 2 people? The Ximen family was in an uproar. 2 heavenly talents of their family were executed on the outer sea in public. How could they not be enraged? Beastard, who is it? You beastards ran away before recognizing the murders? My lord, they're too strong. We can't resist them at all. Bang! The person was sent flying, and a middle-aged man suddenly stood up. Do you all think that anyone can bully our Ximen family because our patriarch is injured? Old 3, go find them yourself. I don't believe that anyone has the guts to bully our Ximen family. An elegant man rose. Leave this to me. Even if they're explorers, they might not be able to stop me if I want to come back. 3 days passed. The elegant man and 8 law enforcers were standing on an empty boat. They stared at the words on the sail and frowned. The words, blood for blood, were written on the sail, signed by Zeman Linglin. Third Master, is this a trick? Yes, Third Master, how can it be Zeman Linglin? Her mother only has a level 5 high-quality spiritual heritage. With that, she will only drop in level and won't level up. Besides, it's only been less than 10 years. How can she become a law enforcer? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. Isn't it said that there is a man and a woman? Maybe the woman has found a backer. It was not easy to find 2 people in this vast sea. More importantly, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin didn't even take the boat. They were too mobile. If it were 2 ordinary people, it would be fine. However, these 2 people had learned the Heavenly Void divine movement. If they launched sneak attacks, the people of the Zeman family wouldn't dare to go to sea. Half a month later, on a large ship of the Zeman family, 4 junior law enforcers, 2 intermediate law enforcers, 2 advanced law enforcers, and more than 30 hidden fishers had all died. In the end, none of the people who were released had the surname Zeman. After the news was out, U City was in turmoil. This was already the hottest topic for treasure hunters. Someone sighed. I don't know who the Zeman family has offended. They're obviously up to no good. They lost 8 law enforcers just like that. How long will it take to nurture them? Someone shook his head. This matter is probably still a conflict among the big clans. Believe it or not, this is definitely not the last time. Someone sneered. That's good. The resources have been snatched by those big clans. Shall we pretend to be them too? In fact, there were not many people who were truly vigilant. Although the Battle of Venerables had decided the situation for the coming 500 years, the big clans never stopped fighting. Therefore, for days in a row, almost all the ships protected by the strong masters of the Zeman family were slaughtered. Every time a big ship was slaughtered, the red words, blood for blood, would be left on the sail, and it must be signed by Zeman Linglin. Another half a month passed. Zeman Linglin was standing on a large ship of the Zeman family. More than 130 people on the ship were all dead, even including a peak-level law enforcer. Zeman Linglin knew that person. He was the 3rd butler of the Zeman family. 10 years ago, he had already become a peak-level law enforcer. This time, he was probably out to find her. Zeman Linglin snorted angrily. These damn beastards, I didn't do it. However, they deserve it. These damned big clans. Han Fei looked at the words on the sail and scratched his head. Zeman Linglin's expression changed. The death of a peak-level law enforcer must have been caused by an explorer. We were used by someone. I'm afraid this time all the strong masters of the Zeman family will come out. Suddenly, Han Fei pinched his fingers subconsciously. Almost in an instant, Han Fei grabbed Zeman Linglin and broke through the void, activating Devil Change, Phantom Glass Wings, Agility of Wind, and Heavenly Void Divine Movement. In the next second, a middle-aged man tore the void and watched this scene coldly. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where Han Fei and Zeman Linglin left. Good, I'd like to see who it is. As they rushed forward, Zeman Linglin, idiot, we are still weak. Although you are very strong, we are still no match for an explorer. Therefore, I want to enter the deep sea. Han Fei chuckled. Okay, Zeman Linglin heaved a long sigh. Idiot, you never refused me. But going to the deep sea is very dangerous. Although the Battle of Venerables just broke out and too many Sea Clan powerhouses died, it doesn't mean that all Sea Clan members have really retreated. We are actually taking a gamble. For some reason, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and chuckled. Gamble! Zeman Linglin smiled. Okay, then let's bet. I didn't expect that even taking revenge would be used by others. Since we can't take revenge in person now, let's bet that we will become strong. Come, let's go explore the Great Tao. Chapter 131, Slaying an Explorer Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 18 years later. A ragged ship that was riddled with holes was braving the storm. Under this storm, the sky was dark. Every time a lightning bolt struck down, it illuminated the night. There were even lightning bolts striking the ship, but every time, there would be strange arrays appearing, and no lightning bolt could penetrate the array. A domineering woman stepped on the bow and shouted proudly, "Sprint through this weird place." Someone cursed, "Fuck, what the hell is this place? I've never heard of such a terrifying place in the outer sea." Someone was horrified. "It's terrifying." The sea demon just now was blasted to death. That's a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm. On the top of the mast, a silly-looking boy stood and looked at the lightning in the sky, asking subconsciously, "Forbidden area?" It wasn't until the next morning that the ship rushed out of the storm. The morning dawned and the sky was clear. There were about 20 people on the boat who all looked ferocious and were eating around big pots. Among these people, there were only 2 exceptions. They often ate alone. Han Fei was flying in the air, holding a big brush in his hand, drawing a picture. "Okay, Marshal Han, you're the best in terms of painting. Marshal Han, I'm afraid no one else in U City can draw such a creative picture. Good job." Han Fei seemed to be used to these cries and was not touched at all. He was still drawing his pictures seriously, which were made of various lines, mysterious and complicated. Only the flag at the top was different. On it, there was a drawing of a skeleton wearing a sailor hat and a red bandana with 2 scimitars crossed, which was also drawn by Han Fei. "Marshal Han, when are we going back to U City?" With your capabilities, you can definitely kill 2 explorers. Marshal Han, suddenly, Han Fei glanced at the sea and disappeared. Then, the water surged and a translucent starfish was caught by him, Chila. A peak-level law enforcer starfish was torn apart by Han Fei's hands and didn't even have a chance to fight back. After a brief stun, everybody laughed. Great, we have starfish to eat now. Someone mumbled, I prefer big clams which have more meat. Someone spat. Lobster is the best, of course, it tastes so good. Someone shouted, fuck off, stir-fried octopus is the best. Just as they were discussing which food was delicious, suddenly, they heard a cold shout, eat, a bunch of foodies, go hunting. You guys just fool around all day long. Then these big men all shrank their necks and jumped into the sea. Those who didn't have time to jump quickly turned back and looked at the ferocious woman fawningly. Captain, you're up? You woke up early enough. Captain, what would you like to eat this morning? Let me get it for you. Get the hell out of here. Go prepare the resources. This time, our target is U City. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone trembled and someone grinned ferociously. Ha ha ha, are we finally going to U City? Damn, we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Many people craned their heads out of the sea. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hey, big clans in U City, wait and see. Someone said with a ferocious gleam in his eyes. Fuck, let's destroy Zeman first, then slaughter Dongfeng, and then kill Sun Yang. These people were picked up by Han Fei and Zeman Linglan in the outer sea or the deep sea. Yes, they were picked up. They all had a certain level of strength, but they were forced by the big clans to leave their hometowns in a desperate attempt to enter the deep sea to search for opportunities. They were all outlaws who were eager to conquer U City and kill their enemies. Of course, the result always contradicted their thoughts. The deep sea was too dangerous. Too many guys like them had died. After encountering Han Fei and Seaman Linglan by chance, they finally found an organization and joined the Avenger. After all these years of fighting in the sea, these people were all villains. Even the weakest was an intermediate law enforcer, and they had long wanted to kill their way back to U City. However, they also knew that law enforcers couldn't cause any waves in U City. Only explorers could do that. However, on the current Avenger, the only explorer was the captain of the Avenger, Shimen Linglan. The other person who these people admired the most and treated with sincerity was Han Fei. Han Fei always gave them the feeling that he was ridiculously powerful. Han Fei was only an intermediate peak-level law enforcer, but it was as easy as pie for him to tear apart a peak-level law enforcer. They once suspected that with Han Fei's strength, even an explorer might not be able to beat him. After driving away these crew members, Zeman Linglan smiled sweetly at Han Fei. Idiot, it's time for dinner. I made you fish soup. Hey, Han Fei threw away the starfish in his hand and with a swish appeared in front of Zeman Linglan. In the cabin, Zeman Linglan gave Han Fei a basin of fish soup. She had long been used to the way they used to live in the remote desolate forest where they ate a lot and only ate high-level creatures. They were very nutritious and over time eating them was good for their health. Suck, suck. Han Fei swallowed, but Zeman Linglan didn't eat it. Holding her chin, she looked at Han Fei. Idiot, don't you want to ask me why I'm going back? Han Fei grinned and shook his head slightly. Zeman Linglan pouted. You've always been like this. You don't ask and always listen to me. Sometimes, I don't know how to choose. You can't hold on much longer, right? Suck! Han Fei scratched his head and tilted his head to look at Zeman Linglan. Yes, Zeman Linglan sighed. I don't know why the Beast King doesn't allow you to cultivate, but he must have his reasons. You reached the 3rd level of that strange body tempering technique 8 years ago. Recently, when you sleep, there will be energy escaping from your body. Is the 4th level about to be broken too? Han Fei shook his head with a foolish smile. I don't know. Zeman Linglan curled her lips. I don't know why, but when going to sea with you, I always feel that I'm very lucky. I can even encounter 3 corpses of venerable level sea monsters. I believe that you are a person with great luck. Therefore, I think it's time to go back. Han Fei looked at Zeman Linglan. Eat? Okay, I'll eat it. As they ate, Zeman Linglan suddenly said naughtily, Idiot, I guess there's a high chance that we can take revenge by half. After all, we can't defeat venerables. However, we can't take revenge by half first. After we take revenge, let's go back to the Grand Myriad Mountains, okay? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Okay. Zeman Linglan smiled. I want to go back too. Although the Beast King and the others think I'm too weak, I still like it there, and the life there. Should we give them some gifts? Well, let's bring a lot of seasonings back, okay? Han Fei, okay. Idiot, after we take revenge, let's go back to the Grand Myriad Mountains and have a baby, okay? Han Fei was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. A baby? Which family can give us a baby? Hyman Linglan blushed. I mean, let's have a baby together. Han Fei said, even if we ask for it together, they won't give it to us. Zeman Linglan was speechless for a moment. Forget it. A child who comes like this must be an idiot too. For 18 years, neither humans nor the Grand Myriad Mountains gave up looking for the thing that could save the world. It was also 18 years later, the culprit of the Zeman family's tragedy was never found. On the contrary, half of the law enforcers of the Zeman family died in that battle, which could be said to be a heavy loss. Later, they fought several big clans and lost another dozen people. Fortunately, the Ximen family had a large family business, and these years they had also raised a group of newcomers. As for the matter at the beginning, gradually no one talked about it again. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was shining, and the clouds were rolling in the sky. The offshore waters had already become the trial field of U City. Within 10,000 kilometers, it was no longer the outer sea. No matter how deep they went, there were still big ships rampaging. Although the sea race had retreated, the sea demons were still rampant. Occasionally, there were even creatures at the explorer level who would shuttle in the sea area of about 50,000 kilometers. It could also mean that the Sea Clan hadn't abandoned U City and the Grand Myriad Mountains. Therefore, those explorer-level creatures had actually come with a purpose. But on this day, what came was not sea creatures. A big ship came from the depths of the sea. Although the big ship was dilapidated, it was as black as ink. The most conspicuous thing was the big flag hanging high above the mast, on which there was a double-bladed skeleton as if laughing at the world. Looking at the big sails, the lines on the sails were weird, and the weird patterns were engraved on them. On the hull and even every deck there were such patterns. This was the place where Han Fei painted when he had nothing to do in the past 18 years. He had painted on the entire ship and even the cabin. Regarding Han Fei, Ximen Linglin had always let him do whatever he wanted. The moment she became an explorer, a lightning tribulation fell from the sky, and this big ship, the Avenger, with its dense array patterns, helped her block nearly 60% of the tribulation. Only at that moment did Ximen Linglin know how terrifying this ship had been carved by Han Fei. It was precisely because of that lightning tribulation that this ship became so ragged. But there were also benefits. After being struck by the lightning tribulation, the ship seemed to come to life. All the ship wood turned into lightning strike wood, and its quality was improved by several levels. The human race patrolled the outer waters to prevent accidents. Most of them were from the big clans in U City because ordinary people didn't have that ability. The reason why the big clans did this was to protect their own interests. After all, without the lowest level, what could they rule? Besides, the structure of the strong was a pyramid. The strong masters were selected from billions of people. Therefore, this foundation must not be broken. Ximen Linglin stepped on the bow of the ship and suddenly heard a voice in the void. Who are you? Are you from the Blackstone City? Ignoring this person, Ximen Linglin said via voice transmission, keep moving. After a while, a 1,000-meter-long ship appeared with 2 escort ships. In the void, an explorer blocked the way. Everyone, what do you mean? Ximen Linglin didn't answer but turned her head to look behind her. Does anyone know him? More than 20 people flew into the air. One of them, a brawny man, grinned and said, Hey, who is it? Isn't this Dongfeng Yu, the 7th master of the Dongfeng family in U City? Oh, why did the 7th master come here? Dongfeng Yu's pupils constricted slightly. Jia Wuxing, you're still alive? The man laughed out loud. Thanks to the Dongfeng family, I'm not dead. Not only am I not dead, but I have obtained an opportunity to become a peak-level law enforcer. Dongfeng Yu, are you the only one patrolling the area? Dongfeng Yu narrowed his eyes. The opponent's lineup is so strong. An explorer, 21 law enforcers. Among them, there are only 3 intermediate law enforcers and 12 peak-level law enforcers. If there was only 1 explorer and 21 advanced law enforcers here, Dongfeng Yu wouldn't find it strange. After all, any big clan could mobilize such a lineup. However, taking out 12 peak-level law enforcers at the same time was equivalent to all the peak-level law enforcers of an entire family. In a sense, the people on this ship could become a mid-sized faction in U City. Dongfeng Yu frowned. So, are you here for revenge? On the big ship and 2 guard boats in the distance, law enforcers emerged one after another. Among them, there were 4 peak-level law enforcers, 7 advanced law enforcers, 11 intermediate law enforcers, and nearly 30 junior law enforcers. The people on patrol were all very strong. Otherwise, if they encountered a strong master, wouldn't they be unable to deal with him? With Dongfeng Yu's lineup, coupled with the hull array, they could even resist an advanced explorer for a while. However, there was no need for that now. The patrolling people were a mixed team made up of members of different big families in U City. At the same time, there were at least 4 or 5 patrolling teams like Dongfeng Yu's in the sea outside U City. Dongfeng Yu smiled coldly. You think a junior peak-level explorer and 12 peak-level law enforcers can take revenge? The leading woman, are you also my enemy? Ximen Linglin's eyes were cold and she didn't answer his question but said lightly, Zhao Wuxing, is this person guilty? Zhao Wuxing grinned ferociously. Of course. When my Jia family forged an ultra-quality divine weapon and was about to soar, it was this Dongfeng family who killed all 17 members of my Jia family. I was the only one who escaped. Hey, Dongfeng Yu, you were there, weren't you? Dongfeng Yu sneered. A good weapon depends on who uses it. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Don't you understand that? Jia Wuxing shrugged. Captain, look, he admitted it without even retorting. Ximen Linglin raised her eyes and looked at Dongfeng Yu. Kill, swish, swish, swish. The Avenger began to charge, but no one got off the boat. Instead, it crashed into the other party's big ship. Dongfeng Yu's eyes turned cold. Who the fuck is this woman? How can you just directly attack us? Aren't the big clans usually cautious? Don't you know that as an explorer yourself? Dongfeng Yu roared, "Go to hell. Attack." In an instant, the sky was full of contractual spiritual beasts, and all kinds of brilliance descended, almost enveloping the Avenger. However, Dongfeng Yu clearly felt that there was one person missing on the Avenger. He was puzzled. Why were there only 2 of the 3 intermediate law enforcers left? First, boom. Almost at the same time, they summoned their spiritual beasts. One of the peak-level law enforcers was suddenly alarmed and felt that there was danger. With a thought, his armor appeared. But at some point, a hand had stabbed into his chest. A terrifying energy burst out, and the peak-level law enforcer died instantly. Not only that, another peak-level law enforcer had just fused with his armor and summoned a spiritual plant. A big stick slashed down, and the shadow of the stick was like a knife, shining brightly. She died before she could use her law power. Dongfeng Yu's reaction was already extremely fast. He had no time to think about why an intermediate law enforcer was so strong. Rescuing his team members was more important. However, before he arrived, the void trembled, and Han Fei's figure had already disappeared. This time, his target was a spirit gatherer. This spirit gatherer had already realized his situation. Immediately, he opened a fishskin map, which was a defensive array he had long prepared. But then, the void flashed, and he discovered, to his shock, that Han Fei had passed the defense array and appeared directly in front of him. With a single blow, the spirit gatherer, who was a peak-level law enforcer, died. At this moment, Dongfeng Yu panicked. Are you fucking telling me that he's only an intermediate law enforcer? Dongfeng Yu was halfway through his attack when 2 soul-attracting knives were slashed apart. Above the knife light, there were all kinds of creepy shadows and faces, and a terrifying and evil aura enveloped the area, which seemed to be inauspicious. Ximon Linglan's indifferent voice sounded, "Your opponent is me." After both Ximon Linglan and Han Fei took action, the 12 peak-level law enforcers on the Avenger attacked at the same time, their bodies full of murderous intent. The remaining people on the ship hadn't left, but they were also clamoring. An intermediate explorer wants to stop us. In your dream. Roar. With a roar, 100 beasts descended. The peak-level law enforcer armorist who was about to escape suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and the secret technique on his body was broken. In the next moment, the hammer shadow fell from the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The power of 3 hammers directly killed him. All right, Marshal Han is awesome. Haha, you want to run away under Marshal Han's hands? What are you thinking? Although Han Fei was only an intermediate peak-level law enforcer at this moment, and the effects of the secret technique had been greatly reduced, his power after using the secret technique still exceeded 50 waves, which was comparable to a peak-level law enforcer of the top heavenly talent level. That was not all. After gaining power, Han Fei also had unparalleled speed. If Han Fei's consciousness was clear, he would definitely know that the 2 special techniques mastered by the Yi family in the Thousand Star City were nothing more than the Heavenly Void Divine Movement and the Star Teleportation Technique, which were from the Sky Clan. However, at this moment, Han Fei's speed had already surpassed that of the Yi family people. He not only had these 2 techniques, but also had the Phantom Glass Wings and Secret Techniques. In this way, Han Fei killed 5 peak-level law enforcers almost in an instant. In the end, the person only had time to escape back to the ship. But for the star teleportation technique, unless the high-level sealing array locked down even space, it was impossible to stop Han Fei. Then, a scene that shocked the patrolling powerhouses appeared. Han Fei flashed like a shadow and appeared directly in the array of boats. With a roar, he killed a peak-level law enforcer, and the fear in everyone's heart spread. All the peak-level law enforcers had died, and Han Fei didn't touch the others at all, leaving all of them to the scoundrels on the Avenger. Dongfeng Yu intended to tear open space and escape because these people were really powerful. If someone had told him before that an intermediate law enforcer could kill 5 peak-level law enforcers in 3 seconds, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. With such strength and speed, he might even be able to fight an explorer. However, Dongfeng Yu couldn't escape because the woman with the weird scimitars was equally terrifying. There seemed to be infinite resentment souls on her double knives that went straight to his soul. Not only that, the woman's speed was extremely fast, even far faster than his. Besides, what the hell was her spiritual beast? Dongfeng Yu couldn't see Ximon Linglan's spiritual beast at all, only a black fog. In the fog, there were scarlet eyes. He had never heard of such a spiritual beast. Puff, 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 clang, 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 clang. They collided more than 1,000 times in the void, and Dongfeng Yu opened a void rift several times, but he couldn't escape at all. Instead, every time he tried to escape through the void, he would be stabbed. Dongfeng Yu roared. He saw the young man with glazed eyes standing proudly in the air. Although he didn't attack, he felt a strong sense of threat from the young man. Dongfeng Yu gritted his teeth and summoned a Jade Conch Phantom. Who are you exactly? In the void, their speed was getting faster and faster, so fast that Dongfeng Yu couldn't even react. Ximon Linglan's voice echoed, "Who are we? We are a group of Avengers. My name is Ximon Linglan." Dongfeng Yu's body trembled. This name sounds too familiar. Back then, when a lot of people tried to kill the people of the Zeman family, they all left the name Zeman Linglin. Son of a BD Chi, the real Zeman Linglin is back now, and she is so strong. On Dongfeng Yu's jade conch, black gas was surging. He discovered, to his shock, that his soul couldn't resist the erosion of the strange power. If this went on, he would die. Ha, the jade door is locked. Boom, 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 doors appeared one after another, trying to lock Zeman Linglin in. Roar. However, before Dongfeng Yu could do that, he saw a huge ape above the sea, more than 30 meters tall, holding a big rod and smashing down. Roar. With that roar, the phantom of 100 beasts appeared, and their feet stepped on the void, making Dongfeng Yu's soul pause. Hanfeng Yu's soul pause. Hanfeng used the Beast King technique, had doubled his strength, which far exceeded the strength of a peak-level law enforcer. His shocking stick smashed through one of the gates. What? An explorer-level power? Is this a secret method of the beast race? Soul slash. Zeman Linglin's double knives shot out like dark moons and stabbed into Dongfeng Yu's body. Ka. At that moment, the jade doors shattered, and furious waves surged. On the Avenger, everyone sighed. Every time they saw Han Fei transform, they were horrified. He was too strong. They had never seen an intermediate law enforcer hammer an explorer, but now it had really happened. Although Han Fei's strength was only at the level of an explorer after he used the Beast King technique, he could still use the 100-beast soul-subduing roar to restrict Dongfeng Yu. Of course, if it was an advanced explorer, it would be another situation. But now, it was enough. After Zeman Linglin's attack succeeded, Dongfeng Yu felt as if his soul was being bitten by 10,000 souls, and his combat power suddenly plummeted. The battle between the strong only lasted for a moment. When Dongfeng Yu noticed what happened, 2 scimitars had passed through his body like wheels, and Han Fei's Monkey King's 3,000 sticks smashed down frantically. Clang, clang, clang. After only 100 seconds, Dongfeng Yu died. Chapter 132, Great Tao of the World Run. In fact, the moment the jade door shattered, the patrolling law enforcers had already begun to flee for their lives. The law enforcers on the Avenger were still slaughtering their enemies when the battle was over. The people who hadn't attacked yet were trembling and thought to themselves, the captain and Marshal Han are fucking terrifying. The other party's law enforcers all abandoned their ship and fled. After all, Han Fei's strange movement technique was something the boat array couldn't withstand. Who would dare to run to the boat? At this moment, before the Avenger hit the big black ship, Zeman Linglin shouted, "Don't hit it, we've already won." However, at this moment, the Avenger was about to crash into it. On the boat, the helmsmen were speechless. "How the fuck did I know you were fighting so fast?" Someone roared. "No, there's no time. Smash the smaller ones." Smash the smaller ones. Rumble. The 2 sides collided, the array exploded, and a huge wave rolled. A big ship of more than 300 meters was smashed into pieces by the Avenger. Someone hurriedly shouted, "Captain, I didn't do it on purpose. There's really no time." Someone kicked him. "Can't you fucking slow down? Do you not believe the strength of the captain and Marshal Han, or what?" Someone shouted, "There's no food for you at noon. Eat your sashimi." The man drooped his head and muttered in his heart, "Captain asked me to do that." The big ape turned into a human again. Zeman Linglin took out Dongfeng Yu's sun moon shell, narrowed her eyes, and quickly looked at Han Fei. "There's a lot of spirit awakening fluid. Do you still want to try?" At first, Han Fei didn't awaken his spiritual beast because he didn't have spirit awakening fluid. But after leaving the Grand Myriad Mountains, they got a lot of spirit awakening fluid. However, no matter how Han Fei swallowed, he couldn't awaken his spiritual beast. Not only spiritual beasts, but Han Fei also couldn't sign contractual spiritual beasts, not even one. This made Zeman Linglin wonder, what happened to Han Fei? Did he miss the best time? Han Fei scratched his head. "It's useless to drink it." Zeman Linglin shrugged. Indeed, it was useless for him to drink it. She was already used to it. Zeman Linglin curled her lips and said, "Then there's nothing good. It's much worse than the treasure of the venerable level demon we found last time." Someone was about to come back. Hearing what Zeman Linglin said, he staggered and fell on the sea. The man was lost for words. "Captain, can you be more careful with your words? You're comparing a venerable to an explorer? Are you serious?" Zeman Linglin shouted, "Jia Wuxing, it's yours." As they talked, Zeman Linglin threw the sun moon shell over. Because at this moment, Jia Wuxing's body trembled slightly in excitement. He didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he could take revenge. Although deep in his heart, he wanted to kill the entire Dongfeng family. However, he also knew that he didn't have this ability. Even the Avenger might not be able to do it. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the man standing in the air. Something is wrong. Leaning against Han Fei, Zeman Linglin said softly, "Idiot, you don't understand. That feeling of revenge, from pleasure to depression, to the untying of the knot in the heart, and then to the greater desire for power. All in all, it's very complicated. He's going to make a breakthrough. We're going to have a second explorer." Han Fei was slightly surprised and opened his mouth. "Road," Zeman Linglin smiled and pointed at the Avenger. They all know where their path is. In fact, it's not that difficult to become an explorer. What's difficult is how to find the Tao. Han Fei scratched his head. I don't understand. Seaman Linglan took Han Fei's hand and led him to the Avenger. You don't have to understand. Maybe the great Tao is in your head. After a while, the mess was cleaned up. Under the watch of more than 20 people, Jia Wuxing's body was wrapped in infinite energy and power. The Avenger had already driven under Jia Wuxing. The Avenger was empty. Otherwise, it would only attract more troublesome heavenly tribulation. Someone cursed, I'm angry. Old Jia's luck is too fucking good. As soon as he comes back, he can make a breakthrough and become an explorer. Someone said hopefully, I want to. Who doesn't want to? But I don't have as much luck as him. Someone grinned and said, how many more heavenly tribulations can the Avenger endure? Zeman Linglan said indifferently, since the first heavenly tribulation, the Avenger will no longer be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. In short, it will only become stronger and stronger. Suddenly, everyone looked up, only to see clouds rolling in all directions and thunder rumbling, like a huge vortex appearing in the sky. Han Fei looked at Seaman Linglan and said dumbly, it's not big. Puffed! Hiss. Everyone rolled their eyes and looked speechless. Marshal Han, old Jia's heavenly tribulation is not big, but not everyone can be compared to you, someone said with a smile. Marshal Han, when you're going to transcend the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid you'll have to get a few more Avenger. Someone thought for a moment. At that time, we can each grab a ship and get 20 Avengers. Hearing this, Zeman Linglan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. I think it makes sense. Why don't we do this in the future? In fact, Zeman Linglan had long felt that if Han Fei were to transcend the heavenly tribulation, it must be a very horrible heavenly tribulation. It was better to be safe than sorry. She took this idea seriously. Han Fei scratched his head. Okay, boom, the sky exploded and blue lightning struck down. In an instant, armor floated. Jia Wujing held a spear and struck the sky, and the divine weapon exploded in the lightning. Chila. A fishskin map was torn open, which was the great coiled turtle array that Han Fei painted. Everyone here had a great coiled turtle array. As the array hovered, the old turtle lay across. But the array opened and broke quickly. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, dozens of arrays were shattered, but the power of the lightning was reduced by nearly 40%. Roar. Jia Wuxing was struck down by the lightning and only lasted for half a second before he fell on the boat. Electricity surged on his body, and the lightning struck the entire Avenger until electric arcs flashed. However, at this moment, the array was fully activated, and a large number of electric arcs seemed to be entering the sea. Although they broke through layer after layer of arrays, they were no longer able to continue and thus disappeared. Jia Wuxing roared and rose from the ground again, looking at Han Fei and the others. This thing is awesome. Fortunately, I, old Jia, am strong and sturdy. If it were an ordinary person, he would have long been blasted to pieces. Hoo hoo! Immediately, boos were heard. Someone yelled, where is your face? You only blocked 30% of the attack, and you still have the cheek to brag about it? Look at you. Your mouth and nose are bleeding, and your body is burnt. How can you still brag about it? It's the Avenger that blocked the attack for you. Someone cursed. Shut up. The second one is coming. Rumble. The second time, it was the same way, and blood oozed out of Jia Wuxing's eyes, nose, and mouth, and his body cracked, and he managed to fly back to the sky. At this moment, no one cursed. Old Jia would be an explorer if he survived the next attack. Someone shouted angrily, Old Jia, if you can't fucking hold on, I won't go to your tomb to visit you next year. Someone said solemnly, Old Jia, it's time. Marshal Han can cure you as long as you don't die. Roar. Jia Wuxing was bathed in blood, and his blood was burning. 3 shields appeared in the air, 2 array maps hovered, and a secret method was activated. Rumble. Bang. A third thick lightning bolt, purple and blue, struck down, and the array shattered. More than 20 places on Jia Wuxing's body exploded, and his body was almost torn apart. He was like a piece of coal lying on the ship dying. Old Jia, hold on, don't fucking die. Everybody was rushing to the Avenger. However, Han Fei was faster than them. When Jia Wuxing hit the deck, Han Fei had already appeared. Swish, swish, swish. The healing brilliance of the divine healing technique was thrown on Jia Wuxing one after another. After casting 7 or 8 divine healing techniques in a row, Han Fei felt Jia Wuxing's violently beating heart and then stopped. Indeed, it was much easier to treat him than to treat the mountain giant. After all, their strength was not on the same level. Zeman Linglan appeared with him and heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for this group of people to survive all these years. It wasn't easy for any of them. She felt that every one of them should become an explorer. Zeman Linglan turned around. Okay, it's okay. The law enforcers had just rushed into the Avenger when they trembled under the aftershock of the lightning. As the lightning struck them, they suddenly felt great. Someone smiled and said, Hey! Does this count as us sensing the power of the heavenly tribulation in advance? Someone laughed. How can you feel it? If you really go up, you'll be blown up by a single bolt of lightning. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. But Zeman Linglan was very calm. It was impossible to pass the heavenly tribulation without being noticed. Not only the patrolling experts, but also the sea demon beasts. Zeman Linglan, set sail. Go, take that big ship with you. Abandon the small one. After that, Zeman Linglan ran to the small boat and wrote 2 words on the long sail. The Avenger. In the distance, two fleets were rushing towards them at full speed. Unfortunately, the sea area was so big that it was difficult for the big ships to arrive quickly. However, after only a moment, an explorer-level powerhouse tore the void and appeared here. Two explorers arrived one after another. One of them said, "Someone is transcending a tribulation." The other person looked at the two big red words on the big sail and his eyes constricted. This technique is very familiar. They probably won't target the Ximen family anymore. They might be different people. After all, Dongfang Yu is dead. Both of them looked solemn. Dongfang Yu was an intermediate explorer after all. Although he had just become an intermediate explorer, he wasn't easy to kill. This meant that the visitor was extremely strong and at least an advanced explorer. Zeman Linglin knew very well that their return would definitely be discovered. At this moment, Zeman Linglin looked at everyone solemnly and said, 7 days, we only have 7 days. Our goal is to overthrow the rule of the big clans in Yu City. Therefore, in the end, all the big clans are actually our goal. In these 7 days, we must let them know of our existence. Someone licked the corner of his mouth and said, Captain, although what you said is very inspiring and this is a great goal, isn't our strength a little weak? Shouldn't we fight secretly? Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei and said, within 7 days, plunder the outer sea area. Then our terminal will be the Grand Myriad Mountains. Grand Myriad Mountains? They had always felt that a person like Han Fei should have come from the Grand Myriad Mountains. Otherwise, why would 100 beasts appear when he roared? However, Zeman Linglin had never told them about the Grand Myriad Mountains, let alone Han Fei. Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei. Her decision was actually not good for the Grand Myriad Mountains. It also kind of meant to make use of Han Fei. After all, the one the four venerables cared about was Han Fei, and they taught her just because of Han Fei. Because Han Fei was with her, the Grand Myriad Mountains would stand on her side. If the Grand Myriad Mountains were involved because of her revenge goal and became enemies with the big clans of Yu City, it would be very unfair. However, after thinking for so many years, she had become a villain, an unstable factor that could affect the safety of the human race. However, she was from a big clan and knew how many resources the big clans had monopolized. If ordinary people wanted to rise, they had to fight with their lives. However, if the children of the big clans wanted to rise, they just needed to extend their hands. Especially the children of the big clans who were born with good backgrounds, they had a lot of resources to use. Even ordinary children would have a fixed amount of resource subsidies. As for those heavenly talents, they had a lot of resources. As their realm increased, in fact, everything would develop in a good direction as they continued to fight. Her current idea was to subvert the rule of the strong. Perhaps because she had seen the solidarity of the Grand Myriad Mountains, Zeman Linglin felt that the hegemony rule of human beings was wrong. However, it was too difficult for her to subvert it on her own. However, once this idea popped up in her mind, she couldn't help but guess that this was her Tao. Therefore, even if something was wrong, she still wanted to do it. She made the final decision and dismissed everybody. Only then did Zeman Linglin look at Han Fei. We're facing foreign invasions, but we still have 500 years. I have found my Tao. I know 500 years is too short for top strong masters. However, I feel it is very long for us. If in Yu City everyone becomes a free person and everyone can rely on their strength to compete for resources, humans will inevitably rise because this is the great Tao of the world. Your Tao? Seeing the determination in Zeman Linglin's eyes, Han Fei's heart trembled for some reason and he nodded heavily. Zeman Linglin had never thought that a small figure like her who had almost given up on herself would one day become the person who pushed the wheels of history. Every reform, every revolt from the bottom was accompanied by suppression or roars of the mass. Zeman Linglin felt that no matter what others said, she had to try. 7 days passed. Outside a medium-sized ship, more than 100 people had gathered. Among them, there were 5 law enforcers. Their goal was simple, to hunt, catch spiritual beasts, fish, or hunt marine creatures to improve themselves. Many people were fishing, and some were talking nonsense. Someone said, "Hey, have you heard of it? The Avenger robbed the Yang family's ship yesterday. 2 explorers went over and fought in the outer sea, but they didn't win. Where is the Avenger from?" Someone sneered. "Who knows? Anyway, they're very strong." Last time, 3 explorers found their traces but didn't defeat them. They just ran away. That's just one boat, but even the 3 explorers together didn't defeat them. Someone said, I know that peak-level explorers have been deployed. Although the outer sea is very large, the searching ability of the powerhouses can't be underestimated. I think there will be a great battle in 3 days at most." Someone nodded. That's true. It's said that all the big clans have sent their explorers out. No matter how big the sea is, how can it resist so many people? Boom. Suddenly, the hull shook and everyone staggered. Then, everyone felt that the hull was hit and the dragon bone deformed. A few law enforcers suddenly flew into the air. Not good. A large sea demon. After that, nothing appeared in the air, but a terrifying power swept over their heads. Boom. The array trembled under the impact, and a big tail appeared in the void. Someone's face changed drastically. Not good. It's the spectral flood dragon. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. An armorist law enforcer broke through the array of boats, fused with the old turtle, rushed through the knife array, and attacked the spectral flood dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The giant tail swept across, and swords and knives were sent flying. With a bang, the armorist was sent flying thousands of meters away, vomiting blood. Someone shouted, "Why is there a spectral flood dragon here? Its strength is at least at the peak of the law enforcer realm. We can't beat it." A law enforcer roared, "Run, return at full speed." However, at that moment, the shadow of a gigantic tail hundreds of meters long slapped at him. Someone shouted, "Flash!" Armorists, hold on. However, the law enforcer hadn't returned to the ship yet. As soon as the ship began to operate, before the armorists on the ship had time to gather, they suddenly saw a young man in gray appear in midair. The young man grabbed the sea demon's tail with one hand and suddenly pulling a big dragon out of the bottom of the sea. In the blink of an eye, a cold light swept across and chopped the spectral flood dragon into 5 or 6 pieces. The dragon snake's head turned into a shadow and was about to bite Han Fei when a golden fist mark appeared from head to tail. Hiss! Fuck, who is it? We were rescued by the explorer? That's not right. He's clearly, how can he only be a law enforcer? Suddenly, someone's expression changed. It's over. It's over. Look, isn't that... Someone swallowed crazily. The Avenger? Run, run, run. Jump off the ship and run. As soon as the first person left the ship array, he heard a voice saying, "We won't kill those who are not from big clans." Huh? Everyone paused because on the other side, a woman was standing in the air, looking at them. A law enforcer's body trembled slightly. "Sir, we are not from a large clan. We are itinerant cultivators, so we formed a 100-person team to go out to sea to hunt." The armorist who was sent flying hurriedly said, "My lord, please show mercy." Zeman Lingland's voice was cold. "As I said, the Avenger only kill the members of the big clans. The purpose of the Avenger is to fight for justice and freedom. We want to slaughter the big clans so that everyone in U City can become a free person and share the resources of the sea. What the Avenger wants is a united human race without any suppression. This is the principle of the Avenger. Welcome, ambitious people, to join the Avengers fleet. We'll be waiting in the Storm Strait." With that, Zeman Lingland and Han Fei disappeared, and the distant Avenger did not approach but quietly left, leaving a group of law enforcers and hidden fishers staring blankly at each other. Did I hear that right? So, we're still alive? Son of a BH, you scared me. I thought I wouldn't be able to escape. After the fright, someone couldn't help but reflect. The Avenger doesn't seem to be what we think. Someone frowned. "Do you think it's possible? They want to overthrow the big clans in U City." Someone shook his head. "How is that possible? If a family had a venerable, how can we overthrow that family? How can the venerables of the big clans allow this to happen?" Someone said, "What if the Avenger succeeds?" A law enforcer's eyes flickered. "Whether it succeeds or not, let's not talk about it for now. Do you want to go?" Many people nodded like chickens pecking rice. Their goal was too ambitious, which sounded very tempting. The law enforcer glanced at them. "Just fucking stay here. Even if this matter is true, there will be millions of bones along the way. Don't you want your family?" Suddenly, among the 5 law enforcers, a female manipulator stepped away from the array and looked back. "I have no family. My strength is okay. I'm going. Don't come as a hidden fisher. Once you fail, you'll be gone." The manipulator rushed forward to catch up with the Avenger without even looking back, leaving many people speechless. The armorist sighed. "Alas, she's gambling with her life." "How dare she?" Beside him, a soul warrior said, "If you have nothing to lose, do you want to bet or not? You've seen the 2 of them. Are they people who covet our resources? They killed the spectral flood dragon without even picking its body up." The armorist choked. "If they really succeed, the rise of ordinary people will be at least several times faster. Hey, wait, isn't the Storm Strait a sea area that belongs to the Grand Myriad Mountains?" Chapter 133, Joint Attack Yi Yue was a manipulator. Her life experience wasn't complicated. Like most people, her family had died in battle, and she had a few friends, but they were also seeking their own opportunities. As an intermediate law enforcer, her status was actually not low. Many large families had once thrown her an invitation. However, she also knew that once she entered a big clan, she would no longer be free. She would become a soldier, fighting wherever she was sent to, unable to get good resources but ordinary ones. In fact, there were many people who had the same thoughts as her. Therefore, the itinerant cultivators formed a 100-person team to go to sea to hunt. In this way, although there were more dangers, they would be able to keep what they snatched. Therefore, when she heard about Zeman Lingland's great ambition, she was immediately convinced. If the rule of the big clans in U City was really overthrown, a free human race was established to uphold justice for billions of humans and fight for resources with strength. How wonderful it sounded. However, when she stepped on the Avenger, she regretted it a little. The 20 burly men had such strong killing intent, and she was just an intermediate law enforcer. How could she not be afraid? However, what Yi Yue didn't know was that this group of brawny men was also dumbfounded. The captain just shouted and someone had come, and it was a beautiful girl? These men had wandered in the outer waters for decades and had forgotten what girls looked like except for the captain. They were not nervous, but not used to it. After all, there was only one woman on the Avenger. Besides, she was a couple with Marshal Han, so no one dared to covet her. Zeman Lingland smiled and said, "Welcome to the Avenger. Buzz, roar, roar." As soon as she said so, a crazy roar burst out of the cabin. "I'm not dead. I'm already an explorer. Ha ha ha. Fuck. One who survives a great disaster is destined to good fortune forever after. Marshal Han. Under the gaze of everyone, Jia Wujing jumped out and laughed. "Marshal Han, I can't thank you enough. I can get you whatever you want to eat." Jia Wujing, shut up. "Can you act like an explorer?" "Uh-huh, a woman? Where is this woman from?" Yi Yue looked at this scene in shock, dumbfounded. This person was an explorer? After Zeman Lingland scolded Jia Wuxing, she smiled and looked at Yi Yue. "There are not so many rules on the Avenger. Everyone is very casual. Resources are taken by whoever needs them. What shall I call you?" Yi Yue hurriedly said. "My name is Yi Yue hurriedly said. My name is Yi Yue. I'm an intermediate law enforcer and a manipulator. My spiritual beast is..." Zeman Lingland nodded slightly and looked at Jia Wuxing and the others casually. "Take Yi Yue to know more about the Avenger. In addition, Yi Yue's realm is a little unstable, so let her take some resources to stabilize it." Immediately, they began to bicker. "Miss Yi Yue, let me show you around. I'm an intermediate law enforcer just like you. We are close." Someone pushed him away. "Fuck off. Do you know what to choose?" "Miss Yi Yue, I'm a peak-level law enforcer. I'll pick good stuff for you." Someone scoffed. "You're so ugly. How do you have the cheek to lead the way?" "Miss Yi Yue, I'm the most normal one here. I'm a very gentle man. I'll take you there." Yi Yue was dumbfounded. She subconsciously glanced at Zeman Lingland, but Zeman Lingland was already gone. When she looked up, she found that Zeman Lingland was standing on the mast. In mid-air, the young man who had just torn the spectral flood dragon with his hand was carving strange lines on the sail. Then Yi Yue was taken to visit the ship by this group of burly men. Seeing Yi Yue's gaze, someone immediately reminded her, "Miss Yi Yue, you can chase any man in the Avenger, but not Marshal Han. He belongs to the captain." Yi Yue said in surprise, "Marshal Han?" Someone immediately said proudly, "Let me tell you, I'm not bragging, but in this world, Marshal Han is the most powerful person I've ever seen." Speaking of back then, hearing him brag about those stories of Han Fei, Zeman Lingland grinned. "They're talking about you. In the eyes of these fools, you are the boss." Han Fei turned his head, glanced at Zeman Lingland, chuckled, and scratched his head. Stupid. When Yi Yue saw the resources on the Avenger, she was stunned. She had never seen so many resources in her life. She picked up a random sun-moon shell, only to find that it was full. There were also countless sea-swallowing seashells, and all kinds of weapons were thrown everywhere. And the quality of the weapons was really good. Also, what was the green thing in that sea-swallowing seashell? Spirit awakening fluid? Also, wasn't the horrified creature a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm? Why wasn't it used to refine divine weapons? Someone hurriedly said, "Ah, these are all foods. Keep them for eating. Let's look at something else." Yi Yue's eyes widened. Food? Zhao Wuxing laughed. "Yes, Marshal Han is a foodie, so Captain stores a lot of food in the ship." Yi Yue couldn't help but gape in shock. He was only an intermediate law enforcer. Why was he so strong? But in any case, Yi Yue felt that she made the correct decision. Although these people looked ferocious, they seemed to be very nice. 5 days later, in Yu City, on the streets, in the villages and towns. "Hey, have you heard of it? The Avenger is here to save the poorest in Yu City. They said that they are recruiting people in the Storm Strait to overthrow the big clans in Yu City." When did this happen? Weren't they just a bunch of pirates who were focused on looting? What the fuck you know? "One of my distant relatives saw the Avenger with his own eyes." How can it be fake? Really? Wait, isn't the Storm Strait the territory of the Grand Myriad Mountains? Who knows? On a boat. Someone said, "Hey bros, why don't we go to the Storm Strait and join the Avenger too? Otherwise, with our ability to find opportunities, when can we make a name for ourselves?" Someone sneered, "Do you think you can go to the Storm Strait as you please? The violent vortex there will swallow us before we reach it." Someone sighed. "Alas, why did the Avenger choose the Storm Strait?" Someone responded, "Are you stupid? How would the strong masters of the big clans dare to enter the Grand Myriad Mountains? It's said that there are powerful creatures there, in Yu City." Someone said, "Bro, we are all itinerant cultivators. Why don't we go to the Storm Strait and try our luck?" Someone hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Do you know that a group of people has already been caught? I heard that some people from the big clans are already stopping them on the way." "Really? Then forget it. Let's wait and see." On the other side, a big ship was sailing at full speed in the waves. Someone at the bow of the ship shouted coldly, "Humph, a few clowns want to destroy our big clans?" Someone chuckled. "There's already news that the Avenger is on their way to the Storm Strait. Someone has already gone to stop them." "We're not much slower than them." Someone snorted. "If the Venerables had recovered, how could a few explorers have swaggered on the sea?" A beautiful girl from a big clan chuckled. "They're nothing but clowns. This time, we'll definitely wipe out the Avenger. I heard that there are many peak-level law enforcers on that ship, so we can take it as a good practice." Zeman Lai, don't you think so? A cold young man narrowed his eyes and said, "My goal is Zeman Lingland. The woman chuckled. Are you so sure it's her? Zeeman nodded. It can't be wrong. How similar is this matter to 18 years ago? Perhaps she also got an opportunity. In the past, I spared her life because I didn't think she would have a chance to rise again. But now, humph, she must die. The news had already spread throughout U City that the Avenger was going to overthrow the rule of the big clans. For a moment, countless people yearned for it, but very few took action. They were all watching. There must be a big battle at the Storm Strait. If the Avenger made it through, its reputation would inevitably rise sharply. But once it failed, all of this would just be a beautiful bubble. At this moment, the Avenger was racing at sea with 3 large ships. The Avenger, which had activated all its arrays, was extremely fast. Han Fei ran to the other 3 ships to draw arrays. The main reason was that there was no more space to draw on the Avenger, and Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold back his realm anymore. He had to find something to do so that he could forget about the breakthrough. Bang! One of the arrays collapsed, setting off a huge earthquake. Zeeman Linglan said, "This is the 3rd time you broke an array today. It seems that you want to go back too." Han Fei raised his head and smiled. "Yes." Zeeman Linglan smiled and said, "We're almost there. We'll enter the Storm Domain and the Swirl Domain in about half a day. I think there should be many seniors from the Grand Myriad Mountains there. Now, let's go to eat first." Han Fei grinned and suddenly frowned. He roared at the air and punched out. Bang! A crack appeared in the void, and a big hand reached out and squeezed the golden fist mark. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out of the void and glanced at Han Fei and Zeeman Linglan. "Well, your strength is not weak. However, you are only peak-level law enforcers." "Are you people on the Avenger?" Zeeman Linglan shouted in a low voice. "Idiot! Retreat to the Avenger." "Humph! You want to retreat?" The middle-aged man held the void cage and sealed the space with a shield. Then, with a twist of the void, Han Fei and Zeeman Linglan had already disappeared from his confinement array. Is this the law of space? As the Grand Myriad Mountains and U City had very few interactions and never got along, the Sky Clan's magical technique wouldn't be told to humans at all. If a Venerable were here, he would definitely know something. However, because the explorers had never fought the top powerhouses of the Sky Clan, they didn't know the Heavenly Void Divine Movement and the Star Teleportation Technique. They only thought that it was the law of space. Zeeman Linglan shouted, "Open the array!" In Zeeman Linglan's plan, the Avenger, which had been infinitely augmented by Han Fei's arrays, was actually very fast. This was why they could avoid explorers so unpredictably these days. According to her calculations, those people couldn't deliver the news that fast, but now it was clearly beyond her expectations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the Avenger turned into a super turtle shell surrounded by a misty light. Spiritual energy surged in all directions, and its speed suddenly soared. The explorer who appeared was a little stunned too. How many arrays had been set up on this ship? The explorer sneered. "Since you've been caught by me, do you think you can escape?" The void tore again, and the explorer appeared in front of the Avenger. The void hand pushed across the sky. He didn't believe that he couldn't even stop a ship with his full strength. Rumble. A terrifying power swept across the 4 seas, and the ripples spread out for dozens of kilometers. However, the explorer's eyes narrowed. He was fine. The ship didn't even retreat. At this moment, everyone on the Avenger was gathered on the deck. They had abandoned the big ships behind them. They could grab more boats, but a battle was about to break out, so they had to fight all out. Jia Wuxing shouted, "Fuck, who is it?" Zeeman Linglan said solemnly, "A peak-level explorer." As a newcomer, Yi Yue watched this scene with her heart palpitating. Could a peak-level explorer withstand it? Apart from the captain and Marshal Han, what other special reliance did the Avenger have? But before they thought about it, 3 more explorers tore through the void and came at them. Zeeman Linglan's face changed slightly. "We can't wait. This is just the first batch. Once we delay it, there will definitely be a second batch." Zhao Wuxing said awkwardly, "Captain, I don't think we can beat them." Someone gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou family, Zhou Zifu." Someone's eyes were cold. "Zhao Pi from the Zhao family." Zeeman Linglan shouted in a low voice, "Now is not the time to be angry." Venerable Bones Spiritual Energy Cannon, prepare. The so-called Venerable Bones Spiritual Energy Cannon was forged by Han Fei with the Venerable Level C Demon Bones. After learning the 100 War Divine Hammer, he found that its practical value far exceeded ordinary refining methods. As for why it was a spiritual energy cannon, he learned it from a big flood dragon in the sea. In the battle with the big flood dragon, Han Fei used the Venerable Bones to forge 2 killing weapons of this level. Ka. 2 large circular holes were opened on the deck of the Avenger, and 2 artillery shells appeared. At this moment, the 4 explorers had already communicated with each other and attacked at the same time. Some could carry giant shields, some held battle axes, and some held silver spears. Of course, these 3 people were not peak-level explorers. However, there were also 2 advanced explorers and 1 intermediate explorer. The peak-level explorer roared, "Break the arrays." Roar. A mountain-carrying conch appeared, its body huge like a mountain. Rumble, clang, crack. When they joined forces, more than 10 arrays shattered. A small hole appeared in the sail in the front. The speed of the Avenger dropped by half, and the hull shook violently. Han Fei and Seaman Linglin appeared in front of the venerable bone spiritual energy cannon at the same time. They raised the cannon and aimed at the void. The peak-level explorer shouted, "Be careful, I don't know what that thing is." Bam! Bam! 2 shots were fired in an instant. The entire Avenger froze, and a terrifying mass of spiritual energy appeared in front of 2 of the explorers as if it had broken through the void. Rumble. The sea surface caved in, and huge waves rose to the sky. Half of the sky was illuminated by white light, illuminating everyone's eyes. Aha! Dodge that thing. The 4 explorers retreated far away. When they stabilized themselves, they were horrified. Among them, the intermediate explorer's armor was shattered, his body was dripping with blood, his chest and abdomen sunken, and his 2 arms were gone. As for Zhou Zifu from the Zhou family, half of the mountain-carrying conch's body was directly shattered. He was so frightened that he hurriedly put away his spiritual beast. Damn, he almost died. When the white light flashed again, another cannon shot was fired. This was launched by Han Fei. He was aiming at the explorer who had lost his arms. However, this time, the peak-level explorer slashed the void. Dragon-slaying slash, rumble. Once again, white light exploded and furious waves billowed to the sky. Zeman Linglin fired again. Although each shot consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, they had a lot of spiritual energy, so they didn't hesitate. They could have shot hundreds of such cannons. On the deck, everyone laughed. Haha, explorers? So what? Fuck, come again. Son of a BD Cho Zifu, do you still remember me? You fucking definitely don't, but I remember you. My sister died miserably at the hands of your Zhou family's son, Zhou Fei. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. After a few cannon shots, the explorers all stepped in the air at an astonishing speed. The peak-level explorer said via voice transmission, "It takes time for that thing to aim. As long as we avoid their shots, we can still attack them." Zhou Zifu didn't seem to hear the clamor on the boat. "I'll attack from the bottom of the boat." At the moment when they dispersed, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin suddenly disappeared. The void twisted, and the 2 of them appeared directly in front of the intermediate explorer who had lost his arms. The latter shouted coldly, "Saber waterfall, roar." In an instant, hundreds of beasts floated in the air, stomping in the air and roaring. A knife light appeared in Han Fei's hand, and he slashed out with all his strength. Of course, it was a pity that the knife light was instantly shattered by the waterfall-like sabers. However, when the man attacked, gravity fell, and hundreds of crises seemed to be coming from the void. Just the law of gravity, shatter. Even an explorer who was seriously injured was still an explorer. He couldn't be killed so easily. However, the opponent in front of this person was Han Fei. Behind him, a black fog came, and 2 soul-attracting scimitars hit him. Puff! Puff! Both attacks hit the target. Just when Zeman Linglin was about to continue to attack, Han Fei appeared and took her away from the twisted space. This was because there was a dragon shadow pouncing at them, and the peak-level explorer had already arrived. Roar! Bang! Han Fei roared and tried to stop him. However, the other party's realm was too much higher. Taking the chance of void twisting, he almost touched the 2 of them. However, the venerable bone spiritual energy cannon exploded again, and it was Jia Wuxing who fired it. With another loud bang, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin returned to the Avenger. All this happened in a flash. It was not that the other people on the boat didn't want to help, but that they couldn't do anything before they realized what was going on. Only Jia Wuxing, who had already become an explorer, could take action in time. Returning to the boat, Zeman Linglin quickly looked at Han Fei, only to see blood at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. She shivered. "Idiot, are you okay?" Han Fei shook his head and cast a divine healing technique on himself. Jia Wuxing shouted, "Marshal Han, it's too risky. The other party has a peak-level explorer after all." Jiue, who had witnessed the entire battle, was stunned. An intermediate law enforcer was going to kill an intermediate explorer? And he escaped from a peak-level explorer? This completely subverted her impression of an intermediate law enforcer. At this moment, Yi Yue finally knew why these ferocious guys worshipped Han Fei so much. How could anyone not admire him? Considering his shocking courage and strength, she had already begun to worship him. At this moment, the Avenger was flying very fast. After a round of fighting, neither side gained an advantage. The only bad news was that the intermediate explorer was vomiting blood. He was seriously injured twice. Although he wasn't killed, he had no combat power left. However, this person wasn't important. What mattered most was that peak-level explorer. The venerable bone spiritual energy cannon only left a few drops of blood on his fist. "Do you think you can escape with a boat?" The peak-level explorer didn't attack again, but said to Zhaopi and the seriously injured explorer, "Go back and guide them." Zhaopi nodded slightly, tore the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The peak-level law enforcer looked at Zeman Linglin and Han Fei. This place is at least 5 hours away from the Storm Strait. As for the strong masters in Yu City, they will arrive in 2 hours. Why don't you try stalling them? I'm curious, who drew this ship's arrays? They're indeed exquisite. Seeing that someone was looking at Han Fei, the peak-level explorer's pupils constricted slightly. Oh, this is surprising. An intermediate law enforcer has power comparable to an explorer, controls the law of space, and can draw such a complicated array. What a peerless genius. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. Zeman Linglan said coldly, "Our path is to flatten you big clans who have occupied U City for thousands of years. If we survive this disaster, the big clans in U City will never have peace again." Heh, shut up. Chapter 130-34, I want to make a breakthrough translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The Avenger was shaken, but the arrays were not broken. He shook his head slightly. The bottom of the boat is also engraved with strange arrays. These arrays are interlocked and can't be completed in one day. However, these arrays are not very strong in themselves, but they are strung together and very complicated. With that, Zhou Zifu looked at Seaman Linglan and Han Fei. If my guess is correct, if 3 peak-level explorers attack together, these ship arrays will definitely be broken. Someone cursed, then break them. You two are simply not capable enough. Someone laughed. I didn't expect that one day I would have a chance to confront a peak-level explorer. I've set an example for countless people. Jia Wuxing grinned and said, "Captain, Marshal Han, if they really break the arrays, you two must escape. It's not a pity that we die. As long as you two escape, I believe that sooner or later these fish shit families will be wiped out." Yes, that's right. Marshal Han, remember to take the captain away. That's right, Marshal Han, remember to leave first. We'll cover you. Haha, I should have died a dozen years ago anyway. I'm satisfied to live a dozen more years. Shiman Linglan turned around and shouted, "It's not time to run yet. I want to see what these people are capable of." With that, Eamon Linglan said proudly, "Don't you want to know why we're going to the Storm Strait?" The peak-level explorer narrowed his eyes. "Oh, tell me about it." Eamon Linglan glanced at Han Fei and smiled. "Because we are from the Grand Myriad Mountains." Bullshit. Zhou Zifu sneered. "The human race has nothing to do with the Grand Myriad Mountains." "With your strength, can you enter the Grand Myriad Mountains?" Jimin Linglan sneered. "Do you want to bet?" The peak-level explorer pondered for a moment and said, "Even if you come from the Grand Myriad Mountains, so what? The human race and the Grand Myriad Mountains never get along. Do you think they will fight against the human race for you?" Jimin Linglan frowned slightly. She wasn't sure about this. However, with Han Fei here, Zeman Linglan felt that it was very likely. However, she didn't know much about this matter. She didn't know why the 4 venerables regarded Han Fei so highly. Therefore, even if she told these 2 people, it was probably useless. Suddenly, Han Fei scratched his head. "I want to make a breakthrough." Zeman Linglan's body trembled slightly. Not just her, everyone on the Avenger trembled slightly. Han Fei was going to make a breakthrough, which was something they had never seen. Yes, in the past 18 years, Han Fei had only made 2 minor breakthroughs without even breaking a realm. However, at this moment, Han Fei said that he was going to make a breakthrough. This meant that if Han Fei became an advanced law enforcer, his strength would increase sharply. Zhou laughed. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Even if an intermediate law enforcer makes a breakthrough, so what? Even if you are talented, so what? However, on the Avenger, more than 20 people looked at Zhou as if looking at a fool, thinking, "You don't understand at all." Jimin Linglan looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. She didn't know what Han Fei's breakthrough would bring. However, the Beast King once said that there should be a reason for Han Fei to suppress his realm. Zeman Linglan took a deep breath. Okay, Han Fei disappeared with a swish and had already entered the cabin. Jia Wuxing and the others had completely forgotten that there were 2 explorers outside the ship. They were all guessing. Jia Wuxing, I can't imagine it. I thought that Marshal Han wouldn't make a breakthrough until he couldn't hold it anymore. Someone rolled his eyes. He already can't hold it anymore. Marshal Han's body is dispersing energy. Someone agreed. If it weren't for Marshal Han's shockingly strong physique, most people would have died 10 years ago. Yi Yue's body was tense. She felt that it would be difficult this time. Although she had heard a lot of stories about Han Fei these days, no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't cross an entire realm to challenge a peak-level explorer, right? Even if he could, how could he fight so many enemies alone? Someone looked at Yi Yue with a smile. Yi Yue, don't be nervous. After Marshal Han makes a breakthrough, even if he can't beat them, he can at least take the captain away. It's very meaningful. Someone nodded quickly. Sorry to involve you in. You've just boarded the Avenger a few days ago, and we're facing such a crisis now. But don't panic. Maybe we can break into the Storm Strait. Outside the warehouse, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged. All these years, he really couldn't hold it back anymore. Since 5 years ago, he had been practicing the indestructible body to suppress the energy explosion in his body. This was the main reason why he could tear apart the strong beasts. This was because at this moment, he had already broken through the 3rd level of the indestructible body and was about to reach the 4th level. But at this moment, he also realized the danger. If there were more people of the same strength outside the ship, he and Zeman Linglan might lose. He held a sun-moon shell in his hand, and with a hum, soaring spiritual energy erupted on the Avenger. Because of the extremely complicated arrays, even the peak-level explorers outside had their senses blocked. However, spiritual energy was swarming in from the outside world, and the faces of the people on the opposite side changed. It was just a breakthrough of an intermediate law enforcer. Why was it so loud? Not only spiritual energy, but also terrifying energy erupted in the cabin. An hour later, crack, a crisp sound came from the cabin. For a moment, everyone looked at the entrance of the cabin. However, spiritual energy was surging non-stop. It seemed that the entire Avenger was covered in spiritual energy. 2 hours passed. Someone asked in surprise, Marshal Han is still making a breakthrough? Jia Wuxing said, don't disturb him, we never understood Marshal Han's way. With another breakthrough sound, everyone realized that Han Fei was indeed making a breakthrough. And very quickly, in just half an hour, not only had he stabilized his realm, but he had also made a small breakthrough. After another hour, the people outside were still waiting for reinforcements. After all, the arrays couldn't be broken yet. However, another crack sounded in the cabin. Outside the boat, Zhou Zifu frowned. Is there such a precedent? This person actually broke through 2 levels in a row after breaking through a realm. Does he want to break through all the way to become a peak-level law enforcer? The peak-level explorer frowned slightly. It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't become an explorer, no matter how many breakthroughs he makes, it won't change anything. Today, this Avenger will definitely be wiped out. At this moment, perhaps because they were close to the so-called Storm Strait, the wind and waves grew stronger, and the wind howled. Suddenly, the void was torn apart. With a swish, Zeman Linglin flashed to the Venerable Bone spiritual energy cannon, raised her hand, and fired. However, the newcomer's sword shadow struck horizontally, but after only a pause, a crack appeared on his palm, and then it returned to normal. Interesting. Brother Feng, it seems that we are not late. The peak-level explorer nodded slightly. Brother Dongfeng, are you alone? Buzz. The void cracked again, and 2 more people stepped out. Zeman Linglin's pupils constricted. Brother Zeman, we've been waiting for you. Zeman Linglin gnashed her teeth, her eyes spitting fire. Zeman Wujing, Zeman Zhan, Zeman Linglin would never forget this person. Zeman Wujing, her nominal second granduncle, had severed her path as a heavenly talent. Besides Zeman Wujing was her third granduncle, Zeman Zhan. This person liked to fight, but he pretended to be elegant and noble. However, he was ruthless and wasn't a good person. Zeman Xian's pupils were constricted. Huh? It seems that it's really you. Zeman Linglin, you've become an explorer? It seems that you're really lucky. Zeman Wuqing's eyes turned cold. Bastard. Zeman Linglin shouted angrily, fuck you, old bastard. You robbed me of my spiritual heritage and killed my mother. I'll never forgive you. Zeman Wuqing chuckled. Your mother? Didn't you kill her yourself? Knowing that Zeman Linglin's real enemy was here, Jia Wuxing and the others immediately shouted, Old bastard, fuck you, someone scolded. Old bastard, the Zeman family will be wiped out sooner or later. After all, he was a peak-level explorer. How could Zeman Wuxing allow others to insult him? Immediately he slammed his palm at the Avenger. Boom. However, the complicated array floated in the air, and Zeman Wuxing was surprised that his blow was blocked. Zeman Wuxing couldn't help but look at the peak-level explorer. Sun Xian, this ship array? Sun Xian smiled. If we can break it, I won't call you over. Zeman Wuxing snorted coldly. Let's attack together. Zeman Linglin, Jia Wuxing, you'll be in charge of the other Venerable Bone spiritual energy cannon. However, there are 6 explorers, 3 peak-level explorers, and 3 advanced explorers here. 2 cannons are obviously not enough. As for the others, they were useless in this battle. If the person who came was a law enforcer, they would have long rushed out. But at this moment, they could only curse on the ship. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble, boom, a real battle began. Although neither side could temporarily injure or crush the other party, at least the noise was deafening, like thunder. Ka-ka-ka. The big array of the Avenger was cracking. 3 peak-level explorers attacked together, and 3 advanced explorers covered them. Although Han Fei's array had been painted very complicated, it still couldn't withstand such a violent bombardment. Only half an hour later, half of the arrays on the Avenger was broken. Zeman Wuxing shouted, there's only one last layer left. This layer is the most complicated. It must have engraved the entire ship into a hole. Let's shatter it together. Chapter 1135, Kill the Explorer Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Smack. The energy and spiritual energy on Han Fei's body slowly gathered. As he slowly opened his eyes, countless images began to form in his mind. In an instant, 80% of his soul came together. Huff. Han Fei let out a long breath, scanned with his perception, and sighed in his heart. Alas, it seems that when I reach the peak level, it is the time for me to fully recover. Calabash, Calabash, why didn't you block that attack back then? Now I'm in a dilemma. Han Fei smiled self-deprecatingly. Shit, you city of justice, prehistoric soul realm. It seems that history is indeed complicated. I just didn't expect that I was actually in this history. Han Fei sobered up. He felt that there was something wrong with this history. He had come in for no reason. In a sense, was he interfering with history? No. Han Fei realized that maybe this was part of history. However, if he was part of history, was he really Han Fei, or was the Earth real? Han Fei shook his head slightly, cleared his mind, and rose. He curled his lips. How could he fight this battle? The Avenger was the fruit of painstaking labor for 18 years of the fool, Wang Han. Now, it had been destroyed. The last array could only last for half an hour at most. However, although he was the fool, Wang Han, he still had his pursuits. Now, his understanding of arrays had reached an extremely high level. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. If he maintained this state to study arrays, sooner or later he would be able to trap and kill an explorer. Outside, the battle was fierce. Suddenly, Yi Yue and company saw a figure suddenly appear beside them. Damn, Han, Marshal Han, when did you come out? Ximeng Linglin trembled. For some reason, she felt that Han Fei was different now. Jia Wuxing shouted, Marshal Han, would you like to operate the cannons? You should be more proficient than me. Without looking back, Han Fei said casually, No, go on. Everyone suddenly trembled. Since when did Marshal Han speak so soberly? Outside, Ximeng Wuxing sneered and shouted, I thought who it was, just an advanced law enforcer. Han Fei smiled and stomped, and a series of arrays rose at the same time, which stunned everyone. Yi Yuye and the others were also dumbfounded. Is this an array? I can't even kill people as fast as you. However, those coiled turtle arrays were as fragile as paper in front of these peak-level explorers, unable to withstand their attacks at all. Ximeng Linglin shouted, Idiot! Han Fei turned around and smiled at Ximeng Linglin. I heard you. Ximeng Linglin's face changed drastically, and a trace of horror appeared in her eyes. You got your memory back? Han Fei heaved a sigh. Almost there, but it doesn't matter. You guard it. I'll be back soon. Huh? Zhao Wuxing and the others were surprised. What do you mean? Where are you going? Ximeng Zan sneered. You're just an advanced law enforcer. Where do you want to go? Han Fei glanced at Ximeng Zan contemptuously. Why do you care where I go? Buzz. In an instant, Han Fei had already disappeared a kilometer away from the Avenger. He activated the Devil Change, the Phantom Glass Wings, the Agility of Wind, and the Heavenly Void Divine Movement, setting up a dozen speed arrays in a row. In an instant, Han Fei disappeared from everyone's vision. Zhan, stop him. He's looking for reinforcements. Although Sun Qian was surprised at Han Fei's speed, he still shouted to remind that Han Fei was going to the Storm Strait to seek reinforcements. Ximeng Zhan quickly tore the void and chased Han Fei away. To be honest, Han Fei didn't even know how fast he was now. The peak speed boost of the Agility of Wind had reached a terrifying number, 6 times. The Heavenly Void Divine Movement technique was extremely fast in the first place. With Devil Change, he had reached the speed of an intermediate explorer. Besides, he also had the Phantom Glass Wings. The two stepped into the void one after another. First, 800 kilometers away, Han Fei felt space fluctuating, his body twisted, and he moved 1,000 meters horizontally. When Ximeng Zian came out, he was speechless to find that Han Fei was already dozens of kilometers away. Ximeng Zian felt terrible. Are you fucking kidding me? The speed of an advanced law enforcer is comparable to mine? The problem was that the moment he tore the void, he needed time. And this little time was enough for Han Fei to fly dozens of kilometers away. Ximeng Zhan snorted. Let's see how far you can run. This time, Ximeng Lai tried to cross thousands of kilometers to block Han Fei. In fact, he was indeed in front of Han Fei. However, when he appeared, Han Fei was gone. When he scanned around with his perception, he found that Han Fei was rushing somewhere 300 kilometers away. How is that possible? Han Fei sneered. So, what if you're an explorer? With my divination technique, how can you stop me? After only half an hour, Han Fei saw the Storm Strait. The so-called Storm Strait must have experienced a certain battle here. The sword marks caused waves of sword energy. Therefore, there was a very strong sword aura here. Besides, there was a remnant array here. On the sea, there were vortexes one after another. This is a perfect place for cultivation. Han Fei immediately figured it out. When he saw the seaweed and demonic plants here, he knew he had arrived. Roar. The 100-beast soul, subduing roar, burst out a billowing beast roar. For a moment, Han Fei felt that a perception was sweeping over. Han Fei looked back and said in a hurry, It's me, Wang Han. The Giant King, the Beast King, Venerable Tianqing, and the Water Immortal are all my teachers. There are high-level explorers chasing me. I need your help. After that, Han Fei deliberately slowed down. Sure enough, after only 1 minute, Ximeng Zhan arrived. When Ximeng Zhan appeared, he found that Han Fei was 1,000 meters away, looking at him with a smile. Ximeng Zhan's pupils constricted as he looked around. It's just some demonic plants. Do you think they can save you? Roar. Han Fei's body suddenly deformed and turned into a big ape nearly 50 meters tall. As Han Fei extended his hand, a big stick appeared in his hand. A low and domineering ape's roar rang like a demonic sound. I don't think I can defeat an advanced explorer. However, let me try. Buzz, a huge pillar that held up the sky, soared hundreds of meters in the air. Burning fire broke through the air and suddenly smashed down. Ximeng Zhan's expression was extremely ugly. Was this guy really related to the Grand Myriad Mountains? He was a battle maniac and had once read some records about the beast race. At this moment, Ximeng Zhan said coldly, Beast, King, Technique, Ximeng Zhan shouted angrily. This place is still far away from the Grand Myriad Mountains. I just entered the Storm Strait. Who would know if I killed you first? Swish, 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 swish. Seeds were popping up from nowhere, and a gigantic algae at the bottom of the sea emerged. Bang, bang, bang. Seeds bloomed one after another, blooming with purple demonic flowers. The broad leaves were like an array, sealing off the sky. Moo! Suddenly, Ziminjan heard the low cry of an old bull. Chirp! The void was torn apart, and an enormous hawk appeared. How can there be so many strong masters? At this moment, it was impossible for Ziminjan to escape. The void was shaken and tumbling by Han Fei's blow. At this moment, even if he could tear it apart, he might be caught in the turbulent void. Bang! Shimenzan's hammer struck the sky. After all, he was an advanced explorer. No matter how much Han Fei's strength increased, it was impossible for him to suppress him in strength. Han Fei's rod was shaken back, but a huge claw left 6 red marks in the air, spanning 100 meters. Ziminjan wanted to dodge, but his surroundings had been blocked by demonic plants. Mystifying Dragon Corner. A giant floor dragon appeared, and the hurricane around it formed a shield in front of it. Are you kidding me? Wind Sky Spell. The Sky Survey. Golden Hawk flapped its wings, and the hurricane moved horizontally, turning into a big bird of wind, with 10,000 feathers as blades covering the ground. Clang, 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 swish, swish, swish. Ziminjan burnt his blood to fight and activated a strange technique, and his flesh and blood exploded. However, at that moment, there seemed to be a huge mountain pressing down. An old bull suddenly took action, his feet were like mountains, and the terrifying gravity directly crushed the space around Ziminjan. Han Fei, who had turned into a giant ape, picked up a broadsword and shouted, "The draw!" The overwhelming knife light directly hit the completely restrained Ziminjan. Ziminjan roared. "Are the Grand Myriad Mountains declaring war on the human race?" Han Fei shouted. "Then let's fight!" Puffed! Han Fei couldn't kill Ziminjan with a single slash. After all, the difference in realm was too great. Even if he used the Beast King technique, his strength wouldn't be enough. However, although he didn't kill it, he still tore a large piece of flesh off of Ziminzian. However, the Sky Survey Golden Hawk was different. It directly tore off Ziminzian's arms. At the same time, Ziminzian's wounds turned purple and the poison entered his body. Bang, bang. The old bull stomped and crushed Ziminzian's lower body. A large number of demonic plants fluttered and began to devour Ziminzian's flesh and blood. No, why? Explode. However, before Ziminzian finished shouting, a giant crocodile stuck its head out of the void crack and looked at Ziminzian's eyes, directly petrifying him. Chapter 136, Who Dares to Mess with the Four Venerables' Only Disciple? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Han Fei looked at the old bull and the hawk apologetically. However, there was no time to be sentimental. He said, "Seniors, Linglin is still being besieged. Seniors, please help me." The Sky Survey Golden Hawk said coldly, "Xuanhuan, you are human. Why are you fighting the human race?" The old bull said in a low voice, "Do we really have to start a war with the human race? The danger of the Sea Clan hasn't been resolved." The Battle of Venerables didn't mean to cause internal strife on the land. Han Fei said with a serious expression, "Seniors, please believe me. Nowadays, human beings are bullied by the big clans. We have to take this opportunity to clear up the hidden dangers. In the future, human beings will become a free race. Without strong masters to occupy resources, more people will rise. When hundreds of millions of human beings rise, there will be heavenly talents who can push the combat power of human beings to another peak. Only then can they resist the Sea Clan better." Some demonic plants were shaking, and their voices were ethereal. "It seems that you want the Grand Myriad Mountains to help you control the human race?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's not control. Everyone is equal. There's no difference in social status. Different strong masters just have different jobs. Everyone shall have a chance to rise. When the time comes, the human race will only have one voice, which is to resist the intrusion of the Sea Clan." The old bull said, "I need to inform the Beast King." Anxiety flashed in Han Fei's eyes. "There's no time. If we're any slower, Zeman Linglin will be surrounded and killed." The Sky Survey Golden Hawk was silent for a few seconds. "Let's help you stabilize the situation first. Our king, the Giant King, and the Water Immortal are still recovering. Whether to fight or not remains to be decided by the Beast King." In the end, the Sky Survey Golden Hawk glanced at Han Fei. "Have you recovered your spiritual senses?" Hee. Han Fei scratched his head. Yes. The Sky Survey Golden Hawk turned its head aside. Still as stupid as before, the Avenger couldn't move anymore, mainly because the enemy was too strong. It didn't make much difference, although Ziminzian was killed. If there were 3 advanced explorers bombarding the Avenger's array, it could last at least 4 hours. However, the difference between peak level and advanced level explorers was too great. This realm was the realm where ordinary cultivators could make the greatest gap. At this moment, the green-blue turtleshell array was already full of cracks. Eximan Linglin and Jia Wuxing didn't stop attacking. This time, they could only block the attacks as long as possible. Otherwise, if they just let them bombard the ship, the array would only be broken faster. Jia Wuxing said, "No, Captain, we can't hold on anymore. If Marshal Han doesn't return in time, you go first. I'll cover your retreat." The rest of them had already taken out their weapons. So what if they were law enforcers? It was a disgrace to lose without a fight. They just waited for the moment the array was broken to stop the enemy by detonating themselves. Someone shouted, "Captain, I, old you, have nothing to say. If we lose, you have to run. Remember to avenge me and crush you city." Someone grinned. "Captain, old you is right. It doesn't matter if we die. You and Marshal Han can't die. You two are real heavenly talents. We only have aspirations, but our foundation is too weak." Someone laughed and said, "Captain, I have something to say. If I'm going to die today, I have to say it. Captain, you are so beautiful. I really envy Marshal Han. Ha ha ha. Damn it, old Jin, you've said what we think." Zemin Linglin shouted angrily, "Shut up, he will come back. No one in this world can kill him." Zemin Wuqing sneered. "You want to count on that kid?" Eximin Linglin, "Do you think that no matter how fast he is, he can be faster than your third grandpa tearing the void?" Simon Linglin's face turned cold. Old B starred, "Shut up. If I don't die, the Simon family will definitely be destroyed." It had been nearly 3 hours, and the Avenger was already riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. At this moment, dozens of big ships were approaching from a distance. Suddenly, Simon Wuqing sneered. "Zemin Linglin, the joint advance party of the big clans is here. Don't you want to see how your spiritual heritage is used on Lear?" Zemin Linglin's eyes were icy. Zemin Ling, this name was her lifelong resentment. However, Zemin Linglin sneered. "It's only 28 years. Has he become an explorer?" While attacking, Zemin Wuqing laughed. "You underestimate a level 8 spiritual heritage. Isn't it inevitable for him to become an explorer? However, Liair's strength is beyond your level. Both his foundation and talent are above yours." Jia Wuxing cursed. Old BH starred, "Our captain is invincible. She'll definitely beat that Zemin Lai one-on-one. Zemin Wuxing snorted and suddenly shouted, "Come and help. Don't be targeted by the artillery." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 6 explorers tore the void. Of course, they weren't that strong. The strongest one was only an intermediate explorer, and the others were all junior explorers. And Zemin Linglin's gaze suddenly fell on a red-haired young man. Zemin Linglin gnashed her teeth. Zemin Lai was stepping in the air and dodging the venerable bone's spiritual energy cannons. He said leisurely, "Zemin Linglin, it's really you." Zemin Linglin, "Yes, it's me. If I don't die this time, I'll definitely kill you." Zemin Lai chuckled and his lips cracked. "Zemin Linglin, look at your current situation first. Besides, are you sure you can kill me? Well, in fact, I knew that you left the great wilderness village with a fool. Ha ha ha, a fool. No matter how lowly your identity is, you don't have to surrender to a fool, right? You're really a disgrace to the Zemin family." Crack. Suddenly, the array of the ship was broken. Jia Wuxing shouted, "Captain, run!" Jia Wuxing decisively gave up the venerable bone spiritual energy cannons and hurriedly flew into the air to stop the enemy. Although he didn't know how to stop the enemy, he would just detonate himself in front of the 3 peak-level explorers. He was an explorer after all. Not only was Jia Wuxing about to take to the sky, but everyone on the Avenger was about to do the same. But at that moment, a terrifying gravity pressed down on them. Jia Wuxing was about to shout to remind Zemin Linglan to escape, when he heard a familiar voice. "I told you I would be back soon. What are you doing? Prepare to self-destruct? Do you want to die?" With a flip of Hanfei's hand, the law of gravity was retracted, and everyone recovered. The phantom glass wings spread out, and Hanfei stood proudly in the air and looked at Zemin Lai. "Sorry, I'm the fool you mentioned. I don't care about the others, but you have to die today." Zemin Li grinned. "Haha, you? Well, an advanced law enforcer? Ha ha ha, are you kidding me?" Zemin Wuqing and the other 2 suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" Moo, a voice echoed in the air, which contained explosive power. An old bull walked out of the void rift. When he just walked out, his body was only dozens of meters long. However, with every step he took, his body doubled in size. When he stepped out of the void crack, a huge body of more than 300 meters appeared on the water. Tweet-see, te, the void rift opened again, and a sky survey golden hawk, a white-headed seahawk, and a white-eyed wildhawk appeared. The 3 of them, except for the white-headed seahawk, were all peak-level explorers. Splash! A big crocodile came out of the water, 1,000 feet long. Puff, puff, puff. The big crocodile trembled, and thousands of seeds were scattered on the sea. Blue lotuses bloomed one after another. The void was torn apart one after another, and a total of 6 explorers from the Sky Clan came. A unicorn rhinoceros stepped out of the void, stirring ripples with each step. At that moment, everyone on the Avenger was stunned. Jia Wuxing gaped in shock. This was the fucking reinforcement that Marshal Han found. Fuck. The rough men were stunned. Isn't this reinforcement too strong? Yi Yue was also dumbfounded. Just now, she even thought that she was going to die and was about to detonate herself. She secretly regretted it. She shouldn't have been so hasty. Unexpectedly, Hanfei returned in such a short time. He didn't escape. In Yi Yue's opinion, under such circumstances, the possibility of Hanfei escaping was very high. Hanfei smiled and pretended to be surprised. "Oh right, is this guy named Simen Zien?" As he spoke, Hanfei flicked his hand and took out a half-stone man. Why a half-stone man? Because Zimenzian's lower body was crushed and his arms were torn off. Third granduncle, Zimen Li roared. How dare you kill a member of my Zimen family? You're asking to be killed. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Zimen Li. Are you calling me stupid? I think you're the one stupid. In the current situation, what's the big deal of killing an explorer from your Zeman family? What's the big deal of slaughtering your Zeman family? Zeman Wuqing shouted in a low voice. What do the Grand Myriad Mountains mean? This is an internal matter of our human race. Someone wants to disturb the peace of our human race. How can the Grand Myriad Mountains interfere in this matter? The big crocodile opened its mouth wide. I think xuanhuan is a tough guy. What's wrong with beating you humans? The old bull hummed. Don't speak from such a high perspective. You can't represent the human race. The unicorn stomped in the air. I only saw a group of explorers bullying a few children. The Sky Survey, Golden Hawk's voice echoed. Internal affairs of the human race? Do you know that xuanhuan is the only disciple of the 4 venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains? Even if it's your family's venerables, ask him whether he dares to kill him. Hiss! Except for Seaman Linglin, everyone gasped. Jia Wuxing and the others' eyes turned green as they looked at Han Fei in shock. The only disciple of the 4 venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains? Chapter 137, You Are My Light Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Zeman Wuxing felt that he was about to explode. No matter what, he would never expect that Zeman Zian, who was an advanced explorer, would die at the hands of a high-level law enforcer. However, when he heard the words, the only disciple of the 4 venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains, he was horrified. What did it mean? The fool that Zeman Li mentioned had such a high status? Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei with a complex look. For some reason, she wasn't used to the eloquent Han Fei. Of course, Han Fei had noticed Zeman Linglin's gaze a long time ago. All these years, he had been stared at by this gaze. To be honest, he had complicated feelings. He vaguely remembered the scene where Zeman Linglin fought the 3 venerables alone. However, at that time, he mistook that Zeman Linglin had an affair with old Han. But now, he really regretted it. How stupid he was. And there was still Jia Wuxing. If he guessed right, the scene in his mind showed that Jia Wuxing was already a peak-level explorer in the Battle of Moving the Mountain. However, in order to protect everyone from moving the mountain, he sacrificed himself and turned into a knife, fighting a head-on clash with a venerable. At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to say, what a man. Han Fei turned around and gave Zeman Linglin a calm smile. Then he turned around and his expression suddenly changed. Today, Zeman Li must die. Seniors, please help me seal the void. I don't want to let go of any of these people. Hearing that, all the explorers present were shocked. Someone shouted, Hey, even if you are the disciple of the 4 venerables, do you know what you are doing? We human race don't have many strong masters. If you make the Grand Myriad Mountains fight us, when the sea demons attack, who will defend an empty city? Han Fei suddenly pointed his finger and shouted, If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you first. Also, my name is xuanhuan, Marshal Han on the Avenger. Han Fei was extremely domineering as he looked around at everyone. I have 500 years. Even if you all die, the human race won't die. You underestimate the survivability of human beings and think too highly of yourselves. A group of explorers clamoring to resist the sea demons. Do you think you're qualified? Zeman Linglin watched blankly at Han Fei, who was scolding a group of explorers and looked extremely domineering, thinking to herself, is this how he was originally? However, in the eyes of Jia Wuxing and the others, Han Fei's current performance made their blood boil. Look, what was overbearing? Look, what was domineering? Marshal Han was an advanced law enforcer. Regardless of whether he was relying on the Grand Myriad Mountains or not, he was still one of the most powerful. The old bull hummed. xuanhuan, our king is not here. We can seal their retreating path, but we won't attack them. Han Fei smiled and said, Thank you, senior. I'll kill Seaman Lai, one-on-one. Han Fei twisted his head and pointed at Seaman Lai. I'll give you a chance. I heard that you snatched Linglin's spiritual heritage. I heard that you think a level 8 spiritual heritage is very strong. Very good, I'll give you a chance. If you beat me, you can leave. Zeman Lai's eyes glowed. Just now, he was really shocked. He never expected Han Fei to have such a strong background. However, as an advanced law enforcer, you want to fight me alone? If I can lose, I'll be an explorer for nothing. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a shout interrupted them. Zeman Linglin stepped into the air and stood beside Han Fei. Let me. Han Fei frowned slightly. However, thinking of the future Zeman Linglin, he nodded slightly. Okay, be careful. In battle, Han Fei was a man who would use any means. Even if Zeman Linglin lost, he would still kill Zeman Lai. After 28 years of being a fool, he finally woke up. With the Grand Myriad Mountains behind him and the 4 venerables as his masters, who would he be afraid of? Han Fei pointed at Zeman Wuqing. Old B starred, let Linglin send your precious grandson to the next life first. Just wait a little longer. How dare you? Zeman Wuqing shouted. xuanhuan, even if we really start a war today, do you think the Grand Myriad Mountains will win? There are 12 explorers on the human side. Where do you get the confidence? The single-horned rhinoceros hummed. The elephant is on its way here. Dumb tiger should be here soon, so should old bear. Are 3 peak level explorers enough? If not, Ape 3 and Lady White should be coming too. They are 2 peak level explorers. Do you human beings want to call some people over? Han Fei remembered Ape 3, who was one of the big apes who watched him being dragged away with a smile every day when he was in the Beast King Valley. From Ape 3 to Ape 7, there were all peak-level explorers. Ape 3 came probably because he was the nearest. As for Lady White, it was the name of the 6-tailed white fox. She was a tough one. Back then, when he went to launch a sneak attack with the tiger, the 2 of them were beaten up by her and fled like rats. Ximon Wuqing's face immediately turned black. Was this fucking brat so powerful? How many strong masters had the Grand Myriad Mountains deployed? Unlike the people of the Grand Myriad Mountains, Ximon Wuqing and company didn't inform the others at all because they wanted to divide up the resources of the Avenger alone. After all, the Avenger had been robbing for 7 days in a row, so there must be a lot of resources on the ship. However, they were caught in their own scheme in the end. The big advanced ship on the human side had already begun to retreat. Everyone on the ship panicked. Damn, they were here to catch people, not to be beaten up. The big crocodile suddenly said, "Should we take down that boat?" Han Fei smiled casually. "This boat is not bad. I've taken a fancy to it. Don't say that I don't treat human beings well. Human beings can leave, but the boat shall be left behind. Whoever needs to be punished will be punished sooner or later. Now, small potatoes can leave, but the big fish can't leave." On the Avenger, someone immediately shouted, "That's right, you almost destroyed our ship. Leave the boat behind." Someone shouted, "How can 1 ship be enough? We need 2 such huge ships." Jia Wuxing shouted, "No. What's 2 boats worth? We lost 5 boats earlier, so they'll have to return 10. Someone echoed, "Yes, old Jia is right. 10 ships. Han Fei grinned, and his voice echoed in the air. "Heard that? You can go back and tell your families to prepare 10 such ships. Forget it, I won't take advantage of you. Leave this one behind and prepare 10 300-meter-long ships to send over. After all, if I rob them myself, that won't be the case." Han Fei agreed with Jia Wuxing and the others very much. The reason why he wanted to keep this big ship was that Han Fei remembered the real Avenger. It was a big ship thousands of meters long with dense arrays engraved on it. With his current array skills, he should be able to do it. However, carving 10 boats at the same time was a bit difficult. Therefore, it was better to have smaller boats. After all, there were only 20 people on the Avenger. Why did they need so many boats? Instantly, those people's faces turned green. Well, shall we give them the ships? Swish, swish, swish. Someone had already escaped. No matter what, they had to take this opportunity to report back. Or, there must be explorers on their way to the Storm Strait. They had to quickly call for reinforcements. However, before they ran far, Han Fei's voice sounded leisurely. "You can call for reinforcements, but remember to bring the boats over. I'll remember this." Han Fei had just started the show. Then he turned his eyes to the old crew members on the Avenger. Han Fei asked, "Who here do you have a grudge against?" As soon as Han Fei asked this question, someone immediately shouted, "Marshal Han, that guy is called Li Jiao. He's a junior explorer, right? He's the one who fucking killed my 2 brothers. At that time, he was still a peak-level law enforcer." "Yes, Marshal Han, the one in green. This guy is extremely cruel. He takes advantage of the fact that he comes from a large family and specializes in snatching the resources of law enforcers. My biological brother was robbed and killed by him back then." "Yes, Marshal Han." Han Fei waved his hand. "So everyone here has a problem." With that, Han Fei swept his gaze across. "You heard it. As the strong, you can't set an example but compete with the weak for resources and use your comrades as the shield. Why do we want such strong masters? You, junior explorers, I'll give you a chance. If you defeat me, you can leave, regardless of whether you live or die." When Han Fei spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the void. And the Beast King hiding in the void couldn't help but touch his chin. What does this kid mean? Did he find out? That's impossible. How could he find me? The Beast King thought to himself, but didn't take it seriously. As far as he could tell, this boy was quite arrogant after he woke up. However, this was in line with the beast race's style. He particularly despised those big clans. It wasn't just him. Neither the Giant King nor the Water Immortal liked the big clans. Therefore, in the past, if they had to negotiate with human beings, they would have Tianqing represent them. Because Tianqing was fast, those big clans didn't have the ability to trick him. Secondly, Tianqing was always expressionless, which made it easier for him to communicate with human beings. On the human side, Dongfeng Qi said frankly, "Wang Han, what exactly do you want?" Someone softened and said, "We can talk." Han Fei sneered. "Can we talk now?" "Sorry, I don't want to talk. As for what I want, it depends on her." Han Fei looked at Ximon Linglin with a smile. She said that she wanted to overthrow the rule of the big clans. She said that she wanted to make everyone in U City a free person. She said that the Avenger will uphold justice in the human world, and all the people shall be united to defend against foreign enemies. Han Fei looked at Ximon Linglin again and smiled gently. "Am I right?" Ximon Linglin nodded quickly. Han Fei had awakened. She would listen to him. Han Fei turned his head and shrugged. "I think she's right. So, I want there to be no big clans in U City. Is that clear enough?" At first, Yi Yue boarded the Avenger, thinking that she was going to die. and then she, dumbfounded, watched the silly martial Han suddenly turn into the only disciple of the four venerables. Now she, still dumbfounded, watched Han Fei boss around these strong masters. As for Jia Wujing and the others, their bodies had already begun to tremble with excitement. Everybody was excited. Martial Han was truly overbearing. Only Martial Han could say that. The Beast King, who was eavesdropping, scratched his butt and nodded slightly. 500 years, although not long, war was not something that could be launched overnight. He knew that there were many big clans in Yu City. If those big clans' resources were scattered, humans might really welcome an era of full rise. More importantly, he believed that Han Fei's choice was definitely a choice that was in line with the times. If it went against the development of the age, Han Fei certainly wouldn't do that. With this in mind, the Beast King continued to watch the show. Roar! All of a sudden, the void trembled and a ferocious tiger jumped out of the void crack. As soon as it came out, it roared loudly. Which idiot wants to touch my disciple? Let me swallow him. The Rhyhorn hummed. Stupid tiger, don't flatter yourself. If the king hears you, he will definitely beat the hell out of you. Big Tiger shouted. The king doesn't have time for this trivial matter. Haha, Wang Han, I heard that your spiritual consciousness has awakened. Do you still remember me? Han Fei scratched his head. What a disgrace. He had never succeeded in a sneak attack with this guy. However, on the surface, Han Fei still grinned. Master Tiger, long time no see. The big tiger jumped over, put its big head next to Han Fei and shouted, How can it be long? I've only been on the sea for a few rounds, and the time has passed. I finally took a nap, but when I heard that you were beaten up, I immediately came over. Stupid tiger, you talk too much. The void was torn apart again. Lady White walked over gracefully and glanced at Wang Han. Yes, you've become much stronger. Roar. The void cracked again, and Ape 3 jumped out with a big stick. He said with a smile, Wang Han, it's been so long. Why didn't you come back to the Beast King Valley? Phew, little Linglin, you're already an intermediate explorer. You've improved a lot. Seaman Linglin greeted Ape 3 respectfully. She had never walked out of the Beast King Valley at all. Therefore, she didn't know Tiger, Lady White, and the others well. What she was familiar with was demonic plants, but she didn't know this one who came now. Swallow-tailed Gleed didn't come either, and the war giants were too slow to arrive either. Therefore, when she saw Ape 3, she respectfully greeted him. On the other hand, the faces of Zeman Wuqing and the others turned even paler. What should they do? They hadn't even started to fight yet, and the strong masters came one after another without stopping. In the blink of an eye, the strong masters from the Grand Myriad Mountains were enough to crush them. Han Fei said, Seniors, Linglin and I will take care of this matter first. Then Han Fei continued, Seaman Lai, fight now. Also, does anyone else want to challenge me? If you win, you can leave. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Maybe I'll change my mind later. Roar! The tiger roared. Did you hear that? Hurry up if you want to fight. Lady White poked the Tiger King's head. You're too loud. Shut up and let Wang Han deal with it. Iximan Linglin held 2 knives in her hands. Iximan Lai, I'll take back what you snatched from me myself. Iximan Lai knew that if he didn't fight this battle, he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes. Okay, then let's fight. Ximan Linglin, in the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. If you give me another chance, I will still do that. Now let me show you what a level 8 spiritual heritage is like. Lady White said lightly, Is she going to fight him herself? Han Fei nodded slightly. This is her path. She must win. In the past 18 years, the two of them had experienced all kinds of things on the sea, which could definitely be called a legend. They had encountered 3 places where a venerable died, and both he and Ximan Linglin had survived. How could a pampered Ximan Lai be a match for her? Captain, kill him. Captain, kill this pretty face. Captain, cut him into pieces with 3 blows. Ximan Lai held a long sword, and behind him, a 7-headed python appeared. However, as soon as this giant python appeared, it fused with Ximan Lai. The old bull hummed. 7 ultimate python, not grown up yet. The 2 knives in Ximan Linglin's hand hovered. Ximan Lai, is this your trump card? Ximan Lai's face was livid. The time was too short. Whether it was his spiritual beast or contractual spiritual beasts, they hadn't grown up yet. However, they could always increase his strength. Therefore, he was attached to a flagfish and an 8-tailed golden carp. He knew that he was facing a difficult battle that concerned his life. He didn't have an advantage in terms of realm. He was a junior, while Ximan Linglin had reached the peak of a junior. Since he couldn't distance himself in terms of realm, he could only use secret techniques. At the level of explorer, the effects of the secret technique were already extremely weak. A flame burned, and Ximan Li's strength soared and doubled. Ximan Linglin stepped in the air, and behind her was an inky black fog. In the black fog, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. Ximan Linglin said coldly, You can take my spiritual heritage, but you can't take my naturally endowed spiritual beast. It's called the Sea Subversion Banner. Han Fei had seen the Sea Subversion Banner more than once. It was indeed a kind of creature, but it was a mist-like creature. Han Fei had never encountered such a weird creature before. It could be said that Ximan Linglin was definitely a heavenly talent if her spiritual heritage was intact. The Sea Subversion Banner was as powerful as the purple sand eel, but it was even weirder. It could wrap creatures up and swallow them, including their flesh and soul. Fuse. Unlike Zeman Linglan had experienced 10 times more battles than Zeman Ling, the sea subversion banner had been growing. Especially after going to sea, the supply of spirit awakening fluid had been endless, and she went through one battle after another. Therefore, the fusion of the sea subversion banner made Zeman Linglan's strength enter the realm of intermediate explorer. Shua. Zeman Linglan's figure disappeared. At that moment, Zeman Lai's eyes constricted. So fast, Zeman Lai didn't know that Zeman Linglan had also learned the Heavenly Void divine movement. Otherwise, she would definitely not be as confident as before. 7 kill seal. 7 mystic lights formed an array in midair. Seal. A gray fog swept toward Zeman Linglan. However, the endless black fog poured out, like Lorenquang's big mouth, swallowing the gray fog in one bite. Trap. The yellow mist swirled, and when Zeman Linglan was swallowing the gray mist, she tried to tie it up. However, Zeman Linglan's scimitars rotated, with black and white on them, which quickly turned into a saw. This was the supreme yin-yang wheel that Han Fei had used, or the little yin-yang wheel, which had taken them out of danger several times. Zeman Linglan was used to learning from Han Fei. Even if this wheel didn't have any Dao runes, it still had a special power. The confinement array was broken in an instant. Kill. The sword tide was like a waterfall, rushing at Zeman Linglan. However, what made Zeman Lai speechless was that Zeman Linglan had an old turtle lying on her back. It turned out to be an array? Damn, how could it be an array? There was a burst of laughter on the Avenger. Jia Wuxing laughed. Captain hangs around with Marshal Han every day, and even I know a few arrays. Can Captain not? Although an explorer couldn't do whatever he wanted as a spirit gatherer, he could still control spiritual energy very smoothly after decades of observation. With the yin-yang wheel and the coiled turtle array, Zeman Linglan broke another seal. Shield. When he saw the shield, Han Fei smiled. If the shield worked, wouldn't armorists be invincible? The black and white yin-yang wheel instantly turned red. The yin-yang wheel slashed the shield, and at the same time, Zeman Linglan held 2 knives in her hand. Black fog surrounded her, and the surrounding space was corroded by the black fog. Zeman Lai only felt that the energy and spiritual energy were disappearing, and the powerful effect of the level 8 spiritual heritage was directly reduced by half. Puffed. The double knives were like gold and stone, turning into weapons and penetrating through Zeman Lai's battlesuit. The sword in Zeman Lai's hand turned into thousands of swords, intending to cut apart Zeman Linglan. However, the latter turned into mist and seemed to pass through his body. In the next second, Zeman Linglan appeared behind Zeman Lai and held the double knives in her hand again. Zeman Linglan said, "My knife is my law." After only one slash, Zeman Lai was seriously injured and a large amount of black fog spewed out of his body. In the next moment, the black fog spewed out seemed to wrap Zeman Lai up, and his flesh and blood were withering. Zeman Wujing shouted, "Zeman Linglan, he is your brother." Zeman Linglan's eyes were cold, and her hand flashed in the void. She activated the Heavenly Void divine movement technique at the highest speed, and in a blink of an eye, 1,000 knives hacked into the black fog. In a moment, a crystal white skeleton fell from the sky. The sea subversion banner swallowed both flesh and soul. Zeman Linglan turned her head slightly and looked at Zeman Wuqing. "How can you say that? You robbed me of my spiritual heritage and forced my mother to die. Do you expect me to acknowledge you? Or this brother?" Zeman Wuqing's heart shivered. He was extremely surprised by Zeman Linglan's real combat power. How could she be so strong? She even broke the 7 ultimate seal? Were her double knives her law? They could even ignore defenses within a small range. And her ability to turn into black fog, her black and white wheel, and her way of instantly condensing arrays. But no matter what Zeman Wuqing thought, Zeman Lai was dead. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Zeman Linglan had only used 1 attack, and the following million attacks were just her venting. The Avenger was full of shouts. "Congratulations on your revenge, Captain. Congratulations on your revenge, Captain." Han Fei came to Zeman Linglan, reached out, touched her head, and looked at the black fog. Frowning slightly, he comforted her softly. "People should embrace the light. Even in the darkness, you must become your own light." After a moment of silence, Zeman Linglan gently hugged Han Fei. "You are my light." Chapter 138, 500 Years Translator, Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations, Zeman Linglan's strength clearly exceeded everyone's imagination. There was only one word to describe her combat style, mixed. Although mixed, it was strong. That was because the abilities that Han Fei had shown over the years were too mixed, which also influenced Zeman Linglan's combat style. Han Fei said lightly, "Is there anyone else you want to fight? If you want to fight them, fight early. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to fight them in the future." Zeman Wuqing said via voice transmission, "Li Jiao, your physique is the strongest among the junior explorers. No matter how capable Wang Han is, you should be able to defeat him. If you win, we'll reward you when we go back." The face of the explorer named Li Jiao changed slightly. Theoretically, that was true, but this kid was really weird. How could he jump out to fight a life-and-death battle without any ability? Although it seemed impossible for an advanced explorer to kill an explorer, how could such a character be judged by common sense? You can go if you want. I'm not going anyway. Although Han Fei said tough words, if everyone here died today, the big clans in Yu City would definitely not let it go. He was still considering it. The tiger immediately roared, human beings are really boring. Do you think I can't hear you? That white-haired old guy? You're trying to trick others into fighting Wang Han? Let me fight you, roar. Lady White tugged the tiger's ears and said, wait a moment. Wait for the king to come. At the next moment, the human powerhouses were all stunned. What did they mean? Was the Beast King coming? Although they had never seen the Beast King, they had heard that the Beast King's temper was not good at all. Besides, the Beast King was the strongest of the 4 venerables in the Grand Myriad Mountains. In the Battle of Venerables, the Beast King slaughtered venerables, 2 venerables. At this moment, the human beings were all shocked, and Dongfeng Qi shouted, run! In an instant, the boundless gravity pressed down, the old bull mooed, the big crocodile swung its tail, and Ape 3 struck out. The tiger roared and clapped its paws. As I expected, they ran. Lady White chuckled. 6 Dao Fiend seal, 6 heavenly pillars descended and sealed a space. Dongfeng Qi had just torn apart half of the void when it suddenly closed. Lady White said proudly, no one is allowed to leave before the king comes. Dongfeng Qi glared at him. Do Grand Myriad Mountains just let Wang Han do whatever he wants? Do you know how many strong masters have to die to overthrow the rule of the big clans? Lady White said lazily, I told you to wait for the king to come. It's none of my business how many human powerhouses die. Anyway, no one is allowed to leave now. The tiger said, roar. Yes, I haven't fought yet. Whoever wants to leave, fight me first and let me flatten him before he leaves. The giant wild bear shouted, how can he leave if you flatten him? The giant wild bear emerged from the void. Am I late? The tiger said with a buzz. Yes, they've already finished a fight. Little Wang Han is clamoring, but no one dares to fight him. The giant wild bear glanced at Han Fei. Oh, isn't he just an advanced law enforcer? No one dares to fight him? The big crocodile opened its mouth. After all, he is the king's disciple. How dare they fight him? The giant wild bear roared, then let's fight them. Lady White looked back at the giant wild bear. Stupid bear, shut up. Han Fei looked into the void. Wait for half an hour. If the teacher doesn't come, please help me kill these people. Han Fei's words sounded casual. He had long known that the Beast King had come, but the Beast King didn't come out because he was waiting for someone. As for who he was waiting for, it was obvious human venerables. Lady White frowned. Little Wang Han, you can't decide this matter. The Sky Survey Golden Hawk said, Wang Han, you're quite brutal after you awakened your spiritual senses. Han Fei cupped his hands and said with a smile, Seniors, don't worry. My masters will know why I'm doing this. They won't object to it. None of them will. Otherwise, I'll bear the responsibility alone. With a smile, Han Fei spoke unhurriedly and confidently. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, he would have killed all these people by himself. As for what would happen, Yu City would be the city of justice in the future. No matter what, Yu City would be purged. This was the trend. Besides, Han Fei was thinking, did all the big clans die, or did they all run away? Otherwise, as long as they still had venerables, it was impossible for them to die. Han Fei's mind was racing. The Beast King was waiting for the human venerables. If they really fought, it would mean a real battle. Therefore, they probably had to talk. Since they had to talk, it meant that they couldn't eliminate these big clans in a short period of time. Then he could only get the greatest bargaining chips in the negotiation, so that the big clans would have to give him whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Han Fei said, Seniors, I don't mind not killing them. Help me beat them up and capture them first. Everyone, one. Zeman Wuqing and the others were all dumbfounded. Fuck, didn't you say you would wait for half an hour just now? You changed so fast, it hasn't even been more than 2 minutes. Lady White was puzzled. Little Wang Han, you have to know the importance of your decision. Han Fei nodded. Let's fight and capture them first. I know what I'm doing. Sorry for the trouble, my dear elders. Han Fei changed his way of address without batting an eyelid. He called them elders instead of seniors to please them so as to earn their support. The Sky Survey Golden Hawk was about to say something when Ape 3 took the lead to attack. He roared, fight first, roar. The tiger had long been unable to hold back. Its body swelled, its mouth spewed out light waves, and its huge palms slapped. Roar! The giant wild bear followed him. They were all ferocious beasts. If it weren't for fighting, why did they bother to run so far? As the 3 led the charge, the big crocodile, the old bull, the rhyhorn, Lady White, and the Sky Survey Golden Hawk all took action. They had no choice. Since the moment they attacked, there was no turning back. Just fight. Instantly, the expressions of Zeman Wuqing and the others changed. Fuck, are these people from the Grand Myriad Mountains brainless? How can a group of peak-level explorers all listen to an advanced law enforcer? Zeman Linglin tugged at Han Fei's arm. Isn't this too much? Han Fei gave her a comforting smile. It's okay. We've already fought. Let's take them first. Jia Wuxing and the others felt that the blood in their bodies was about to burst out. That's fucking awesome. Marshal Han is too fierce. The 3 junior explorers on the human side shouted, Wang Han, I want to duel with you. Han Fei picked his ears and said, "Fuck you. I gave you a chance just now, but no one came. Now you want to fight me? Humph, you have to ask. Am I happy?" The three of them were stunned. They were only junior explorers. How could they resist those peak-level explorers? Han Fei looked at them leisurely. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he was stalling for time. He wanted to catch all of them before the human venerables arrived. In an instant, the periphery of the storm strait exploded. The earth rumbled and furious waves shook the sky. In the void fragments, the sky was full of behemoths slapping. As soon as Zimin Wuqing collided with the tiger dozens of times, he was slapped away by a bear's paw. The Tiger King roared, "Fool, he's mine." The Violent Bear King hummed, "Oh, I wasn't paying attention, sorry." Dongfeng Qi and the old bull were fighting, and soon he was petrified by the big crocodile's stare and his feet were broken. Sun Qian was the most miserable. Being attacked by two big eagles, he was no match for them in speed and physique. His weapons couldn't resist the sharp claws of the hawk, and soon he was covered in blood. The Rhyhorn was rampaging. One of Zhao Pai's legs was gone, and his body was blown to the bottom of the sea like a missile. Han Fei didn't take any action. In terms of quality, the Grand Myriad Mountains had won, and in terms of number, the Grand Myriad Mountains had won even more. It was almost 2 against 1. How could he not win? However, after only 1 or 2 minutes, these human powerhouses had been beaten black and blue all over. There was also a big hole in Zimin Wuqing's belly. Han Fei, on the other hand, had already taken Zimin Linglin back to the Avenger. At this time, hundreds of arrays rose. After all, he had to protect his people first. After another minute, a voice suddenly echoed in the void. "Okay, that's it. Zimin Linglin, I know you want revenge. But Lier and Zimin Zine are both dead. Do you want the Zimin family to disappear?" Zimin Linglin's expression changed drastically. "It's Zimin Tian, a venerable." Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he said without any consideration, "Seniors, keep fighting. End the battle as quickly as possible. Bring everyone back. Teacher, help me stop the venerable. I'm going to take these people today." "Nonsense." Zimin Tian's voice echoed again, but Han Fei grinned. "I don't care if you are a venerable or not. I'm going to take these people today." "Huh? Do you really know that I'm here?" The Beast King's voice rumbled like thunder. He was a little surprised but didn't take it to heart. The Beast King roared, "Hey, did you hear what my disciple said? These people can't leave." Buzz. Someone stepped out of the void. "Beast King, it's not good for the Grand Myriad Mountains to let a junior to mess around like this, right?" Dong. The Beast King's big rod fell to the sea, almost 100 meters high. The Beast King was standing on a stick and laughed. "What's wrong with that? The 4 venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains have never taken a disciple. It's not easy for us to take one in. What's wrong with him messing around?" "Is it your business?" the tiger roared. "So, the king has been here. Roar, come here." The tiger bit the legs of Zimin Wuqing in one bite, and its big claws directly pressed on Zimin Wuqing's head, almost deforming his head. It also let out a muffled roar, looking ferocious. Zimin Tian arrived first, followed by another venerable. The two of them looked at the explorers from the big clans caught and didn't know what to do. Both of them were injured at the moment. They had come out of seclusion this time just to save their juniors. Besides, even if they were not injured, the two of them combined would not be able to defeat the Beast King. This guy was said to have slaughtered 2 venerables in a row and be comparable to a half-king. Who dared to fight him? Zimin Tian looked at Zimin Linglin again. He had no choice but to turn to Zimin Linglin. Zimin Tian said, "Little Linglin, the Zimin family can compensate you. However, if you do this, how can you deal with the intrusion of the Sea Clan in the future?" At this moment, Zimin Linglin's mind was a mess. When this really happened, it seemed to have exceeded her expectations. She didn't mean to cause such an uproar at the beginning. Han Fei sneered. "Little Linglin, who are you?" She's listening to me now. Now, it's I who want to fight this battle. Get your facts straight first. The Beast King didn't speak as if saying, "Solve the trouble you caused, but I'm behind you." Zimin Tian said leisurely, "You're Wang Han, right? I've already got a basic understanding of the situation. You can name your terms. If so many powerhouses in U City die, the human race will be in danger. If you just want to take revenge, kill them then." Han Fei sneered. "Don't try to threaten me with righteousness. Even if they all die, the human race won't be in danger. Even if you die, the human race will still be fine. Let me tell you, I don't buy it." The strong masters of the Grand Myriad Mountains and Jia Wuxing and company were all looking at Han Fei. Even the tiger and the others were a little speechless. "The venerables are already here, and you're still so arrogant?" Jia Wuxing and the others were already swallowing nervously. Although Marshal Han was strong, he was actually challenging a venerable. How bold was he? At this moment, they didn't even dare to send a voice transmission, all silent. After all, there were all big shots here. They couldn't hear anything they said. Just the vague pressure alone was enough to make them suffer. Another venerable asked, "Then what do you want?" Han Fei's lips curled. "You should know what I want. Our original goal is to overthrow the big clans and let everyone in U City have freedom and share resources fairly." "Humph," Zimin Tian snorted. "Brat, even if you have the Grand Myriad Mountains as your backer, do you think you can completely suppress U City? It's true that the Beast King is strong, but if you really want to start a war, you'll definitely be injured. The Beast King suddenly said with a buzz, "You can fight them. You're all seriously injured and haven't recovered yet. If you really want to fight them, I can summon the Divine Sun. As for the price, I have my own considerations." Hearing this, Hanfei just wanted to give him a thumbs up and say, "How domineering." Hanfei grinned and said, "Heard that? You'll still lose if we fight. However, since I am also a human, I will consider the consequences." Hanfei looked at the Beast King and said, "Teacher, I'll call all the people from the big clans who can make the decision. Can you handle them?" The Beast King's mouth twitched. "How many more people do you want to call over? However, as a dignified half-king, I can certainly handle any situation." The Beast King nodded slightly and waved. "Divine Sun, you should have heard it, right? Call all the people over." "All right." The response was quick and concise, and his voice was quite gentle. Hanfei grinned and said, "Okay, Simen Tian, call for reinforcements. You can't represent Yu City. Call all the big clans, leaders, and family heads over." The Beast King said, "They're all coming here. Let's wait a little longer." Hanfei curled his lips. He knew that those big clans wouldn't easily admit defeat. Besides, the venerables who came earlier were also worried that they were weak. If they really fought, they might die. Therefore, they didn't stop other venerables from coming at all. Come on, the more people came, the safer they would be. Therefore, they would just trick as many people into coming as they could. After only 1 hour, explorers arrived one after another. There were already as many as 100 of them, and Jia Wuxing and the others were almost kneeling. In fact, Jia Wuxing and the others were fine. They were used to fighting in the outer sea, but Yi Yue, who had just come, was full of panic. As an intermediate law enforcer, she had never seen such a scene before. When she came to the Avenger, she didn't expect it to be so powerful. The strong masters that she couldn't even see in the past were popping up one after another, which made her numb. Then there came a venerable 12 peak-level explorers and more than 30 advanced explorers on human side. As for junior explorers, they were ignored. As soon as the other party appeared and saw the lineup of the Grand Myriad Mountains, they were a little frightened. How did this fucking Avenger cause such a big scene? Could it be that soon after the war with the Sea Clan, humans were going to fight the Grand Myriad Mountains again? However, they soon learned the whole story. Their faces changed as they looked at Hanfei. Hanfei grinned. "Why? Have you all arrived? Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet?" Simen Tian said. "Everyone is here. Wang Han, what conditions do you have? You can tell me now." Listen carefully. Firstly, I want half of the resources of the big clans. Buzz. Nonsense. Impossible. In your dreams. Can you swallow it? Gulp. Even the Beast King was speechless. This kid is really greedy. The tiger looked at Hanfei in shock. He had thought that he was already arrogant enough. He didn't expect that there was someone more arrogant than him. Zhao Wujing and the others almost fell on the deck. They thought to themselves, if the big clans really give it to us, how fucking many resources will we have? Hanfei clicked his tongue. So, you can't agree to the first condition? Simen Tian's eyes were cold. If we dare to give it to you, can you afford the resources? Hanfei sneered. Even if I can't, Yu City can. These resources are used to subvert the current rule of Yu City and help humans grow quickly. Listen to my second condition. It's not too late for you to talk. Under the furious stares of countless people, Hanfei said leisurely, from today on, Yu City will set up a position of City Lord to control and mobilize this resource. In short, no matter how you use the resources, it will be better than you storing them in your own treasuries. Impossible. Nonsense. What do you know? Hanfei suddenly shouted. Shut up, all of you. You, and you, Hanfei pointed at one of them and said, even the venerables didn't speak. Who do you think you are? That person was a peak-level explorer after all. How could he hold back being scolded by Hanfei? Since it was a negotiation, he wasn't afraid of the Beast King. He snorted coldly. I am the head of the Zhou family in Yu City, Zhou Fukang. Yu City is so big, and you want to be the city lord so easily. What do you think this is? A game? Hanfei suddenly looked at Zhou Zifu, who was pressed to the ground under the bear's paw. This one's surname is also Zhou. What a coincidence. Hanfei's snowmorn suddenly appeared, and his figure suddenly disappeared. He exerted all his strength and slashed Zhou Zifu's neck with the draw technique. Smack. Faced with Zhou Zifu, who had no combat power left, Hanfei naturally cut a big cut in his neck. Wang Han, what are you doing? Hanfei suddenly raised his head and grinned ferociously. The infinity water appeared in his hand and sank into Zhou Zifu's flesh. Hanfei extended his hand and stomped on the array. Bang! Zhou Zifu was already disabled. He cried in shock, help me, and then exploded. To be precise, he didn't explode. Hanfei underestimated the physique of an advanced explorer. Most of his body had been destroyed and riddled with holes, but he could still retain his human form. However, it was impossible for him to survive. Hanfei waved his hand and the infinity water gathered. Zhou Fukang roared, Wang Han, are you negotiating? Under Zhou Xuantong's furious gaze, Hanfei said leisurely, be careful when you talk to me next time, especially when the captives are in my hands. I'm a person who prefers persuasion to coercion. Now, can you listen to me? The three human venerables looked at Han Fei and narrowed their eyes. This kid is really ruthless. Zimin Linglin looked at Han Fei. The fool who has recovered his spiritual senses is really domineering. Jia Wuxing and the others swallowed and were dumbfounded. The giant wild bear scratched its butt. What's going on? Why did he cut this guy so easily? A venerable said, Wang Han, you went too far. Han Fei stared at him provocatively. Which family do you represent? The venerable's pupils constricted. You want to kill my family's people? However, he felt that Han Fei was a lunatic, so he snorted and didn't speak. At this moment, Han Fei shrugged and said, there are only 3 human venerables here, which shows that the current human race is not strong. What can mere 3 venerables do? Fight the sea demons? No way. You'll lose for sure. The battle of venerables has just passed, and the human race still has 500 years to go. We don't lack the 3 of you. You shall take it as an honor that we want half of your resources. If it weren't for the huge implications, I really want to kill all of you and start all over again. It might be impossible for a few venerables to appear in 500 years, but it's inevitable for a group of explorers to appear. Han Fei raised his hands high. Whether it's the Grand Myriad Mountains or the human race, how can there be an egg when the nest is destroyed? There are many strong masters in the Grand Myriad Mountains, but the human race never relies on the strong to decide a war. The human race relies on their tenacious characteristics. In order to survive, the world works as one. However, in Yu City, the big clans are plundering resources, and the people don't even have many chances to drink soup. Do you want to save the human race or destroy the human race? All right. The Beast King clapped his hands and roared, Did you see that? My disciple is right. Now that the Beast King spoke, the other beasts all shouted. Tiger King, look, Wang Han is so insightful. He's almost as smart as me. Lady White, that's true. Yu City is a mess now. The Sky Survey, Golden Hawk, cough, cough, cough. Han Fei cleared his throat and his face suddenly sank. Therefore, I want to make use of the coming 500 years to establish a new Yu City. Within 500 years, whoever wants to stop me will be killed. Chapter 139, You Gotta Pay More Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Of course, it was useless for Han Fei to say that alone. Han Fei knew very well that the people of the big clans would probably not really be subverted. However, he wasn't in a rush. What he needed to do today was to win the hearts of the people. With the Grand Myriad Mountains as his backer, he could force the human powerhouses to give in. As long as he got the resources, he had plenty of ways to bewitch people. Not just that, from this incident, Han Fei seemed to see the future of the Thousand Star City. Yes, it was the same. The big clans controlled the Thousand Star City, and history was repeating. The interests of the big clans in the Thousand Star City were to pursue the Heavenly Palace. To become a king, they didn't want to destroy a place like the 10,000 Demon Valley. A venerable said coldly, So, you want to use our resources to do the world a favor? Han Fei immediately retorted, What do you mean by your resources? If it weren't for the big clans seizing the resources by force, it's hard to say whose resources are whose. If you are unwilling, it's fine. From today on, the big clans in Yu City are not to interfere with the human being's choice in Yu City and are not to plunder other people's resources. The Avenger will openly appear in the sea area outside Yu City, challenge people of the same realm, and compete fairly. If you accept this, you can pretend I didn't say the last 2 points. Han Fei's words exuded great confidence, which shocked many people on the opposite side. Although Han Fei was a lunatic, he had really killed Zhou Zifu just now. What did it mean? This showed that Han Fei's true strength was very strong. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if he were to use a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, he wouldn't be able to kill an advanced explorer as an advanced law enforcer. After all, the strength of the two was completely different. They could imagine that the 2 conditions Han Fei proposed were actually to buy time for the Avenger. If the strong masters of the big clans didn't do anything, the cultivators below junior explorers of the big clans would definitely be blocked. Even if they sent a large number of junior explorers to besiege the Avenger, the latter's array was extraordinary. Furthermore, once it reached that point, there would definitely be a lot of people in Yu City who supported the Avenger. Even now, there were a lot of itinerant cultivators in Yu City who were unhappy with the big clans. Therefore, Han Fei's request was actually to drive the big clans against human beings. Seeing that many people were silent, Han Fei immediately smiled and said, Why, don't you dare? Without the rule of the strong, you big clans don't even have the courage to fight head-on? A venerable asked. Do you have any other conditions? Hearing this, Han Fei immediately laughed. Yes, there is another way. It won't make you big clans suffer any losses. The tiger mumbled, You have so many solutions. Han Fei replied, I learned it from you, Master Tiger. After that, Han Fei said, There's another choice. The big clans will evacuate Yu City with all your resources. Find another place, and Yu City will belong to me. I don't care where you go. We'll compete for resources at sea with our own abilities in the future. But if you go back and forth, we'll fight to the death. Han Fei was resolute. No matter what choice it was, he had to win the hearts of the people in Yu City. These big clans had to give him their resources, or they would fight to the death today. Zimin Tian said, If we don't accept the choices, are you really going to start a war? Han Fei ruthlessly pointed at Zeman Wuqing and the others and looked at the Tiger King. Master Tiger, beat them up. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. Wait, stop. Boom. The tiger ignored the humans. From the looks of it, Han Fei was more like a person from the Grand Myriad Mountains. Although he was a human, his style was too similar to the Grand Myriad Mountains. If you didn't like someone, kill him. This was the truth. Almost in an instant, there were only 6 captives left. 5 of them had been blown up and died. Zeman Tian shouted. Wang Han Fei said, "Seniors, please wait a moment." After the beasts stopped, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Zeman Tian and the others. There are only 3 choices for you. Either give me half of the resources and let me become the city lord, or let's compete fairly and the big clans will retreat and not plunder the humans in Yu City, or the big clans will leave with all the resources and Yu City will belong to me. Now the choice is yours. If you refuse to choose, then let's fight. If the worst comes to worst, I'll overthrow your big clan and start all over again. It's all death anyway. I bet on the coming 500 years. The human powerhouses were trembling with fury. Han Fei said leisurely, "If I were you, I might choose the second option. You don't have to give resources or leave Yu City, but can still go to sea. That's great." However, the 3 human venerables' faces were cold. They thought to themselves, this Wang Han is really greedy. Among the 3, the last one to choose is the second one. The first choice was that the big clans wouldn't leave Yu City, and the Avenger would be stationed in Yu City. Even if Han Fei were to publicize them, not many people would believe him. But as for the second, once the big clans retreated, the control of Yu City would be taken away too, and they would be restricted. If the big clans wanted to develop, they could only eat their old money. In the long run, the big clans would only exist in name. As for fighting, to be honest, if it was just a beast king, they actually had a way. The big clans had deep heritage and methods. However, the Grand Myriad Mountains had an even more terrifying existence after all. It was the Divine Sun. That extremely powerful existence could be said to be the #1 person under the king, although he rarely showed up. Now that the human venerables were all injured, it would be the best they could do to stop a beast king. If the Divine Sun really attacked, it was impossible for them to stop him. A venerable said, "We need to discuss it for a moment." They had to discuss it. Han Fei was too ruthless and killed explorers without any warning. There were 12 captives just now, but in the blink of an eye, there were only 6 left because 2 of them said something to annoy Han Fei. If they tentatively said that they couldn't accept it, none of the remaining people would survive. They could naturally agree first and then regret it. However, did they dare to kill Han Fei? While this thought flashed in their minds, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the Beast King. "Master, if I die one day, it must be a scheme of the big clans. At that time, please avenge me." The Beast King's eyes flickered. "Okay, I know my disciple. He has wandered in the outer sea for many years without perishing. If he perishes in human territory, I'll kill those big clans one by one." Han Fei chuckled. "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, all the human powerhouses were dumbfounded. Damn it, we have to be responsible if you die? However, they also knew that at this moment, their relationship had reached such a stalemate. If it wasn't them, where could it be? But Han Fei thought differently. In fact, he didn't have 500 years at all. He had to find a way back. No matter what, this was the Age of Doom, not his world. Therefore, he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, Han Fei knew the situation in the future and didn't panic at all. Although Han Fei didn't know how Seaman Linglin would survive these years, it should be very difficult. After all, she was making enemies of these big clans. But in any case, in the future, Seaman Linglin would be very strong. She would be in charge of the City of Justice alone and be loved by the entire city. This was clear. The Thousand Star City and the Scattered Stars Island still needed him, and he had to return to the Scattered Stars Island in 7 years. God knew how long he had been in the River of Time. What was the Thug Academy like now? What was the Scattered Stars Island like? Han Fei had no idea. This was what worried Han Fei the most. However, so many years had passed in the River of Time, and Han Fei didn't care about the next few years. At least, he had to find a way to create a new situation so that he could find a way to leave in peace. That was all Han Fei could do. He didn't know how the City of Justice would develop in the future. All he knew was the result. Now, he couldn't infer the development of the City of Justice through this result. In the void, buzzing sounds echoed. After a long time, a venerable said, "All right. Now that the human race is weak, the Grand Myriad Mountains are indeed stronger. Let's see what will happen after you take over Yu City. We'll choose the third option. The big clans will retreat from Yu City, but the 3,000 salt marsh in the north will belong to our big clans. In the future, the resources in the sea will be distributed depending on our means." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Seaman Linglan. "Where is the 3,000 salt marsh?" Seaman Linglan swallowed. She couldn't believe it. She had thought that the battle would be fierce. Hearing Han Fei's question, she quickly said, "It's a large salt lake on the north coast. However, it's relatively barren, about 20,000 kilometers away from Yu City." After Han Fei smelled it, he grinned. "Okay, this matter is settled. The big clans in Yu City will move out of Yu City in 3 days. The Avenger will take over Yu City in 3 days. Everybody gasped behind Han Fei. Jia Wuxing and the others couldn't believe it. Damn, they made it? Although it seemed that some people couldn't take revenge for the time being, it couldn't be helped. They were facing the entire U City's big clans now. They had never dared to force the other party to this point before. As for the tiger and the other beasts, they were not interested in the tricks of human beings and felt that it was like they were fighting for territory. If they lost, they would have to change territory, right? Han Fei could guess what their plans were. They would temporarily evacuate and recover from their injuries first to nurture strong masters. The big clans had a long heritage. If they endured for a while, they might be able to take back U City in the future. This was why they would rather move away than hand over the resources. After all, these resources had been accumulated over a long period of time. They would rather abandon hundreds of millions of people than to give up the precious resources accumulated. In fact, they didn't understand the principle of man's will, not heaven, decides. In the past, the people in U City were the bottom of society, the oppressed party. If these people turned over and became masters, would they be willing to return to the past? Since they were unwilling to return, there must be suppression by force, and there must be revolt. This was Han Fei's real plan. After all, Han Fei knew that the human heart was everything. At this moment, Han Fei was not panicking at all. How can I let you win? Then consider it my loss. This is just the first time we fought. Next time we fight, if I don't squeeze you dry, I will abandon my surname Han. Zimin Tian said with a straight face. Now, can you release them? Release them? Han Fei sneered. What does this have to do with letting them go? I caught them with my own abilities. How can I let them go so easily? Han Fei didn't have the habit of releasing captives at all. If they were released so easily, why did he take them in the first place? The Beast King couldn't help but scratch his butt, thinking, what else does this brat want to do? He has already won a complete victory this time. Does he still want to kill? A venerable said coldly. Wang Han, what else do you want? Han Fei grinned. What else do you want? These people have been chasing the Avenger for a long time and destroyed my ship. This is the fruit of my 18 years of hard work. How can I let them go? You haven't paid back the 10 ships you owe me. Zimin Wuqing snorted coldly. Someone will deliver the big ships to you soon, Han Fei said again. The members of the Avenger were all persecuted by the big clans. Now that the negotiation has been completed, we can't avenge them. How can 10 ships be enough? You've got to pay more. Yao Wuxing and the others thought to themselves, actually, we are already very satisfied. Don't fight the big clans again because of us. What if the negotiation breaks down? However, Zimin Linglin was a little surprised. For some reason, she felt that what Han Fei said before was not important. What he said in the end mattered. A venerable asked, Wang Han, what's the meaning of this? U City is already yours. Do you think it's not enough? Han Fei quickly waved his hand. Stop, these two things are different. You can't mix them. These people's hands are covered in blood. If you don't pay some price, you will never know what pain is. If you want these people back, okay, pay us. How much money is needed to nurture an explorer? I only want what I can see. These people are at least advanced explorers. On average, for each of them, the price is 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring, 1,000,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, 10 heaven-level combat skills, 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, a low-quality divine weapon, an ultra-quality divine weapon, 10,000 energy fruits, and 10,000 spiritual fruits. Han Fei counted on his fingers. Hearing his words, even the tiger couldn't bear it anymore and bared his teeth. The tiger thought to himself, if anyone dares to ask me for such things, I'll definitely slap him to death. Behind him, Jia Wuxing and the others swallowed crazily. The awakened Marshal Han seemed a bit ruthless. These things seemed to be much more than what they could get from robbing a big ship. Zimin Linglin felt her head explode. Where was that domineering idiot just now? But now he seemed a bit strange. Enough, someone shouted. Wang Han, are you robbing us? Han Fei raised his head innocently. Do you think an advanced explorer isn't worth this? Or do you think a peak-level explorer isn't worth this? You have to know that these people have a big grudge against me. How much pain in my conscience is it to let them go? You don't even want to add money but want to take them away? Why? Do you think I'm a fool? With that, Han Fei picked up Snowmorn and was about to cut the captives. Wait a minute, don't move. What's the rush? Han Fei stopped, looked at these people expressionlessly, and pointed his sword at Zhao Pi, who was closest to him. What do you mean? Are you giving me the money or not? Zhao Pi sweated hard and began to send messages to his family via voice transmission crazily. Son of a Bida Chi, this brat really dares to kill me. Just now, Zhao Zifu, who was next to him, was killed just because the Zhou family people said something to question Han Fei. What could this brat possibly not do? A venerable was so angry that the corner of his mouth was trembling, but someone held back his fury. Okay, we can give you this batch of resources, but Wang Han, there's nothing more. Han Fei smiled casually. That's it, I have nothing else to ask for. However, in an instant, everyone looked at Han Fei. However, Han Fei suddenly looked at Zimin Tian. But the Zimin family is different. Zimin Tian frowned. What do you mean? Han Fei's eyes were cold. Zimin Linglin is the captain of the Avenger. She has a great grudge against the Zimin family. We can let others go, but we can't let Zimin Wuqing go. At this moment, Zimin Wuqing was almost trampled to death. Fearing that Han Fei would really kill him, he shouted, "Wang Han, are you forcing us to fight?" Han Fei sneered. "Shut up. It's not up to you whether to fight or not. You're the only exception. I'm not forcing anyone to fight." Zeman Linglin tugged at Han Fei's waist. "Idiot, actually." Han Fei glanced at Zeman Linglin. "Listen to me." After that, Han Fei looked at Zeman Tian. "This grudge is huge. We can't coexist. You have to pay more. Everyone, right, Zeman Linglin?" As for the future, it was another story. Zeman Tian's eyes flickered, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, no more." Han Fei was speechless. Zeman Tian agreed so easily, it seemed that he had said too little just now. He should have asked for more. However, forget it. There was still a long time to come. Han Fei wasn't in a rush at all. He would just take these benefits first. Han Fei said casually, "You can go back now. You pay the money and we'll deliver the goods at the same time." Zeman Wuqing and the others couldn't have felt worse. "Are we goods?" a venerable said. "Wang Han, do you doubt my credibility?" Han Fei curled his lips. "You big clans have never been credible. I won't let these people go without seeing money and boats." Humph! The man flew away, not wanting to say another word to Han Fei. Immediately afterward, these people quickly left with swishes. It seemed that they didn't want to stay in this damn place at all. Or rather, they didn't want to see Han Fei's face for a second. When all the strong masters on the human side left, the tiger slapped Han Fei so hard that he almost fell over. "Not bad! How did you get this?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Master Tiger, my bones are scattered." Before Han Fei could exchange pleasantries with others, the Beast King roared, "Disciple, come with me." As the Beast King waved his hand, Han Fei appeared above the sea, far away from the Avenger. Han Fei scratched his head. "Master?" The Beast King looked at Han Fei. "Tell me what you remember. Do you remember that thing?" Han Fei said solemnly. "I don't remember it, or rather, I do remember it. It seems to be right at the tip of my tongue, but I can't speak it out. There seems to be a rule that prevents me from saying it." Han Fei had expected it. There must be something wrong with his crossing the river of time this time. Although he could remember things from a long time ago, he couldn't remember the final situation of the various races when it came to key matters, such as the floating stones, his understanding of the heavenly palace, the soul sea, or the situation of the various races. The Beast King frowned. "That's indeed the reason. You are not from this world. Although you came across the river of time with a strange method, you can't change the situation in this world. All you can do is to take advantage of the situation." Han Fei asked in confusion, "What's that supposed to mean? I'm already here." The Beast King shook his head. "You don't understand. Even if it's a king, even if he really has a way to cross the river of time, he can't even speak or interfere with the changes of time. That's the suppression of the heavenly Tao. For you to appear here and you can fight, talk, and fight, it can only be said that there is a problem with this river of time. In a sense, it lacks the influence of the great Tao." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He felt that he knew something, but he couldn't remember much about it. From his current memories, he had remembered all the normal memories. What he didn't remember was all those secrets. It seemed that what the Beast King said was true. The Beast King looked at Han Fei. "Do you remember anything about the beast race?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "In the place where I live normally, I haven't seen any beast race. However, I once encountered many beast race members, demon plant race members, and sky race members in a secret realm." The Beast King narrowed his eyes keenly. "There are no war giants?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No. Maybe I haven't been to enough places. I have to become stronger first." The Beast King nodded slightly. The beasts could only appear in certain secret realms. This meant that their final result wasn't good. However, since there were still some, it meant that they hadn't been extinct. "Do you remember the answer you came back for?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, but I don't quite understand." "Teacher, you said that an oracle could make the Sea Clan and thousands of races fight for tens of thousands of years?" The Beast King roared. "You don't understand. Who doesn't want to rule all the races and master the great Tao? We only know that much." As for what the oracle is like, what did it mean exactly, and is there any secret behind it? They are not something we know. By the way, do you have a way to become a king? Could he become a king? The Beast King didn't know much about it. What they said about being able to become a king was just a matter of posture. As for whether he could really succeed or not, he didn't know, nor could he tell. Han Fei was helpless. "Teacher, how can I answer this question? I don't know the way, but many people say that I may become a king. I think so too." Han Fei wasn't narcissistic. The source of his confidence wasn't old Han or his mother, who was the master of the heavenly palace, but the demon purification pot. Of course, he also knew that the problem he faced was very big. Here, he could use the Grand Myriad Mountains to suppress the big clans. However, once he returned to the Thousand-Star City, he would really have to do it himself. The Beast King nodded. "By the way, you need to be careful on your path of invincibility. This path is full of thorns and bumps. Only those with great luck can bear it. As I know, no one who embarks on the path of invincibility has a good ending." "Huh?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "What's the meaning of this?" "Everyone says that the path of invincibility is hard to walk, but I've already walked it." The Beast King comforted him. "However, it's not necessarily true. After all, I have seen very few people taking the paths of invincibility. Perhaps someone has succeeded. You can even cross the river of time, which shows that you are very lucky." Han Fei smiled bitterly. Is this considered comfort? Chapter 140, here comes the Avenger translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. In fact, Han Fei couldn't tell the Beast King much. For the current grand myriad mountains and humans, what they needed was time, powerhouses, and a way to resist the Sea Clan. There were too many sea creatures and resources. The speed at which powerhouses were born was obviously faster than humans. In the Battle of Venerables, a large number of Sea Clan Venerables died. It might be a heavy loss. However, this could only cause 500 years of peace. If there was a next time, it would be a greater challenge. When Han Fei returned to the Avenger, he found that the strong masters of the 4 races of the Grand Myriad Mountains had already left, and only Zeman Linglin was left sitting on the top of the boat with her chin in her hand. The others were all talking about what happened just now with exaggerated expressions. They were almost scared out of their pants. At this moment, these people were expressing their inner excitement. Someone said, "Damn it. I never dreamed that one day we would take over Yu City." Someone was still dazed. "We won just like that?" Zhao Wuxing's head was also buzzing. The big clan surrendered, so they did? No. Am I hallucinating? I need to go to sleep. Yes, sleep. Han Fei appeared with a swish and grabbed Zhao Wuxing. Hey, don't sleep. Prepare to accept the spoils of war. Seeing Han Fei return, everyone paused and looked at him blankly. However, Han Fei was looking at Zeman Linglin. With a gentle tap of his toes, he had already sat beside Zeman Linglin. Everyone was still looking up. As a girl, Yi Yue immediately said, "Don't look at them. Let's go to that big ship." Yi Yue said via voice transmission, "Marshal Han and the captain definitely have a lot to say." "Oh, that's right. Let's go to the big ship to clean up." When everyone ran away, Han Fei thought for a long time but didn't know what to say. What shall he say? "I'm Han Fei from the other side of the Time River?" Having no choice, Han Fei looked at the noisy Jia Wuxing and the others and muttered, "What a bunch of idiots." Zeman Linglin tilted her head and looked at him, thinking to herself, "You've been an idiot for almost 30 years, and you still have the cheek to say that about others?" Zeman Linglin took a deep breath, straightened up, and faced Han Fei. "So, are you still Wang Han?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Han Fei clearly felt that Zeman Linglin's tense body relaxed. The latter breathed a sigh of relief with a tremble and then said, "Do you remember what happened before?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes." Zeman Linglin blushed. Han Fei looked at her with surprise, thinking, "Why are you blushing? I was a pure fool back then." Even Zeman Linglin's eyelashes were trembling slightly. "Then what? What do you remember? Who is Ya Xiaoshan? You call this name the most. What about Tang Ge? And Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, Lorengquang, Old Han, Old Zhang?" Han Fei was stunned. "Is that what you want to know the most?" Han Fei pretended not to know anything. "What? Who? Zeman Linglin looked at Han Fei leisurely, thinking to herself, "Good, just keep pretending." Han Fei changed the topic. "Let me tell you, we have a greater goal now, which is to completely crush the big clans. Otherwise, they will definitely come back." Zeman Linglin was stunned for a moment. "Aren't they leaving now?" Han Fei sneered. "That's just a temporary measure. The Venerables are injured, and we are stronger than them now, so they just retreated for now. When dealing with enemies, we have to torture them until they can't make a comeback. I've thought of a few plans." "Let me tell you." Hearing Han Fei's words, Zeman Linglin was silent for a long time and then suddenly said, "I still think it's better when you are an idiot." Han Fei, V-E, Fee, 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 Fee. 3 days later, Yu City was in an uproar. Every day, countless people lingered outside of Yu City. One after another, many big clans moved away. No one knew why. Some families even took away their houses and land. Everyone was dumbfounded and had no idea what had happened. Someone said, "Are these big clans crazy? Has the Sea Clan come again? Is it because this time it's unstoppable, so they're going to run?" Someone was puzzled. "But where can they go? Do they want to cross the sea and run to the Blackstone City?" Someone sneered. "What Blackstone City? If Yu City is attacked, how can Blackstone City have an easy time? They must have been attacked too." Someone was puzzled. "That's not right. A few days ago, didn't the big clans go to destroy the Avenger? Could it be that they were driven away by the Avenger?" Someone rolled his eyes and said, "How is that possible? No matter how strong that Avenger is, it's just a ship. Unless there is a king on it, how can it let so many big clans in Yu City move away? Besides, if there is really a king, can these big clans escape?" Suddenly, someone ran in from outside the city and shouted, "They're here! They're here!" Someone cursed, "Are you crazy? Who's here? Son of a BH teach, the Sea Clan is here." Before everybody panicked, the man roared, "The Avenger is here! The Avenger is here! What? Who's here? The Avenger? Hiss! Son of a BH teach, the Avenger? Hiss! Son of a BH teach! The big clans are leaving." Someone listened to the news in shock. Yu City is going to change. On the sea, a huge black ship thousands of meters long was breaking through the waves. This ship was in a strange shape. On the black sail with gold inlaid patterns, there were patterns. The stern of the ship was in the shape of an octopus, and the octopus's claws were clasped on the hull. The front of the ship was like a steel knife erected, and the bottom half of the blade was a shark that opened its mouth, domineering and ostentatious. When modifying this ship, Han Fei found out why the Avenger was like this. These were transformed from the remains of the Venerables they had picked up in the sea over the years. As for black, wasn't that the favorite color of pirates? Because of the need for setting up arrays, Han Fei wanted to make this ship into a unique Avenger. Therefore, he didn't use the pirate map. However, at the top of the mast, there was a pirate flag. He didn't see the pirate flag on the Avenger, so it must have been taken down. Otherwise, he would have doubted his life when he saw the pirate flag. At this moment, Han Fei was modifying the arrays. He was afraid of Zeman Linglin. Recently, Zeman Linglin was forcing him to have a baby with her. Come on, if I have a baby now, when my baby is dead, I'm still living in the future. That doesn't make sense. Furthermore, Han Fei suspected that this was almost impossible. How could he not care about the Great Tao? This was because he wasn't a person of this era, and he would eventually leave, so it was impossible for him to give birth to a child. What if he gave birth to his own ancestor? He thought, if this is a reincarnation, I shouldn't have woken up in advance. Or rather, waking up in advance means that I'm gradually leaving this time. Han Fei knew that his memories were still a little lacking. What if these memories were filled up? From the looks of it, his soul injuries had basically recovered. If he waited for all of them to recover, would he remember things that he shouldn't remember? The Beast King said that it was the influence of the Great Tao. Then, once he was completely sober, what would the Great Tao do? Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei didn't focus his energy on romance. He had to rebuild the Avenger first. Seeing that they would reach U City soon, Zeman Linglin shouted, "Idiot, it's time for dinner." Han Fei's body trembled. "Oh, well, it'll be done soon. You eat first." Zeman Linglin appeared beside Han Fei and waited patiently. Han Fei shrugged. "Eat, eat." Zeman Linglin sneered. "When you were a fool, you were much more domineering than now. How can you be so shy when you're eating?" Han Fei immediately said angrily. "This is called concentrating on work and planning for 10,000 years. Zeman Linglin snorted. "We're going to U City soon. What are you going to do after we take over U City?" Han Fei smiled. "Humans need freedom, but we can't tell them directly. We have to stand on the side of justice and tell them that they are the masters of this city, the future of mankind, and they're free. Since they have become masters, they won't allow their home to be destroyed by others, even if the big clans come back in the future and suppress them. However, they have already developed the habit of freedom in their bones. Even if they are suppressed for a moment, they will still think about resisting all the time. This is what I want." Zeman Linglin tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. "I have a feeling that there are countless things hidden in your head." Han Fei laughed. "I've basically told you everything in my head. In the future, my task is to build an Avenger fleet that can sweep across the sea." Zeman Linglin said in surprise. "You took U City, but you didn't manage it?" Han Fei grinned. "Management is not something a single person can do." "Wait, you'll find out when we reach U City," Zeman Linglin said. "Since you're no longer an idiot, I feel that you have become so bad." Han Fei, there were many ports in U City. Among them, there were 8 largest ports, and no less than 100 ports of various sizes. Otherwise, there would be no place for so many big ships. Of course, there were many small towns around U City. The entire Linhai town spanned more than 8,000 kilometers. With the countless villages and towns nearby, it was extremely vast. The Avenger appeared in a place more than 500 kilometers away from the port of U City, which was the only route to and from ships. However, due to the lack of large ships going to sea these days, there were especially many small and medium-sized ships going to sea. When countless small and medium-sized ships saw the arrival of the Avenger, they all turned around and fled back. The rumors about the Avenger these days were too horrible, so people were scared. After all, the feeling they got from the Avenger was that it had appeared out of nowhere and was extremely powerful. The big clans had already started to run away, but then the Avenger appeared, which explained a lot. Therefore, many small boats stopped 100 kilometers away from the Avenger to see what it was going to do. These people were hopeful and worried. They were looking forward to the possibility that the Avenger would share the resources of the sea, as the rumors said. What they were worried about was whether the Avenger would be like the big clans. After all, countless people were used to this kind of environment. In fact, the big clans thought the same. They didn't expect Han Fei to bring any freedom to U City at all. They felt that Han Fei just wanted to dominate. Therefore, they naturally felt that they had a chance to make a comeback. On a boat, several middle-aged men were whispering. Someone said, "Do you think they are really here to help us? However, the big clans usually don't bully us much except to collect some resource tax, right?" Someone sneered. "Are you stupid? They don't bully us? Don't you know how strong we are? With our strength, can we get anything good? Look at those hidden fishers and law enforcers. When they get something good, they immediately exchange it with the big clans for what they need. Do you know how many benefits have the big clans exploited from this?" Someone said. "That's right, you're just a fish head. They're everywhere in the relatively safe and resource-rich areas near the sea. They haven't gone to sea these past few days. Do you see how many people have gone to grab resources?" Just as these people were whispering, a voice resounded in the void. "Everyone, from today onwards, our Avenger will take over U City. We are from the darkness, but we will bring light. If you don't find it troublesome, please inform your families and friends in the various villages and towns. At this time tomorrow, the Avenger will board U City and announce the liberation of U City. From today onwards, U City will be open to everyone. Anyone can enter U City and no one can stop them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everybody within 1,000 kilometers was shocked. What? U City is liberated? Liberated? The Avenger is going to board U City? Someone exclaimed. Oh my god, the Avenger said that everyone in U City can become a free person? Is it true? Someone clutched his head and circled around a few times. The Avenger won. Yes, they must have won in the storm strait. God, there must be a venerable on the Venators. Someone shouted, brothers, don't just stand there. Let's go back and spread the news. We still have to spread the news to the villages and towns. While steering the boat, someone asked, will the Avenger really help us? Someone shouted, we've already helped them. Haven't you seen that the big clans have moved away? On this side, people were running and spreading the news. On the Avenger, Han Fei was eating hot pot. After all, he had snatched countless good things, so it shouldn't be a problem to eat hot pot with some spiritual fruits. At this moment, 4 big pots were placed on the boat, and a group of people surrounded the hot pot, eating happily. Someone said, Marshal Han, are we going to take over U City? But we don't have enough manpower. Someone kicked him. What do you know? We've already taken over U City. How many people do we need? Suck. Someone took a mouthful of fish meat and said with a buzz, how can we do that? Marshal Han must have an idea. Why do you bother to worry about that? Jia Wuxing slapped the man's head. Shut up. He turned around and chuckled. Marshal Han, what should we do with such a big city? Han Fei sneered. Just eat your hot pot. You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, I won't let you do it. Jia Wuxing smiled awkwardly. I just want to share the pressure with you and the captain. Jimin Linglin echoed, me neither. Managing a city is something we have never done before. Crunch. Han Fei stuffed fish into his mouth, wondering how to manage a city. When a person stood at a certain height, he would come up with a solution even if he didn't have a solution. As long as the principle remained the same, it was fine. Han Fei suddenly felt that he had a headache, a very slight and faintly painful feeling. This was definitely not a good sign. As a cultivator, how could he have a headache? Jimin Linglin looked at Han Fei. What are you thinking? Han Fei shook his head and stuffed more fish into his mouth. Nothing. I'm just thinking about the follow-up arrangements in U City. I believe you. Han Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. I don't even believe in myself. You haven't managed a city, neither have I. The reason why I took it from the big clans is that I have to. If I don't, how can you be the city lord? The next day, all the ports in U City were full of people. They had already begun to believe it. This was because all the houses and shops of the big clans in the city were empty and closed. Of course, there must be many people from big clans in the crowd. However, these people were just asking about the situation in U City and couldn't cause a greater uproar. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, in the early morning mist, a large black shadow slowly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a dozen large black ships followed the Avenger and slowly appeared in front of everyone. Standing on the bow, Han Fei declared proudly, my fellow humans, gather in the city. Roar, here it comes, the hope of U City has come. Welcome, the Avenger. I have been waiting here since last night. Let's go to the city. Let's go. Let's go together. Seeing countless people walking towards the city gate, Han Fei couldn't help shouting, from today on, you can fly freely in U City. Anyone can walk from the sky as long as you don't destroy this city. Roar. The Avenger is awesome. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another flew in the air. Although these people didn't have wings, hidden fishers could temporarily fly in the air, so this was nothing. As for those who couldn't fly, Han Fei saw many hanging fishers climbing the city wall. Some manipulators even set up a spiritual plant ladder to let people step over the city wall. After all, the gate here had been blocked. Han Fei glanced at Jia Wuxing and the others. Leave the ships here, let's go into the city. This was the first time Han Fei entered U City. Even though he had been in this world for nearly 40 years and had always heard about U City, it was the first time he had been in this city. He estimated that it should be similar to Thousand Star City. Behind him, Jia Wuxing shouted, have you sorted out your hair? Pay attention to your manners. Don't disgrace Marshal Han and the captain. Beard, straighten your beard. Someone swallowed. Old Jia, aren't you nervous? Damn, my heart is pounding. Someone echoed, I'm so nervous that my legs are shaking. This is too big a scene. How many people are watching us? Yi Yue was also nervous, but she comforted everyone. Don't worry. Generally speaking, the strong are in big clans. Although ordinary people also have strong masters, they are at most peak-level law enforcers. There are very few explorers among them. You are all very strong. Jia Wuxing also took a deep breath, looked at Han Fei and Jimin Linglin who had already stepped into the air, and immediately said loudly, let's go, follow them. Damn it, we've come all the way here. Now that we're back in the city, why should we be afraid of them? In the sky, Jimin Linglin said telepathically, idiot, I'm nervous too. Han Fei said leisurely, don't panic. It's not a big deal, Han Fei said to Jimin Linglin and the others. Just think of them as fish heads. Yes, just think of them as fish heads. Someone muttered, how many fish heads are there? Jia Wuxing slapped him. Shut up. Just take them as fish heads. Cut the crap. Han Fei and the others didn't fly fast. When they walked above the city wall, many law enforcers and hidden fishers were waiting here, following their steps. In the city, it was crowded, and many people were looking at the sky. A child held an old man's hand and jostled her way through the crowd. Grandpa, is this U City? There are so many people. The old man sighed. Alas, yes, this is U City. There are so many people in the main city. Grandpa hasn't been here either. Let's take a good look this time. A girl pointed to the sky and said, Dad, that woman looks awesome. The old man was also fascinated. Perhaps you can also fly into the sky and dive into the sea like her in the future. Many people were amazed. Many of them came from villages and towns. This scene was rare to see in thousands of years. Wouldn't it be a loss if they didn't take a look? Unlike the people who only knew a little about the situation, Han Fei scanned more than 600 kilometers as soon as he entered the city, but he didn't find any sea god statues. Huh? Not here? Why? Han Fei frowned. He had seen a statue of the sea god in the City of Justice, but there were no statues here. Did the Heavenly Palace not appear at this time? No, that must not be far behind the timeline. The Heavenly Palace must have appeared before the destruction of the City of Justice. Han Fei smiled. Since the statue of the sea god was not here, this was a good thing. This showed that in the coming period of time, it was actually not just Zeman Linglin who was working hard, but many people were working hard in places unknown to others. As for why the City of Justice was destroyed, there might be many reasons. Perhaps his mother and the others were fighting somewhere? After all, the 36 heavenly palaces were so huge that they couldn't fall from the sky. Chapter 141. Declaration of Liberation of the City of Justice Translator, Hanye Translations Editor, Hanye Translations. In fact, Han Fei should have known that if the City of Justice was the last territory of human beings, then why would there be the Thousand-Star City? Human beings should have long been extinct. Calming down, Han Fei said to Zeman Linglin, let me speak to them. Okay, I can't handle this, Han Fei asked. You once stayed in U City. Where is the center of this city? Zeman Linglin thought for a moment and said, the Star Towers, a few very high towers. That's where the big clans in U City sell their resources and exchange for resources. Han Fei smiled. Then let's go there. Han Fei's voice rumbled. My compatriots, we'll wait for you on the Star Towers. Come on, let's go to the Star Towers. Hurry up, grab a seat. Brother, wait for me. After a while, Han Fei and the others came to the Star Towers, which was already overcrowded. Someone took the best position and said with a smile, those who go to the city gate are idiots. U City has a huge population. If the Avenger wins against the big clans and takes over U City, a series of major events must be announced. Is there a better place than the Star Towers? When Han Fei saw the so-called Star Towers, he found that the towers were cylindrical, more than 300 meters high and more than 100 meters wide. There were 3 of them, standing in a triangle. Here they come. Someone was shouting. There were all sorts of shouting. Some even called him the savior. Han Fei said, Linglin, old Jia, one for each of you later. Destroy these 3 towers. Huh? Jia Wuxing said in surprise, wait, Marshal Han, didn't you just say not to destroy the buildings in the city? Han Fei said, just do it. Cut the crap. Han Fei shouted, everyone, leave the Star Towers. Make way for 1,000 meters. When the crowd surged and began to retreat, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, attack, destroy it. All of a sudden, under the gaze of countless people, Han Fei, Zeman Linglin, and a ferocious-looking man flew to the 3-star towers. Among them, Han Fei was the most aggressive. A sledgehammer appeared in his hand, turning into a shocking hammer shadow. With a few consecutive clangs, the Star Towers shattered and smoke flew. Holding 2 knives in her hand, Zeman Linglin quickly passed the Star Towers. Then people took a closer look, only to see that the whole building was full of knife marks, and then fell one after another in pieces. Xiao Wujing bombarded the Star Towers with his fists to show the strength of an explorer. He descended from the sky and punched through the Star Towers. Amidst the cries of countless people, Han Fei shouted, human compatriots, don't panic. The Star Towers are where the big clans exchange resources with you. Now that the Star Towers have been destroyed, it means that the era of the big clans has passed. A new era has come. Good, well done. Someone raised his arms and shouted, and the roars echoed one after another, raising tides of sound. Relieve my hatred. This place should have been destroyed long ago. It's a pity that everything inside has been taken away. As long as there are no big clans. Han Fei quickly descended, and the law of gravity covered 100 meters with a huge force. These were all ordinary buildings, not spiritual weapons. In an instant, these gravels were crushed into flat ground by Han Fei. Then, Han Fei casually threw a large rod to the ground. As Han Fei thought of something, the rod quickly rose to a height of 100 meters and stopped, turning into a huge pillar that held up the sky. Standing on the top of the giant pillar, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, everyone, don't panic, wait for a moment. When everyone arrives. Zeman Linglin asked via voice transmission, do we have to wait? Those people's gazes are so hot. Han Fei replied calmly, this is called creating a sense of anticipation. It's a good time to pretend, to unite people. Looking at the crowd who was whispering or talking via voice transmission, Han Fei smiled. There were really a lot of people. The surrounding buildings and places where people could stand were all full of people. There were also law enforcers flying in the sky, waiting quietly. Seeing these people, Han Fei couldn't help sighing. If he became a king in the future, it would be great to have so many people watching him. After about half an hour, those who were supposed to come had all come. Those who couldn't squeeze in could only listen at the periphery. However, after this lecture, everyone inside and outside of U City would know the contents. 2 sledgehammers appeared in Han Fei's hands and he struck them with a clang. Han Fei, be quiet. When the discussion gradually died down, Han Fei put away the sledgehammers and stood aside with the slightly uneasy Zeman Linglin. Han Fei's voice resounded through the sky like thunder. Everyone, I think you have already heard the rumors about the Avenger. Yes, just like you, we were once forced to leave our hometown by the big clans. We, as well as the big clans, know very well how the big clans oppressed humans, seizing resources, squeezing out tens of thousands of people, and committing countless crimes. Therefore, we came back, holding our dreams and seeking revenge on them. Fortunately, we won. Roar, good job. The Avenger is invincible. In the void, the 3 venerables' faces were livid. The big clans had just left, and this beastard had come to ruin the reputation of the big clans. Although they didn't have a good reputation, it was embarrassing to be told off like this. The Beast King had come too. How could he miss such a grand event? Han Fei knocked the hammers and shouted again. The Sea Clan wants to destroy the human race. Our human race is plagued by internal and external troubles. How can we resist intruders in this case? This move of the Avenger complies with the mandate of heaven. 18 years ago, the Grand Myriad Mountains, human beings, and the venerables of the Blackstone City joined forces to attack the Sea Clan, winning us the time of 500 years. You can also understand it as a golden age. Out of troubled times come heroes. The person beside me is the abandoned daughter of the Zeman family from U City, Zeman Linglin. Her level 8 spiritual heritage was seized when she was young. Unwilling to succumb to fate, she entered the mountains to seek the Tao and explored millions of kilometers of sea. In this chaotic world, she harbors the desire to take revenge and save tens of thousands of people from fire and water. This return of hers is to liberate the entire U City and let everyone in U City be a free person. Roar. Roar. Zeman Linglin, the heroine of our times, Zeman Linglin, okay, I swear to follow her to death. Han Fei didn't care what the audience was shouting about. He was thinking about what to say next. However, Zeman Linglin was very embarrassed and said via voice transmission, "Why are you talking about me? What do you mean by heroine? I don't have any ambition." Han Fei said, "Don't panic. Calm down." Han Fei continued to shout loudly, "Today, with the joint support of all the senior executives and venerable level powerhouses on the Avenger, Zeman Linglin shall be the city lord of U City, teach cultivation techniques and combat skills to everyone, control the fisheries, help villages and towns, reduce taxes, and punish looting. Anyway, she'll settle all injustice in the world." Someone raised his arms and roared. Countless people shouted at the same time and their sounds were like waves. "We support City Lord Shiman," someone shed tears. The dawn is really the dawn. Behind Han Fei, Jia Wuxing and the others stood straight. So they had become senior executives of the Avenger? Their faces were glowing with pride. Han Fei chuckled and hammered again. He turned his head to look at Zeman Linglin, then handed over a jade slip. "Read it." Zeman Linglin's head was buzzing. How did she become the city lord? Wasn't he the city lord? Zeman Linglin hurriedly said, "How can I be the city lord, not you?" Han Fei said, "The city should be managed by the strongest. You're an explorer, and I'm a law enforcer, so you're more suitable to be the city lord. Hurry up and read it. Don't make them wait long." Zeman Linglin held the jade slip and scanned it with her spiritual power. She immediately became tense, and her head was still buzzing. She felt that besides reading words, she didn't know anything else. She was just a reading machine. But she was an explorer anyway. Zeman Linglin quickly calmed down, maintaining a cold posture, thinking to herself that there were only fish heads below. Yes, they're all fish heads. I'm reading to fish heads. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Zeman Linglin slowly said, "I am Zeman Linglin. I announce that everyone living in U City, no matter in the city or the villages, shall forever be free at this time and in the future." Below, a storm of cheers was surging. The shouts were deafening and filled the sky. Zeman Linglin was taken aback for a moment and then quickly continued, "Whether it is the big clans of the past, the current Avenger, or the future City Lord, they will recognize and guarantee your freedom. When any member of the people strives for their freedom, no one is allowed to do anything to suppress them." Amidst the cries of billions of people, Zeman Linglin relaxed a little and continued to read. "However, under the rule of U City, there are hundreds of millions of people, so the law must be enforced in case anyone with ill intentions tries to cause harm. Human beings should be wholeheartedly committed to preventing killing, looting, and rioting, and bullying the weak. Human beings should focus their attention on the future, on resisting the Sea Clan. To continue human lifeblood, everyone needs to work together. Only when everyone is united can it be done." Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Zeman Linglin took a deep breath. "Now, with my authority, I officially announce that the former U City has gone. Today's U City will be renamed as the City of Justice, to fight for the rise of the human race and for the justice in our hearts." Han Fei watched with a smile on the side. When there were really too many people, he couldn't hear what were they talking about at all. He could only hear one or two voices from them, mostly roars. What Zeman Linglin wanted to do was to establish the image of the city lord. As for other things, the city lord didn't have to say much, as long as the people regarded her as a god. Han Fei took over the conversation and shouted, The City of Justice has just been established and needs talents. The strong have the obligation and responsibility of the strong. Now, the City Lord has drafted individual explorers, law enforcers, and talented hidden fishers to govern this city. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another was already in the air, looking quite eager. At this moment, many people also realized that this was a great opportunity. If they joined the Avengers, they would be allies from now on. However, Han Fei also saw many people's faces change. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Don't listen to him. Isn't he just like the big clans? He's trying to win over the strong and exploit the people. Do you really think he's here to liberate us?" They just hide their real intentions a little bit deeper. They just want the strong. What about ordinary people like us? This is unfair. What the fuck do you know? Do you expect the City Lord to manage everything on her own? Are you out of your mind? Do you have anything to exploit? For a moment, the crowd was divided into two groups. Han Fei's eyes flickered. Clang. Han Fei's voice echoed. All those who were drafted will be subject to the supervision of the mass, and they will be severely punished if they commit any crimes. Sure enough, when Han Fei said this, many people relaxed and continued to cheer. Of course, someone shouted, "Don't listen to him. The strong will only protect the strong. Why would they think about us?" Shua! Han Fei suddenly disappeared and captured the person in an instant. Controlling this person with the void lines, he curled his lips and thought to himself, what a bunch of fools. Han Fei controlled the man to show his real appearance and shouted, "Does anyone know this person?" Immediately, many people exclaimed, "I know this person. He's from the Zhou family." Someone said angrily, "Damn it, isn't that Zhou Xiaoqian?" Then Han Fei grinned. "Everyone, there are many people from big clans in the crowd. Pay attention to the people around you. Once you confirm it, you can directly injure them and send them here. Once their identity is confirmed, they will be killed on the spot." Bang! The member of the Zhou family controlled by Han Fei was directly shattered into a bloody mist. Han Fei grinned. "Don't forget that although we are righteous, we are also avengers. Good job. The City of Justice cannot be sullied by the big clans. Everyone, look for them. He is Yang Tai. I can't be wrong. He is from the Yang family. I found one too. He's definitely from the Dongfang family. He has a birthmark on his neck. Yes, look at this one." Instantly the scene was chaotic. Zeman Linglin asked telepathically, "Will there be a mess?" Han Fei shook his head. "If we want to control the situation, we have to resolve the destabilizing factors first. This is not an era of peace, but a chaotic world. In chaotic times, we should be ferocious to seize the people's hearts and get rid of dissidents. Let's nurture the consciousness of the city people first." Almost in a moment, more than 80 people with swollen noses and faces were thrown out. There were also more who hadn't been caught and had slipped away in the chaos. Han Fei looked at those people indifferently. "I'll give you a reason to explain in front of the mass. If your reason makes sense, you can leave. You have 10 seconds. Immediately, someone scrambled and shouted, "I'm just a relative of the big clan. I wasn't taken away." However, as soon as the man finished speaking, someone said, "My lord, don't listen to him. He shouted so loudly just now, telling us not to trust the city lord." What a beastard. "Yes, I can prove it. And me. We all heard it." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the man, who choked. Han Fei sighed. Thank you for being the first to come out to die." Puffed. After killing him, Han Fei looked at the others. "What do you think? Those who were caught in public were the ones who didn't know how to hide themselves. They were the ones who yelled the loudest just now. Therefore, they were basically not wronged at all. They couldn't come up with a decent reason. Suddenly, someone shouted, 'Explode yourselves!' Swish! At the moment when the man shouted, a white light flashed past. With the draw technique, these people who didn't even have the strength of a hanging fisher couldn't defend themselves. Good job. These beastards died too easily. They deserved to die." In the void, the venerable snorted and left. After executing a group of people, Han Fei turned around and shouted, "Everyone, I only hope that you are vigilant. In the coming period of time, there will be some related decrees in the City of Justice. All the city gates will be put on a fish skin notice. Now, I want to announce something else." When the crowd calmed down, Han Fei shouted, "In a month, no matter if it's the City of Justice or the subordinate towns, all youths who are about to have their spiritual beasts awakened can gather in the city. At that time, it will be the first large-scale free awakening since the founding of the City of Justice. Don't miss it." 7 days passed. In his experience, Han Fei reorganized the City of Justice. This was something that Zeman Linglin couldn't do. However, he actually didn't know much about it. The best way was to use the existing plans of the floating islands and the scattered stars island. At this moment, in the construction site of a certain big clan, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin were sitting in a large tent. They certainly had to build the city lord's mansion, but they didn't need to do that. The two of them had been busy these days. With a swish, someone pushed open the tent and came in. Marshal Han, the areas in the north, south, east, and west have been divided. The plan for the bazaar follows the previous. It won't change much. Han Fei said without raising his head, "Okay, go and arrange for all the big clan's mansions to be dismantled. Build some logistics exchange, refining hall, alchemy workshops, dangling fishers union, and pioneer group. Yes, Marshal Han. Splash." Another person came into the tent. Marshal Han, under your command, in the recruiting crowd, according to the will of ordinary people, 100 law enforcers and 800 hidden fishers have been assigned to 4 jurisdictions. Han Fei said, it's not enough. How can such a huge city have so few people? However, there's no need to be in a rush. You have to consider the number of people used. The remaining people will be assigned to the law enforcement team to conduct daily city management and be supervised by the people. Yes, Marshal Han. Whoosh, Yi Yue walked in. Marshal Han, city lord, at present, a large number of people have entered the City of Justice from the towns around, saying that they want to learn cultivation techniques and combat skills. However, there are too many people in the city, so it's not easy to arrange. The library at the center of the City of Justice we set up has almost been squeezed through. Han Fei glanced at Yi Yue. Put a fishskin notice outside the library and tell them to wait a few days. When the time comes, there will be specialists going to the major villages and towns to teach them in person. In addition, every village and town can arrange for 10 people to come over to copy cultivation techniques and combat skills. Yi Yue glanced at Zeman Linglin, who seemed to be racking her brain and thinking about something, turned around, and quickly left. Han Fei said, Phew, it's tiring to be an emperor. Zeman Linglin was puzzled. What is an emperor? Han Fei waved his hand. Nothing. How is the employment hall you set up? Zeman Linglin shook her head helplessly. This is very difficult to design. Han Fei took the pile of fishskin maps in front of Zeman Linglin and said, it's actually not difficult. The employment hall only needs 2 functions, release tasks and accept tasks. Whoever finishes the task will take away the employment money. The employment hall only takes away the basic service charge. What if, at the same time, many people go to complete missions? Han Fei said, that's simple. It depends on team or individual missions. If an individual mission has been taken, don't release it to the public anymore. Zeman Linglin asked, what about credits? Why shall we give credits to the people who take a mission? Han Fei said, give them something to pursue. If they can increase their employment level with credits and exchange them for resources, more people will accept missions. Zeman Linglin pushed all the things to Han Fei. But do we have enough spirit awakening fluid? What if we can't make ends meet? Han Fei thought to himself, I have more than enough of that. But he just said unhurriedly, this is the first part to earn the people's heart. It doesn't matter what we do. What matters is that we have started to do it. Half a month later. While Han Fei and Zeman Linglin were discussing, the outside was crowded. These days were the busiest days in the history of the City of Justice. The registration office of the law enforcement team was jam-packed with people. Someone complained, isn't this too slow? Someone sneered, if you think it's slow, leave the queue. The city lord is carefully screening the law enforcers. Do you think anyone can enter? xuanhuan came from the village and went to see. It was said that the current Yu city had changed into the City of Justice. The big clans were gone. The Avenger had liberated the city and brought freedom and justice to everyone. At first, he didn't believe it. However, since entering the city today, he was stunned. Was this the Yu city he knew? This was because they saw an announcement at the gate of the city that as long as one joined the law enforcement team, they could read any cultivation techniques or combat skills. If they succeeded in entering the team, they would be rewarded with a low-quality divine weapon. At that time, xuanhuan was tempted. Looking at the long queue at the registration office, xuanhuan said, Bro, let me cut in line, okay? Immediately, a bunch of people turned around and glared at him. Which son of a Che said he wanted to cut in line? xuanhuan immediately shrank his neck. He couldn't even cut in line now? xuanhuan was stunned and quickly laughed. I'll line up. Seeing that there were too many people, xuanhuan was stunned and didn't know where to go. Someone laughed. Bro, you just came back from the sea, right? Just forget about joining the law enforcement team. Without the strength of a hidden fisher, how can you enter the law enforcement team? xuanhuan was speechless. Are hidden fishers so cheap? But I'll make a breakthrough soon, someone said. You just come back from the sea. You should go to the logistics division. There, you can exchange for the materials you want. The service charge is very low, only 10%. xuanhuan's eyes glittered. Really? In the 4 districts, there were only 120 windows in total in the logistics divisions. Every day, these places were overcrowded. The 4 logistics divisions had a long queue from morning to night. It could be seen that there were definitely a lot of people exchanging for supplies. In fact, most people couldn't exchange high-end supplies. Therefore, the mission of the logistics division was to receive a pile of materials from one person and then give the materials to those who wanted them. The service charge received was only 10%. At this moment, xuanhuan looked at the people who were even more than those in the law enforcement team and was dumbfounded. How long would he have to wait? Just as xuanhuan was hesitating whether to wait or not, he suddenly heard someone shout, good news, the logistics division is expanding. Does anyone want to enter the logistics division? 7 days a duty, and the benefits are extremely good. If you come in, you'll be given 2 caddies of spiritual spring, and the benefits are comparable to that of the law enforcement team. You'll also have a priority to exchange for the resources in the logistics division. Buzz. In an instant, xuanhuan was pushed away by someone, and those people rushed forward like crazy. In an instant, heads were rolling and people shouted, "Me, I want to join. Me, I came first. Me, I'm a peak-level great fishing master. I'm a peak-level hanging fisher." Huh? You're a hanging fisher? Why are you here? Go to the employment hall. You can earn more there. There are all kinds of missions. Oh really? Where is the employment hall? xuanhuan asked. What kind of place is that? Forget it. Anyway, the queue is too long here. Let me go somewhere else first. Chapter 1142, xuanhuan's Opportunity Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As a member of the mass, although xuanhuan knew that he was ordinary, he had been working hard. To put it more bluntly, although he was mediocre, he also had dreams of becoming a god. xuanhuan finally found the employment hall among the crowd. This hall was large because it was modified from a large family's residence. Without much effort, xuanhuan squeezed in. Then he saw that many people were holding a book. In addition to the book, xuanhuan also saw that the walls of the hall were full of various tasks like advertisements. Go to the 2,000-kilometer sea area near the coast to find a 5-step coral snake. Requires the body to be complete. 1 blue spirit fruit as payment, effective for 3 days. xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He was about to rush over to talk to the waiter only to see that the fish skin had been taken off. Then, under xuanhuan's gaze, a waiter handed something to the young woman, and it was over. xuanhuan was speechless. The task was taken away so easily. However, xuanhuan didn't panic. Anyway, there were still many more. He continued to read the next one. Go to the coral reef in the 3,000-mile sea area near the coast and find a red-horned sea anemone. Requires, before he finished reading the request, the fish skin map was taken off again. xuanhuan continued to read because a new fish skin map was hung up. Go to the 8,000-mile sea area, the Swirl Valley, and hunt a black-scaled flood dragon. Requires the body to be complete. 1 low-quality divine weapon, 3 spiritual fruits, and 1 energy fruit as payment. Effective for 5 days. xuanhuan frowned slightly. This was a little difficult. He knew about the Swirl Valley. This seemed a little difficult. However, he could give it a try. He had a trump card, so he should be able to. However, just as xuanhuan was about to shout, a man shouted, "I'll accept the mission of the Swirl Valley. It's a small problem. I can complete it in 3 days." xuanhuan was dumbfounded. He finally understood that the missions here had to be snatched. Many people were like him, eyeing the tasks covetously. As soon as a waiter took out a fish skin, someone next to him shouted, "Whatever this task is, I'll accept it. I'm an intermediate hidden fisher." xuanhuan felt his teeth ache. The missions that no one chose were either too low or too difficult. There was even a task requiring hunting exotic creatures. This was not something ordinary people could do. xuanhuan keenly noticed that a waiter reached out to take out a fish skin map, and he immediately shouted, "Whatever this task is, I'll take it." The receptionist glanced at him. "If I take out a difficult task, can you accept it?" As he said this, the receptionist looked at the fish skin map and shrugged. "Okay, you win." After that, the receptionist opened the fish skin map and showed it to xuanhuan. It turned out that it was not a sea mission. Go to the Great Wilderness Village on the reef shore and give the villagers guidance on cultivation techniques and combat skills. The mission can't be over until you get the approval of the village leader. The reward is 1 semi-divine weapon and 100 caddies of spiritual spring. Approval-type missions have no time limit. Instantly, xuanhuan's eyes lit up. A semi-divine weapon, and 100 caddies of spiritual spring? xuanhuan was overjoyed. He was in need of a semi-divine weapon now. He had planned to get it in the logistics division. Who would have expected that he would get it from the first mission he received? As far as xuanhuan knew, although the village was weak, there would be strong masters. But usually, the strong masters would go to higher places and not stay long. xuanhuan quickly said, "I'll take it, I'll take it." The receptionist said, "Because it's a special mission, I'll give you this fish skin map. However, if you want to complete the mission and receive the reward, you'll have to get the village leader's seal." Okay. xuanhuan excitedly asked about the location of the Great Wilderness Village and left the city. The moment he received this task, he immediately fell in love with this city of justice. This was completely different from the U city before, xuanhuan muttered. "I'm told that the city of justice is still being reorganized. Perhaps when I come back, it will have been built. When the time comes, I can exchange my resources for something better from the logistics division." In the Great Wilderness Village. Looking at the village that occupied less than 100 miles, xuanhuan soon asked where the village leader lived. When xuanhuan found the village leader's home, he saw a refiner refining weapons who turned out to be stronger than him. Before long, xuanhuan saw an old man and a young man walking out of the yard together. The old man said, "In that case, I'll leave the hunting task of the village to you. Our village is relatively remote. In the past, when we were in the war, many men died. Many children haven't had enough food. If their talent is not good enough, they have to eat more." The young man smiled. "Leader, don't worry. With me here, the children in the village can eat whatever they want. They'll definitely be able to eat to their fill before the soul awakening." After the young man left, the village leader looked at xuanhuan and smiled. "Phew, here you are. What task have you accepted?" xuanhuan asked in surprise. Leader, are there many missions issued in your village? The village leader smiled. No, not at all. Even if we want to distribute them, we don't have the money to distribute missions. Other villages release dozens of missions or so, but we only distribute a dozen. It's just because the city lord had once lived in our village for a few days that she took care of us. Xuanhuan asked in surprise. Has the city lord lived here before? The village leader laughed. That was decades ago. The city lord stayed in our village for a few days after she was kicked out by the Zeman family. Then she left quietly and took away Marshal Han. Sigh, we didn't know they would grow up to this point. Hiss. Marshal Han? Xuanhuan was shocked. Since he returned to the City of Justice, people had been talking about Zeman Linglan and Marshal Han everywhere he went. Although he had never seen them before, he had heard a lot about them. It was said that City Lord Zeman defeated all the big clans in the Storm Strait. In terms of strength, she was already at the peak of the Venerable Realm. Xuanhuan certainly didn't dare to imagine such a figure. How strong was a Venerable? However, Marshal Han was also legendary. He was said to be an intermediate law enforcer who had killed an explorer. He was the #1 warrior on the Avenger. Hearing it, Xuanhuan was shocked. Are they bragging? A law enforcer can kill an explorer? What kind of law enforcer is that? So these two people actually went out from the Great Wilderness Village? It seemed that this was not the first time the village leader saw such an expression. He immediately smiled and said, Anyway, don't worry, you will be rewarded. By the way, what is your mission? Oh, I'm here to teach the villagers cultivation techniques and combat skills. The village leader immediately shouted, so it's this task. It seems that you have to live in the home of the fool, Marshal Han. Since the news of Marshal Han came, all the children have been there. Even the library is in the city lord's old residence. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile. Leader, what should I teach them? Teach them a complete combat skill? The village leader said. It said my approval is required, but in fact, you just need to teach for 3 months. When the time comes, the next teacher will come over. However, in these 3 months, you have to teach seriously. The children must make improvements. When Xuanhuan heard that he could get a semi-divine weapon by staying here for 3 months, he was overjoyed. However, when the village leader and Xuanhuan came to the so-called Han Fei's old residence, he was stunned. This little shabby house? The village leader smiled. This little house used to belong to Marshal Han. The big house next to it is the former residence of the city lord. As he said this, the village leader roared, Boys, come here, your teacher is here. In all directions, a group of children ran over and some children shouted, Leader, I'm going to the reef beach to call the others. Xuanhuan wondered, Leader, this reef beach seems to be quite famous. Xuanhuan couldn't help but be puzzled. After all, the mission stated that the village was next to the reef shore, which meant that the reef shore was more famous than the village. The village leader said with a smile, Our small place just has a lot of reefs but few regular seaports. However, the reef shore is not dangerous. Besides, it's spacious there. You can teach there during the day. After a moment, Xuanhuan felt terrible. There must be thousands of people here. The village leader quickly said, Haha. Well, in fact, we have issued a task to recruit some dangling fishers. However, no one has arrived yet. You are the first to come. But it doesn't matter. There will be more people coming later. Xuanhuan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise, how could he teach so many children? Since he had accepted the mission and was given a reward, Xuanhuan certainly wouldn't slack off. Therefore, he said to these children, Everyone, listen. I have 3 purposes for teaching. Firstly, I will check your spiritual heritage. Then, I will choose cultivation techniques for you. And lastly, I will start to teach you combat skills uniformly. During this period of time, you have to work hard. As long as you work hard, you won't be disappointed. Okay, teacher. Teacher, are you going to test our spiritual heritages now? Teacher, I want to choose a heaven-level technique. Xuanhuan was speechless. I don't even have a heaven-level technique. How can you have a heaven-level technique? If there is really a heaven-level technique, why would I teach students here? However, the village leader shouted, Be progressive and don't seek speed. No one can get heaven-level cultivation techniques from the beginning. Do you understand? When you become strong masters like the city lord and Marshal Han in the future, we will give you all the heaven-level techniques and combat skills in our village. Poof! Xuanhuan was stunned. Huh? What do you mean? There are also heaven-level techniques and combat skills in the Great Wilderness Village? Because he had to prepare the pulse testing stone and check the library, Xuanhuan decided to teach on the second day. He couldn't live in the place where the city lord once lived. After all, it had been converted into a library. He could only live in Han Fei's little shabby house. Xuanhuan glanced at the 2 peach trees at the door of the house that had lost their peaches. He smiled and immediately pushed the door open. At this moment, a cloud of dust fell. Looking around, he found that the room was covered in dust and damp. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled faintly. He came from the village and had lived in such a house before too. However, Marshal Han's room was very clean and the furnishings were very neat. Of course, Xuanhuan didn't take it seriously. As a peak-level hanging fisher, he didn't need to sleep in a room. He could sleep anywhere. After a quick glance, Xuanhuan went to the library next door. At this moment, the sun was high in the afternoon. When Xuanhuan came in, he saw an old man losing an arm and a leg lying on a chair basking in the sun. Xuanhuan couldn't see the strength of the old man at a glance, so he thought to himself, it seems that this old man is a strong master. Therefore, Xuanhuan asked politely, Sir, I'm the new teacher here. I need to see the cultivation techniques and combat skills in the library. The old man lay motionlessly. Perhaps he had been lying there for too long and couldn't get up. Xuanhuan entered the house without saying anything. After a while, when he saw the rebuilt bookshelf, he casually picked a book. Shit! Xuanhuan directly threw the book away. The old man's leisurely voice came from outside. Don't throw the book away. How can you be a teacher with this personality? Even an idiot is stronger than you. Xuanhuan quickly picked up the book. He couldn't be blamed for being surprised. He picked a random book and got a heaven-level combat skill. Did this make sense? Yes, the heaven-level combat skill was called the Wind Feather Sword Records, and it said heaven-level, low quality. Xuanhuan was shocked. He had traveled all over the world and only accidentally obtained a heaven-level, low-quality swimming technique. Who could have expected that he would get a heavenly-level combat skill so easily in a small village? In an instant, Xuanhuan felt that he had made a fortune. 3 months of teaching time was really too short. It would take him at least a year to exchange for this. As Xuanhuan flipped through the books, he found 6 heaven-level, low-quality combat skills. There were more than 30 types of combat skills, and some of the combat skills were better than his. After confirming the contents, Xuanhuan was not in a rush. He couldn't help but walk out of the door and ask the old man, Senior, are these techniques and combat skills originally available in the Great Wilderness Village? The old man said indifferently, Isn't it because the villagers came to the city to copy the books? Tisk, I heard that the City of Justice is very lively now, but it's not convenient for me to go there. I'd rather stay here and enjoy my retirement, Xuanhuan asked in shock. Are heaven-level combat skills copied too? The old man patted the chair. After all, my miss is the city lord. Isn't it normal for the Great Wilderness Village to copy a few more books? Xuanhuan exclaimed. Ah, you, the old man smiled. Don't be surprised. When she was young, she took the little fool away. She has no feelings for me. Xuanhuan couldn't help being interested. Senior, was the city lord extremely talented? How many years has it been since she became so strong? The old man said. Miss is not that talented. The fool is talented. Huh? Xuanhuan frowned and said, Who are you talking about? The old man smiled and said, Xuanhuan, he used to be a fool, but he's talented. In this world, there are few people who are as talented as him. Xuanhuan felt that something was wrong. If Marshal Han was talented, why was Zeman Linglan the city lord? However, it was said that Marshal Han was the one speaking on the day of liberation. Did he not hear enough information? The old man said, Actually, it's nothing. There's always a gap in talent. You can't expect everyone to be a genius. In this chaotic world, geniuses sometimes don't live long. By the way, you can't stay here overnight. Go to another place to sleep. His teaching career was not boring, mainly because there were too few teachers in the Great Wilderness Village. Xuanhuan was very busy every day. He had too many students, so he couldn't take care of everyone. But the process of teaching was very fulfilling. While teaching others, he could also deepen his understanding. When he was free, Xuanhuan would go to the reef shore to take a look. He felt that this kind of life without adventure was good. Unfortunately, this wasn't his path. He wanted to become strong. Why didn't he want the heaven-level combat skills he picked up for free? Half a month later, the village leader took a group of 12-year-old children to the city. Xuanhuan felt the pressure suddenly decrease. He saw that the peaches on the peach tree had grown out. He picked one of them and pushed open Han Fei's door again. Forget it. I'll just take it as a break. I should find a place to sleep. The night was as cold as water. Xuanhuan didn't dare to sleep deeply. Out of his habit, he subconsciously scanned around with his perception. Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt that something was wrong when he scanned the room. He found that there was an interlayer in the wall. Huh? There's something inside. Xuanhuan rose to his feet. Although he knew it didn't seem right, this room hadn't been occupied for too long and should have been abandoned long ago. It shouldn't be a problem to satisfy his curiosity, right? Behind a cabinet, Xuanhuan pulled off the dead leaves of the algae and found that there was a book, Turtle Origin Breathing Technique, a few weapons, and a few dried spiritual fruits hidden in a box. He felt that these might have been left behind by others when they left earlier. However, there was another layer in this layer. However, the layer inside was covered with mud. If one didn't perceive it, he wouldn't have discovered the layer inside. Xuanhuan thought to himself, it's been hidden for so long. Marshal Han probably couldn't find it when he was young. What if it's very important? Of course, Xuanhuan didn't think it was a special treasure. It was just a small box. After a while, when Xuanhuan took out the small wooden box, he found a letter and a ring inside. Xuanhuan didn't feel anything special about the ring because it was too small and only suitable for newborn children. Out of curiosity, Xuanhuan opened the letter that wasn't sealed and took a look. However, as Xuanhuan looked at it, his expression suddenly became strange. This was what was written in the letter. Hunter, if you can see this letter one day, it means that you have accidentally succeeded in cultivation. Your mind should have recovered and you are very strong. If that's the case, you do need to read this letter. If others see it, please leave the letter here. This is of no value to you. Xuanhuan sighed and continued reading. Hunter, since you have become a strong master, I have to tell you. In fact, I told you that your mother is dead, but I actually have never married a wife. This world is so chaotic. I'm afraid I'll die someday. If you sober up, don't be fooled by others. Let me tell you, there are few people in this world who are trustworthy. Remember. In the letter, apart from a lot of nags about not being tricked, the latter half surprised Xuanhuan. It read, Hunter, I picked you up on the reef shore. At that time, you were wrapped in a ball as transparent as jellyfish skin and had nothing except this ring in your hand. Your parents probably left it to you. I don't know whose family you are from. However, this should be a chance given to you by the heavens. You were born with great strength, but the heavens are jealous of geniuses. I tried countless times but still couldn't make you cultivate. I tried my best. Alas, your father's talent is average. I'll probably die in battle. However, I'm not afraid. I'm used to it. But Hanner, don't follow my old path. If you have to go to the battlefield, stay alive. As for whether you can find your biological parents or not, it depends on your ability. By the way, when you see this letter, I must probably have already died. Can you set up a tombstone for me, right under the peach trees at the door? I want to live a leisurely life for a few days. The whole letter told about Han Fei's mysterious background. Except for this, Xuanhuan was surprised that Marshal Han couldn't cultivate when he was young. Xuanhuan put away the letter and the ring, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. I shall give these to Marshal Han. He knew that this was a chance, a great chance. 3 months later. On the reef beach, thousands of youths were practicing punching, the air crackling. Xuanhuan shouted angrily, Stop! Xuanhuan was on a reef, his face fierce. Today's lesson is about the path. This is a turbulent era. Most of you will eventually walk out of the great wilderness village. Everyone has their own path. Some people want to become strong, some want to live a better life, and some pursue adventure. However, the City of Justice has given you a road. It may become the place where you rise. Xuanhuan heaved a sigh in his heart and shouted coldly, This is the best era and the worst era. Some people have died and some have risen. The current City of Justice is different. I'll lead you to cultivate. The next step will be up to you. My suggestion is to go to the City of Justice. I heard that there is a trial battlefield there. Perhaps you will rise from there. Suddenly, a child asked, Teacher, what's your path? Xuanhuan froze for a moment, turned around, and looked at the vast sea. He knew very well that the weak were not qualified to talk about their path. If they had a path, it must be the infinite ocean. Chapter 143, Time Ring Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, the City of Justice, as well as the surrounding islands, had established trial battlefields. The so-called trial battlefields were actually the beaches of the City of Justice and the surrounding villages and towns. According to the distance from the sea, they were divided into different levels. For example, the reef beach could be called one of the lowest trial battlefields. Han Fei's idea was very simple. The later generations could go directly to sea to fish, but there was no so-called safe area in the sea at this time. Therefore, he simply adopted the fighting style of the Scattered Stars Island. Of course, after they drafted various policies, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin went to sea again. The reason was simple. The resources of the Avenger had been consumed by more than 60% a month after the establishment of the City of Justice. The low taxation in the City of Justice could only maintain a daily supply and demand balance. The Avenger fleet was like ghosts swimming on the sea. They would return once a year. Under normal circumstances, other ships would return, but the main ship wouldn't. As for Jia Wuxing, because he had broken through to be an explorer, he was left to supervise in the city, which made him very frustrated. At this moment, it was about the end of the year. The 10 accompanying ships had mostly gone back once. Unlike the former fleet of the Avenger, the current fleet's array had changed. A powerful embryonic ship had appeared. This was all thanks to Han Fei. Han Fei was carving arrays at the bottom of the ship, and no creatures dared to approach him. Zeman Linglin appeared beside Han Fei. The big clans seem to be really quiet now. After many collisions with the City of Justice, it's said that the big clans have moved to the north. Han Fei said casually, No, it's just the big clan's forbearance. I said that we have 500 years, but in fact it would be good if we have 50 years. If those venerables recover, the big clans will definitely infiltrate the City of Justice again. 50 years? So soon? Han Fei smiled and said, For venerables, 50 years is nothing. If necessary, let alone 50 years, they can even endure 500 or 5,000 years. Although I have the support of the people, there are still too few strong masters. You need to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. As long as I can completely devour the Tao runes of those venerables, it's only a matter of time for me to become a peak-level law enforcer. 50 years maybe, Han Fei said with a smile. Don't underestimate your potential. The quality of spiritual heritage only decided the speed of your cultivation. However, diligence makes up for weakness. You have the bones of venerables, so it's impossible for you to be slower than those heavenly talents. What's important is to enter the peak-level explorer realm and the venerable realm. That's what you need to pay attention to. Your great Tao has been confirmed. Becoming a peak-level explorer is no problem for you. Breaking through to the venerable realm is the key to you. Zeman Linglin said indifferently. What about you? Are you suppressing your realm again? Han Fei chuckled. I'm used to it. Zeman Linglin asked in confusion. I've never understood why you're suppressing your realm. If you become an explorer, I'm afraid few explorers can match you. Han Fei thought to himself, if I continue to make breakthroughs, there will be too many things that will change. At this moment, the City of Justice has just been on the track. I dare not. I have to perfect every realm. Zeman Linglin's eyes were solemn. So difficult to walk on? What is it? Han Fei glanced at her and said casually, invincible. Zeman Linglin felt like a mountain was slamming against her chest. Invincible? In this world, who dared to say that he was invincible? If Han Fei wanted to take this path, didn't it mean he wanted to take the path of the strongest? However, after witnessing Han Fei's many miracles, she felt that Han Fei had always been the strongest. I believe you. I'll wait for you to become a venerable and even a king. However, we have plenty of time. We should go back now. At the port of the City of Justice, someone was running wildly at the port. The Avenger is back. A large group of law enforcers and hidden fishers followed and came to welcome them. Everyone shouted in unison, welcome back to the city, City Lord. Zhao Wuxing stood on the deck. How is it, Captain, Marshal Han? Is there anyone breaking through to be an explorer? Guarding the city every day, I feel my brain is already rusty. A thin man among the crew members of the Avenger was pushed out. He looked helpless. Zhao Wuxing roared, Yang Xiaojiao, you're already an explorer? Good, good. From today on, you'll be in charge of the city. I'm going back to my ship. Ha ha ha, you're truly my good brother. Yang Xiaogao was speechless. No, old Jia, you're so familiar with the City of Justice. I can't do it, Jia Wuxing said angrily. That's bullshit. I don't do anything except to sign documents and check inventory every day. Anyone can do this job. If you're my bro, take over this job. I promise I'll have a new explorer replace you next year. Zeman Linglin said with a black face. Okay, you're too loud. Anything big happen in the city this year? Jia Wuxing waved his hand. Captain, don't worry. Nothing happened. Marshal Han's plan is being carried out as planned. This year, we had 356 new law enforcers and 310 new hidden fishers. We can't remember the rest. Anyway, many people have improved. This is all because of you and Marshal Han. Han Fei was satisfied with the data. It was already unbelievable that so many strong masters could be born in a year in such an era. Of course, this was the first year, and the effect of a large number of resources integrating was not necessarily so good in the future. Zeman Linglin's eyes lit up, and she looked at Han Fei. So many. Han Fei smiled casually. It doesn't matter. This is only the first year. In 10 years, explorers will definitely emerge. Jia Wuxing shouted, it's a pity that becoming an explorer has to pass the heavenly tribulation. This year, 3 people took the heavenly tribulation and all died. Han Fei frowned and said, next time someone wants to pass a heavenly tribulation, ask him to hold it back for a year, and we'll help him transcend it when the Avenger returns. Zhao Wuxing nodded quickly and suddenly said, oh, by the way, Marshal Han, do you know a person named Xuanhuan? This person said that he had your father's last wish and belongings to give to you. However, he insisted on seeing you. I simply locked him in the City Lord's mansion. Zeman Linglin asked in surprise, who are you talking about? Wang Han's father? Han Fei frowned. Take me there. The City Lord's mansion. Xuanhuan was not in a hurry. He knew that as long as Marshal Han didn't return to the Great Wilderness Village, he would definitely not find what his father left him. This was an opportunity. He had to see Marshal Han in person. Besides, although he stayed in the City Lord's mansion, the rich spiritual energy in the City Lord's mansion could help him continue to polish his realm. Once he became a hidden fisher, he would definitely not be weak. Buzz. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in Xuanhuan's yard. Jia Wuxing shouted, Marshal Han, it's this kid. He doesn't trust me and refuses to give me anything. Xuanhuan was shocked. If he guessed right, this young man and the cold and arrogant woman were Marshal Hani and the City Lord. Xuanhuan rose quickly and said respectfully, Xuanhuan greets the City Lord and Marshal Han. Han Fei said casually, you said you had my father's belongings? What Han Fei could think of was the wooden turtle and the bag of things that he forgot to take away before he left. Xuanhuan hurriedly said, a year ago, I received a teaching task in the Great Wilderness Village. Because the former residence of the City Lord and Marshal Han became a place people yearned for, I boldly moved into Marshal Han's home and accidentally discovered a secret. Marshal Han, I don't think you know. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Where is it? Xuanhuan quickly said, the thing is actually on me. I've been carrying it with me. Jia Wuxing was stunned. That's impossible. I've checked it out, but I didn't find anything. Xuanhuan smiled in embarrassment. Actually, it's nothing special, so Master Jia didn't notice it. As he spoke, Xuanhuan took out the letter and the ring from a table in his room. Jia Wuxing was lost for words. Why didn't you hide something so important? Han Fei patted Jia Wuxing's shoulder and said, you don't understand. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Your attention has been placed on the most valuable places on him. When Han Fei saw the ring, his pupils constricted. Is this the time ring? He had always neglected a problem. He thought that it was his soul that transmigrated through the time, but why did the time ring follow him here? But now seeing the time ring, he immediately realized something. Silently, Han Fei put away the ring and opened the letter. Ximen Linglin and Zhao Wuxing were both looking at Han Fei because Han Fei was frowning. In fact, Han Fei's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. Since it was in the reincarnation soul realm, it wasn't a surprise that he was picked up. He had been thinking, how can I get out of the reincarnation soul realm? However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of the simplest question. Did he really come to the reincarnation soul realm? After all, the top 5 soul realms all had a way to leave. However, he didn't know how to return to the reincarnation soul realm. Many of the geniuses of the big clans in the Thousand-Star City had entered the secret realm, but had he ever encountered one? No, not once, and not even any trace. At this moment, Han Fei was thinking, the Beast King and the others said that the Time River is extremely difficult to cross. Then, what if the Time River and the normal reincarnation soul realm are 2 different places? Han Fei suddenly took a deep breath. The entrance he came in was inside the 5th soul realm. At this moment, when he saw the time ring, Han Fei thought of the time dragon carp. Could it be that what he accidentally entered was not one of the soul realms? If that was the case, would anything happen if he put on this time ring? Could it be that this was the way out? Ximen Linglin, what's wrong? Han Fei gave the letter to Ximen Linglin without hesitation. Under the stunned gaze of Ximen Linglin, Han Fei looked at xuanhuan and said lightly, yes, it's quite important. I can give you a few choices. One is to board the Avenger, but I won't give you any compensation. The second is to teach you a heaven-level divine quality body-refining technique. The third is for you to bring it up. Han Fei knew that xuanhuan must have been waiting for him for a full year for something. This was human nature. But he didn't know when he had become someone else's opportunity. The time ring xuanhuan brought was indeed extremely important. He was willing to give this opportunity to him. xuanhuan immediately perked up and straightened his body. Get on the Avenger? Not a random person could board it. It was said that no one on the Avenger was weak. However, the heaven-level divine quality body-refining technique was also very desirable. Even if he took the third choice, he could ask for a large number of resources. Considering Marshal Han and the City Lord's generous personality, as long as they could afford it, they would definitely pay. However, xuanhuan saw the hope of becoming a real powerhouse from the first choice. Compared to the temptation of the latter 2, which was only temporary, if he could enter the Avenger, xuanhuan's eyes were firm. I choose to board the Avenger. Jia Wuxing rubbed his head and immediately shouted, boy, if you choose the latter 2, I really want to slap you to death. Do you even need to think about it? Damn it, you are definitely the weakest one on the Avenger. Since the rise of the City of Justice, human beings had been living a better life. Besides, the fancy city planning had revived the city and the surrounding villages. The reef beach had become a place for the youths of the great wilderness village to cultivate, and this cultivation had changed from the initial training to actual combat. There would be strong masters who took over related missions to come to supervise and prevent accidents. After a year of development, a bounty hall was built next to the village leader's home. All kinds of bounty missions began to gradually change from the city to the village. The people in the City of Justice were no longer confined to the City of Justice. Instead, they would travel to the surrounding villages and towns to see if there were suitable missions. On this morning, in the great wilderness village, under the peach trees at Han Fei's door, hearing the noise outside, Yu Shuai impatiently pushed the door open and said angrily, what are you all shouting about? The trial will start in half an hour. Huh, who are you? Yu Shuai suddenly saw a man and a woman standing under the peach trees at the door. The woman was standing and her momentum was daunting. The man was squatting and carving a stone tablet. However, there were no words on the tablet. There were complicated lines drawn on it which looked like an array. The man looked back at him and Yu Shuai instantly shivered and exclaimed, I am Yu Shuai. Nice to meet you, Marshal Han. Nice to meet you, City Lord Shimen. Yu Shuai broke into a cold sweat. A year ago, he had watched the whole process of the Avenger entering the city. Didn't the teachers all live in Han Fei's home? Why were these two here, huh? City Lord? Marshal Han? Are you Marshal Han? Wow, I've met Marshal Han. The children were in an uproar. What they idolized most now was Marshal Han, because the people on the Avenger bragged most about Han Fei's story. After all, Han Fei was more violent. He could tear apart strong enemies with his bare hands. Whoosh! The children ran and shouted, Marshal Han is here! Marshal Han is here! Han Fei smiled and carved a name with both hands, Wang Lun. Han Fei put the steel down and put half of it in the soil. He said with a smile, it's okay. You can continue to live here. I probably won't come back. Yu Shuai didn't dare to speak either, mainly because he didn't know what to say. Han Fei glanced at the big house next door and said lightly, let's take a look. Ximen Linglin nodded slightly. Han Fei stepped on the array and mysterious lines appeared. Assisted with a spirit-gathering array, a small array was formed after about 100 seconds. However, Yu Shuai did not dare to underestimate this array. The spiritual energy here instantly became several times more intense. Furthermore, he could see with his naked eye that there was a knife intent circulating in the array. It was a killing array. Outside the killing array, there was a barrier. This barrier alone was not something ordinary people could break, and this was just to guard a steel. When Yu Shuai was still looking at the steel in a daze, and when the group of children were still excited and thinking whether to come up to greet Marshal Han, they saw the two of them disappear with a swish. Next door, the library was still closed, but an old man was already sitting on a chair, his face expressionless. When he saw Han Fei and Zeman Linglin, the old man looked up with a smile. "Miss, you're awesome. You've become the city lord." Zeman Linglin's eyes were complicated. "Grandpa Shu, I just learned that you actually have the strength of a peak-level hidden fisher." The old man laughed. "It doesn't matter. Wang Han, have you awakened your spiritual senses?" Han Fei nodded slightly and cast the divine healing technique on the old man, but it didn't work. The old man shook his head and said, "Don't waste your effort. My injury has existed for too long. It can't be treated. Besides, I was injured by a very strong cultivator. Only the strength of a venerable can heal it." Zeman Linglin suddenly said, "So, Grandpa Shu, you knew everything back then?" The old man grinned and said, "Wang Lun used to be a soldier under me and once asked me to take a look at this boy. When I came, I found out that this boy is very talented. Wang Lun once measured his spiritual heritage level 7. But when I came to take a look, his spiritual heritage was level 9. However, when the Zyman family persecuted you, I came here with you, thinking that if this boy rose to prominence, Miss could rely on him." The old man said leisurely, "But I didn't expect that as soon as we came, you two met." The old man rambled on for a long time before slowly saying, "The big clans won't give up. Miss, you haven't grown enough. Only when you are no longer afraid of venerables can you really defend the city of justice." Zeman Linglin nodded. "Even if I can't, Wang Han can." The old man was non-committal and said lightly, "Go back. The city of justice has just risen. I'm still waiting for its glory." Zeman Linglin said, "Grandpa Shu, are you not going back with us?" The old man chuckled. "The great wilderness village is good, really good. I didn't die on the sea before, so I can live the rest of my life in peace. Miss, can you bear to let me go back? Someone can take care of you." The old man shook his head. "I won't cause trouble for others. Everyone has their own things to do. The same goes for me. If a sea demon dares to set foot in the great wilderness village in the future, I can still kill him." Han Fei smiled. "Not bad." The old man looked at Han Fei with a smile. "Right? You know me. Go about your business. I'll wait and see." The children who came later didn't see Han Fei and Zeman Linglin again. Instead, the tombstone and peach trees in front of Han Fei's house became the Holy Land for future generations, and many people came to observe. After leaving the great wilderness village, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin only stayed in the City of Justice for 3 days to make arrangements for the city planning before going to sea again. 12 years later. In the sea outside the City of Justice, Yi Yue flew over. "Captain, it's the Dongfeng family's ship. They seem to have encountered a great demon in the Explorer realm and are fighting." Zeman Linglin's eyes were cold. "Everyone, sail there and grab it." Yi Yue was already a peak-level law enforcer. She sneered and said, "It's only been 12 years, but they have already begun to take action. They have repeatedly crossed the line. Especially in the past 2 years, they have snatched many of our resources." Zeman Linglin said, "This is the nature of big clans. Now they are just scrambling for resources. Once they have enough confidence to plunder resources, internal conflicts will start." Han Fei flew over from a big black ship and said indifferently, "The City of Justice has already grown into a scale. They just want to pick the fruits of our labor. The civil war will last for a few years at most, but the current City of Justice is no longer what it used to be. Once they succeed, as long as the existing pattern remains unchanged, they have hundreds of years to slowly make people forget the existence of the Avenger." Cough. Han Fei's body shook slightly, and seeing this, Zeman Linglin's heart trembled and she quickly asked, "How are you doing?" Han Fei shook his head. "I'm fine. It's probably just some of my remaining memories," Zeman Linglin said. "Is it because you can't suppress your realm anymore?" Han Fei smiled. "Not bad, not bad. After this matter is over, I'll go to the Grand Myriad Mountains and have the Beast King give me a body check." Zeman Linglin nodded. "I'll go with you." Han Fei waved his hand. "No need. You should guard the Avenger. I'll be back soon. 10 days at most." On the other side, huge waves were surging, and knife light filled the sky. A clam girl was fighting a human. "Hey, how many years has it been since the Battle of the Venerables ended? How dare you come to the human domain? Your shell is not bad. I'm taking it." The clam girl had no desire to continue fighting and retreated while fighting. Suddenly, the clam girl was shocked. She put away the long silk in her hand and closed the shell. Shua! However, she was one step too late. A black light appeared instantly and rushed in before the clamshell closed. "Aha!" A shrill scream came from the clam. "Don't eat me." On the other side, Dongfeng Ming's expression changed drastically. The saber beam slashed at the void, facing the two scimitars. Crack. "What? An advanced explorer. Zeman Linglin?" Roar. 100 beasts appeared in the sky, and a thought flashed in Dongfeng Ming's mind. Wang Han is here too. Has the Avenger arrived? Splash. A huge blood shadow shark with thousands of bloody marks appearing in the air seemed to be blocking Han Fei and Zeman Linglin. However, he was only an intermediate explorer. How could he be a match for these two? Han Fei used the draw technique with irresistible force, and the void lines directly grabbed the blood shadow shark. As for Zeman Linglin, who was already an advanced explorer, she turned into a mist and entered the battlefield, her double blades instantly piercing through Dongfang Ming. Puffed! Chila! Half of Dongfang Ming's body exploded, but he managed to block the attack with the Blood Shadow Shark. Of course, his spiritual beast died in the end. The battle between the strong ended in the blink of an eye, not to mention that he was ambushed by two strong masters. Dongfang Ming shouted, Zeman Linglin, the big clans have already moved away. There's no need to kill anyone to compete for resources, right? Han Fei turned the infinity water into a knife and instantly cut through the void that had just been torn apart by Dongfang Ming. He said coldly, I'll kill anyone who dares to cross the boundary. Recently, many boats from the City of Justice have disappeared. You did it, right? Kill. Han Fei's voice rumbled like thunder, echoing hundreds of kilometers away. Nobody dared to approach him. Wang Han, you are instigating a war. Roar. What responded to him was still the 100-beast soul subduing roar. When the black fog poured over and the two parties slashed again, Dongfang Ming had no chance to speak anymore and died. On the other side, Yi Yu had already led her people into the enemy's ship to wipe them out. As for the clam girl, at the moment Little Black swallowed her, Han Fei sensed Little Black was in danger and immediately took Little Black back. Humph! Go to hell. Han Fei's sacrificing punch erupted, and terrifying energy dispersed, blasting the clam girl into the seabed. When Han Fei was about to attack again, energy escaped from his only major Aku point, making Han Fei's body tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, Zeman Linglin said, I'll do it. You take a rest. Han Fei frowned. He knew that he couldn't hold it anymore. Alas, I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 144, Han Fei's setup translator, Han Ye Translations editor, Han Ye Translations on the Avenger, Zeman Linglin solved the seriously injured clam girl and immediately rushed back. Zeman Linglin said anxiously, Idiot, how are you? I just felt the energy riot in your body. Are you going to make a breakthrough? Han Fei nodded slightly. I can't control my strength in combat now. Zeman Linglin frowned. Then you better not fight for now. Han Fei shook his head. I'm going to the Grand Myriad Mountains. Take the Avenger back to the city. Be careful in case the big clans take revenge. I think they must have already learned the news. Zeman Linglin frowned. Do you really not want me to go? You've never left me in your life. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you worried that I will be eaten by a big fish halfway through? Zeman Linglin snorted. Seeing that Han Fei could still joke on her, she said seriously, Yang Xiaogao is on the ship. He is also an explorer. He can handle it. Han Fei shook his head. Junior explorers and advanced explorers are two completely different concepts. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. In the end, Zeman Linglin nodded helplessly. Then hurry up. If you don't come back in half a month, I'll go to the Grand Myriad Mountains to find you. Han Fei grinned. Okay. Han Fei stopped tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Avenger, his face cold. His strength couldn't be suppressed for long. Once he made a breakthrough, he would definitely reach the peak and be very strong. At that time, his soul injury would completely recover. At that time, could he restore the remaining memories? He didn't know. After all, there seemed to be a restriction of the Great Tao. However, the consequences of this breakthrough were unpredictable. If he really remembered everything, to keep certain secrets, he might be directly sent out of this space. At this moment, Han Fei still had some things to do. After he settled everything here, he could leave in peace. Of course, even if he made a breakthrough, he might not go back, but Han Fei couldn't take the risk. Han Fei floated in the air and thought for a full 2 hours, before he turned around and walked towards the Storm Strait, the Beast King Valley. Wang Han, you finally came back? Fool, why are you only an advanced law enforcer? Little Wang Han, let's fight. I'm Ape 6. The Beast King roared, go play. My disciple, come with me. When nobody was around, the first thing the Beast King said was, you can't hold it back anymore? Han Fei nodded. Master, I'll definitely make a breakthrough in at most half a year. The Beast King took a deep breath. If you forcibly seal your strength, it may be useful. However, your soul is protected by a special treasure, so it's a little difficult, Han Fei said. Master, I didn't come here to continue to suppress my realm. I have a feeling that I'm going to leave. Huh? The Beast King's eyes widened. Have you found a way to cross the river of time? Han Fei thought to himself. There are only two possibilities. One is that after I make a breakthrough, my memories will be completely restored and I can't stay in this world. The other is the time ring. Either way, there must be a problem with his breakthrough this time. This feeling was very strong. Han Fei shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. I just have a strong hunch. The Beast King pondered for a moment. Then why did you come back to our time in the first place? A gleam of determination flashed in Han Fei's eyes. I want to set up a trap. I hope that you can help me when the time comes, Master. What trap? Han Fei said leisurely. To kill a venerable. Han Fei went to the Giant King City and the Demon Plant Mountain respectively. However, at this moment, the Giant King and the others were still sleeping and recovering from their injuries. Perhaps they knew that Han Fei had come, but they didn't talk to him. Han Fei just bowed and left. He didn't know the Divine Sun well, so he didn't go to see him. It had only taken Han Fei 7 days to leave the Grand Myriad Mountains. This was because Han Fei was only in the law enforcer realm. If he were an explorer, his speed would be at least several times faster than now. When Han Fei was not around, Shimin Linglin had been sitting on the bow of the ship, looking far away, waiting. Shua. Han Fei suddenly appeared and looked at Shimin Linglin with a smile. I'm back. Shimin Linglin rose abruptly. What did the Beast King say? Han Fei grinned and said, It's a little difficult, but not a big problem. Master gave me an amazing technique. Maybe I can make a breakthrough and transcend the heavenly tribulation. Huh? Shimin Linglin was stunned for a moment. He had been suppressing his realm for so long, but now he could make a breakthrough and transcend the heavenly tribulation directly? If so, didn't it mean that Han Fei was about to break through to the explorer realm? Shimin Linglin was overjoyed and quickly asked, What should you prepare? Han Fei said, I need to choose a place to transcend the heavenly tribulation. My heavenly tribulation might be troublesome. It might not be enough to rely on the Avenger alone. I need to set up an array with the power of the earth veins. Shimin Linglin frowned. Do you need to borrow the power of earth veins to transcend the heavenly tribulation? Where can you do that? Han Fei sighed. Originally, the Grand Myriad Mountains was a good choice. With the mountains and dragon veins as the array, I can resolve this disaster. But in that case, the Grand Myriad Mountains will be greatly damaged. Therefore, I have to find a place similar to the earth veins in the sea. Shimin Linglin frowned. Are you talking about the Sea of Mystifying Mountains in the north? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Shimin Linglin said, But that's the territory of the big clans, right? Han Fei snorted coldly. All places are the outer waters of the City of Justice. Besides, they know my identity, so they shouldn't dare to attack me. Don't worry. After this disaster, I may be able to get out of trouble. Shimin Linglin thought for a moment. If she went to the Sea of Mystifying Mountains to transcend the heavenly tribulation, there might be a big problem. But Han Fei was indeed different. He was the disciple of the Four Venerables. If someone dared to mess around with him when he transcended the heavenly tribulation, it would be provoking the Grand Myriad Mountains. With this in mind, Shimin Linglin nodded. Okay, let's go, Han Fei grinned. I'm in a good mood today. What do you want to eat? I can cook for you. Shimin Linglin smiled brightly. Stir-fried squid. Okay, it was also when Han Fei returned that a venerable suddenly opened his eyes from his cultivation in the place occupied by the big clans in the north. Why is the Beast King going to the Blackstone City? The sea area was so vast that the probability of boats bumping into each other was extremely low. Therefore, even when the Avenger reached the waters of the Sea of Mystifying Mountains, they didn't encounter any big clan ships. After all, this place was still far away from the land and belonged to the deep sea area. What he was more worried about was actually the threat from the big demons in the deep sea. Half a month had passed, and Han Fei was swimming among the mountains, setting up arrays and making plans. Everyone on the Avenger felt that Han Fei was really going to make a breakthrough this time. Someone said, How strong do you think Marshal Han will be after he becomes an explorer? Someone shook his head. I don't know. I guess he might be comparable to an advanced explorer. Someone sighed. That can't be. After all, he has to surpass the peak of the law enforcer realm. But in any case, he can definitely be comparable to an intermediate explorer. Yang Xiaogao said solemnly, Now, what we should worry about is not how strong he will be when he becomes an explorer, but how strong the heavenly tribulation will be. Haven't you seen that Marshal Han has been setting up arrays for half a month? He plans to resist the heavenly tribulation with the power of the mountains. Tiesk, I'm afraid only Marshal Han needs to transcend the heavenly tribulation like this. A newcomer couldn't help asking, Master Gao, is the heavenly tribulation really so terrifying? How did you feel back then? Yang Xiaogao shook his head. How did I feel? Without Marshal Han's array, I felt that I was going to be killed. How did I feel? It was really horrible, Shimin Linglin shouted. Stop talking. Stay on high alert. If a big demon attacks, open up all the arrays on the boat and ram it. Everybody shivered and shouted in unison, Yes, Captain. Bang! Han Fei broke out of the water, glanced at the Avenger, and shouted in a low voice, All ships, step back. When I'm transcending the heavenly tribulation, don't enter within 50 kilometers. Shimin Linglin came to Han Fei. Aren't you going to borrow the power of the Avenger? Han Fei said. Have you forgotten what path I took? Since I've embarked on the path of invincibility, even if it's a heavenly tribulation, it's still my enemy. When a danger comes and I have to use it, I will still use it. Just empty out the Avenger and don't have anyone on it. Shimin Linglin sensed the extreme confidence and dominance in Han Fei's words, but she couldn't help but worry. Han Fei said, Remember, don't enter my lightning tribulation area. Otherwise, not only will it attack you, but my heavenly tribulation may even become stronger. Shimin Linglin took a deep breath. Okay, stay safe. Han Fei nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'll transcend the heavenly tribulation in an hour. Go back to the boat first. With that, Han Fei sat on the sea. Seeing this, Shimin Linglin could only retreat. At this moment, no one was more nervous than her. She knew that if she survived this disaster, Han Fei would probably be unimaginably strong. On the boat, Yang Xiaogao was shocked. Captain, won't Marshal Han need the Avenger? Shimin Linglin shook her head slightly. It's none of your business. Just do your job. As for Han Fei, he sighed inwardly. What heavenly tribulation? I just made it up. Han Fei never thought that the 6th level of the true spirit fishing art would be deduced under such circumstances. He was gambling, but he felt that he had the ability to do so. The deduction of the 6th level required 1,000,000,000 points of spiritual energy, which must be appalling and turbulent. Also, according to the level of void fishing, the 6th level of void fishing could reach the venerable level, divine quality. What did it mean? Above the venerable level was the Sea King realm, and the demon purification pot could only deduce venerable level, low quality at best. Although he could continue to deduce it, it would damage the demon purification pot. Han Fei still chose to deduce it because he knew where the third little vine was, and he would get it in the end. Even if the demon purification pot was damaged in this forced deduction, it should be able to withstand it. He could always find a way to make up for it later. Besides, this deduction might be a chance. The 6th level of void fishing was at least a venerable level technique. The safest situation was to deduce it when he reached the venerable level. However, it was impossible for Han Fei to really wait to reach the venerable level. In fact, the explorer level would also do, and his physique could be said to have reached the peak. Under his full strength, he could match an intermediate explorer. Of course, he could give it a try. Han Fei didn't dare to talk to Zimin Linglin anymore. Otherwise, he would have said a lot similar to the last words. With Zimin Linglin's smartness, she would definitely sense it. Therefore, he might as well not say it. He was already prepared. When he made a breakthrough, the deduction would begin. The two were connected. Even if the Great Tao noticed it, the deduction had already begun. It had to be completed, right? Half an hour later, Han Fei's body was obviously surging with spiritual energy. 50 kilometers away, everyone looked at the sea nervously. Zimin Linglin's palms were sweaty, her body was tense, but her face was expressionless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the surface of the sea, vortexes appeared one after another, making Han Fei seem to be in them. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy rose to the sky, forming visible spiritual energy storms. Gulp, everyone swallowed. Is this the beginning? This scene was shocking enough. Han Fei was just advancing from an advanced law enforcer to a peak level 1, but caused such a huge commotion. Wouldn't his heavenly tribulation scare people to death? Han Fei had indeed set up arrays on the mountains. However, in addition to the spiritual energy arrays, there were also various killing arrays to prevent other creatures from attacking him. He estimated that if he really made it through, most of the mountains would collapse, which would be a great loss to the Sea Clan. This deduction was also an opportunity. If Han Fei successfully deduced it, he probably wouldn't have to worry about cultivation techniques until he reached the venerable realm. But on the sea, Han Fei didn't make any arrangements. He wanted to wait for the big clans to take action and destroy his heavenly tribulation. Han Fei's ideal plan was to successfully deduce the technique, but he would definitely be seriously injured. If the big clans came to cause trouble and try to stop him from transcending the heavenly tribulation, his plan would be successful. This was because they couldn't break it at all. After all, this wasn't a real heavenly tribulation. Then, he would put on the time ring and pretend that he was already dead. When the time came, the Beast King would show up and kill the Venerables, and everything would go smoothly, and he could also avoid Zimin Linglin's eyes. The other situation was that the big clans didn't take action. But even if they didn't take action, it wouldn't change anything. Coming to the mystifying mountains to transcend the heavenly tribulation was just an excuse. As long as he disappeared, or said that the big clans wanted to kill him, even if those big clans didn't take action, the Beast King would still take action. Even if he didn't slaughter them, it shouldn't be difficult to suppress the big clans for another 100 years. Everything was going according to Han Fei's plan. He didn't hesitate. No matter how beautiful everything was, he was still not from this world. He had left the Thousand-Star City for so long. Who knew what changes had happened there? Buzz. 13 spiritual energy tornadoes crazily poured into Han Fei's body, and the surrounding energy was suddenly emptied. The sky and the earth suddenly changed. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. As he expected, was this realm the limit he left in this world? Even before he started the deduction, the world had changed. Half an hour later. Crack. When the crisp sound of a breakthrough was heard, there was an explosion in the sky. Deduce. Rumble. In an instant, within tens of thousands of kilometers, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and black clouds covered the sky. In the sky, lightning kept exploding. Above the sea, furious tides struck and huge waves rose. Everyone held their breath and looked at this scene in shock. Is this the scene of Han Fei transcending the heavenly tribulation? Almost at the same time. The three human venerables looked at the sky almost at the same time. Is someone transcending the heavenly tribulation? No. The great Tao is roaring. Swish, swish, swish. All the peak-level explorers also raised their heads. Something big was bound to happen. The Beast King stood above the unknown sea area. The great Tao doesn't allow his existence? What did this kid do? Why did he trigger a heavenly change? But this change seems to be a little weak. As if forming a super vortex above the sea, Han Fei was almost wrapped in a spiritual energy cocoon. However, Zimin Linglin and the others who were close could see that the terrifying amount of spiritual energy was entering Han Fei's body at an incredible speed. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down without any warning, and the electric arc illuminated the dark sky. The weird electric arc could even jump on the sea, forming a large circle that enveloped the sea area for dozens of kilometers. As an explorer, he could already see billions of tiny electric arcs flashing in the water in the void. Humph! Han Fei's clothes were torn and he was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Electric arcs were dancing on his body. Shua! The divine healing technique was activated. Han Fei turned his hand, and thousands of energy fruits appeared, but they were instantly reduced to dust. Huff! The swallowing technique was activated, and the terrifying energy was sucked into Han Fei's body in one breath. Boom! Crack! Crack! The void was illuminated again, and thick lightning enveloped Han Fei. The lightning was about to disappear when, boom boom boom, bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Every time lightning struck down, the eyelids of Zeman Linglin and the others twitched, and their hearts trembled. Someone exclaimed, Master Gao, didn't you say that there were only 3 lightning tribulations? How many of them are there? Yang Xiaogao was stunned too. He looked at Zeman Linglin and asked, Captain, what happened? Did the heavenly tribulation try to kill Marshal Han? Zeman Linglin was also stunned. This is a heavenly tribulation? This is torture. More than 30 bolts of lightning struck down in a row, and it seemed that it needed to accumulate strength before it stopped for a moment. But at that moment, everyone saw that Han Fei's skin cracked, his flesh became blurred, and a terrifying vitality was erupting. They saw more than 1,000 energy fruits appear, but then they were turned to dust. On Han Fei's body, flesh and blood were rapidly growing and repairing. In the sky, 3 venerables appeared at the same time. The 3 of them looked at each other. It's Xuanhuan. Why is he here? Someone shouted. It seems that he wants to transcend the heavenly tribulation with the power of the Sea of Mystifying Mountains. But why did this heavenly tribulation anger the rules of the Great Tao? Don't be hasty. I've never heard of such a heavenly tribulation. It wouldn't be bad if he is killed by it. To be able to trigger such a power, how talented is this kid? No wonder the 4 venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains took him in as their disciple. Zeman Tian's eyes were cold. No, this guy can't survive this heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, once he becomes a venerable, who can resist him? Someone immediately said, the Beast King seems to have something to do and has gone to the Blackstone City. The Grand Myriad Mountains are only guarded by the Divine Sun. Shall we take action? Another venerable said, look at the sky. The heavenly tribulation doesn't seem to be stopping at all. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work out, we can still take action. It's best not to do it ourselves or the Beast King will be angered. Humph, even if we piss off the Beast King, we can't let him survive the heavenly tribulation. The venerables were chilled. They had seen how domineering Han Fei was. He regarded the big clans as his enemy. Once Han Fei became a venerable, how could the big clans rise again? Han Fei didn't dare to use any secret techniques. He first tried to resist the lightning with the war body and the swallowing technique, but after a round of bombardment, he clearly couldn't withstand it. Only then did he try to resist the lightning with the terrifying vitality of the indestructible body. Fortunately, he had a lot of resources, and he was giving out energy fruits ceaselessly. Boom, boom, boom. After half an hour, Han Fei had directly turned into char. If it weren't for the fact that they could still feel Han Fei's breath, Zeman Linglin and company would have collapsed. As many as hundreds of lightning bolts had struck him. In the void, Zeman Tian's eyes were cold. We can't wait anymore. This kid's physique is amazing, and he has infinite resources. If he makes it through, what will happen? Someone said, don't move. Is there any deeper meaning for this kid to transcend the heavenly tribulation in the Sea of Mystifying Mountains? Zeman Tian said, how is it possible? This kid's heavenly tribulation is so terrifying. If the Beast King is here, how can he not come? The 3 of them performed divination at the same time. The world around this brat was in chaos, and they couldn't calculate anything. Someone suggested, each family picks a peak-level explorer. Don't we have the remains of venerables? Throw them out and use it as an excuse. Then we'll compete for it with our own abilities. Even if this guy dies, it won't be our responsibility. After all, these venerables all had their own schemes. If the Beast King was enraged, they didn't want him to target their families. If they had to be implicated, it would be good if they could take less responsibility. However, no matter what, Han Fei couldn't survive this heavenly tribulation. This was their consensus. With Han Fei's personality, he dared to blatantly threaten a venerable at the law enforcer realm. If he really succeeded in transcending the heavenly tribulation, what would happen? Therefore, they would rather offend the Beast King than let Han Fei survive this disaster. Half an hour later, Han Fei's breath became weaker and weaker. If it weren't for the energy fruits and spiritual energy gathering, even Zeman Linglin felt that Han Fei might not have been able to survive this strange heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the lightning strike slowed down and everyone's eyes lit up. On the Avengers side, everyone was shouting, Marshal Han, hold on, Marshal Han, you are invincible. Marshal Han, we'll wait for you to come back and continue to explore the sea. See high rest Arden, sea figures tore through the void. The 3 of them wore battlesuits and held giant shields, rushing into the field at an extremely fast speed. Zeman Linglin shouted angrily, Howl, Xuanhuan is the disciple of the 4 venerables. If you dare to touch him, you will die. Zeman Linglin rushed forward, Yang Xiaojiao followed closely behind, and a group of peak-level law enforcers roared out. Fuck, do you want to die? How dare you touch Marshal Han? Go to hell. Bastard from the big clans, stop. However, one of the 3 shouted, the remains of a venerable are here. We are just competing for opportunities. As he spoke, a ray of light was smashed into the deep sea. Han Fei was really dying. In fact, he should become an explorer before he deduced the 6th level of void fishing. This time, the consumption of resources was terrifying. He felt that a weird power was really trying to kill him. If it weren't for the demon purification pot's rapid swallowing ability, he probably wouldn't have survived this even with the vitality of the indestructible body. At this moment, seeing the strong masters of the big clans coming at him, no one knew that under the charred skin, Han Fei's lips twitched. At this moment, a seemingly ordinary ring suddenly appeared at Han Fei's fingertips. At that moment, the ring, which was originally the size of a baby's finger, became bigger and bigger the moment it touched Han Fei. In an instant, it turned into a dragon-shaped ring and slipped on Han Fei's finger. Ka. Han Fei turned his head with difficulty. His flesh and blood were being torn. He looked at the 3 peak-level explorers and opened his mouth with difficulty. Boom. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them were speechless. What did Wang Han mean? Was he struck silly? Boom. Another lightning bolt struck down, and the lightning enveloped Han Fei. Han Fei felt that there was a power trying to obliterate his vitality. However, a blue light flashed at his fingertips, and a vortex hole appeared. Shua. Everyone saw that in the lightning the person was twisting and changing. Buzz. However, this bolt of lightning seemed to have accumulated some more power. Therefore, it lasted a little longer. When the lightning disappeared, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. On the sea, there was only a large amount of coal-like flesh and blood. Roar. There was a roar which seemed to come from the endless sky. Chapter 145, the expressions of the 3 human venerables changed drastically. Someone shouted, "Not good. Is that brat dead? He has persisted for so long. Why did he die under this lightning bolt? You 3, come back, come back." Simon Tian extended his hand, trying to grab the 3 of them back. This timing was too fucking coincidental. This time, the big clans wouldn't be able to get away with it. They wanted to stop Han Fei from transcending the heavenly tribulation. However, once they succeeded, they were afraid that the Beast King would retaliate. After all, Han Fei was the only disciple of the 4 venerables. Even so, at this moment, Jimin Tian still shouted, "Kill Jimin Linglan and the others." However, in the distant void, the Beast King roared, "You big clans deserve to die. How dare you kill my disciple? Go to hell." The first to take action was not the Beast King, but the Divine Sun, the guy who rarely appeared. As soon as the Divine Sun appeared, he clenched his hand, instantly crushing 3 peak-level explorers, and the void exploded. Following that, the Divine Sun scooped it into the sea and frowned. "The 3 of you, this time, it's too much," Shimen Tian shouted. "A trap, this is a trap." Bang! A huge rod shot out of the void and smashed at Zimen Tian. The Beast King appeared. "Shut up, old BS-stard, I'm just going out for a few days. How dare you attack my disciple? Who gave you the courage?" Zimen Tian brandished his sword. "If it weren't a trap, why did you come so quickly?" Roar! The phantom of 100 beasts floated in the air, and the Beast King roared, "I am a half-king, and it is easy for me to cross the void. My disciple should have been able to pass this tribulation. If you hadn't done anything, how could he fail?" The 5 venerables shattered the space and entered the void. Zimin Linglin went crazy. Her perception swept over again and again, and tears kept flowing from her eyes. Impossible, impossible. How can he die? How can he die? Idiot, come out, come out. Zimin Linglin plunged into the water. She felt that her perception had deceived her. A phantom hand picked up the withered flesh and blood fragments and searched for a full half an hour in the sea area. Yang Shao and the others all burst into tears. Damn it, they didn't believe that Marshal Han was dead either. The lightning was gone. The heavenly tribulation was over. However, the sky changed color, and the void trembled as if a great battle was about to break out. Yang Xiaojiao and the others knew that even the Beast King thought that Marshal Han was dead. Bang! Iximen Linglin broke out of the water, holding a venerable's tailbone in her hand. That was the excuse of the big clans to destroy Han Fei's breakthrough. At this moment, it was held in Zimin Linglin's hand. Yang Xiaojiao, Yi Yue, and the others all gathered behind Zimin Linglin, not daring to speak. They all knew that although Zimin Linglin was the city lord, Marshal Han was the one who had the final say on the Avenger. This blow was too big. They were afraid that Zimin Linglin would go crazy. However, Zimin Linglin suddenly said, "That's not right, he's not dead. This venerable bone is useless." Although those people entered the heavenly tribulation, it didn't immediately cause a change in the heavenly tribulation. Unless a venerable took action, it's impossible to kill him without alarming the Beast King and the Divine Sun. Zimin Linglin was suddenly curious. Why did Han Fei go to the Grand Myriad Mountains this time? And why did the Beast King ask Han Fei to suppress his realm? Why did he transcend the heavenly tribulation in the sea of mystifying mountains? Why did everything seem so coincidental? Bang! Suddenly, blood splashed across the sky, and 2 streams of light suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Following that, Zimin Tian appeared with half of his body, blocking the shocking stick. Immediately afterward, his figure was wrapped in a red glow, and he tried to escape. The Beast King chased after him, but the Divine Sun stepped on the surface of the sea and pointed at the void. Zimin Tian's heavily wounded body was directly blown up, but at the next moment, another blood arrow shot out. The divine son didn't chase her. He glanced at Zeman Linglin indifferently. I searched the entire world but didn't find him. My condolences. The divine son only said that. He was not good at acting, so he just cooperated and flew back, leaving the Beast King to act alone. Boom. The battle in the sky lasted for half an hour, during which the sky changed several times. The roar of the Beast King resounded through the void. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that your big clans still have venerables hidden. Old Zeman, the Grand Myriad Mountains, will remember this. Wait for me. After 100 years, when Old Gu and Tianqing recover, I'll see how you can stop me. The Beast King returned and stopped 1,000 meters away from Zeman Linglin. He said with murderous intent, "Girl, you guard that city. The Grand Myriad Mountains will take revenge against them." Zeman Linglin looked at the Beast King stubbornly. "He is not dead. I know this is a trap. Senior Beast King, please tell me where he is." The Beast King roared, "How would I know? If that boy is not dead, how could I not know? You little girl. Sigh, I've told you I will avenge you." Zeman Linglin shouted, "Teacher, what did he say to you when he was in the Grand Myriad Mountains? Why did he have to suppress his realm? Who is he? Buzz." The Beast King waved his hand, and Zeman Linglin's body softened, and she fainted. The Beast King said, "The girl is too sad. Let her sleep." With that, the Beast King disappeared from the boundless sea. Only Yi Yue, Yang Shao, and the others were left standing on the sea, their minds blank. Han Fei didn't lose consciousness. He still knew to cast the divine healing technique on himself. After a full hour, he slowly opened his eyes. During this hour, he seemed to be lying on the cold water. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw a big fish looking at him. Seeing that Han Fei woke up, the big fish said indifferently, "You're awake? Senior time?" The big fish in front of him was the time dragon carp. This was something Han Fei didn't foresee. He thought that with the time ring, he might wake up in the ideal palace. Payon Fei quickly looked around and found that it seemed to be a blue, glowing cocoon. Han Fei hurriedly asked, "Senior, where is this?" The time dragon carp looked at him curiously. "This is a time gap. Human, I didn't expect you to be so lucky." Han Fei automatically ignored the latter half of the sentence and was shocked. "A time gap? Senior, how was the battle before I came? Do you know?" The time dragon carp said indifferently, "With the time here, half a month has passed since the battle. A venerable was seriously injured, and it's impossible for him to recover without 100 years. As for you, fortunately, you are still wearing the time ring. Otherwise, in your previous state, not only would you be lost in the river of time, but your old body might also be corroded, leaving only your soul." Han Fei took a breath. "My old body?" the time dragon carp sneered. "Well, when I first saw you, I was a little puzzled. You were lacking a period of time in your life. This time, your soul accidentally entered the river of time to interfere with fate and narrowly make up for the missing period of time in your life. If you can take this body back, it will fuse with your original body. You will be a complete you and won't be watched by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye again. Do you understand?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." The time dragon carp rolled her eyes and seemed to find Han Fei stupid, so she explained again. "It means that you are an ancient person. When you were young, you were sent through the river of time to the future. Therefore, you lack a period of history. Now, you have made up for this period of time by affecting the future. In this way, you won't have any missing part in life. Your current body and your future body are both you. Therefore, when the two are combined, you'll successfully avoid history and become a person of the future." Han Fei scratched his head. He understood what she said. Although he understood, he was still dumbfounded. "Is my life so magical?" The time dragon carp sneered. "Magical? That's because you don't know what price someone has paid to break the time rule in this way. Forget it, this is your business. Since you and I are acquaintances, I'll help send you back. However, you owe me a huge favor. In the future, you must treat my son better, preferably to satisfy all my son's needs." Han Fei hurriedly said, "Wait a moment." "Huh?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Senior, can you actually travel the river of time? Can you show me that woman?" The time dragon carp grunted and said, "But you can only see her through time. It's impossible for you two to meet again. Otherwise, if I appear again, the rules of the Great Tao will notice me and try to kill me." Schwa. As the time dragon carp flicked her tail, an image appeared on the blue light cocoon, Grand Myriad Mountains, the Beast King Valley. Ape 1 scratched his butt and said, "King, little Linglin has been kneeling outside for half a month. Do you really not want to see her?" Ape 3 was swinging his rod. "King, the girl is quite pitiful." "You'd better meet her," the Beast King roared. "Why? Human beings are the most fickle. That brat didn't set the trap well and was seen through by her, but still wanted me to keep it a secret for him. Bah, I promised to keep it a secret." Ape 1 said, "King, why don't we ask her to find the Divine Sun?" The Beast King's eyes lit up. "Yes, let her go to the Divine Sun. Come on." Ape 1 was slapped to the ground by a hand that suddenly extended from the void, and a big pit appeared on the ground. The Beast King grinned. "Ha! Divine Sun! I agreed to keep it a secret for that brat, but you didn't. Just tell little Linglin what happened then." Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "Beast King, you are too unreliable." Outside, Zeman Linglin was still kneeling on the ground stubbornly. She had watched Han Fei for half of her life, but he died so easily? Something was obviously wrong. The heavenly tribulation, although powerful, couldn't kill Han Fei. Why did the last blow kill him? Even his bones were gone. Ape 3 held a big stick and walked out. Girl, you are really something. Forget it. The king wants you to ask the Divine Sun. Perhaps the Divine Sun can answer you. Zeman Linglin's eyes lit up and her body disappeared. After a while, on the stormy peak, Zeman Linglin said, Master Divine Sun, Zeman Linglin has something to ask you. Please see me. The Divine Sun's voice rang slowly. He doesn't belong to this era. This is the answer you want. Zeman Linglin was taken aback and braced herself, asking, Master Divine Sun, can you make yourself clearer? I don't understand. Zeman Linglin has son, Sai. The Divine Sun said leisurely, he came from millions of years later. It was just a coincidence that he passed through the river of time and came here. He's not from this era. Zeman Linglin was dumbfounded. From millions of years later? Not from this era? Immediately she seemed to understand. Even when Han Fei's consciousness awakened, he had never told her about his memories, not even once. It turned out to be so bizarre. No wonder he refused to have a baby with her. She had thought that she still had a lot of time in the future. It turned out that he had known it all along but didn't tell her, which was why he pretended to be dead. Zeman Linglin gritted her teeth. Master Divine Sun, can I transcend the river of time? If you become a king, or even above a king, you might have a chance to see him through time. It's almost impossible to pass the time. You can't withstand the erosion of thousands of years. After a long silence, Zeman Linglin wiped her eyes. Then I'll just wait. I'll try to live to the age he was in. Shua! All the pictures in front of Han Fei disappeared. The time dragon carp said, this is probably your obsession. Let's go. Although you can stay in the time gap for a long time, it doesn't mean that your body won't be corroded by time. Han Fei was silent for a moment, nodded slightly, and murmured at the time barrier, there's a will in the pirate flag. Chapter 1146, Thug Academy's Crisis Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ideal Palace. Through the mist of time, Han Fei saw his body still lying there. He felt very strange. Now he had two bodies? What should he do? The Time Dragon Carp said. You can go out by yourself. Because you are always you, your old body will collapse and then fuse with you. This place is a little strange. So it turns out that someone stole a section of the River of Time. No wonder you can run to the other end of the River of Time. No wonder the suppression of the Great Tao in that era was so weak. It seems that you have a powerful background. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Did someone really steal a section of the River of Time? The Time Dragon Carp said. It's actually not accurate to say that it was stolen. However, someone sealed this section of the Time River. In a sense, it is isolated from the influence of many Great Tao rules. However, what's strange is that if this person only sealed the River of Time for you, at this moment, the seal should have been lifted. Why is this seal still there? Han Fei's heart stirred. He suddenly understood. It must have been his mother who used some method to seal it. Why was it impossible to lift the seal? Because it required someone else entering. Who was that person? Apart from Yinner, who else could it be? Unfortunately, Yinner's yin and yang souls were separated, and her yang soul and body were still in the 6th Heavenly Palace. He had to think of a way to go to the 6th Heavenly Palace to find Yinner. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't have so many questions. Han Fei cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your help, Senior. When can I go to Little Time? The Time Dragon Carp said lightly, You don't need to look for her. When the time comes, my daughter will find you. With that, the time barrier was opened. Han Fei thanked the Time Dragon Carp again and stepped out. As soon as he entered the mist of the Ideal Palace, Han Fei suddenly felt excruciating pain all over his body. Crack crack, he felt that all the bones in his body were collapsing inch by inch. He couldn't even stand straight and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, his flesh and blood were melting, but they did turn into spots of golden light. The feeling was indescribable. However, at this moment, Wang Han's body turned into countless golden light particles, which were absorbed by his own body. Han Fei knew that this was the so-called old body fused with the original body. Han Fei's soul only lasted for a few minutes before it fused with his body. There was no telling how much time had passed, but it was still a blur. When Han Fei suddenly felt that he was completely sober, a dazzling sunlight suddenly shone on his face. However, the warmth of the sun seemed a little strange. It was a little too high. When Han Fei saw that the sky was blazing like fire and steaming hot, his first reaction was, Am I out of the Ideal Palace? It made sense. It was impossible for the Time Dragon Carp to send his body through the River of Time into the Ideal Palace. Click. Han Fei twisted his neck and immediately made a cracking sound. Huh? A peak-level law enforcer? Han Fei was refreshed. He had brought back Wang Han's full strength? Just as Han Fei was about to take a closer look at his current state, he suddenly heard someone shout, Is that Han Fei? Han Fei glanced around. There weren't many people outside the Ideal Palace today, only about 300. Not good. It's really Han Fei. He's still alive? No, his realm is no longer that of a junior law enforcer. An intermediate law enforcer frowned. Not good. I can't see through him. Upon hearing this, many people were shocked. What did he mean? If he hadn't completely withdrawn his strength must have exceeded that of an intermediate law enforcer. Swish, 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 CE. In an instant, 40 or 50 people controlled their fishing boats to fly away in a hurry. Huh? Something seems to be wrong. Han Fei's face immediately changed. Not good. I forgot to ask the time dragon carp how much time has passed. I've been in the cycle of reincarnation for decades. Have decades passed here too? That would be terrible. Wait a minute, hiss, hiss, Han Fei gasped, because Senior Time Dragon Carp had directly sent him back to reality. His memories were intact. Suddenly, someone rushed over quickly. Han Fei, you're finally out. Go back to the Thug Academy quickly. Han Fei's face changed. Who are you? The man said. I'm from the Luo family. Let's talk on the way. Han Fei turned his hand and the wind god boat appeared. At this moment, he didn't use the Heavenly Void Divine Movement. Once this technique was used, someone in the Thousand Star City would definitely find out. At that time, it would provoke the Ye family people to look for trouble. The wind god boat erupted at full speed, leaving a long red shadow in the sky. Han Fei straightened his face and asked eagerly, tell me what time it is first. The man was briefly stunned. The Heavenly Fire Festival is tomorrow, Han Fei asked. Which year? Oh no, tell me, how long have we been in there? The person seemed to understand what Han Fei meant and immediately said, you have been in the Ideal Palace for a long time. About 40 days have passed. Han Fei was immediately relieved. However, he immediately realized that he had been in reincarnation for more than 40 years. To be precise, it had been 48 years. He wondered if there were any connections. Han Fei asked, what's wrong with the Thug Academy? The person said, back then, Diwu Weiguang and Chu Qingyan left the Ideal Palace together. Immediately, more than 50 people came out. Unfortunately, those people didn't have memories, and you and company didn't come out. Therefore, Chu Qingyan made an agreement with the outside world to use the number of times she entered the Ideal Palace to determine if you were still alive. Han Fei's face immediately changed. So, I've been confirmed dead? The person nodded. Yes, you were confirmed to have died. Therefore, for a moment, the big clans launched a series of attacks on the Thug Academy. Zhu Yinling guarded the Thug Academy alone and was seriously injured. Killing intent surged from Han Fei. Who injured her? The man said. Chu Qingyan. Han Fei immediately shouted angrily, damn it, I'm going to kill this woman. Wait, Ren Tianfei didn't do anything? The person smiled bitterly. He did. However, Ren Tianfei only used his clones. One of his clones killed 2 peak-level explorers and then was destroyed by a venerable. However, Zhu Yinling's life should be safe, but the Zhu Yin family suffered a blow. Their family had declined in the first place, but after being forced by Chu sect, they can't even be considered a family now. Han Fei frowned. Yes, if I die, who will dare to save the Thug Academy? Perhaps those big clans are waiting for Ren Tianfei. After all, everything was just Chu Qingyan's one-sided story. Old Han was probably watching. The main reason was that Old Han was capable of divination. With his ability, how could he not know if he was dead or not? If Old Han didn't come out, it would be a little difficult for Ren Tianfei to protect the Thug Academy alone. If the big clan set up a trap and waited for him to jump in, he certainly wouldn't jump in. Han Fei hurriedly said, Thug Academy, what's its situation now? The person smiled bitterly. Miss and the others came out one after another. Miss was the first to come out 27 days after you entered. During this period of time, someone wanted to catch the disciples of your school, but fortunately, the explorers of the Su family and the Luo family had stopped them. Han Fei took a deep breath. Were you hurt? The man shook his head. Although not injured, the library of the Thug Academy was blown up. Some of the star beads inside were snatched away. Han Fei asked in surprise, the star beads won't self-destruct? The man shook his head. No, the star bead is just an energy object. When it's broken, it will regather. Therefore, although they can't solve the mystery of the library, they can still forcibly take the star beads. Han Fei thought to himself, fortunately, I carry the main star beads with me. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. The man said, however, the Chu sect also paid a price. Ren Tianfei used 3 clones in a row to attack the Chu sect's outer strongholds. He destroyed 3 families that were attached to the Chu sect in a row, which made the Chu sect a little quieter. Han Fei really wanted to cheer for Ren Tianfei. If you touch me, although I can't wipe out your entire family, your Chu sect has a huge business. How can you take care of everything? However, Han Fei immediately said, Xiaobai is out. What's the situation now? Where are Zhang Xuanyu and Lei Renquang and Lei Luoluo? The man said. Lei Renquang came out only 1 day after Miss Zhang Xuanyu came out 5 days ago. Because Miss came out and because of Ren Tianfei, it has become a normal challenge now. However, my family master said that this balance won't be maintained for long. The big clans can accept some small sacrifices as long as they can achieve their goal. However, now Miss just claims that each of you has some star beads. If they want the star beads, they'll have to beat her. The person continued, Miss has awakened the Luo family's divine technique. Therefore, no matter who on the genius list comes, she can fight. However, Zhang Xuanyu and Lei Renquang are also injured. Because they have been in a stalemate for too long a time, a life and death battle has begun now. It began on the day Zhang Xuanyu returned. Han Fei didn't speak. The big clans always followed this style, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If it weren't for Ren Tianfei, they would definitely have directly taken the disciples of the Thug Academy away. However, Han Fei quickly concluded, they don't want to ask Xiaobai and the others for star beads. They just want to slaughter the Thug Academy again. At the same time, they want to lure Ren Tianfei out. Otherwise, Xiaobai and the others would have long been defeated. Han Fei sneered, so at this moment, they hadn't won just because they wanted to kill Ren Tianfei again. As long as Ren Tianfei died, they would have enough confidence to ambush old Han. It was a bit troublesome, but as long as they could achieve their goal in the end, no matter how complicated the process was, they could accept it. As for sacrifice, in the eyes of venerables, the death of an explorer was nothing. This time, on the other side of the Time River, Han Fei deeply realized that those venerables didn't care about the death of an explorer at all. Therefore, as long as they had a chance to enter the Heavenly Palace, no matter how great the sacrifice was, it would be worth it. As for the sea demons, they probably didn't care. Suddenly, Han Fei thought that maybe these big clans all knew of the existence of the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, and felt that within the yin-yang world, no one could become a king, not even sea monsters. Therefore, they felt that they had plenty of time to go to the Heavenly Palace and find an opportunity to become a king. The man said, those big clans also tried to send people to find your body, but they all failed. Han Fei gave a cold smile. Why bother to search for my body? Even if they find it, so what? Han Fei said ruthlessly. Let's go and kill them. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, let's fight them head on. Chapter 1147, I'm back translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. At the gate of the Thug Academy, there was a sea of people. In front of the spiritual plant maze, there was a huge hole, and a semicircular battlefield was created. However, at this moment, there was an intense battle in the square, a battle between law enforcers. Multicolored spiritual plants densely covered the battlefield, and their attack speed was extremely fast. Some spiritual plants were not weaker than the sword and knives, which were everywhere from the void to the ground. Of course, no matter how strong Luo Xiaobai was, she was only a junior law enforcer and couldn't fight across a large realm like Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai's limit was that of an advanced law enforcer, which was only achieved with the help of the majestic mystic spell. At present, the peak level of law enforcers hadn't appeared because they wanted to set up nets. In the eyes of many people, the Thug Academy without Han Fei was already under siege. Among the onlookers, someone said via voice transmission, this Luo family's divine technique is really terrifying. Unfortunately, the Luo family isn't weak. Otherwise, Luo Xiaobai would definitely be listed as a target to kill. Someone replied, do you think the big clans don't dare to kill her? The Luo family has already made it clear that they aren't on their side. They even dare to offend a venerable. They don't dare to kill Luo Xiaobai. Humph, they are just luring the enemy. Hiss, the man gasped. You mean to hunt a venerable? The man nodded. Otherwise, do you think it's possible that so many people can't defeat the Thug Academy? Do you really think the students of the Thug Academy are gods? Someone echoed. That's right. Although Zhu Yinling's cultivation speed is extremely fast, it doesn't mean that she is strong. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang are strong, but not strong enough. There are millions of cultivation paths. Do you think the two of them can still fight? The remaining Luo Xiaobai can't last long. Someone said, since it's a hunt, why are we staying here? If a venerable level battle really happens here, we probably will be affected. Someone sneered. How can you see a venerable level battle? What do you take venerables for? On the Thug Academy's side, an explorer of the Su family watched everything solemnly. Beside him were Su Daiji and company. At this moment, the five of them were watching the battle nervously. Yi Xian shouted angrily, shame on them. Our school only has a few people. There are so many of them. Su Daiji raised her fist, her expression angry. Too much. Su Sanqian, Jing Yue, and Gu Qi clenched their fists. Gu Qi shouted, Senior sister, you can do it. Hearing the cries of Su Daiji and the others, the explorer of the Su family felt very bitter in his heart. Do we lose the bet this time? These people were all heavenly talents among heavenly talents. Would the strong masters of the Thug Academy really just watch them die? Would the tragedy of the Thug Academy many years ago repeat? On the field, an armorist who was fighting Luo Xiaobai, an advanced law enforcer, had 3 blood-red half-moon knives at his side, which were emitting a soft hum at an extremely fast speed. Because the Heavenly Fire Festival was approaching, wherever the blades passed, the void was ignited. It was like 3 huge wheels of fire cutting everything frantically. The armorist sneered and said, the Luo family's divine technique is impressive, but your strength is too weak. As a junior law enforcer, even if the Luo family's divine technique is powerful, so what? As long as you hand over your star beads obediently, no one will make things difficult for you. Luo Xiaobai said expressionlessly, in your dreams. Demon Plant Divine Waterfall. Luo Xiaobai's figure appeared in all directions of the spiritual plants. The world seemed to form a cage, and vines, like swords and knives, sealed the battlefield, scorching fire armor. The armorist laughed, and a fiery turtle shell appeared around him. Clang, clang, clang. Although the attacks were intense, every time the sword spirit plant attacked the scorching fire armor, its needle-like head would turn soft. The demon plant divine waterfall looked shocking, but it couldn't achieve anything. The armorist laughed. Do you know why I chose to challenge you today? The Heavenly Fire Festival is coming, and my fiery origin turtle can exert its strongest state. At least, in the next 2 days, my strength is comparable to a peak-level law enforcer. How can you be my opponent? Fire element spray. The flames swept across the entire demon plant divine waterfall like a wave. The scorching power made Luo Xiaobai's body tremble slightly. Puffed. Luo Xiaobai vomited a mouthful of blood, and the demon plant divine waterfall quickly disappeared. Not far away, Sun Wu sneered. Luo Xiaobai, your spiritual energy can't hold out much longer, can it? This is a suppression of the realm. If you admit defeat and hand over your star beads, we can spare your life. Chu Qingyan smiled faintly and said, Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei is already dead. We have already confirmed this matter. There's no need to struggle. With you, can you protect the Thug Academy, Xiaobai? A strange silk vine appeared. Luo Xiaobai was about to continue when a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Zhang Xuanyu appeared behind them, his face a little pale. Cough, cough. Zhang Xuanyu held a divine weapon, flexed his body and said, Let me. In terms of one-on-one combat, I am the strongest. Yang Nanxi raised her sledgehammer and pointed it at Zhang Xuanyu. You are the strongest. Where do you think I am? Li Xuan smiled faintly. Zhang Xuanyu, have you recovered from your injuries? It just so happens that my hands are itchy after watching you fight for several days. Why don't we have a life and death battle? Suddenly, everyone looked at Li Xuan. This time, he was going to have a Li Xuan death fight with Zhang Xuanyu. Once Zhang Xuanyu died, it meant that the pressure exerted by the big clans would be further increased. If Ren Tianfei didn't come out, they would kill one. If he still didn't show up, they would kill another. Zhang Xuanyu gritted his teeth. Okay, let me kill you, darling. Zhang Xuanyu said angrily, Shut up. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Retreat. Zhang Xuanyu hit the ground with his rod. You think I'm a pushover? I'd like to see how Li Xuan will be killed by me. The armorist standing in midair suddenly said, Zhang Xuanyu, right? I heard that you are the strongest in a one-on-one fight in the Thug Academy now. Why don't you fight me? Ha ha ha, many people sneered. A one-on-one fight? It depended on what kind of one-on-one duels. If a soul warrior fought against an armorist, he would have to either crush his opponent with strength or last longer than him. After all, a soul warrior's attack range was too small. In fact, no soul warrior could win against an armorist of the same realm. Oh no, Zhang Xuanyu was much weaker than him in terms of the realm. Zhang Xuanyu clenched his long rod. Damn it, do you think I'm so easy to beat? The armorist said lightly. Then come fight me. I can fight a life and death battle too. Zhang Xuanyu was about to go out, only to find that he froze. He was controlled by Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, Let me do it. The armorist smiled again. Luo Xiaobai, don't waste your effort. Even if Han Fei is here, so what? He's just a junior law enforcer while I'm a peak-level law enforcer today. Who can defeat me? Buzz. While the man was talking, a shadow flashed across the sky, and the armorist suddenly turned around and slashed out 3 fire wheels. He saw a glaze flash past in the blink of an eye. Before he could see clearly, he felt a terrifying force fall on his chest, and the scorching fire armor was instantly shattered. Crack. Bang. The armorist was punched into the sky. In an instant, everyone was shocked. In the void, a pair of glass wings gently flapped. Chu Qingyan shouted, Impossible. How can you still be alive? Hiss. Didn't they say he was dead? How is it possible? So many people have confirmed it. How can he still be alive? Behind him, Luo Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief, and her body suddenly softened. She had been too tired these days. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Fei. The Su family explorer perked up. However, he immediately discovered, how could Han Fei's strength be at the peak of the law enforcer realm? Yi Xian shouted, Senior brother Han Fei, you're finally back. I knew it. You aren't dead. You aren't dead. Su Daiji clenched her fists, her eyes glowing as she echoed Yi Xian's words. I knew he wasn't dead. Gu Qi raised her hands high. Senior brother Han Fei. Without looking back, Han Fei waved his hand casually and looked up at the sky. You want a life and death fight? I'm here. Are you ready? The man had just stabilized himself and was about to retreat. However, Han Fei suddenly disappeared from the spot and went straight to the sky. Enforced the law, sea of fire. Bang! A scorching sea of fire instantly exploded, and a figure smashed to the ground at an imperceptible speed from the sky. Rumble. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed. Someone shouted, Han Fei, this is a sneak attack. Someone said, Han Fei, try again if you've got balls. However, Chu Qingyan and company's pupils constricted as they looked at each other speechlessly. No, Han Fei's strength was not right. He was a peak-level law enforcer. However, how was it possible? Even if Han Fei hadn't died in the ideal palace, how could his strength have increased so much? He had jumped from the junior law enforcer realm to the peak of the law enforcer realm with a whoosh. What opportunity could he have had to reach this point? Yang Nanshi shouted. Impossible. It's only been less than 2 months. How can you have already become a peak-level law enforcer? What? Hiss. The countless children of the big clans who were watching were shocked. What the hell? A peak-level law enforcer? Are you kidding me? Han Fei is a peak-level law enforcer. After the dust settled, Han Fei stepped on the armorist who was as broken as a porcelain doll in a big pit. Han Fei raised his head slightly. I'm also a little surprised. Why am I so strong after coming out of the ideal palace? However, this is a good thing. With that, Han Fei said leisurely, Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. Why don't we take action before they dare to kill us? Suddenly, a roar came from the void. Han Fei, how dare you? Puff! An array appeared under Han Fei's feet and he stomped heavily, directly crushing the armorist. As he raised his hand, the sacrificing punch erupted, facing the huge hand of the figure who stepped out of the void. Boom! The sky exploded, and the explorer didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. He was even stronger than an explorer, and he was blasted back 100 meters. Gulp! Countless people swallowed saliva. Han Fei killed a heavenly talent of a big clan in public. Was he crazy? Ah, it feels so good to be back. Han Fei's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes turned bloodthirsty as he looked at everyone arrogantly. I'm back. Welcome to hell. Chapter 148, Challenge All of You Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At the gate of the Thug Academy on Pure Sun Island, Han Fei kicked away the blood-stained armor box under his feet and walked out of the big pit step by step. Although Han Fei wasn't wearing any armor or holding any sharp blades at that moment, his gait was like that of a king rising from his throne, looking down at his people arrogantly. Han Fei said, I heard that you have besieged the Thug Academy for many days and seriously injured many people in our academy. Since you want to kill me so badly, I'll give you a chance. You can gang up on me. I'll fight all of you alone. Han Fei's voice was not loud, but it echoed far away. Arrogant. How dare you? You're looking for death. Han Fei, don't be too arrogant. Han Fei grinned and laughed out loud. I'm arrogant? Yes, I am arrogant. Yes, I am arrogant. So are you going to fight me or not? Well, do you want to gang up on me? You should be very strong. I'll give you a chance to kill me. However, the scene of Han Fei repulsing an explorer with a single punch was still imprinted in everyone's mind. This meant that in terms of strength, Han Fei was comparable to an explorer. This was why Han Fei wanted to challenge all of them alone. Han Fei's gaze fell on Xuanhuan and the others. At this moment, he wasn't supposed to know them. Otherwise, the fact that he was able to come out of the ideal palace with memory would be exposed. Zhang Xuanyu's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Fei, you can pick some to fight against. Those people are all on the genius list. There are no less than 50 strong masters on the genius list here. You can't fight all of them alone. Luo Xiaobai said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Han Fei, you just came out and don't know the situation. You can just order them to retreat first. Roar. Suddenly, a fatty crawled out of the teleportation array. Renquang was limping, his face swollen, and he seemed to be crying. Fei, you're finally back. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. How did this damn fatty become like this? Nine Tails came out with Renquang. It swooshed to Han Fei and rubbed against his leg. Having no time to talk to Nine Tails, Han Fei simply withdrew it. In his mind, Nine Tails seemed to be saying, Master, why did you come back so late? With his back to Luo Xiaobai and the others, Han Fei shook his head and didn't even look at the explorer in the air. I killed the people from the big clans. Don't you want to take revenge? Heh, are the so-called strong masters on the genius list and the children of the big clans all cowards? You don't even dare to fight me? What a bunch of trash. Ashhole, what did you say? Han Fei looked at the person who spoke with a sneer and then looked around. I said, all of you are trash. Ah, Yang Nanshi was the first to lose her cool. Being mocked by Han Fei like this, she burst into fury and raised her sledgehammer, shouting angrily, Han Fei, are you looking for death? Many people's faces changed drastically. Han Fei, do you know what you were saying? Humph. In the sky, the explorer snorted coldly. A peak-level law enforcer can take a blow from me with the help of a secret technique. It's nothing. Pa. 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 Han Fei smiled and clapped his hands. Okay, I didn't expect an explorer to be a braggart. TSK. Han Fei's face suddenly changed, and he roared ferociously. Are you going to fight or not? If not, get the hell out of here. In the future, wherever the Thug Academy people passes, you pieces of garbage hide. Gulp. Renquang swallowed and murmured, when can I be like Fei? So domineering. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Han Fei became stronger. Why did he become so much stronger? He had stayed in the ideal palace for so long. Did he encounter any special opportunities? At this moment, not only Luo Xiaobai, but everyone else was thinking the same. Suddenly, Sunwu stood out and shouted, don't be intimidated by him. He's just a peak-level law enforcer. There are more than 30 peak-level law enforcers here. Why should we be afraid of him? Besides, even if Han Fei has great luck, his strength has increased so much in less than 2 months. His realm must be unstable. Seeing that no one moved, and even Yang Nanshi was thinking, Sun Wu had to stand up. The reason was that she had followed Chu Qingyan's method to enter the ideal palace several times in a row, hoping to judge one thing by the number of times. She wanted to know if Han Fei was the one who killed Sun Mu. However, the answer was obvious. What Cao Chu said was all fake. Han Fei tilted his head, glanced over, and pointed at Sun Wu. Why? There are so many so-called geniuses here, but you're not as bold as a woman? How dare you challenge the Thug Academy? Believe it or not, I can crush you with one hand. The corner of Zhang Xunyu's mouth twitched as he looked at Luo Xiaobai. Xiaobai, do you think Fei Fei is pretending or not? Luo Xiaobai glared at Zhang Xunyu. There are many people here who can hear you. Don't you know that? The voice of the Su family's old man sounded in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei, don't make it really uncontrollable. Since you're back, the situation might return to the previous balance. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Balance? Seaman Linglin was right. Once the big clans ruled a city, the ordinary people would be left with no chance. Even if the Thousand-Star City looked extremely prosperous on the surface, so what? The more prosperous the Thousand-Star City was, the more resources the big clans had grabbed. Furthermore, through his experience in the reincarnation soul realm, Han Fei knew that the so-called big clans were just a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If the four venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains were here, who would dare to mess around with them? Chu Qingyan's eyes lit up as she immediately sent a voice transmission to everyone. Everyone. So what if Han Fei becomes stronger? The star beads must be with him. Do you really think he can defeat so many of us alone? As long as we get the star beads, we can do anything. Chu Qingyan immediately took the lead and stepped forward. Fight. She didn't remember what had happened in the Ideal Palace. However, she had definitely fought Han Fei in the Ideal Palace. It wasn't just her. Many people here had fought Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei's so-called peak-level law enforcer was too weak in her eyes. Logically speaking, no one in the Thousand-Star City would have their strength soar by 3 small realms, spanning 8 or 9 levels after coming out of the Ideal Palace. Yang Nanxi clenched her sledgehammer and stepped out. Fight, I'm gonna break his teeth. Fight, fine. I haven't heard such a ridiculous request in years. Hey, there are so many of us here. How can I be afraid of him? In the sky, the explorer frowned slightly. Just now, he used too little strength in his grab, so he hadn't been able to test Han Fei's strength. However, he felt that Han Fei did seem to have the strength of a peak-level law enforcer. However, he didn't think that Han Fei could challenge so many peak-level law enforcers alone. How could the geniuses of the big clans be defeated so easily? As for who Han Fei killed in public, it didn't matter. As long as the heavenly talents of the big clans won together, who would care about this matter? At that time, they had already started to compete for the star beads. It was normal for 1 or 2 people to sacrifice themselves. Han Fei grinned. You want to fight? Okay, let's have a try. Do you really dare to kill me? Han Fei seemed to shrink back a little bit, but in fact he was just retreating in order to advance, to lure the enemy. After leaving the Ideal Palace, Han Fei rushed back to the Thug Academy at full speed. However, the people from the large families outside the Ideal Palace had to return to their families first. Then, he actually had a head start. As long as he was fast enough, he could kill a batch of them. Luo Xiaobai shouted, Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand, indicating Luo Xiaobai to stop talking. 2 warhammers suddenly appeared in Han Fei's hands, and airwaves surged around him. Come, today I'll let you know how powerful the Thug Academy is. Whoosh! Han Fei's figure flew straight to the sky. Luo Xiaobai and the others followed. Su Daijie held the Su family's explorer's hand, as though she wanted the explorer to take them up to take a look. However, the Su family's elder said, That's a law enforcer battle. Even if it's shown to you, you can't see it with your eyes. Just wait, in the sky. Han Fei spread his wings. Why are there only 47 people participating in the battle? Do you look down upon the Thug Academy, or do you look down upon me? Or your big clans don't have enough people? Roar, bastard, I'll fight you too. Wait for me. I'm going to kill you. Instantly, more than 30 people appeared in the sky. Han Fei was too arrogant. Even if he was a peak-level law enforcer, so what? Did he think he was invincible? Han Fei chuckled. Anyone else? At this moment, Han Fei's blood was boiling. He really wanted to have a good fight. Since he recovered his memories in the reincarnation secret realm, he had been suppressing an inexplicable fury in his heart and needed to vent it. Han Fei roared, Is that all? It seems that there aren't many so-called elites of the big clans. There aren't even 100 of you. Nonsense. I'm gonna beat the hell out of you. Yang Nanxi roared and threw out a giant hammer. Han Fei grinned. Hee hee, Xiaobai, remember to catch her. Buzz. Han Fei's figure vanished without a trace. The speed was so fast that Yang Nanxi and the others were dumbfounded. Even tearing through the void wasn't that fast, right? In the sky, the explorer suddenly shouted, Not good, retreat. However, Han Fei didn't intend to hide anything. The heavenly void divine movement, devil change, and agility of wind were activated at the same time, and his speed was several times faster than that of the heavenly talents of the Yi family at the same level as him. Yang Nanxi, who was holding the double hammers, suddenly felt that her arms were weak. When she looked again, she was surprised. Huh? Where are my hands? Why have they flown out? Boom, a crack. Yang Nanxi's bones were broken, and she was drenched in blood. Half of her body was crazily bleeding as she was thrown at Luo Xiaobai's feet. Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and immediately summoned void vines and 100 demon plants, grabbing Yang Nanxi. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was filled with the shadows of the hammers, and energy tornadoes were swirling high in the sky. The war body could quickly absorb energy from the air. This was the secret of the Cao family. He had learned it. With such a combat technique, coupled with the 100 war divine hammer, how terrifying would the power be? Bang! Masses of blood mist burst out like fireworks in the air one after another. That scene shocked countless people. Those were not iron-headed fish, but heavenly talents from the big clans. Now they were exploding in the air one after another. Chapter 1149, Slaying Explorers Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Hiss. All the people who didn't participate in the battle were stunned and gasped. For example, the Su family's explorer's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "How is it possible? There were still many hidden fishers and law enforcers who hadn't participated in the battle. They were all stunned. What the fuck? Hey, Hanfei, you little bastard, stop it." The explorer launched an attack. However, Hanfei smiled and ignored him. "That's a mere junior peak-level explorer. Wait for me to kill these people first and then smash you. Not good." Hanfei secretly learned the secret technique of our family. "Run," a peak-level law enforcer of the Yi family shouted. However, at the next moment, something flashed in front of his eyes, and a giant hammer had already smashed his face. At the moment of life and death, the heavenly talent of the Yi family was shocked. How did Hanfei know the heavenly void divine movement? In just 1 second, with Hanfei's strength and speed, even if someone activated the law, he couldn't resist the 100 war divine hammer. In particular, Hanfei also had the void lines and the law of gravity. In an instant, in the sky, there seemed to be countless figures of Hanfei. In the sky, as clouds of blood burst out, Li Xuan's arms were blasted apart by the hammer, his chest was pierced, and he was sent flying towards Luo Xiaobai. The lower half of Sun Wu's body was blasted apart. However, Hanfei didn't let this person go. As the knife light swept past, the so-called genius of the big clans was beheaded. Zhang Mingkun's chest collapsed. The so-called Zhang family's body protection technique couldn't even withstand a hammer shadow. Under the dumbfounded gaze of Le Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai, 23 people were thrown over one after another. All that was left became a cloud of blood. Both the big turtle phantom and the immortal seal were ineffective. It could even be said that the immortal seal was almost useless to the current Hanfei because his speed was so fast that they couldn't use the immortal seal at all. If it were the immortal seal sealed in their bodies, the moment the void lines clasped them, this seal would have been blocked. Chu Qingyan's expression had long changed. If it weren't for the fact that she had mastered a trace of the time law, it would be impossible for her to block Hanfei's attacks a few times. However, after only being struck 5 times, Chu Qingyan discovered, to her shock, that there was no one around but herself. "Hey!" Hanfei's figure flashed in the void. However, the explorer had already stood in front of Chu Qingyan. "Roar! Beastard, you deserve to die." However, even though he had already seen Hanfei, with a flash in the air, 2 giant hammers smashed down. Boom, bang. This time, the explorer was really resisting with all his strength. There was something wrong with Hanfei's strength. He didn't realize it at the beginning, causing so many heavenly talents to die. He couldn't bear this responsibility. However, the huge force on the double hammers directly blasted him more than 3,000 meters away. Chu Qingyan was alarmed. "Hanfei, if you kill me, the balance will be broken. To hell with balance." The double hammers in Hanfei's hands disappeared, replaced by Snowmorn. "Stop!" In the void, someone drilled out. Hanfei was a little surprised. Why did they come so fast? Shouldn't they have just set off? Even an explorer shouldn't have traversed half of the 1,000-star city at once. However, Hanfei didn't stop. Shua! A dazzling silver light flashed in the sky. Chu Qingyan vomited a mouthful of blood, and the surrounding space distorted as Hanfei's sword slowed down. However, at the next moment, Hanfei's figure appeared behind Chu Qingyan. In terms of spatial techniques, Hanfei, who was already proficient in the star teleportation technique, was much stronger than Chu Qingyan's time-based secret technique. Puffed! Chu Qingyan's long legs were cut off and blood splashed across the sky. As the other party had already sent an explorer over, Hanfei didn't have time to think too much. His first reaction was to kill Chu Qingyan. However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he knew that it was wrong. Chu Qingyan was the most valuable person in this group of people. If he killed Chu Qingyan, who could he ask for benefits from? Boom! Chu Qingyan felt all the bones in her body snap. At that moment, her heart and soul were trembling. What kind of existence was he? Not only was Chu Qingyan trembling, even Luo Xiaobai, who was grabbing people, was trembling. Earlier, these people had blocked the Thug Academy for so long that she couldn't hold on anymore. However, as soon as Hanfei returned, almost instantly, the battlefield was cleared. Except for the peak-level law enforcers, the rest were all killed. Die. A huge hand in the air, crossing the sky, slapped at Hanfei. Below, the Su family elder immediately took action. However, he was too slow. Hanfei's eyes narrowed slightly. An intermediate explorer? Hanfei immediately sneered. "Are you kidding me? Since when does an intermediate explorer dare to mess with me?" Roar! The 100-beast soul-subduing roar erupted. In the sunny sky, under the steaming hot air, strange scenes appeared in the sky. 100 beasts flew across the sky, tearing the sky and the earth apart. The intermediate explorer froze. At that moment, all the void lines were attached to him. Han Fei didn't have the time to investigate how strong his soul was at this moment. Anyway, he would just use the void line first. Then, Snowmorn instantly drained the spiritual energy in Han Fei's body. Then, an overwhelming sword light cut him into halves. In fact, although Han Fei could defeat an intermediate explorer, it was definitely not that easy. The reason why Han Fei succeeded so easily this time was that this person underestimated his opponent too much, thinking that a big hand in the air could grasp him. Who could have expected that Han Fei would first suppress the enemy's soul, then control it with the void lines, and then tear him apart with a slash? Everything happened too fast. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Fuck! Ren Kuang's cheeks trembled. Oh my god. However, Han Fei's fighting speed was too fast. Zhang Xuanyu only had the time to shout that. Halfway through the Su family's explorer's attack, he discovered that the other party's explorer was already dead. The junior explorer who was flying over immediately peed and hurried to tear the void. You want to leave? Have I agreed? Activating the star teleportation technique, Han Fei suddenly appeared beside the man. However, the man's reaction speed was extremely fast, and he took the lead to launch a soul attack. Han Fei felt his scalp tingle, but he ignored it and roared again, and the sound of 100 beast feet stepping in the air shook the sky. Stop! This time, 3 people tore through the void and came over. Among them, there were advanced explorers. Han Fei extended his hand and stabbed it into the junior explorer's chest. As the infinity water poured into his body, he roared, "Ultimate defense." Ren Kuang shivered and immediately activated ultimate defense to protect everyone on his side. Rumble. Like a nuclear bomb exploding, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. At the moment the explosion appeared, Han Fei had already appeared in ultimate defense. At the same time, the array under his feet suddenly popped out. Unfortunately, the Great Coiled Turtle Array wasn't set up well. He only had time to set up a 5-layer coiled turtle array before the power of the violent explosion shook him. Ka. The coiled turtle array was shattered, and the ultimate defense lasted for 2 minutes. Everybody rolled thousands of meters in the sky before they stopped. In the air, a roar came. Han Fei, you little thief, you are looking for death. Han Fei shouted, "Villains of the big clans, your heavenly talents are in my hands. Surrender now." With that, Han Fei extended his hand and the infinity water returned. As for the blood-drinking knife, it was already placed on Chu Qingyan's neck. Compete in ruthlessness? What kind of battle have I not seen? Even venerables have to speak nicely to me. I even dared to kill in front of venerables. How can a few explorers compare to me? Gulp. The moment the infinity water exploded, hundreds of hidden fissures were crushed by the terrifying explosion. Han Fei's last blow was intentional. He just wanted to kill a group of members of the big clans. Han Fei wasn't afraid of accidentally hurting innocent people, of course because ordinary people didn't dare to participate in the battle between the big clans and the Thug Academy. Therefore, Han Fei was very sure that no one was mistakenly killed. As for the so-called balance, it shouldn't mean being suppressed step by step, pressed on step by step, or plotted against step by step. At most, Old Han and Ren Tianfei would attack at the same time. Besides, he had a sky-dissecting finger, so he still had a chance to win. Old Jiang and Old Bai definitely wouldn't sit by and watch. Besides, the Thug Academy must have other trump cards. He was not afraid of the big clans. At most, he would ask Ren Tianfei and Old Han to take everyone away. In this battle, everything within a radius of 50 kilometers was flattened. Han Fei and the others landed, and Ren Kuang said tremblingly, Fei, were you possessed? Bah, you're the one who was possessed. Gulp, Zhang Xuanyu swallowed too. Well, then you can even kill explorers? Ren Kuang added, what happened just now? I didn't see it clearly. I only saw an explorer suddenly be cut in halves. Luo Xiaobai's chest heaved as she looked at Han Fei in shock. What opportunity did this guy obtain in the ideal palace? In less than 2 months, he's already become so strong, Han Fei said indifferently. Senior Su, please take Daji and the others to the back mountain. Su Laosheng was dumbfounded. Without a word, he rolled up Su Daji and company and tore through the void. Nobody could have possibly imagined what was happening just now. You said that was because Han Fei was already a peak-level law enforcer, and it could be explained with opportunities? You said that Han Fei fought 100 alone because he was too talented. However, how could you explain that Han Fei could already kill explorers after less than 2 months? What reason should I make up for myself to believe that this wasn't a lie? Chapter 150, Bragging Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When the storm dissipated, a total of 5 explorers walked out of the void. When they saw this scene, they gasped. What the fuck? Is there a battle between explorers? The 3 explorers who came first couldn't have looked more awful. A large number of their juniors had died, and 2 explorers had died in front of their eyes. How could they not be shocked? Someone was immediately furious. Han Fei, how dare you slaughter the children of the big clans? Han Fei's eyes were fierce. Only you children of the big clans can block the gate of the Thug Academy and severely injure the teachers and students of the Thug Academy, the man shouted in a low voice. Boy, release them quickly, otherwise don't blame me for slaughtering your Thug Academy today. Bang. However, as soon as he said so, the sky exploded, the weather changed, and a figure tore through the void. Han Fei took a look. Hey, isn't this Ren Tianfei? Han Fei immediately smiled. Hey senior, you're here? Ren Tianfei couldn't have felt worse. Did you know that I almost couldn't run away? I had a fight with 3 venerables. Otherwise, do you really think you could have slaughtered them? Han Fei's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He hurriedly said, Good, you big clans are really good. I broke the balance and you ambushed a venerable here. Heh, if I had known, I would have killed more. Humph. A white mist enveloped hundreds of kilometers. Then a voice floated out of the void. Han Fei, do you really think that nobody dares to touch you because Han Guanshu is your father? Han Fei held his head high and wasn't afraid at all. You have to imagine the price of touching me. If you touch me, you'll have to give up the benefits of the dragon boats and the level 3 fishery? From now on, who of you dares to go to the unknown place again? Can you really afford the loss? The old guy up there, think about the consequences. Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei and smacked his lips. Boy, you're quite a talker. Ren Tianfei laughed. Only 3 venerables came, and you want to ambush me? Have you forgotten how I fought my way into the 1,000-star city? A venerable said indifferently. The Thug Academy must pay a price for slaughtering so many people from our big clans. Hand over the star beads of the Thug Academy, and we can settle this matter. Today, if you don't hand over the star beads, everyone in the Thug Academy must die except Han Fei. Han Fei cut Chu Qingyan's arm with a swish. Are you threatening me? Chu Qingyan's face was filled with horror. Han Fei was a lunatic. He really dared to kill her. Chu Qingyan shouted, Patriarch, save me. Han Fei said ruthlessly, rescue you? Each of the people I captured today is worth an ultra-quality divine weapon and 1,000,000 points of spiritual spring. Give them to me and I'll release these people. As for the one in my hand, give me an extra 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring and an extra 100,000 spiritual fruits. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei again. This kid is really shameless. However, do you know who you're talking to? Ren Tianfei added, do you want to know where my original body went? Maybe I went to some of the big clans. Therefore, at this moment, whoever dares to attack, I don't mind having a life and death battle with him. If I can crush the 1,000-star city twice, I can do it a 3rd time. Han Fei had already secretly hung a void line on Chu Qingyan and the others respectively. Furthermore, he was ready to activate the sky-dissecting finger at any time. Even if the venerable could see it, so what? When they started to oppress the Thug Academy, they had already openly fallen out. The so-called balance was only because the 2 parties were equal in strength and had mutual fear. As long as Ren Tianfei and Old Han didn't die, the so-called balance would always be there. Whether it would be broken or not depended on whether the big clans dared to fight. More and more explorers arrived. However, they didn't act rashly at this moment. They all looked at the sky. Now that even a venerable had taken action, they could only wait patiently. A voice said, Ren Tianfei, have you thought about it? If we take Han Fei down now, we will be able to find the star beads sooner or later. Do you think our big clans will be afraid of anything after we get the star beads? Before Ren Tianfei could speak, Han Fei pointed at the sky. Are you so sure that there is what you want in the star beads of the Thug Academy? You aren't all from the Chu sect, right? Then, do you know why the Chu sect has always been looking for star beads? Buzz, crack. A weird power suddenly pressed down, breaking Han Fei's finger. However, Ren Tianfei quickly protected Han Fei. Ren Tianfei shouted, King Chu, you're a venerable. How do you have the cheek to attack a junior? Do you still have a face? Shua! He activated the divine healing technique and snapped his fingers back expressionlessly. Han Fei sneered. Oh, I'm almost certain that the Chu sect won't tell you. They are not looking for the star beads, but a person. Humph, cunning brat, what nonsense. Thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed that the Chu sect king was angry. Han Fei already had plans in his heart. Would the other big clans really know about Little C? Han Fei smiled and said, Old bastard Chu, you don't even let me speak. Do you feel guilty? How did your Chu sect rise to prominence? Have you forgotten it? Have the other big families never suspected it? In the distance, a voice came close. Brother Chu, why don't you let us listen to it? Ren Tianfei frowned. Here comes another one. Do you know what you're doing? Han Fei said proudly. This matter has already come to this point. What can't I say? You venerables, peak-level explorers, all you want to know is the way to the Heavenly Palace. I'll put this matter in the open today. Since you bullied the Thug Academy, then listen to me. Instantly, all the explorers, Chu Qingyan and company, and even Luo Xiaobai and the others, looked at Han Fei. Han Fei said unhurriedly, the rise of the Chu sect was just because they ambushed a strong master from the Heavenly Palace and obtained an opportunity from her. Because they obtained this opportunity, the Chu sect thought that this person could help them enter the Heavenly Palace and become a king. Buzz, a voice echoed. Brother Chu, is it true? King Chu didn't respond directly, but said solemnly, when we get the star beads, you can take a look. After all, he was a venerable. He wouldn't fall out with Han Fei just because he was deceived. Since the Chu sect king had admitted it and promised to let them check the star beads together, that was enough. However, Han Fei smiled coldly. Well, old Bastard Chu, let me ask you a question. If that person can really go back to the Heavenly Palace, what do you think the Thug Academy is for? Would we leave the opportunity to you? The Chu sect king said indifferently. Brat, do you really think Thug Academy can return to the Thousand-Star City? Han Fei sneered. Let's not talk about that for now. Do you really think you can become a king by going to the Heavenly Palace? Then, let me tell you what the Thug Academy's star beads show, someone said leisurely. Oh? If you're willing to tell us, we can listen to you. Han Fei said unhurriedly. Then I'll tell you what you want to hear the most. Do you know what a king is? By bearing the luck of the heavens and earth, he can decide the fate of an entire race. This world is watched by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, and the great Tao is blocked. Therefore, in the Thousand-Star City, it is impossible for you to become a king. Therefore, you cast your eyes on the Heavenly Palace. Someone smiled casually. It seems that you do know a lot. Han Fei curled his lips. But have you ever thought, what if the Heavenly Palace is also watched by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye? The void trembled slightly, and only Ren Tianfei was calm. A venerable snorted. How can you know what we don't know? Ren Tianfei suddenly said. You don't know, I know. I've been there. Han Fei smiled and said, Look, it's not that you are strong, so you are omnipotent. Senior Ren doesn't bother to tell you, but I can give you some clues. Han Fei continued, Tell you something you don't know. Do you know why the Thousand-Star City has 36 towns? Someone asked. Why? Han Fei grinned. Because there are 36 heavenly palaces. Otherwise, how do you think this number came about? A venerable said casually. Continue. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei in shock. Where did he get all this information? Han Fei sneered. Do you remember what I just said? A king can decide the fate of an entire race. Under the same sky, it's already rare to have a king. Have you ever thought that even if you can all ascend to the heavenly palace, which of you can become a king? Which of you is willing to become a king? After a long time, someone said, When the time comes, we can discuss it. Han Fei sneered. Discuss? Not to mention whether you can become a king or not, just look at Senior Ren. Not everyone who has been to the Heavenly Palace can become a king. Think about it. Once one of you becomes a king, what about the rest? Will he let the others live? Seeing that no one was speaking, Han Fei said indifferently, Perhaps you will say that the rest of you just need to surrender. However, don't forget, even if one of you becomes a king, you still have to face the heavenly Tao Dharma eyes. There are heavenly Tao Dharma eyes above and many venerables below looking at you covetously. Let me ask you, if I give you a chance to become a king now, do you dare to become a king? Han Fei was calm. This was called asymmetric information. Although he basically knew nothing about the heavenly palace, this didn't stop him from bragging. Han Fei said, No one knows if one can become a king by going to the heavenly palace. Even if he can, once he becomes a king, he can nurture venerables again. Therefore, which venerable do you want to become a king? Oh, Chu sect knew some of the inside information from the beginning. For this reason, they have prepared for millions of years. Aren't you worried? Humph, don't listen to this kid's bullshit. He's just trying to sow discord among us. Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed. Sow discord? Do the big clans need me to do so? Don't you know what you are like?